A Crown of Swords by Robert Jordan. There can be no health in us, nor any good thing grow, for the land is one with the dragon reborn, and he one with the land. Soul of fire, heart of stone, in pride he conquers, forcing the proud to yield. He calls upon the mountains to kneel, and the seas to give way, and the very skies to bow. Pray that the heart of stone remembers tears, and the soul of fire love. From a much-disputed translation of the Prophecies of the Dragon by the poet Kjera Termendal of Sciota, believed to have been published between FY 700 and FY 800. Prologue. Lightnings. From the tall arched window, close onto 80 spans above the ground, not far below the top of the White Tower, Elida could see for miles beyond Tar Valon, to the rolling plains and forests that bordered the broad river Erinon, running down from north and west before it divided around the white walls of the great island city. On the ground, long morning shadows must have been dappling the city, but from this prominence all seemed clear and bright. Not even the fabled topless towers of Cairhien had truly rivaled the White Tower. Certainly none of Tar Valon's lesser towers did, for all that men spoke far and wide of them and their vaulting sky bridges. This high, an almost constant breeze lessened the unnatural heat gripping the world. The feast of lights past, snow should have covered the ground deep, yet the weather belonged in the depths of a hard summer. Another sign that the last battle approached and the Dark One touched the world, if more were needed. Elida did not let the heat touch her, even when she descended, of course. The breeze was not why she had had her quarters moved up here, despite the inconvenience of so many stairs, to these simple rooms. Plain russet floor tiles and white marble floors decorated by a few tapestries could not compare with the grandeur of the Amerlin's study and the rooms that went with it far below. She still used those rooms occasionally. They held associations with the power of the Amerlin seat in some minds, but she resided here and worked here more often than not. For the view. Not of city or river or forests, though. Of what was beginning in the tower grounds. Great diggings and foundations spread across what had been the warder's practice yard. Tall wooden cranes and stacks of cut marble and granite. Masons and laborers swarmed over the workings like ants, and endless streams of wagons trailed through the gates onto the tower grounds, bringing more stone. To one side stood a wooden working model, as the masons called it, big enough for men to enter crouching on their heels and see every detail, where every stone should go. Most of the workmen could not read, after all, neither words nor masons' drawn plans. The working model was as large as some manor houses. When any king or queen had a palace, why should the Amerlin seat be relegated to apartments little better than those of many ordinary sisters? Her palace would match the White Tower for splendor, and have a great spire 10 spans higher than the tower itself. The blood had drained from the chief mason's face when he heard that. The tower had been Ogier built, with assistance from sisters using the power. One look at Elida's face, however, set Master Lerman bowing and stammering that of course all would be done as she wished, as if there had been any question. Her mouth tightened with exasperation. She had wanted Ogier masons again, but the Ogier were confining themselves to their steading for some reason. Her summons to the nearest, steading Jen Toyne in the Black Hills, had been met with refusal. Polite, yet still refusal, without explanation, even to the Amerlin seat. Ogier were reclusive at best, or they might be withdrawing from a world full of turmoil. Ogier stayed clear of human strife. Firmly, Elida dismissed the Ogier from her mind. She prided herself on separating what could be from what could not. Ogier were a triviality. They had no part in the world beyond the cities they had built so long ago, and seldom visited now, except to make repairs. The men below, crawling beetle-like over the building site, made her frown slightly. Construction went forward by inches. Ogier might be out of the question, yet perhaps the one power could be used again. Few sisters possessed real strength in weaving earth, but not that much was required to reinforce stone or bind stone to stone. Yes, in her mind the palace stood finished, colonnaded walks and great domes shining with gilt, and that one spire reaching to the heavens. Her eyes rose to the cloudless sky, to where the spire would peak, and she let out a long sigh. Yes, the orders would be issued today. The towering case clock in the room behind her chimed third rise, and in the city gongs and bells pealed the hour, the sound faint here, so high above. With a smile, Elida left the window, smoothing her red-slashed dress of cream silk, and adjusting the broad striped stole of the Amerlin seat on her shoulders. On the ornately gilded clock, small figures of gold and silver and enamel moved with the chimes. Horned and snouted trollocs fled from a cloaked Aes Sedai on one level. On another, a man representing a false dragon tried to fend off silver lightning bolts that had obviously been hurled by a second sister. And above the clock face, itself above her head, a crowned king and queen knelt before an Amerlin seat in her enameled stole, with the flame of Tar Valon carved from a large moonstone atop a golden arch over her head. She did not laugh often, but she could not help a quietly pleased chuckle at the clock. Samaila Sorenthane, raised from the gray, had commissioned it, dreaming of a return to the days before the Trolloc Wars, when no ruler held a throne without the tower's approval. Samaila's grand plans came to naught, however, as did Samaila, and for 3 centuries the clock sat in a dusty storage room, an embarrassment no one dared display. Until Elida. The wheel of time turned. What was once could be again, would be again. The case clock balanced the door to her sitting room, and her bedchamber and dressing room beyond. Fine tapestries, colorful work from Ter and Kandor and Arad Doman, with thread of gold and thread of silver glittering among the merely dyed, hung each exactly opposite its mate. She'd always liked order. The carpet covering most of the tiles came from Tarabon, patterned in red and green and gold. Silk carpets were the most precious. In each corner of the room a marble plinth carved in unpretentious verticals held a white vase of fragile seafolk porcelain with 24 carefully arranged red roses. To make roses bloom now required the one power, especially with the drought and heat. A worthwhile use, in her opinion. Gilded carving covered both the only chair — no one sat in her presence now — and the writing table, but in the stark style of Cairhien. A simple room, really, with a ceiling barely 2 spans high, yet it would do until her palace was ready. With the view, it would. The tall chairback held the flame of Tar Valon picked out in moonstones above her dark head as she sat. Nothing marred the polished surface of the table except for 3 boxes of Altaran lacquer work, arranged just so. Opening the box covered with golden hawks among white clouds, she removed a slim strip of thin paper from atop the pile of reports and correspondence inside. For what must have been the 100th time, she read the message come from Cairhien by pigeon 12 days ago. Few in the tower knew of its existence. None but she knew its contents, or would have a glimmer of what it meant if they did. The thought almost made her laugh again. The ring has been placed in the bull's nose. I expect a pleasant journey to market. No signature, yet she needed none. Only Galina Casban had known to send that glorious message. Galina, whom Elida trusted to do what she would have trusted to no one else save herself. Not that she trusted anyone fully, but the head of the Red Ajah more than any other. She herself had been raised from the Red after all, and in many ways still thought of herself as Red. The ring has been placed in the bull's nose. Rand al'Thor, the dragon reborn, the man who had seemed on the point of swallowing the world, the man who had swallowed entirely too much of it, Rand al'Thor was shielded, and in Galina's control, and none who might support him knew. Even a chance of that and the wording would have been different. By various earlier messages, it seemed he had rediscovered how to travel, a talent lost to Aes Sedai since the breaking, yet that had not saved him. It had even played into Galena's hands. Apparently he had a habit of coming and going without warning. Who would suspect that this time he had not gone, but been taken? Something very like a giggle rose in her. Inside another week, 2 at most, al'Thor would be in the tower, closely supervised and guided safely until Tarmon Gai'don, his ravaging of the world, stopped. It was madness to allow any man who could channel to run free, but most of all the man prophecy said must face the Dark One in the last battle, the light send that it lay years off yet, in spite of the weather. Years would be needed to arrange the world properly, beginning with undoing what al'Thor had done. Of course, the damage he had wrought was nothing beside what he could have caused, free. Not to mention the possibility that he might have gotten himself killed before he was needed. Well, that troublesome young man would be wrapped in swaddling and kept safe as an infant in his mother's arms until time to take him to Shayol Ghul. After that, if he survived. Elida's lips pursed. The prophecies of the dragon seemed to say he would not, which undeniably would be for the best. "Mother," Elida almost gave a start as Alviarin spoke, entering without so much as a knock. "I have word from the Ajahs, Mother." Slim and cool-faced, Alviarin wore the keeper's narrow stole in white, matching her dress to show she had been raised from the white. But in her mouth, Mother became less a title of respect and more an address to an equal. Alviarin's presence was enough to dent Elida's good mood. That the Keeper of Chronicles came from the white, not the red, always served as a biting reminder of her weakness when she was first raised. Some of that had been dispelled, true, but not all, not yet. She was tired of regretting that she had so few personal eyes and ears outside Andor, and that her predecessor and Alviarin's had escaped, been helped to escape. They must have had help. Escaped before the keys to the Amyrlin's great network could be wrested out of them. She more than wanted the network that was hers by right. By strong tradition, the Ajahs sent to the Keeper whatever dribbles from their own eyes and ears they were willing to share with the Amyrlin. But Elida was convinced the woman kept back some of even that trickle. Yet she could not ask the Ajahs for information directly. Bad enough to be weak without going begging to the world. The tower, anyway, which was as much of the world as really counted. Elida kept her own face every bit as cool as the other woman's, acknowledging her only with a nod while she pretended to examine papers from the lacquered box. Slowly she turned them over one by one, returned them to the box, slowly, without really seeing a word. Making Alviarin wait was bitter, because it was petty, and petty ways were all she had to strike at one who should have been her servant. An Amyrlin could issue any decree she wished, her word law and absolute. Yet, as a practical matter, without support from the hall of the tower, many of those decrees were wasted ink and paper. No sister would disobey an Amyrlin, not directly at least, yet many decrees required 100 other things ordered to implement them. In the best of times that could come slowly, on occasion so slowly it never happened, and these were far from the best. Alviarin stood there, calm as a frozen pond. Closing the Altaran box, Elida kept out the strip of paper that announced her sure victory. Unconsciously she fingered it, a talisman. "Has Teslin or Jolene finally deigned to send more than word of their safe arrival?" That was meant to remind Alviarin that no one could consider herself immune. Nobody cared what happened in Ebu Dar, Elida least of all. The capital of Altara could fall into the sea, and except for the merchants, not even the rest of Altara would notice. But Teslin had sat in the hall nearly 15 years before Elida had commanded her to resign her chair. If Elida could send a sitter, a red sitter, who had supported her rise off as ambassador to a fly-speck throne, with no one sure why but 100 rumors flowering, then she could come down on anyone. Jolene was a different matter. She had held her chair for the Green only a matter of weeks, and everyone was sure the Greens had selected her to show they would not be cowed by the new Amyrlin, who had handed her a fearsome penance. That bit of insolence could not be allowed to pass, of course, and had not been. Everyone knew that, too. It was meant to remind Alviarin that she was vulnerable, but the slim woman merely smiled her cool smile. So long as the hall remained as it was, she was immune. She riffled through the papers in her hand, plucking one out. "No word from Teslin or Jolene, Mother, no, though with the news you have received so far from the thrones—" That smile deepened into something dangerously close to amusement. "They all mean to try their wings, to see if you are as strong as your predecessor." Even Alviarin had enough sense not to speak the Sanshe woman's name in her presence. It was true, though. Every king and queen, even mere nobles, seemed to be testing the limits of her power. She must make examples. Glancing at the paper, Alviarin went on. "There is word from Ebou Dar, however, through the Grey." Had she emphasized that, to drive the splinter deeper? "It appears Elaine Trakand and Nynaeve Almira are there, posing as full sisters with the blessings of the rebel embassy to Queen Tylin. There are 2 others not identified who may be doing the same. The lists of who is with the rebels are incomplete, or they may just be companions. The Greys are uncertain." "Why under the light would they be in Ebou Dar?" Elida said dismissively. "Certainly Teslin would have sent news of that. The Grey must be passing along rumors now. Tarna's message said they are with the rebels in Salidar." Tarna Fear had reported Swan Sanche there too, and Loghain Ablar spreading those vicious lies no Red Sister could lower herself to acknowledge, much less deny. The Sanche woman had a hand in that obscenity, or the sun would rise in the west tomorrow. Why could she not simply have crawled away and died, decently out of sight, like other stilled women? It required effort not to draw a deep breath. Loghain could be hanged quietly as soon as the rebels were dealt with. Most of the world thought him dead long since. The filthy slander that the Red Aja had set him up as a false dragon would die with him. When the rebels were dealt with, the Sanche woman could be made to hand over the keys to the Amerlin's eyes and ears, and name the traitors who had helped her escape. A foolish hope to wish that Alviarin would be named among them. "I can hardly see the Almira girl running to Ebou Dar claiming to be Aes Sedai, much less Elaine, can you?" "You did order Elaine found, Mother. As important as putting a leash on Althor, you said. When she was among 300 rebels in Salidar, it was impossible to do anything, but she will not be so well protected in the Tarasin Palace." "I have no time for gossip and rumors." Elida bit off each word with contempt. Did Alviarin know more than she should, mentioning Althor and leashing? "I suggest you read Tarna's report again, then ask yourself whether even rebels would allow Accepted to pretend to the shawl." Alviarin waited with visible patience for her to finish, then examined her sheaf again and pulled out 4 more sheets. "The Grey agent sent sketches," she said blandly, proffering the pages. "He is no artist, but Elaine and Nynaeve are recognizable." After a moment, when Elida did not take the drawings, she slipped them under the rest. Elida felt the color of anger and embarrassment rising in her cheeks. Alviarin had led her down this path deliberately by not bringing out those sketches at the first. She ignored that. Anything else would only be more embarrassing still, but her voice became cold. "I want them taken and brought to me." The lack of curiosity on Alviarin's face made Elida wonder again how much the woman knew that she was not supposed to. The Almira girl might well provide a handle on Althor, coming from the same village. All the sisters knew that, just as they knew that Elaine was daughter-heir of Andor, and that her mother was dead. Vague rumors linking Morghese to the White Cloaks were so much nonsense, for she would never have gone to the Children of the Light for help. She was dead, leaving not even a corpse behind, and Elaine would be queen. If she could be wrested away from the rebels before the Andoran houses put Dialin on the Lion Throne instead. It was not widely known what made Elaine more important than any other noble with a strong claim to a throne, aside from the fact that she would be Aes Sedai one day, of course. Elida had the foretelling sometimes, a talent many thought lost before her, and long ago she had foretold that the royal house of Andor held the key to winning the last battle. 25 years gone and more, as soon as it became clear that Morghese Trakand would gain the throne in the succession, Elida had fastened herself to the girl, as she was then. How Elaine was crucial, Elida did not know, but foretelling never lied. Sometimes she almost hated the talent. She hated things she could not control. "I want all 4 of them, Alviarin." The other 2 were unimportant, certainly, but she would take no chances. "Send my command to Teslin immediately. Tell her and Jolene that if they fail to send regular reports from now on, they will wish they had never been born. Include the information from the Makura woman." Her mouth twisted around that last. The name made Alviarin shift uneasily, too, and no wonder. Rhonda Makura's nasty little infusion was something to make any sister uncomfortable. Fork root was not lethal. At least you woke if you drank enough to sleep. But a tea that deadened a woman's ability to channel seemed aimed too directly at Aes Sedai. A pity the information had not been received before Galena went. If Forkroot worked on men as well as it seemed to on women, it would have made her task considerably easier. Alviarin's ill-ease lasted only a moment, a mere instant, and she was all self-possession again, unyielding as a wall of ice. "As you wish, Mother. I am sure they will leap to obey, as of course they should." A sudden flash of irritation swept Elida like fire in dry pasture. The fate of the world in her hands, and petty stumbling blocks kept rising beneath her feet. Bad enough that she had rebels and recalcitrant rulers to handle, but too many sitters still brooded and grumbled behind her back, fertile ground for the other woman to plow. Only 6 were firmly under her own thumb, and she suspected as many at least listened closely to Alviarin before they voted. Certainly nothing of importance passed through the hall unless Alviarin agreed to it. Not open agreement, not with any acknowledgment that Alviarin bore a shred more influence or power than a keeper should, but if Alviarin opposed... At least they had not gone so far as to reject anything Elida sent them. They simply dragged their feet, and too often let what she wanted starve on the floor. A pitifully small thing for which to be happy. Some Amerlins had become little more than puppets, once the hall acquired a taste for rejecting what they put forward. Her hands clenched, and a tiny crackle came from the strip of paper. "The ring has been placed in the bull's nose." Alviarin looked as composed as a marble statue, but Elida no longer cared. The shepherd was on his way to her. The rebels would be crushed and the hall cowed, Alviarin forced to her knees, and every fractious ruler brought to heel. From Tenobia of Saldaea, who had gone into hiding to avoid her emissary, to Matin Stepaneus of Ilion, who was trying to play all sides at once again, trying to agree with her and the White Cloaks, and with Althor for all she knew. Elaine would be placed on the throne in Caemlyn, without her brother to get in the way and with a full knowledge of who had set her there. A little time back in the tower would make the girl damp clay in Elida's hands. "I want those men rooted out, Alviarin." There was no need to say who she meant. Half the tower could talk of nothing but those men in their black tower, and the other half whispered about them in corners. "There are disturbing reports, Mother." Alviarin looked through her papers once more, but Elida thought it was only for something to do. She did not pluck out any more pages, and if nothing else disturbed the woman for long, this unholy midden outside Caemlyn must. More rumors? Do you believe the tales of thousands flocking to Caemlyn in answer to that obscene amnesty? Not the least of what Althor had done, but hardly cause for worry. Just a pile of filth that must be safely cleared before Elaine was crowned in Caemlyn. Of course not, Mother, but Tovann is to lead. This task belongs properly to the Red. Tovane Ghazal had been 15 years away from the tower until Elida summoned her back. The other 2 red sitters who had resigned and gone into a voluntary retreat at the same time were nervous-eyed women now. But unlike Lyrene and Tsutama, Tovane had only hardened in her solitary exile. She is to have 50 sisters. There could not be more than 2 or 3 men at this black tower actually able to channel. Elida was certain. 50 sisters could overwhelm them easily. Yet there might be others to deal with. Hangers-on, camp followers, fools full of futile hopes and insane ambitions. And she is to take 200 of the guard. Are you certain that is wise? The rumors of thousands are certainly madness, but a green agent in Camelin claims there are over 400 in this black tower. A clever fellow. It seems he counted the supply carts that go out from the city. And you are aware of the rumors Mazrim Taim is with them? Elida fought to keep her features smooth and barely succeeded. She had forbidden mention of Taim's name, and it was bitter that she did not dare impose the penalty on Alviarin. The woman looked her straight in the eyes. The absence of so much as a perfunctory mother this time was marked, and the temerity of asking whether her actions were wise. She was the Amerlin's seat, not first among equals. The Amerlin's seat. Opening the largest of the lacquered boxes revealed carved ivory miniatures laid out on gray velvet. Often just handling her collection soothed her, but more, like the knitting she enjoyed, it let whoever was attending her know their place, if she seemed to give more attention to the miniatures than to what they had to say. Fingering first an exquisite cat, sleek and flowing, then an elaborately robed woman with a peculiar little animal, some fantasy of the carver, almost like a man covered in hair crouched on her shoulder. At length Elida chose out a curving fish, so delicately carved that it seemed nearly real, despite the aged yellow of the ivory. 400 rabble, Alviarin. She felt calmer already, for Alviarin's mouth had thinned. Just a fraction, but she savored any crack in the woman's facade. If there are that many. Only a fool could believe that more than 1 or 2 can channel. At most. In 10 years we have found only 6 men with the ability. Just 24 in the last 20 years. And you know how the land has been scoured. As for Taim, the name burned her mouth. The only false dragon ever to escape being gentled once in the hands of Aes Sedai. Not a thing she wanted in the chronicles under her reign. Certainly not until she decided how it should be recorded. At present the chronicles told nothing after his capture. She stroked her thumb along the fish's scales. He is dead, Alviarin. Else we would have heard from him long since, and not serving Althor. Can you think he went from claiming to be the Dragon Reborn to serving the Dragon Reborn? Can you think he could be in Camelin without Davram Bashir at least trying to kill him? Her thumb moved faster on the ivory fish as she reminded herself that the Marshal General of Saldaea was in Camelin, taking orders from Althor. What was Tenobia playing at? Elida held it all inside, though, presenting a face as calm as one of her carvings. 24 is a dangerous number to speak aloud, Alviarin said with an ominous quiet. As dangerous as 2,000. The chronicles record only 16. The last thing needed now is for those years to rear up again, or for sisters who know only what they were told to learn the truth. Even those you brought back hold their silence. Elida put on a bemused look. So far as she knew, Alviarin had learned the truth of those years only on being raised keeper, but her own knowledge was more personal. Not that Alviarin could be aware of that. Not for certain, anyway. Daughter, whatever comes out, I have no fear. Who is going to impose a penance on me, and on what charge? That skirted truth nicely, but apparently it impressed the other woman not at all. The chronicles record a number of Amerlins who took on public penance for some usually obscure reason. but it has always seemed to me that is how an Amerlin might have it written if she found herself with no choice except... Elida's hand slapped hand down on the table. Enough, daughter. I am Tower Law. What has been hidden will remain hidden, for the same reason it has for 20 years, the good of the White Tower. Only then did she feel the bruise beginning on her palm. She lifted her hand to reveal the fish, broken in two. How old had it been? 500 years? 1,000? It was all she could do not to quiver with rage. Her voice certainly thickened with it. Tovane is to lead 50 sisters and 200 of the tower guards to Camelin, to this Black Tower, where they will gentle any man they find able to channel and hang him, along with as many others as they can take alive. Alviarin did not even blink at the violation of Tower Law. Elida had spoken the truth, as she meant it to be. With this, with everything, she was Tower Law. For that matter, hang up the dead as well. Let them be a warning to any man who thinks of touching the true source. Have Tovane attend me. I will want to hear her plan. It will be as you command, Mother. The woman's reply was as cool and smooth as her face. Though, if I may suggest, you might wish to reconsider sending so many sisters away from the tower. Apparently the rebels found your offer wanting. They are no longer in Salidar. They are on the march. The reports come from Altara, but they must be into Murundi by now. And they have chosen themselves an Amerlin. She scanned the top sheet of her sheaf of papers, as if searching for the name. Egwene Alviar, it seems. That Alviarin had left this, the most important piece of news until now, should have made Elida explode in fury. Instead, she threw back her head and laughed. Only a firm hold on dignity kept her from drumming her heels on the floor. The surprise on Alviarin's face made her laugh harder, till she had to wipe her eyes with her fingers. "You do not see it," she said, when she could speak between ripples of mirth. "As well you are keeper, Alviarin, not a sitter. In the hall, blind as you are, within a month the others would be holding you in a cabinet and taking you out when they needed your vote." "I see enough, Mother." Alviarin's voice held no heat. If anything, it should have coated the walls with frost. "I see 300 rebel Aes Sedai, perhaps more, marching on Tar Valon, with an army led by Gareth Bryn, acknowledged a great captain. Discounting the more ridiculous reports, that army may number over 20,000, and with Bryn to lead they will gain more at every village and town they pass. I do not say they have hope of taking the city, of course, but it is hardly a matter for laughter. High Captain Chubane should be ordered to increase recruiting for the Tower Guard." Elida's gaze fell sourly on the broken fish, and she stood and stalked to the nearest window, her back to Alviarin. The palace under construction took away the bitter taste, that and the slip of paper she still clutched. She smiled down on her palace-to-be. 300 rebels, yes. But you should read Tarna's account again. At least 100 are on the point of breaking already. She trusted Tarna to some extent, a red with no room in her head for nonsense, and she said the rebels were ready to jump at shadows, quietly desperate sheep looking for a shepherd, she said. A wilder, of course, yet still sensible. Tarna should be back soon, and able to give a fuller report. Not that it was needed. Elida's plans were already working among the rebels, but that was her secret. Tarna has always been sure she could make people do what it was clear they would not. Had there been an emphasis in that? A significance of tone? Elida decided to ignore it. She had to ignore too much from Alviarin, but the day would come soon. As for their army, daughter, she says 2,000 or 3,000 men at most. If they had more, they would have made sure she saw them to overawe us. In Elida's opinion, eyes and ears always exaggerated to make their information seem more valuable. Only sisters could be truly trusted. Red sisters, anyway. Some of them. But I would not care if they did have 20,000 or 50 or 100. Can you even begin to guess why? When she turned, Alviarin's face was all smooth composure, a mask over blind ignorance. "You seem to be conversant with all the aspects of Tower law. What penalty do rebels face?" "For the leaders," Alviarin said slowly. "Stilling." She frowned slightly, skirts swaying just barely as her feet shifted. Good. Even Accepted knew this, and she could not understand why Elida asked. Very good. For many of the rest, too. Perhaps. The leaders might themselves escape that, most of them, if they submitted properly. The minimum penalty in law was to be birched in the Grand Hall before the assembled sisters, followed by at least a year and a day in public penance. Yet nothing said the penance must be served all at once. A month here, a month there, and they would still be atoning their crimes 10 years from now, constant reminders of what came of resisting her. Some would be stilled, of course. Shiriam, a few of the more prominent so-called sitters, but only sufficient to make the rest fear putting a foot wrong again, not enough to weaken the tower. The White Tower had to be whole, and it had to be strong and firmly in her grasp. Only one crime among those they have committed demands stilling. Alviarin opened her mouth. There had been ancient rebellions, buried so deep that few among the sisters knew. The chronicles stood mute, the lists of stilled and executed confined to records open only to Amerlin, keeper, and sitters, aside from the few librarians who kept them. Elida allowed Alviarin no opportunity to speak. Any woman who falsely claims the title of Amerlin's seat must be stilled. If they believed they had any chance of success, Shiriam would be their Amerlin, or Lelaine, or Carlinia, or one of the others. Tarna reported that Romanda Cassin had come out of her retirement. Romanda surely would have seized the stole with both hands if she saw the 10th part of a chance. Instead, they have plucked out an Accepted. Elida shook her head in wry amusement. She could quote every word of the law setting out how a woman was chosen Amerlin. She had made good use of it herself, after all, and never once did it require that the woman be a full sister. Obviously, she must be, so those who framed the law never stated it, and the rebels had squirmed through that crack. They know their cause is hopeless, Alviarin. They plan to strut and bluster, try to dig out some protection against penalty for themselves, then yield the girl as a sacrifice. Which was a pity. The Alvir girl was another possible handle on Althor, and when she reached her full strength in the One Power, she would have been one of the strongest in 1,000 years or more. A true pity. Gareth Bryn and an army hardly sound like strutting to me. It will take their army 5 or 6 months to reach Tarvalin. In that time, High Captain Chubane could increase the guard. Their army, Elida sneered. Alviarin was such a fool. For all her cool exterior, she was a rabbit. Next, she would be spouting the Sanche woman's nonsense about the Forsaken being loose. Of course, she did not know the secret, but just the same. Farmers carrying pikes, butchers with bows, and tailors on horseback, and every step of the way thinking of the shining walls that held Arthur Hawkwing at bay. No, not a rabbit, a weasel. Yet soon or late, she would be weasel fur trim on Elida's cloak. The lights send it soon. Every step of the way they will lose a man, if not 10. I would not be surprised if our rebels appear with nothing more than their warders. Too many people knew of the division in the tower. Once the rebellion was broken, of course, it could be made to seem all a ploy, a part of gaining control of young Althor, perhaps. An effort of years, that, and generations before memories faded. Every last rebel would pay for that on her knees. Elida clenched her fist as though she held all the rebels by the throat. Or Alviarin. I mean to break them, daughter. They will split open like a rotten melon. Her secret assured that, however many farmers and tailors Lord Bryn hung on to, but let the other woman think as she would. Suddenly the foretelling took hold of her, a certainty about things she could not see stronger than if they had been laid out before her. She would have been willing to step blindly over a cliff on that certainty. The White Tower will be whole again, except for remnants cast out and scorned, whole and stronger than ever. Rand al'Thor will face the Amyrlin's seat and know her anger. The Black Tower will be rent in blood and fire, and sisters will walk its grounds. This I foretell." As usual, the foretelling left her trembling, gasping for breath. She forced herself to stand still and straight, to breathe slowly. She never let anyone see weakness. But Alviarin... Her eyes were wide as they could open, lips parted as if she had forgotten the words she meant to speak. A paper slid from the sheaf in her hands and almost fell before she could catch it. That recalled her to herself. In a flash she regained her serene mask, a perfect picture of Aes Sedai calm, but she definitely had been jolted to her heels. Oh, very good. Let her chew on the certain surety of Elida's victory. Chew and break her teeth. Elida drew a deep breath and seated herself behind her writing table again, putting the broken ivory fish to one side where she did not have to look at it. It was time to exploit her victory. "There is work to be done today, daughter. The first message is to go to the Lady Caroline Damodred." Elida spun out her plans, enlarging on what Alviarin knew, revealing some that she did not, because at the last an Amyrlin did have to work through her keeper, however much she hated the woman. There was a pleasure in watching Alviarin's eyes, watching her wonder what else she still did not know. But while Elida ordered, divided, and assigned the world between the Arith Ocean and the spine of the world, in her mind frolicked the image of young al'Thor on his way to her like a caged bear, to be taught to dance for his dinner. The chronicles could hardly record the years of the last battle without mentioning the Dragon Reborn, but she knew that one name would be written larger than all others. Elida do Avrinia Royhan, youngest daughter of a minor house in the north of Murundi, would go down in history as the greatest and most powerful Amyrlin seat of all time. The most powerful woman in the history of the world. The woman who saved humankind. The Aiel standing in a deep fold in the low brown grass hills seemed carved figures, ignoring sheets of dust sweeping ahead of a gusting wind. That snow should have been deep on the ground this time of year did not bother them. None had ever seen snow, and this oven heat, with the sun still well short of its peak, was less than where they came from. Their attention remained fixed on the southern rise, waiting for the signal that would announce the arrival of the destiny of the Shaido Aiel. Outwardly, Savannah looked like the others, though a ring of maidens marked her out, resting easily on their heels, dark veils already hiding their faces to the eyes. She also waited, and more impatiently than she let on, but not to the exclusion of everything else. That was one reason why she commanded and the rest followed. The second was that she saw what could be, if you refused to let outworn custom and stale tradition tie your hands. A slight flicker of her green eyes to the left showed 12 men and 1 woman, each with round bull-hide buckler and 3 or 4 short spears, garbed in grey and brown Cudinsor that blended as well with the terrain here as in the threefold land. Effalin, short graying hair hidden by the shufa wrapped around her head, sometimes glanced Savannah's way. If a maiden of the spear could said to be uneasy, Effalin was. Some Shaido maidens had gone south, joining the fools capering around Rand al'Thor, and Savannah did not doubt others talked of it. Effalin must be wondering whether providing Savannah with an escort of maidens, as if she had been Far Darais Mai once herself, was enough to balance that. At least Effalin had no doubts where true power lay. Like Effalin, the men led Shaido warrior societies, and they eyed one another between watching the rise. Especially blocky Maoric, who was Sayadun, and scar-faced Benduin of Far Aldazar Din. After today, no longer would anything hold back the Shaido from sending a man to Roidian, to be marked as the clan chief if he survived. Until that happened, Savannah spoke as the clan chief, since she was the widow of the last chief. Of the last 2 chiefs, and let those who muttered that she carried bad luck choke on it. Gold and ivory bracelets clattered softly as she straightened the dark shawl over her arms and adjusted her necklaces. Most of those were gold and ivory too, but one was a mass of pearls and rubies that had belonged to a Wetlander noblewoman. The woman now wore white, and hauled and fetched alongside the other Guy Shine back in the mountains called Kinslayer's Dagger, with a ruby the size of a small hen's egg nestled between her breasts. The Wetlands held rich prizes. A large emerald on her finger caught sunlight in green fire. Finger rings were one Wetlander custom worth adopting, no matter the stares often aimed at hers. She would have more if they matched this one for magnificence. Most of the men thought Merrick or Benduin would be first to receive the Wise One's permission to try Roidian. Only Effalin in that group suspected that none would, and she only suspected. She also was astute enough to voice her suspicions circumspectly to Savannah, and not at all to anyone else. Their minds could not encompass the possibility of shedding the old, and in truth, if Savannah was impatient to don the new, she was also aware that she must bring them to it slowly. Much had changed already in the old ways since the Shido crossed the Dragon Wall into the Wetlands. Still wet, compared to the Threefold Land, yet more would change. Once Rand al'Thor was in her hands, once she had wed the Karakarn, the chief of chiefs of all the Aiel, this nonsense of the dragon reborn was Wetlander foolishness. There would be a new way of naming clan chiefs and sept chiefs as well. Perhaps even the heads of the warrior societies. Rand al'Thor would name them, pointing where she told him, of course, and that would be only the beginning. The Wetlander notion of handing down rank to your children and their children, for instance. The wind swept higher for a moment, blowing south. It would cover the sound of the Wetlanders' horses and wagons. She lifted her shawl again, then suppressed a grimace. At all costs, she must not appear nervous. A glance to the right stilled worry as soon as begun. Over 200 Shido Wise Ones clustered there, and normally at least some would be watching her like vultures, but their eyes were all on the rise. More than one adjusted her shawl uneasily, or smoothed bulky skirts. Savannah's lip curled. Sweat beaded on some of those faces. Sweat. Where was their honor that they showed nerves before every gaze? Everyone stiffened slightly as a young Sovin Nai appeared above them, lowering his veil as he scrambled down. He came straight to her, as was proper, but to her irritation he raised his voice enough for all to hear. One of their forward scouts escaped. He was wounded but still on his horse. The society leaders began to move before he finished speaking. That would never do. They would lead in the actual fighting. Savannah had never more than held a spear in her life, but she would not let them forget for a moment who she was. "Throw every last spear against them," she ordered loudly, "before they can ready themselves." They rounded on her as one. "Every spear?" Benduin demanded incredulously. "You mean except for the screens?" Glowering, Merrick spoke right on top of him. "If we keep no reserve, we can be—" Savannah cut them both off. "Every spear. These are Aes Sedai we dance with. We must overwhelm them immediately." Effalin and most of the others schooled their faces to stillness, but Benduin and Merrick frowned, ready to argue. Fools. They faced a few dozen Aes Sedai, a few hundred Wetlander soldiers, yet with the more than 40,000 Algai Desiswai they had insisted on, they still wanted their screens of scouts and their spears in reserve as if they faced other Aiel or a Wetlander army. "I speak as the clan chief of the Shido." She should not have to say that, but a reminder could do no harm. "They are a handful." She weighted every word with contempt now. "They can be run down if the spears move quickly. You were ready to avenge Desane this sunrise. Do I smell fear now? Fear of a few Wetlanders? Has honor gone from the Shido?" That turned their faces to stone as intended. Even Effalin showed eyes like polished gray gems as she veiled. Her fingers moved in maiden hand talk, and as the society leaders sprinted up the rise, the maidens around Savannah followed. That was not what she had intended, but at least the spears were moving. Even from the bottom of the fold, she could see what had seemed bare ground disgorging Kadinsor-clad figures, all hurrying south with the long strides that could run down horses. There was no time to waste. With a thought to have words with Effalin later, Savannah turned to the Wise Ones. Chosen from the strongest of the Shaido Wise Ones who could wield the one power, they were 6 or 7 for every Aes Sedai round Rand al'Thor, yet Savannah saw doubt. They tried to hide it behind stony faces, but it was there, in shifting eyes, in tongues wetting lips. Many traditions fell today, traditions old and strong as law. Wise Ones did not take part in battles. Wise Ones kept far from Aes Sedai. They knew the ancient tales, that the Aiel had been sent to the Threefold Land for failing the Aes Sedai, that they would be destroyed if ever they failed them again. They had heard the stories, what Rand al'Thor had claimed before all, that as part of their service to the Aes Sedai, the Aiel had sworn to do no violence. Once Savannah had been sure those stories were lies, but of late she believed the Wise Ones knew them for truth. None had told her so, of course. It did not matter. She herself had never made the 2 journeys to Rhuidean required to become a Wise One, but the others had accepted her, however reluctant some had been. Now they had no choice but to go on accepting. Useless traditions would be carved into new. Aes Sedai, she said softly. They leaned toward her in a muted clatter of bracelets and necklaces to catch her low words. They hold Rand al'Thor, the Kara Karn. We must take him from them. There were scattered frowns. Most believed she wanted the Kara Karn taken alive in order to avenge the death of Couladin, her second husband. They understood that, but they would not have come here for it. Aes Sedai, she hissed angrily. We kept our pledge, but they broke theirs. We violated nothing, but they have violated everything. You know how Dessain was murdered. And of course they did. The eyes watching her were suddenly sharper. Killing a Wise One ranked with killing a pregnant woman, a child, or a blacksmith. Some of those eyes were very sharp. Terava's, Rhialla's, others. If we allow these women to walk away from that, then we are less than animals. We will have no honor. I hold my honor. On that she gathered her skirts with dignity and climbed the slope, head high, not looking back. She was certain the others would follow. Terava and Norlia and Dylan would see to that, and Rhialla and Tion and Mera and the rest who had accompanied her a few days past, to see Rand al'Thor beaten and put back into his wooden chest by the Aes Sedai. Her reminder had been for those 13 even more than the others, and they dared not fail her. The truth of how Dessain had died tied them to her. Wise Ones with their skirts looped over their arms to free their legs could not keep up with the Algai Desiswai and Kadinsor however hard they ran, though race they did. 5 miles across those low rolling hills, not a long run, and they topped a crest to see the dance of spears already begun, after a fashion. Thousands of Algai Desiswai made a huge pool of veiled gray and brown, surging around a circle of wetlander wagons, which itself surrounded one of the small clumps of trees that dotted this region. Savannah drew an angry breath. The Aes Sedai had even had time to bring all of their horses inside. The spears encircled the wagons, pressed in on them, showered arrows toward them, but those at the front seemed to push against an invisible wall. At first the arrows that arched highest passed over this wall, but then they too began striking something unseen and bouncing back. A low murmur rose among the Wise Ones. "You see what the Aes Sedai do?" Savannah demanded, as though she also could see the one power being woven. She wanted to sneer. The Aes Sedai were fools with their vaunted 3 oaths. When they finally decided they must use the power as a weapon instead of just to make barriers, it would be too late, provided the Wise Ones did not stand too long staring. Somewhere in those wagons was Rand al'Thor, perhaps still doubled into a chest like a bolt of silk, waiting for her to pick him up. If the Aes Sedai could hold him, then she could, with the Wise Ones, and a promise. "Terava, take your half to the west now. Be ready to strike when I do. For Dessain and the Toh the Aes Sedai owe us. We will make them meet Toh as no one ever has before." It was a foolish boast to speak of making someone meet an obligation they had not acknowledged, yet in the angry mutters from the other women, Savannah heard other furious promises to make the Aes Sedai meet Toh. Only those who had killed Dysane on Savannah's orders stood silent. Terava's narrow lips tightened slightly, but finally she said, "It will be as you say, Savannah." At an easy lope, Savannah led her half of the Wise Ones to the east side of the battle, if it could be called that yet. She had wanted to remain on a rise where she could have a good view. That was how a clan chief or battle leader directed the dance of spears. But in this one thing she found no support, even from Terava and the others who shared the secret of Dysane's death. The Wise Ones made a sharp contrast with the Algai Dysiswai as she lined them up in their white algoda blouses and dark wool skirts and shawls, their glittering bracelets and necklaces, and their waist-length hair held back by dark folded scarves. For all their decision that if they were to be in the dance of the spears they would be in it, not on a rise apart, she did not believe they yet realized that the true battle today was theirs to fight. After today, nothing would be the same again, and tethering Rand al'Thor was the smallest part. Among the Algai Dysiswai staring toward the wagons, only height quickly told men from maidens. Veils and shufa hid heads and faces, and Cut-in-Sor was Cut-in-Sor, aside from the differences of cut that marked clan and sept and society. Those at the outer edge of the encirclement appeared confused, grumbling among themselves as they waited for something to happen. They had come prepared to dance with Aes Sedai lightning, and now they milled impatiently, too far back even to use the horn bows still in leather cases on their backs. They would not have to wait much longer if Savannah had her way. Hands on hips, she addressed the other Wise Ones. "Those to the south of me will disrupt what the Aes Sedai are doing. Those to the north will attack. Forward the spears!" With the command, she turned to watch the destruction of the Aes Sedai, who thought they had only steel to face. Nothing happened. In front of her, the mass of Algai Dysiswai seethed uselessly, and the loudest sound was the occasional drumming of spears on bucklers. Savannah gathered her anger, winding it like thread from the spinning. She had been so sure they were ready after Dysane's butchered corpse was displayed to them, but if they still found attacking Aes Sedai unthinkable, she would chivvy them to it if she had to shame them all till they demanded to put on Gaishine white. Suddenly a ball of pure flame the size of a man's head arched toward the wagons, sizzling and hissing. Then another. Dozens. The knot in her middle loosened. More fireballs came from the west, from Terava and the rest. Smoke began to rise from burning wagons, first gray wisps, then thickening black pillars. The murmurs of the Algai Dysiswai changed pitch, and if those directly in front of her moved little, there was a sudden sense of pressing forward. Shouts drifted from the wagons, men yelling in anger, bellowing in pain. Whatever barriers the Aes Sedai had made were down. It had begun, and there could be only one ending. Rand al'Thor would be hers. He would give her the Aiel to take all of the wetlands, and before he died he would give her daughters and sons to lead the Aiel after her. She might enjoy that. He was quite pretty, really, strong and young. She did not expect the Aes Sedai to go down easily, and they did not. Fireballs fell among the spears, turning Cut-in-Sor-clad figures to torches, and lightning struck from a clear sky, hurling men and earth into the air. The Wise Ones learned from what they saw, though, or perhaps they already knew and had hesitated before. Most channeled so seldom, especially where anyone besides Wise Ones could see, that only another Wise One knew whether any given woman could. Whatever the reason, no sooner did lightning begin to fall among the Shaido spears than more struck toward the wagons. Not all reached its target. Balls of fire streaking through the air, some large as horses now, silver lightning stabbing toward the ground like spears from the heavens, sometimes suddenly darted aside, as if striking an invisible shield, or erupted violently in mid-air, or simply vanished altogether. Roars and crashes filled the air, warring with shouts and screams. Savannah stared at the sky in delight. It was like the illuminator's displays she had read about. Suddenly the world turned white in her eyes. She seemed to be floating. When she could see again, she was flat on the ground a dozen paces from where she had stood, aching in every muscle, struggling for breath and covered with a scattering of dirt. Her hair wanted to lift away from her. Other wise ones were down as well, around a ragged hole a span across, torn in the ground. Thin tendrils of smoke rose from the dresses of some. Not everyone had fallen. The battle of fire and lightning continued in the sky, but too many. She had to throw them back into the dance. Forcing herself to breathe, she scrambled to her feet, not bothering to brush off the dirt. "Push spears!" she shouted. Seizing Estalane's angular shoulders, she started to drag the woman to her feet, then realized from her staring blue eyes that she was dead, and let her fall. She pulled a dazed Doryla erect instead, then seized up a spear from a fallen Thunderwalker and waved it high. "Forward the spears!" Some of the wise ones seemed to take her literally, plunging into the mass of Algai de Siswai. Others kept their heads better, helping those who could rise, and the storm of fire and lightning continued as she raged up and down the line of wise ones, waving her spear and shouting, "Push spears! Forward the spears!" She felt like laughing. She did laugh. With dirt all over her and the battle raging, she had never been so exhilarated before in her life. Almost she wished she had chosen to become a maiden of the spear. Almost. No Far Darai Smai could ever be clan chief, any more than a man could be a wise one. A maiden's route to power was to give up the spear and become a wise one. As wife of a clan chief, she had been wielding power at an age when a maiden was barely trusted to carry a spear, or a wise one's apprentice to fetch water. And now she had it all, wise one and clan chief, though it would take some doing yet to have that last title in truth. Titles mattered little so long as she had the power, but why should she not have both? A sudden scream made her turn, and she gaped at the sight of a shaggy gray wolf ripping Docera's throat out. Without thought, she plunged her spear into its side. Even as it twisted to snap at the spear haft, another waist-tall wolf bounded past her to hurl itself onto the back of one of the Algai de Siswai. Then another wolf, and more, tearing into cut-in-sore-clad figures wherever she looked. Superstitious fear lanced through her as she pulled her spear free. The Aes Sedai had called wolves to fight for them. She could not take her gaze from the wolf she had killed. The Aes Sedai had... No. It could change nothing. She would not let it. Finally, she managed to pull her eyes away, but before she could shout encouragement to the wise ones again, something else stilled her tongue and made her stare. A knot of Wetlander horsemen in red helmets and breastplates, laying about them with swords, thrusting with long lances in the middle of the Algai de Siswai. Where had they come from? She did not realize she had spoken aloud until Riala answered her. "I tried to tell you, Savannah, but you would not listen." The flame-haired woman eyed her bloody spear distastefully. Wise ones were not supposed to carry spears. She ostentatiously laid the weapon in the crook of her elbow the way she had seen chiefs do, as Riala went on. "Wetlanders have attacked from the south. Wetlanders and Siswai Aman." She imbued the word with all the scorn proper for those who would name themselves Spears of the Dragon. "Maidens as well, and there are wise ones." "Fighting?" Savannah said incredulously, before realizing how it sounded. If she could toss out decayed custom, surely those sun-blinded fools to the south who still called themselves Aiel could as well. She had not expected it, though. No doubt Sorillia had brought them. That old woman reminded Savannah of a landslide plunging down a mountain, carrying all before it. "We must attack them at once. They will not have Rand al'Thor, or ruin our vengeance for Dysane," she added when Riala's eyes widened. "They are wise ones," the other woman said in a flat tone, and Savannah understood bitterly. Joining the dance of spears was bad enough, but wise one attacking wise one was more than even Riala would countenance. She had agreed that Dysane must die. How else could the other wise ones, not to mention the Algai de Siswai, be brought to attack Aes Sedai, which they must do to put Rand al'Thor in their hands, and with him all the Aiel. Yet that was done in secret, surrounded by like-minded women. This would be before everyone. Fools and cowards, all of them. Then fight those enemies you can bring yourself to fight, Riala. She bit off every word with as much scorn as she could, but Riala merely nodded, adjusted her shawl with another glance at the spear on Savannah's arm, and returned to her place in the line. Perhaps there was a way to make the other wise ones move first. Better to attack by surprise, but better anything than that they should snatch Rand al'Thor from her very hands. What she would not give for a woman who could channel and would do as she was told without balking. What she would not give to be on a rise where she could see how the battle went. Keeping her spear ready and a wary eye out for wolves, those she could see were either killing men and women in Kadinsor or were dead themselves, she returned to shouting encouragement. To the south, more fire and lightning fell among the Shaido than before, but it made no difference that she could tell. That battle with its explosions of flame and earth and people continued unabated. "Push spears!" she shouted, waving hers. "Push spears!" Among the churning Algaida Siswai she could not make out any of the fools who had tied a bit of red cloth around their temples and named themselves Siswai Aman. Perhaps they were too few to alter the course of events. The knots of wetlanders certainly seemed few and far between. Even as she watched, one was swarmed under, men and horses, by stabbing spears. "Push spears! Push spears!" Exultation filled her voice. If the Aes Sedai called 10,000 wolves, if Sorilea had brought 1,000 wise ones and 100,000 spears, the Shaido would still emerge victorious today. The Shaido and herself. Savannah of the Jumai Shaido would be a name remembered forever. Suddenly a hollow boom sounded amid the roar of battle. It seemed to come from the direction of the Aes Sedai wagons, but nothing told her whether they had caused it or the wise ones. She disliked things she did not understand, yet she was not about to ask Riala or the others and flaunt her ignorance. And her lack of the ability all here had, save her. It counted for nothing among themselves, but another thing she did not like was for others to have power she did not. A flicker of light among the Algaida Siswai, a sense of something turning, caught the corner of her eye, but when she turned to look there was nothing. Again the same thing happened, a flash of light seen on the edge of vision, and again when she looked there was nothing to see. Too many things she did not understand. Shouting encouragement, she eyed the line of Shaido wise ones. Some appeared bedraggled, headscarves gone and long hair hanging loose, skirts and blouses covered with dirt or even singed. At least a dozen lay stretched out in a row, groaning, and 7 more were still, shawls laid over their faces. It was those on their feet that interested her. Riala and Alaris, with her rare black hair all awry. Somarin, who had taken to wearing her blouse unlaced to show even more generous cleavage than Savannah herself, and Mera, with her long face yet more grim than usual. Stout Tion and skinny Belinda, and Modara, as tall as most men. One of them should have told her if they did something new. The secret of Dessain bound them to her. Even for a wise one, revelation of that would lead to a lifetime of pain, and worse, shame. Trying to meet To, if the one revealed was not simply driven naked into the wilderness to live or die as she could, likely to be killed like a beast by any who found her. Even so, Savannah was sure they took as much delight as the rest in concealing things from her, the things that wise ones learned during their apprenticeships and in the journeys to Rhuidean. Something would have to be done about that, but later. She would not display weakness by asking what they did now. Turning back to the battle, she found the balance changing, and in her favor it appeared. To the south, fireballs and lightning bolts plummeted as heavily as ever, but not in front of her, and it seemed not to the west or north either. What struck toward the wagons still failed to reach the ground more often than not, yet there was a definite slackening of the Aes Sedai's efforts. They had been forced onto the defensive. She was winning. Even as the thought flushed through her like pure heat, the Aes Sedai went silent. Only to the south did fire and lightning still fall among the Algaida Siswai. She opened her mouth to shout victory, and another realization silenced her. Fire and lightning stormed down toward the wagons, stormed down and crashed against some unseen obstruction. Smoke from burning wagons was beginning to outline the shape of a dome as it streamed up and finally billowed from a hole in the top of the invisible enclosure. Savannah whirled to confront the line of wise ones, her face such that several flinched back from her, and maybe from the spear in her hand. She knew she looked ready to use it. She was ready. "Why have you let them do this?" she raged. "Why? You were to obstruct whatever they did, not allow them to make more walls." Tian looked ready to empty her stomach, but she planted her fists on broad hips and faced Savannah directly. "It was not the Aes Sedai." "Not the Aes Sedai?" Savannah spat. "Then who? The other wise ones? I told you we must attack them." "It was not women," Riala said, her voice faltering. "It was not." Face pale, she swallowed. Savannah turned slowly to stare at the dome, only then remembering to breathe again. Something had risen through the hole where the smoke gushed out. One of the Wetlander banners. The smoke was not enough to obscure it completely. Crimson, with a disk half white and half black, the colors divided by a sinuous line, just like the piece of cloth the Siswai Aman wore. Rand al'Thor's banner. Could he possibly be strong enough to have broken free, overwhelmed all the Aes Sedai, and raised that? It had to be. The storm still battered at the dome, but Savannah heard murmurs behind her. The other women were thinking of retreat. Not her. She'd always known that the easiest path to power lay through conquering men who already possessed it, and even as a child she was sure she had been born with the weapons to conquer them. Suladrik, clan chief of the Shaido, fell to her at 16, and when he died, she chose out those most likely to succeed. Muradin and Kuladin each believed he alone had captured her interest, and when Muradin failed to return from Roidian, as so many men did, one smile convinced Kuladin that he had overwhelmed her. But the power of a clan chief paled beside that of the Karakarn, and even that was nothing beside what she saw before her. She shivered as if she had just seen the most beautiful man imaginable in the sweat tent. When Rand al'Thor was hers, she would conquer the whole world. "Press harder," she commanded. "Harder! We will humble these Aes Sedai for Dessain." And she would have Rand al'Thor. Abruptly there was a roar from the front of the battle, men shouting, screaming. She cursed that she could not see what was happening. Again she shouted for the wise ones to press harder, but if anything it seemed the fall of flame and lightning against the dome lessened, and then there was something she could see. Close to the wagons, Kadinsor-clad figures and earth erupted into the air with a thunderous crash, not in one place, but in a long line. Again the ground exploded, and again, each time a little farther from the encircled wagons. Not a line, but a solid ring of exploding ground and men and maidens that she had no doubt ran all the way around the wagons. Again and again and again, ever expanding, and suddenly Algai de Siswai were pushing past her, buffeting through the line of wise ones, running. Savannah beat at them with her spear, flailing at heads and shoulders, not caring when the spearhead came away redder than before. "Stand and fight! Stand for the honor of the Shaido!" They rushed by, unheeding. "Have you no honor? Stand and fight!" She stabbed a fleeing maiden in the back, but the rest just trampled over the fallen woman. Abruptly she realized that some of the wise ones were gone, and others picking up the injured. Riala turned to run, and Savannah seized the taller woman's arm, threatening her with the spear. She did not care that Riala could channel. "We must stand! We can still have him!" The other woman's face was a mask of fear. "If we stand, we die, or else we end chained outside Rand al'Thor's tent. Stay and die if you wish, Savannah. I am no stone dog." Ripping her arm free, she sped eastward. For a moment more, Savannah stood there, letting the men and maidens push her this way and that as they streamed by in panic. Then she tossed down the spear and felt her belt pouch, where a small cube of intricately carved stone lay. Well that she had hesitated over throwing that away. She had another cord for her bow yet. Gathering her skirts to bare her legs, she joined in the chaotic flight, but if all the rest fled in terror, she ran with plans whirling through her head. She would have Randall Thor on his knees before her, and the Aes Sedai as well. Alviarin finally left Elida's apartments, as cool and collected as ever on the surface. Inside, she felt wrung out like a damp cloth. She managed to keep her legs steady down the long, curving flights of stairs, marble even in the very heights. Liveried servants bowed and curtsied as they scurried about their tasks, seeing only the keeper in all her Aes Sedai serenity. As she went lower, sisters began to appear, many wearing their shawls, fringed in the colors of their Ajahs, as if to emphasize by formality that they were full sisters. They eyed her as she passed, uneasy often as not. The only one to ignore her was Donella, a dreamy brown sister. She had been part of bringing down Swan Sanche and raising Elida, but lost in her own thoughts. A solitary with no friends, even in her own Ajah, she seemed unaware that she had been shoved aside. Others were all too aware. Berisha, a lean and hard-eyed gray, and Kara, with the fair hair and blue eyes that appeared occasionally among Tyrans, and all the arrogance so common to Greens, went so far as to curtsy. Noreen made as if to, then did not. Big-eyed and nearly as dreamy as Donella at times, and as friendless, she resented Alviarin. If the keeper came from the White, in her eyes it should have been Noreen Dovarna. The courtesy was not required toward the keeper, not from a sister, but no doubt they hoped she might intercede with Elida should that become necessary. The others merely wondered what commands she carried, whether another sister was to be singled out today for some failure in the Amerlin's eyes. Not even Reds went within 5 levels of the Amerlin's new apartments unless summoned, and more than one sister actually hid when Elida came below. The very air seemed heated, thick with a fear that had nothing to do with rebels or men channeling. Several sisters tried to speak, but Alviarin brushed past, barely polite, hardly noticing worry bloom in their eyes when she refused to pause. Elida filled her mind as much as theirs. A woman of many layers, Elida. The first look at her showed a beautiful woman filled with dignified reserve. The second, a woman of steel, stern as a bared blade. She overwhelmed where others persuaded, bludgeoned where others tried diplomacy or the game of houses. Anyone who knew her saw her intelligence, but only after a time did you realize that for all her brains, she saw what she wanted to see, would try to make true what she wanted to be true. Of the two indisputably frightening things about her, the lesser was that she so often succeeded. The greater was her talent for foretelling. So easy to forget that, erratic and infrequent. It had been so long since the last foretelling that the very unpredictability made it strike like a thunderbolt. No one could say when it would come, not even Elida, and no one could say what it would reveal. Now Alviarin almost felt the woman's shadowy presence following and watching. It might be necessary to kill her yet. If so, Elida would not be the first she had killed in secret. Still, she hesitated to take that step without orders, or at least permission. She entered her own apartments with a sense of relief, as though Elida's shade could not cross the threshold. A foolish thought. If Elida had a suspicion of the truth, 1,000 leagues would not keep her from Alviarin's throat. Elida would expect her to be hard at work, personally penning orders for the Amerlin's signature and seal. But which of those orders were actually to be carried out had yet to be decided. Not by Elida, of course, nor by herself. The rooms were smaller than those Elida occupied, though the ceilings reached higher, and a balcony looked over the great square in front of the tower from 100 feet up. Sometimes she went out on the balcony to see Tar Valon spread out before her, the greatest city in the world, filled with countless thousands who were less than pieces on a stone's board. The furnishings were Domani, pale striped wood, inlaid with pearl shell and amber, bright carpets in patterns of flowers and scrolls, brighter tapestries of forest and flowers and grazing deer. They had belonged to the last occupant of these rooms, and if she retained them for any reason beyond not wanting to waste time choosing new, it was to remind herself of the price of failure. Liana Sharif had dabbled in schemes and failed, and now she was cut off from the one power forever, a helpless refugee dependent on charity, doomed to a life of misery until she either ended it or simply put her face to the wall and died. Alviarin had heard of a few stilled women who managed to survive, but she would doubt those stories until she met one. Not that she had the slightest desire to do so. Through the windows she could see the brightness of early afternoon, yet before she was halfway across her sitting room, the light suddenly faded into dim evening. The darkness did not surprise her. She turned and went to her knees immediately. "Great mistress, I live to serve." A tall woman of dark shadow and silver light stood before her. "Messana." "Tell me what happened, child." The voice was crystal chimes. On her knees, Alviarin repeated every word that Elaida had said, though she wondered why it was necessary. In the beginning she had left out unimportant bits, and Messana knew every time, demanded every word, every gesture and facial expression. Plainly she eavesdropped on those meetings. Alviarin had tried to work out the logic of it and failed. Some things did work to logic, though. She had met others of the Chosen, whom fools called the Forsaken. Lanfear had come within the tower, and Grendal, imperious in their strength and knowledge, making it clear without words that Alviarin was far beneath them, a scullery maid to run errands and wriggle with pleasure if she received a kind word. Belal had snatched Alviarin away in the night while she slept. To where, she still did not know. She had awakened back in her own bed, and that had terrified her even more than being in the presence of a man who could channel. To him she was not even a worm, not even a living thing, just a piece in a game to move at his command. First had been Ishamael, years before the others, plucking her out of the hidden mass of the Black Ajah to place her at its head. To each she had knelt, saying that she lived to serve and meaning it, obeying as they commanded, whatever the command. After all, they stood only a step below the great Lord of the Dark himself, and if she wanted the rewards of her service, the immortality it seemed they already possessed, it was well to obey. To each she knelt, and only Messana had appeared with an inhuman face. This cloak of shadow and light must be woven with the one power, but Alviarin could see no weave. She had felt the strength of Lanfear and Grendal, had known from the first instant how much stronger in the power they were than she, but in Messana she sensed nothing, as if the woman could not channel at all. The logic was clear and stunning. Messana hid herself because she might be recognized. She must reside in the tower itself. On the face of it, that seemed impossible, yet nothing else fit. Given that, she must be one of the sisters. Surely she was not among servants, bound to labor and sweat. But who? Too many women had been out of the tower for years before Elaida's summons. Too many had no close friends, or none at all. Messana must be one of those. Alviarin very much wanted to know. Even if she could make no use of it, knowledge was power. "So our Elaida has had a foretelling," Messana chimed, and Alviarin realized with a start that she had reached the end of her recital. Her knees hurt, but she knew better than to rise without permission. A finger of shadow tapped silver lips thoughtfully. Had she seen any sister make that gesture? Strange that she should be so clear and so erratic at the same time. It was always a rare talent, and most who had it spoke so only poets could understand. Usually until it was too late to matter, at least. Everything always became clear then. Alviarin kept silent. None of the Chosen conversed. They commanded or demanded. Interesting predictions. The rebels breaking like a rotten melon, was that part of it? "I'm not certain, great mistress," she said slowly, "had it been?" But Messana only shrugged. "Either it is or it is not, and either way can be used." "She is dangerous, great mistress. Her talent could reveal what should not be revealed. Crystalline laughter answered her. Such as? You? Your Black Ajah sisters? Or perhaps you think to safeguard me? You are a good girl sometimes, child. That silvery voice was amused. Alviarin felt her face heat, and hoped that Messana read the shame, not the anger. Do you suggest that our Elida should be disposed of, child? Not yet, I think. She has her uses still, at least until young Althor reaches us, and very likely after. Write out her orders and see to them. Watching her play her little games is certainly amusing. You children almost match the Ajah at times. Will she succeed in having the King of Ilion and the Queen of Saldeia kidnapped? You Aes Sedai used to do that, didn't you? But not for, 2,000 years? Who will she try to put on the throne of Cairhien? Will the offer of being king in Tyr overcome the High Lord Darlin's dislike of Aes Sedai? Will our Elida choke on her own frustration first? A pity she resists the idea of a larger army. I'd have thought her ambitions would leave at that. The interview was coming to a close. They never lasted longer than for Alviarin to report and be given her own orders, but she had a question yet to ask. The Black Tower, Great Mistress. Alviarin wet her lips. She had learned much since Ishamael appeared to her, not least that the Chosen were neither omnipotent nor all-knowing. She had risen because Ishamael killed her predecessor in his wrath at discovering what Jarna Malari had begun, yet it had not ended for another 2 years, after the death of another Amyrlin. She often wondered whether Elida had had any hand in the death of that one, Sirin Vayu. Certainly the Black Ajah had not. Jarna had had Tamra Ospenya, the Amyrlin before Sirin, squeezed like a bunch of grapes, obtaining little juice, as it turned out, and made her appear to have died in her sleep. But Alviarin and the other 12 sisters of the Great Council had paid in pain before they could convince Ishamael they had no responsibility for it. The Chosen were not all-powerful, and they did not know everything, yet sometimes they knew what no one else did. Asking could be dangerous, though. Why was the most dangerous? The Chosen never liked to be asked why. Is it safe to send 50 sisters to deal with them, Great Mistress? Eyes glowing like twin full moons regarded her in silence, and a chill slid up Alviarin's spine. Jarna's fate flashed into her mind. Publicly gray, Jarna had never shown any interest in the ter'angreal no one knew a use for, until the day she became snared in one untried for centuries. How to activate it remained a mystery still. For 10 days no one could reach her, only listen to her throat-wrenching shrieks. Most of the tower thought Jarna a model of virtue. When what could be recovered was buried, every sister in Tar Valon and everyone who could reach the city in time attended the funeral. You have curiosity, child, Messana said finally. That can be an asset, properly directed. Wrongly directed. The threat hung in the air like a gleaming dagger. I will direct it as you command, Great Mistress, Alviarin breathed hoarsely. Her mouth was dry as dust. Only as you command. But she would still see that no black sisters went with Tovann. Messana moved, looming over her so she had to crane her neck to look up at that face of light and shadow, and suddenly she wondered whether the Chosen knew her thoughts. If you would serve me, child, then you must serve and obey me. Not Semirhage or Demandred, not Graendal or anyone else, only me. And the Great Lord, of course, but me above all save him. I live to serve you, Great Mistress. That came out in a croak, but she managed to emphasize the added word. For a long moment silvery eyes stared down at her, unblinking. Then Messana said, Good. I will teach you then. But remember that a pupil is not a teacher. I choose who learns what, and I decide when they can make use of it. Should I find you have passed on the smallest scrap, or used even a hair of it without my direction, I will extinguish you. Alviarin worked moisture back into her mouth. There was no anger in those chimes, only certainty. I live to serve you, Great Mistress. I live to obey you, great mistress." She had just learned something about the Chosen that she could hardly credit. Knowledge was power. "You have a little strength, child. Not much, but enough." A weave appeared seemingly from nowhere. "This," Messana chimed, "is called a gateway."
Pedron Nile grunted as Morghese placed a white stone on the board with a smile of triumph. Lesser players might set 24 more stones each yet, but he could see the inevitable course now, and so could she. In the beginning, the golden-haired woman seated on the other side of the small table had played to lose, to make the game close enough to be interesting for him, but it had not taken her long to learn that that led to obliteration. Not to mention that he was clever enough to see through the subterfuge and would not tolerate it. Now she plied all her skill and managed to win nearly half their games. No one had beaten him so often in a good many years. "The game is yours," he told her, and the Queen of Andor nodded. Well, she would be queen again. He would see to that. In green silk, with a high lace collar brushing her chin, she looked every inch a queen despite the sheen of perspiration on her smooth cheeks. She hardly appeared old enough to have a daughter Elaine's age, though, much less a son Gawain's. "You did not realize I saw the trap you were laying from your 31st stone, Lord Nile, and you took my feint from the 43rd stone to be my real attack." Excitement sparkled in her blue eyes. Morghese liked to win. She liked playing to win. It was all meant to lull him, of course, the playing at stones, the politeness. Morghese knew she was a prisoner in the Fortress of the Light in all but name, albeit a luxuriously pampered prisoner, and a secret one. He had allowed stories of her presence to spread, but issued no proclamations. Andor had too strong a history of opposing the Children of the Light. He would announce nothing until legions moved into Andor, with her their figurehead. Morghese certainly knew that as well. Very probably she also knew he was aware of her attempts to soften him. The treaty she had signed gave the children rights in Andor they had never possessed anywhere except in Amadisia, and he expected that she already planned how to lighten his hand on her land, how to remove his hand altogether as soon as she could. She had only signed because he backed her into a corner. Yet confined in that corner, she fought on as skillfully as she maneuvered on a stone's board. For one so beautiful, she was a tough woman. No, she was tough, and that was that. She did let herself be caught up in the pure pleasure of the game, but he could not count that a fault when it gave him so many pleasant moments. Had he been even 20 years younger, he might have played more to her true game. Long years as a widower stretched behind him, and the Lord Captain Commander of the Children of the Light had little time for pleasantries with women, little time for anything except being Lord Captain Commander. Had he been 20 years younger, well, 25, and she not trained by the Tarvalin witches. It was easy to forget that, in her presence. The White Tower was a sink of iniquity and the shadow, and she touched deeply by it. Radam Asunawa, the High Inquisitor, would have tried her for her months in the White Tower and hanged her without delay, had Nile allowed it. He sighed regretfully. Morghese kept her victorious smile, but those big eyes studied his face with an intelligence she could not hide. He filled her goblet, and his own, with wine from the silver pitcher sitting in a bowl of cool water that had been ice a little while ago. "My Lord Nile." The hesitation was just right, the slim hand half stretched across the table toward him, the added respect in how she addressed him. Once she had called him simply Nile, with more contempt than she would have handed a drunken groom. The hesitation would have been just right had he not had the measure of her. "My Lord Nile, surely you can order Galad to Amador so I may see him? Just for a day." "I regret," he replied smoothly, "that Galad's duties keep him in the north. You should be proud. He is one of the best young officers among the children." Her stepson was a lever to use on her at need, one best used now by keeping him away. The young man was a good officer, perhaps the best to join the children in Niall's time, and there was no need to put strains on his oath by letting him know his mother was here, and a guest only by courtesy. No more than a slight tightening of her mouth, quickly gone, betrayed her disappointment. This was not the first time she had made that request, nor would it be the last. Morgay Strachan did not surrender just because it was plain she was beaten. "As you say, my Lord Niall," she said so meekly that he nearly choked on his wine. Submissiveness was a new tactic, one she must have worked up with difficulty. "It is just a mother's—"
"My Lord Captain Commander,"
a deep, resonant voice broke in from the doorway.
"I fear I have important news that cannot wait, my lord."
Abdul O'Myrna stood tall in the white and gold tabard of a Lord Captain of the Children of the Light, bold face framed by wings of white at his temples, dark eyes deep and thoughtful. From head to toe he was fearless and commanding, and a fool, though that was not apparent at a glance. Morgaze drew in on herself at the sight of O'Myrna, so small a motion most men would not have noticed. She believed him spy-master for the children, as everyone did. A man to be feared almost as much as Asunawa, perhaps more. Even O'Myrna himself did not know he was but a decoy to keep eyes away from the true master of spies, a man known only to Niall himself. Seban Balwer, Niall's dry little stick of a secretary. Yet, decoy or not, something useful did pass through O'Myrna's hands on occasion. On rare occasions, something dire. Niall had no doubts what the man had brought. Nothing else except Randolph Thor at the gates would have sent him barging in this way. The light said it was all a rug merchant's madness. "I fear our gaming is done for this morning," Niall told Morgaze, standing. He offered her a slight bow as she rose, and she acknowledged it by inclining her head. "Until this evening, perhaps?" Her voice still held that almost docile tone. "That is, if you will dine with me." Niall accepted, of course. He did not know where she was leading with this new tactic, not where an oaf might suppose, he was sure, but it would be amusing to find out. The woman was full of surprises. Such a pity she was trained by the witches. O'Myrna advanced as far as the great sun flare of gold set in the floor that had been worn by feet and knees over centuries. It was a plain room aside from that, and the captured banners that lined the walls high beneath the ceiling, age-tattered and worn. O'Myrna watched her skirt around him without really acknowledging his presence, and when the door closed behind her, he said,
"I have not yet found Elaine or Gawain, my lord."
"Is that your important news?" Niall demanded irritably. Bulwer reported Morgaze's daughter in Ebu Dar, still mired to her neck with the witches. Orders concerning her had already been sent to Jakim Karadin. Her other son still toiled with the witches as well, it seemed, in Tarvalin, where even Bulwer possessed few eyes and ears. Niall took a long swallow of cool wine. His bones felt old and brittle and cold of late, yet the shadow-spawned heat made his skin sweat enough and dried his mouth. O'Myrna gave a start.
No, my lord."
He fumbled in a pocket of his white undercoat and pulled out a tiny bone cylinder with 3 red stripes running its length.
"You wanted this brought as soon as the pigeon arrived in the—"
He cut off as Niall snatched the tube. This was what he had been waiting for. The reason a legion was not already on its way to Andor, with Morgaze riding at its head, if not leading. If it was not all Varadin's madness, the ravings of a man unbalanced by watching Tarabun collapse into anarchy, Andor would have to wait. Andor and maybe more.
I have confirmation that the White Tower truly has broken," O'Myrna went on. The Black Ajah has seized Tarvalin."
No wonder he sounded nervous, speaking heresy. There was no Black Ajah. All of the witches were dark friends. Niall ignored him and broke the wax sealing the tube with his thumbnail. He had used Bulwer to start those rumors, and now they came back to him. O'Myrna believed every rumor his ears caught, and his ears caught them all.
And there are reports that the witches are conferring with the false dragon Althor, my lord.
Of course the witches were conferring with him. He was their creation, their puppet. Niall shut out the fool's blather and moved back to the gaming table while he drew a slim roll of paper from the tube. He never let anyone know more of these messages than that they existed, and few knew that much. His hands trembled as they unrolled the thin paper. His hands had not trembled since he was a boy facing his first battle, more than 70 years ago. Those hands seemed little more than bone and sinew now, but they still possessed enough strength for what he had to do. The writing was not that of Varadin, but of Phasar, sent to Tarabin for a different purpose. Niall's stomach twisted into a knot as he read. It was in clear language, not Varadin's cipher. Varadin's reports had been the work of a man on the brink of madness, if not over. Yet Phasar confirmed the worst of it and more, much more. Althor was a rabid beast, a destroyer who must be stopped. But now a second mad animal had appeared, one that might be even more dangerous than the Tarvalin witches with their tame false dragon. But how under the light could he fight both?
It seems that Queen Tenobia has left Saldaea, my lord, and the dragon sworn are burning and killing across Altara and Murindi. I have heard the Horn of Valir has been found, in Kandor.
Still half distracted, Niall looked up to find O'Myrna at his side, licking his lips and wiping sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. No doubt he hoped for a glance at what was in the message. Well, everyone would know soon enough. "It seems one of your wilder fancies wasn't so wild after all," Niall said. And that was when he felt the knife go in under his ribs. Shock froze him long enough for O'Myrna to pull the dagger free and plunge it in again. Other Lord Captain Commanders had died this way before him, yet he had never thought it would be O'Myrna. He tried to grapple with his killer, but there was no force in his arms. He hung on to O'Myrna with the man supporting him, the pair of them eye to eye. O'Myrna's face was red. He looked ready to weep.
"It had to be done. It had to be. You let the witches sit there in Solidar, unhindered, and—"
As if suddenly realizing that he had his arms around the man he was murdering, he pushed Niall away. Strength had gone from Niall's legs now as well as his arms. He fell heavily against the gaming table, turning it over. Blackened white stones scattered across the polished wooden floor around him. The silver pitcher bounced and splashed wine. The cold in his bones was leaching out into the rest of him. He was not certain whether time had slowed for him, or everything really did happen so quickly. Boots thudded across the floor, and he lifted his head wearily to see O'Myrna gaping and wide-eyed, backing away from Eamon Valda. Every bit as much the picture of a Lord Captain as O'Myrna in his white and gold tabard and white undercoat. Valda was not so tall, not so plainly commanding, but the dark man's face was hard, as ever, and he had a sword in his hands, the heron-marked blade he prized so highly.
"Treason!"
Valda bellowed, and drove the sword through O'Myrna's chest. Niall would have laughed if he could. Breath came hard, and he could hear it bubbling in the blood in his throat. He had never liked Valda. In fact, he despised the man, but someone had to know. His eyes shifted from the slip of paper from Tanchico, lying not far from his hand. It might be missed there, but not if his corpse clutched it. And that message had to be read. His hand seemed to crawl across the floorboards so slowly, brushing the paper, pushing at it as he fumbled to take hold. His vision was growing misty. He tried to force himself to see. He had to. The fog was thicker. Part of him tried to shake that thought. There was no fog. The fog was thicker, and there was an enemy out there, unseen, hidden, as dangerous as Althor or more. The message. What? What message? It was time to mount and outsword. Time for one last attack. By the light, win or die, he was coming. He tried to snarl. Valda wiped his blade on Amyrna's tabard, then suddenly realized the old wolf still breathed, a rasping, bubbling sound. Grimacing, he bent to make an end, and a gaunt, long-fingered hand caught his arm. "Would you be Lord Captain Commander now, my son?" Asunawa's emaciated face belonged on a martyr, yet his dark eyes burned with a fervor to unnerve even those who did not know who he was. "You may well be, after I attest that you killed Patron Niles' assassin, but not if I must say that you ripped open Niles' throat as well." Baring teeth in what could pass for a smile, Valda straightened. Asunawa had a love of truth, a strange love. He could tie it into knots, or hang it up and flay it while it screamed, but so far as Valda knew, he never actually lied. A look at Niles' glazed eyes and the pool of blood spreading beneath him satisfied Valda. The old man was dying. "May, Asunawa?" The High Inquisitor's gaze burned hotter as Asunawa stepped back, moving the snowy cloak away from Niles' blood. Even a Lord Captain was not supposed to be that familiar. "I said may, my son. You have been oddly reluctant to agree that the witch Morghese must be given to the Hand of the Light. Unless you give that assurance—" "Morghese is needed yet." Breaking in gave Valda considerable pleasure. He did not like questioners, the Hand of the Light as they called themselves. Who could like men who never met an enemy not disarmed and in chains? They held themselves apart from the children, separate. Asunawa's cloak bore only the scarlet shepherd's crook of the questioners, not the flaring golden sun of the children that graced his own tabard. Worse, they seemed to think their work with racks and hot irons was the only true work of the children. "Morghese gives us Andor, so you cannot have her before we have it. And we cannot take Andor until the Prophet's mobs are crushed." The Prophet had to be first, preaching the coming of the Dragon Reborn, his mobs burning villages too slow to proclaim for Althor. Niles' chest barely moved now. "Unless you want to trade Amadisia for Andor instead of holding both. I mean to see Althor hung and the White Tower ground to dust, Asunawa. And I did not go along with your plan just to see you toss it all on the midden." Asunawa was not taken aback. He was no coward. Not here, with hundreds of questioners in the fortress and most of the children wary of putting a foot wrong around them. He ignored the sword in Valda's hands, and that martyr's face took on a look of sadness. His sweat seemed to be tears of regret. "In that case, since Lord Captain Convila believes that the law must be obeyed, I fear Convila agrees with me, Asunawa." Since dawn, he did, since he realized that Valda had brought half a legion into the fortress. Convila was no fool. "The question is not whether I will be Lord Captain Commander when the sun sets today, but who will guide the Hand of the Light in its digging for truth." No coward, Asunawa, and even less a fool than Convila. He neither flinched nor demanded how Valda thought to bring this about. "I see," he said after a moment, and then mildly, "Do you mean to flout the law entirely, my son?" Valda almost laughed. "You can examine Morghese, but she is not to be put to the question. You can have her for that when I am done with her." Which might take a little time. Finding a replacement for the Lion Throne, one who understood her proper relationship to the children, as King Ailron did here, would not happen overnight. Perhaps Asunawa understood, and perhaps not. He opened his mouth, and there was a gasp from the doorway. Niles' pinch-faced secretary stood there, purse-mouthed and knobby, narrow eyes trying to stare at everything except the bodies stretched out on the floor. "A sad day, Master Balwer," Asunawa intoned, his voice sorrowful iron. "The traitor Omerna has slain our Lord Captain Commander Pedron Nile. The light illumine his soul." Not an advance on the truth. Niles' chest no longer moved, and killing him had been treason. Lord Captain Valda entered too late to save him, but he did slay Omerna in the full depth of his sin. Bulwer gave a start and began dry-washing his hands. The bird-like fellow made Valda itch. "Since you are here, Bulwer, you may as well be useful." He disliked useless people, and the scribbler was the very form of uselessness. "Carry this message to each Lord Captain in the fortress. Tell them the Lord Captain Commander has been murdered, and I call for a meeting of the Council of the Anointed." His first act on being named Lord Captain Commander would be to boot the dried-up little man out of the fortress, boot him so far he bounced twice, and choose a secretary who did not twitch. "Whether Omerna was bought by the witches or the prophet, I mean to see Pedron Nile avenged." "As you say, my lord." Bulwer's voice was dry and narrow. "It shall be as you say." He apparently found himself able to look on Nile's body at last. As he bowed himself out jerkily, he hardly looked at anything else. "So it seems you will be our next Lord Captain Commander after all," Asinawa said once Bulwer was gone. "So it seems," Valda answered dryly. A tiny slip of paper lay next to Nile's outstretched hand, the sort used in sending messages by pigeon. Valda bent and picked it up, then exhaled in disgust. The paper had been sitting in a puddle of wine. Whatever had been written on it was lost, the ink a blur. "And the hand will have more gaze when your need for her is done." That was not in the slightest a question. "I will hand her to you myself." Perhaps a little something might be arranged to sate Asinawa's appetite for a while. It might make sure Morghese remained amenable, too. Valda dropped a bit of rubbish on Nile's corpse. The old wolf had lost his cunning and his nerve with age, and now it would be up to Emond Valda to bring the witches and their false dragon to heel. Flat on his belly on a rise, Gawain surveyed disaster beneath the afternoon sun. Dumai's Wells lay miles to the south now, across rolling plain and low hills, but he could still see the smoke from burning wagons. What had happened there, after he led what he could gather of the younglings in breaking out, he did not know. Althor had seemed well in charge, Althor and those black-coated men who appeared to be channeling, taking down Aes Sedai and Aiel alike. It had been the realization that sisters were fleeing that told him it was time to go. He wished he could have killed Althor. For his mother, dead by the man's doing. Egwene denied it, but she had no proof. For his sister, if Min had spoken the truth, he should have made her leave the camp with him, whatever she wanted. There was too much he should have done differently today. If Min was right, and Elaine loved Althor, then that dreadful fate was reason enough to kill. Maybe the Aiel had done the work for him. He doubted it, though. With a sour laugh, he raised the tube of his looking-glass. One of the golden bands bore an inscription, "From Morghese, Queen of Andor, to her beloved son Gawain. May he be a living sword for his sister and Andor." Bitter words now. There was not much to see beyond sere grass and small scattered clumps of trees. The wind still gusted, raising waves of dust. Occasionally a flash of movement in a crease between squat ridges spoke of men on the move. Aiel, he was sure. They blended with the land too well to be green-coated younglings. The light said that more had escaped than those he had brought out. He was a fool. He should have killed Althor. He had to kill him. But he could not. Not because the man was the dragon reborn, but because he had promised Egwene not to raise a hand against Althor. As a lowly accepted, she had vanished from Cairhien, leaving Gawain only a letter that he had read and reread until the paper was ready to tear along the folds. And he would not be surprised to learn she had gone to aid Althor in some way. He could not break his word, least of all to the woman he loved. Never his word to her, whatever the cost to himself. He hoped she would accept the compromise he had made with his honor. He had raised not a hand to harm, but none to help either. The light said she never asked that of him. It was said that love addled men's brains, and he was the proof. Suddenly he pressed the looking-glass to his eye as a woman galloped a tall black horse into the open. He could not make out her face, but no servant would be wearing a dress divided for riding. So at least one Aes Sedai had managed to escape. If sisters had made it out of the trap alive, maybe more of the younglings had too. With luck, he could find them before they were killed in small groups by the Aiel. First, there was the matter of this sister, though. In many ways, he would rather have gone on without her, but leaving her alone, maybe to take an arrow she never saw coming, was not an option he could allow himself. As he started to rise and wave to her, though, the horse stumbled and fell, pitching her over its head. He cursed. Then again, when the looking-glass showed him an arrow standing up from the black's side. Hastily he scanned the hills and bit down on another curse. Maybe 24 veiled Aiel stood on a crest staring toward downed horse and rider, less than 100 paces from the Aes Sedai. Quickly he glanced back. The sister rose unsteadily to her feet. If she kept her wits and used the power, there should be no way a few Aiel could harm her, especially if she took shelter against more arrows behind the fallen horse. Even so, he would feel better when he had gathered her in. Rolling away from the crest to lessen the chances of the Aiel seeing him, he slid down the reverse slope until he could stand. He had brought 581 younglings south, almost everyone who was far enough along in training to leave Tar Valon, but fewer than 200 waited on their horses in the hollow. Before disaster struck at Dumai's Wells, he was certain there had been a plot afoot to see that he and the younglings died without returning to the White Tower. Why, he did not know, nor whether the scheme came from Elaida or Galena, but it had succeeded well enough, if not exactly in the way its devisers had thought. Small wonder that he would have preferred to go on without Aes Sedai, had he any choice. He stopped beside a tall gray gelding with a young rider. Young, as indeed all the younglings were. Many did not need to shave beyond every third day, and a few still only pretended even that. But Jasiah wore the silver tower on his collar, marking him a veteran of the fighting when Siuan Sanche was deposed, and scars beneath his clothes from fighting since. He was one of those who could skip the razor most mornings. His dark eyes belonged to a man 30 years older, though. What did his own eyes look like, Gawyn wondered. Jasiah, we have a sister to pull out of the... The 100 or so Aiel who came trotting over the low rise to the west recoiled in surprise at finding the younglings below, but neither surprise nor the younglings' superior numbers held them back. In a flash they veiled and plunged down the slope, darting in with spears, stabbing at horses as often as riders, working in pairs. Yet if the Aiel knew how to fight men on horseback, the younglings had recently had rough lessons in how to fight Aiel, and slow learners did not live long in their ranks. Some carried slender lances, ending in 1.5 feet of steel with a crossguard to prevent the head penetrating too deeply, and all could use their swords as well as any but a blade master. They fought in 2s and 3s, each man watching another's back, keeping their mounts moving so the Aiel could not hamstring the animals. Only the quickest Aiel managed to get inside those circles of flashing steel. The war-trained horses themselves were weapons, splitting skulls with their hooves, seizing men with their teeth, and shaking them like dogs worrying rats, jaws tearing away half a man's face. The horses screamed as they fought, and men grunted with effort, shouted with the fever that overtook men in battle, the fever that said they were alive and would live to see another sunrise if they had to wade waist-deep in blood. They shouted as they killed, shouted as they died. There seemed little difference. Gawyn had no time to watch or listen, though. The only youngling afoot, he attracted attention. 3 cotton-sore-clad figures dodged through the horsemen, rushing at him with spears ready. Perhaps they thought him easy meat, 3 on 1. He disabused them. His sword left the scabbard smoothly as he flowed from the falcon stoops, to the creeper embraces the oak, to the moon rises over the lakes. 3 times he felt the shock in his wrists of blade meeting flesh, and that quickly 3 veiled Aielmen were down, 2 still moving weakly, but they were out of the fight as much as the other. The next to confront him was a different matter. A lean fellow, overtopping Gowan by a hand, he moved like a snake, spear flickering while his buckler darted and slanted to deflect sword strokes with a force Gowan could feel to his shoulders. The wood-grouse dances became folding the air, became the courier taps his fan, and the Aielman met each of them at the cost of a slash along his ribs, while Gowan took a gash on his thigh that only a quick twist kept from being a stab clean through. They circled one another, oblivious to whatever happened around them. Blood oozed hot down Gowan's leg. The Aielman feinted, hoping to draw him off balance, feinted again. Gowan shifted from stance to stance, sword now high, now low, hoping the man would extend one of those half-thrusts just a little too far. In the end, it was chance that decided matters. The Aielman abruptly stumbled a step, and Gowan ran him through the heart before he even saw the horse that had backed into the man. Once he would have felt regret. He had grown up believing that if two men must fight, the duel should proceed honorably and cleanly. More than half a year of battles and skirmishes had taught him better. He put a foot on the Aielman's chest and wrenched his blade free. Ungallant but fast, and in battle, slow was often dead. Only, when his sword was free, there was no need for speed. Men were down, younglings and Aielman, some groaning, some still, and the rest of the Aiel streaming away to the east, harried by 24 younglings, including some who should know better.
"Hold!"
he shouted. If the idiots allowed themselves to become separated, the Aiel would cut them to dog meat.
"No pursuit! Hold, I said! Hold, burn you!"
The younglings pulled up reluctantly. Jessau reined his gelding around. "They just thought to cut a path through us on the way wherever they're going, my lord." His sword dripped red from half its length. Gowan caught the reins of his own bay stallion and swung into the saddle, not waiting to clean or sheathe his blade. No time to see who was dead, who might live.
"Forget them! That sister is waiting for us. Hal, keep your half-troop to look after the wounded. And watch those Aiel. Just because they are dying doesn't mean they have quit. The rest, follow me!"
Hal saluted with his sword, but Gowan was already digging in his spurs. The skirmish had not lasted long, yet too long, however short. When Gowan reached the crest, only the dead horse was to be seen, its saddlebags turned out. Scanning through his looking-glass revealed not a sign of the sister, the Aiel, or anything else living. All that moved was wind-blown dust, and a dress on the ground near the horse, stirring in the gusts. The woman must have sprinted to be so completely out of sight so quickly. "She can't have gone far, even running," Jessau said. "We can find her if we fan out."
"We'll search after we see to the wounded,"
Gowan replied firmly. He was not about to split up his men with Aiel roaming loose. Only a few hours yet till sunset, and he wanted a tight camp on high ground before then. It might be as well if he did manage to find a sister or two. Someone was going to have to explain this catastrophe to Elaida, and he would as soon it was an Aes Sedai facing her wrath, not him. Turning his bay with a sigh, he rode back down to see what the butcher's bill had been this time. That had been his first real lesson as a soldier. You always had to pay the butcher. He had a feeling there would be bigger bills due soon. The world would forget Dumai's Wells in what was coming. Chapter 1. High Chazaleen. The wheel of time turns, and ages come and pass, leaving memories that become legend. Legend fades to myth, and even myth is long forgotten when the age that gave it birth comes again. In one age, called the Third Age by some, an age yet to come, an age long past, a wind rose in the great forest called Brame Wood. The wind was not the beginning. There are neither beginnings nor endings to the turning of the wheel of time, but it was a beginning. North and east the wind blew, as the searing sun rose higher in a cloudless sky. North and east through parched trees with brown leaves and bare branches, through scattered villages where the air shimmered from the heat. The wind brought no relief, no hint of rain, much less snow. North and east it blew, past an ancient arch of finely worked stone that some said had been a gateway to a great city, and others a monument to some long-forgotten battle. Only weathered, illegible remnants of carving remained on the massive stones, mutely recalling the lost glories of storied Coromanda. A few wagons trundled by in sight of the arch along the Tarvalin road, and folk afoot shielded their eyes from dust raised by hooves and wagon wheels and driven by the wind. Most had no idea where they were going, only that the world seemed to turn somersaults, all order ending where it was not gone already. Fear drove some on, while others were drawn by something they could not quite see and did not understand, and most of them were afraid too. Onward the wind traveled across the gray-green river Aranon, heeling ships that still carried trade north and south, for there had to be trade even in these days, though none could be sure where it was safe to trade. East of the river, the forests began to thin, giving way eventually to low rolling hills covered in brown, tinder-dry grass and dotted sparsely with small clumps of trees. Atop one of those hills stood a circle of wagons, many with the canvas scorched or else completely burned away from the iron hoops. On a makeshift flagstaff, trimmed from a young tree, dead in the drought, and lashed to a bare wagon hoop for more height, waved a crimson banner, a black and white disk in its heart. The Banner of Light, some called it, or Althor's Banner. Others had darker names, and shivered as they spoke them in whispers. The wind shook the banner hard, and was gone quickly, as if glad to be away. Perrin Barra sat on the ground with his broad back against a wagon wheel, wishing the wind lingered. It had been cooler for a moment, and the wind from the south had cleared the scent of death from his nostrils, a scent that reminded him where he was supposed to be, the last place he wanted to be. Much better here, inside the wagon circle, his back to the north, where he could forget after a fashion. The surviving wagons had been hauled up to the hilltop yesterday in the afternoon, once men could find strength to do more than thank the light they still breathed. Now the sun climbed again, and the heat with it. Irritably, he scratched at his short curly beard. The more he sweated, the more it itched. Sweat rolled down the face of every man he could see, except the Aiel, and water lay nearly a mile away to the north now. But so did the horrors and the smells. Most considered it a fair trade. He should have been doing his duty, yet the touch of guilt did not move him. Today was High Chazaline, and back home in the Two Rivers there would be feasting all day and dancing all night. The day of reflection, when you were supposed to remember all the good things in your life, and anyone who voiced a complaint could find a bucket of water upended over his head to wash away bad luck. Not something anybody wanted when the weather was cold, as it should be. A bucket of water would be a pleasure now. For a man lucky to be alive, he found it remarkably hard to pull up any good thoughts. He had learned things about himself yesterday, or maybe it had been this morning, after it was all done. He could sense a few of the wolves still, a handful of those that survived, and were now on their way elsewhere, far from here, far from men. The wolves were still the talk of the camp, uneasy speculation over where they had appeared from and why. A few believed Rand had called them. Most thought the Aes Sedai had. The Aes Sedai did not say what they thought. No blame came from the wolves. What had happened had happened. But he could not match their fatalism. They had come because he called them. Shoulders wide enough to make him seem shorter than he was slumped under the weight of responsibility. Now and then he heard other wolves that had not come speak with scorn to those that had. This was what came of mixing with the Two Legs. Nothing else could be expected. It was a strain to keep his thoughts to himself. He wanted to be home in the Two Rivers. Small chance of that, perhaps ever again. He wanted to howl that the scornful ones were right. He wanted to be with his wife anywhere at all, and everything the way it was before, the chances of which seemed little better, maybe worse. Far more than the yearning for home, more even than the wolves, worry about Fail ate inside him like a ferret trying to burrow out of his middle. She had actually seemed glad to see him leave Cairhien. What was he to do about her? He could not think of words to describe how much he loved his wife and needed her, but she was jealous where she had no cause, hurt where he had done nothing, angry where he could not see why. He must do something, but what? The answer eluded him. Careful thought was all he had, while Faile was flashing quicksilver. The Aiel should put some clothes on them, Aram muttered primly, scowling at the ground. He squatted nearby, patiently holding the reins of a rangy gray gelding. He seldom went far from Perrin. The sword strapped to his back jarred with his green-striped tinker coat, hanging undone for the heat. A rolled kerchief tied around his forehead kept sweat from his eyes. Once Perrin had thought him almost too good-looking for a man. A bleak darkness had settled in him, though, and now he wore a scowl as often as not. "It isn't decent, Lord Perrin." Perrin put aside thoughts of Faile reluctantly. With time, he could puzzle it out. He had to, somehow. "It is their way, Aram." Aram grimaced, as if he might spit. "Well, it isn't a decent way. It keeps them under control, I suppose. Nobody would run far and make trouble like that. But it isn't decent." There were Aiel all over the place, of course. Tall, aloof men in grays and browns and greens, their only bit of color the scarlet strip of cloth tied around their temples, with the black and white disk on their foreheads. Siswayaman, they called themselves. Sometimes that word tickled the edge of his memory like a word he should know. Ask one of the Aielmen, and he looked as if you had babbled nonsense. But then they ignored the strips of cloth, too. No maiden of the spear wore the scarlet headband. Whether white-haired or looking barely old enough to leave her mother, every maiden stalked about giving the Siswayaman challenging stares that seemed somehow self-satisfied, while the men looked back flat-eyed with a smell almost of hunger, a matter of jealousy by the scent of all of them, though over what Perrin could not begin to imagine. Whatever it was not new, and it did not seem likely to come to blows. A few of the wise ones were inside the wagons as well, in bulky skirts and white blouses, wearing their dark shawls in defiance of the heat, glittering bracelets and necklaces of gold and ivory making up for the plainness of the rest of their clothes. Some appeared amused by the maidens and the Siswayaman, and others exasperated. All of them, wise ones, maidens, and Siswayaman, ignored the Shaido the way Perrin would of a stool or a rug. The Aiel had taken 200 or so Shaido prisoners yesterday, men and maidens, not many considering the numbers involved, and they moved about freely, in a manner of speaking. Perrin would have been a lot more comfortable had they been guarded and clothed. Instead, they fetched water and ran errands, naked as the day they were born. With other Aiel, they were meek as mice. Anyone else received a proudly defiant stare for noticing them. Perrin was not the only one who tried not to notice them, and Aram not the only one to mutter. A good many of the Two Rivers men in camp did one or both. A good many of the Cairhienin nearly had apoplexy whenever they saw one of the Shaido. The Mayenners just shook their heads as though it were all a joke, and ogled the women. They had as little shame as the Aiel, the Mayenners. Gaul explained it to me, Aram. You know what a Gaishain is, don't you? About Giotto, and serving a year and a day, and all that? The other man nodded, which was a good thing. Perrin did not know much himself. Gaul's explanations of Aiel ways often left him more confused. Gaul always thought it all self-evident. Well, Gaishain aren't allowed to wear anything one of the Algaid Siswai might wear. That means spear fighters, he added at Aram's questioning frown. Suddenly he realized he was looking straight at one of the Shaido as she trotted in his general direction, a tall young woman, golden-haired and pretty despite a long, thin scar down her cheek and other scars elsewhere. Very pretty, and very naked. Clearing his throat roughly, he pulled his eyes away. He could feel his face heating. Anyway, That is why they are the way they are. Gaishain wear white robes, and they don't have any here. It's just their way. Burn Gaul and burn his explanations, he thought. They could cover them with something. Perrin Golden Eyes, said a woman's voice. Carahwin sends to know whether you wish water. Aram's face went purple, and he jerked himself around in his squat, presenting his back to her. No, thank you. Perrin did not need to look up to know it was the golden-haired Shaido woman. He kept peering off at nothing in another direction. Aiel had a peculiar sense of humor, and maidens of the spear, Carahwin was a maiden, had the most peculiar. They had quickly seen how the Wetlanders reacted to the Shaido. They would have needed to be blind not to. And suddenly Gaishain were being sent to Wetlanders left and right, and Aiel all but rolling on the ground at the blushes and stammers, and even the shouting. He was sure that Carahwin and her friends were watching now. This was at least the 10th time one of the Gaishain women had been sent to ask him whether he wanted water or had a spare whetstone, or some such bloody fool thing. Abruptly, a thought struck him. The Mayenners were seldom bothered this way. A handful of Carianan plainly enjoyed looking, if not so openly as the Mayenners, and some of the older Two Rivers men, who should have known better. The point was, none of them had had a second spurious message that he knew of. Those who reacted the most, on the other hand, Carianan, who had shouted the loudest about indecency, and 2 or 3 of the younger Two Rivers men, who stammered and blushed so hard they looked ready to melt, had been pestered until they fled the wagons entirely. With an effort, Perrin looked up at the Gaishain's face, at her eyes. Focus on her eyes, he thought frantically. They were green and large and not at all meek. Her scent was pure fury. Thank Carahwin for me, and tell her you could oil my spare saddle if she doesn't mind. And I don't have a clean shirt. If she wouldn't mind you doing some laundry. She will not mind, the woman said in a tight voice, then turned and trotted off. Perrin whipped his eyes away, though the image did stay in his head. Light Aram was right, but with luck, he might just have stopped any more visitations. He would have to point this out to Aram and the Two Rivers men. Maybe the Carianan would listen too. What are we going to do about them, Lord Perrin? Still looking away, Aram no longer spoke of Gaishain. That is Rand's to decide, Perrin said slowly, satisfaction fading. It might be odd to think of people wandering about naked as a small problem, but this was definitely a bigger. And one he had been avoiding as hard as he had what lay to the north. On the far side of the wagon circle, nearly 24 women sat on the ground. All well-dressed for travel, many wore silk, most with light linen dust cloaks, but not a bead of sweat showed on any face. 3 appeared young enough that he might have asked them for a dance before he married Fail. If they weren't Aes Sedai, anyway, he thought wryly. Once he had danced with an Aes Sedai and nearly swallowed his tongue when he realized who he swung about. And she had been a friend, if that word applied to Aes Sedai. How new does an Aes Sedai have to be for me to put an age to her? The others looked ageless, of course. Maybe in their 20s, maybe their 40s, changing from one glance to the next, always uncertain. That was what their faces said, though several showed gray in their hair. You just could not tell with Aes Sedai. About anything. At least those are no danger anymore, Aram said, jerking his head toward 3 of the sisters, a little apart from the rest. One wept, face on her knees. The other 2 stared haggardly at nothing, one of them plucking aimlessly at her skirt. They had been much the same since yesterday. At least none was screaming any longer. If Perrin had the straight of it, which he was not sure he did, they had been stilled somehow when Rand broke free. They would never channel the one power again. To Aes Sedai, it was probably better to be dead. He would have expected the other Aes Sedai to comfort them, care for them somehow, but most ignored the 3 entirely, although a little too studied in looking anywhere and everywhere else. For that matter, the Stilled Aes Sedai refused to acknowledge the rest either. In the beginning, at least, a few of the other sisters had approached, each by herself, calm to the eye, yet smelling sharply of aversion and reluctance. But they got nothing for their pains, not word or glance. None had gone near this morning. Perrin shook his head. The Aes Sedai seemed to do a lot of ignoring of what they did not want to admit. For instance, the black-coated men standing over them. There was an Ashaman for each sister, even the 3 who had been stilled, and they never seemed to blink. For their part, the Aes Sedai looked past the Ashaman, or through them. They might as well not have existed. It was quite a trick. He could not make himself disregard the Ashaman, and he was not under their guard. They ranged from fuzz-cheeked boys to gray-haired, balding Gansers, and it was not their grim, high-collared black coats or the sword each wore at his hip that made them dangerous. Every Ashaman could channel, and somehow they were keeping the Aes Sedai from channeling. Men who could wield the one power, a thing of nightmares. Rand could, of course, but he was Rand, and the Dragon Reborn besides. These fellows made Perrin's hackles rise. The captive Aes Sedai's surviving warders sat some distance off, under their own guard. 30 or so of Lord Dobrain's armsmen in bell-shaped Cairhienin helmets, and as many Mayenner winged guards in red breastplates, each sharp-eyed as if guarding leopards. A good attitude under the circumstances. More warders than there were Aes Sedai. A number of the prisoners were Green Ajah, apparently. More guards than warders, a good many more, and maybe few enough at that. "The lights send we don't see any more grief from that lot," Perrin muttered. Twice during the night the warders had tried to break free. In truth, those outbreaks had been suppressed more by the Ashaman than by the Cairhienin or Mayenners, and they had not been gentle. None of the warders had been killed, but at least a dozen nursed broken bones none of the sisters had yet been allowed to heal. "If the Lord Dragon cannot make the decision," Aram said quietly, "maybe it should be made by somebody else, to protect him." Perrin gave him a sidelong look. "What decision?" "The sisters told them not to make another attempt, and they'll obey their Aes Sedai." Broken bones or no, unarmed as they were, hands tied behind their backs, the warders still looked like a wolf pack awaiting the lead wolf's command to attack. None would rest easy until his Aes Sedai was free, maybe until all of the sisters were free. Aes Sedai and warders. A stack of well-aged oak ready for a flame. But even warders and Aes Sedai had proved no match for Ashaman. "I did not mean the warders." Aram hesitated, then shuffled closer to Perrin and lowered his voice further, to a hoarse whisper. "The Aes Sedai kidnapped the Lord Dragon. He can't trust them, not ever. But he won't do what he has to, either. If they died before he knew it..." "What are you saying?" Perrin almost choked as he sat bolt upright. Not for the first time he wondered whether there was any tinker left in the other man. "They're helpless, Aram. Helpless women." "They are Aes Sedai." Dark eyes met Perrin's golden stare levelly. "They cannot be trusted, and they cannot be turned loose. How long can Aes Sedai be held against their will? They've been doing what they do far longer than the Ashaman. They must know more. They're a danger to the Lord Dragon and to you, Lord Perrin. I have seen them look at you." Across the wagon circle, the sisters were talking among themselves in whispers even Perrin could not hear, mouths held close to ears. Now and again one did look at him and Aram. At him, not Aram. He had caught a double handful of names: Nesun Behara, Arian Barolios, and Katarine Alrudden, Coirin Saildane, Sareen Nemdal, and Elza Penfell, Janine Pavlara, Beldine Nairam, Merith Riven. Those last were the young sisters, but young or ageless. They watched him with faces so serene, it seemed they had the upper hand despite the Ashaman. Defeating Aes Sedai was not easy. Making them admit defeat lay on the far side of impossible. He forced his hands to unknot and rest on his knees. giving an appearance of calm he was nowhere near feeling. They knew he was ta'veren, one of those few the pattern would shape itself around for a time. Worse, they knew he was tied to Rand in some way nobody understood, least of all himself or Rand. Or Mat. Mat was in that tangle too, another ta'veren, though neither of them as strongly as Rand. Given half a chance, those women would have him and Mat inside the White Tower as fast as they would Rand, tethered like goats until the lion came. And they had kidnapped Rand, mistreated him. Aram was right about one thing. They could not be trusted. But what Aram suggested, he would not, could not, countenance such a thing. The thought made him queasy. "I'll hear no more of that," he growled. The one-time tinker opened his mouth, but Perrin cut him off. "Not a word, Aram, do you hear me? Not one word." "As my Lord Perrin commands," Aram muttered, inclining his head. Perrin wished he could see the man's face. There was no anger in the smell of him, no resentment. That was the worst of it. There had been no anger sent even when Aram suggested murder. A pair of Two Rivers men climbed up on the wheels of the next wagon, peering across the wagon bed and down the hill toward the north. Each wore a bristling quiver on his right hip and a stout, long-bladed knife, almost a short sword, on his left. A good 300 men from home had followed Perrin here. He cursed the first to call him Lord Perrin, cursed the day he had stopped trying to quash it. Even with the rumors and noises usual in a camp this size, he had no trouble hearing the pair. Todd Alcar, a year younger than Perrin, let out a long breath as if seeing what lay below for the first time. Perrin could almost sense the lanky man's lantern jaw working. Todd's mother had willingly let him go, only for the honor of her son following Perrin Golden Eyes. "A famous victory," Todd said finally. "That's what we won. Wasn't it, Jondin?" Grizzled Jondin Barron, gnarled as an oak root, was one of the few older men among the 300. A better bow shot than anyone in the Two Rivers except Master Althor, and a better hunter than anyone at all, he was one of the Two Rivers' less distinguished residents. Jondin had not worked a day more than he had to since he was old enough to leave his father's farm. The forests and the hunt were all he cared about, that and drinking too much at feast days. Now he spat loudly. "If you say so, boy. Was those bloody Ashaman wanted anyway? And welcome to it, I say. Too bad they don't take it and go someplace else to celebrate." "They aren't so bad," Todd protested. "I wouldn't mind being one myself." That sounded more boast and bluff than truth. Smelled it, too. Without looking, Perrin was sure he was licking his lips. Likely Todd's mother had used tales of men who could channel to frighten him not so many years ago. "I mean to say Rand. That is, the Dragon Reborn." It still sounds odd, doesn't it? Rand al'Thor being the Dragon Reborn and all? Todd laughed, a short, uneasy sound. "Well, he can channel, and it doesn't seem so... He doesn't... I mean..." He swallowed loudly. "Besides, what could we have done about all those Aes Sedai without them?" That came out in a whisper. He smelled afraid now. "Jondin, what are we going to do? I mean, Aes Sedai prisoners?" The older man spat again, louder than before. He did not bother to lower his voice either. Jondin always said what he thought, no matter who heard, another reason for his bad repute. "Better for us if they'd all died yesterday, boy. We'll pay for that before it's done. Mark me, we'll pay large." Perrin shut out the rest, no easy task with his ears. First Aram, and now Jondin and Todd, if not so directly. Burn Jondin. No, the man might make Mat look industrious, but if he spoke it, others thought it. No Two Rivers man would willingly harm a woman, but who else wished the Aes Sedai prisoners dead? And who might try to achieve the wish? He scanned the wagon circle uneasily. The thought that he might have to protect the Aes Sedai prisoners was not pleasant, but he did not shirk it. He had little fondness for any Aes Sedai, least of all for these. but he had grown up in the unspoken certainty that a man would put himself at risk to protect a woman as far as she allowed. Whether he liked her or even knew her was beside the point. True, an Aes Sedai could tie any man she chose into a knot 9 ways from next feast day, but cut off from the power, they became like anyone else. That was the struggle whenever he looked at them. 24 Aes Sedai. 24 women who might not know how to defend themselves without the power. For a bit he studied the Ashaman guards, everyone wearing a face like grim death, except the 3 overseeing the stilled women. They tried to appear as somber as the rest, but under the attempt lay something else. Satisfaction, maybe. If only he was close enough to catch a scent of them. Any Aes Sedai was a threat to the Ashaman. Perhaps the reverse was true, too. Perhaps they would only still them. From the little he had picked up, stilling an Aes Sedai amounted to a killing that just took a few years for the corpse to lie down. Whatever the case, he decided reluctantly he had to leave the Ashaman to Rand. They spoke only to each other and the prisoners, and Perrin doubted they would listen to anyone but Rand. The question was, what would Rand say? And what could Perrin do if he said the wrong thing? Putting that problem aside, he scratched his beard with one finger. The Cairhienin were too nervous about Aes Sedai to consider harming them, and the Mayenners too respectful, but he would keep an eye on them anyway. Who would have thought Jondon would go as far as he had? Among the Cairhienin or Mayenners he possessed some influence, though it would surely vanish if they once thought. He was really just a blacksmith, after all. That left the Aiel. Perrin sighed. He was not certain how much influence even Rand truly had with the Aiel. It was difficult picking out individual scents with so many people around, but he had grown used to telling as much by smells as by what his eyes told him. The Siswayaman who came close enough smelled calm but alert, a smooth, strong scent. They hardly appeared to notice the Aes Sedai. The maiden's aromas were spiky with suppressed fury, and grew spikier when they looked at the prisoners. And the wise ones? Every wise one who had come here from Cairhien was able to channel, though none had the ageless face. He supposed they used the one power too seldom. Still, smooth-cheeked like Adara, or as leathery-faced as white-haired Sorilea, they carried themselves with a self-possession easily matching the Aes Sedai's. Graceful women for the most part, most of them tall, as nearly all Aiel were, they seemed to ignore the sisters completely. Soralea's eyes passed across the prisoners without pausing, and she went right on talking softly to Adara and another wise one, a lean, yellow-haired woman he did not know by name. If only he could make out what they were saying. They walked by, not a line changing on those 3 unruffled faces, but their scents were another matter. When Soralea's gaze swept over the Aes Sedai, the smell of her went cold and distant, grim and purposeful, and as she spoke to the other 2, their scents changed to match hers. "A fine bloody stew," he growled. "Trouble?" Aram asked, sitting up straighter on his heels, right hand poised to dart for the wolf-head-pommeled sword hilt jutting above his shoulder. He had become very good with that sword in a very short time, and he was never loath to use it. "There's no trouble, Aram." That was not quite a lie. Jolted out of his glum brooding, Perrin really looked at the others for the first time. At all of them together. He did not like what he saw, and the Aes Sedai were only part. Cairhienin and Mayenners watched Aiel suspiciously, which was no more than the Aiel's returned suspicion, especially toward the Cairhienin. No real surprise there. Aiel did have a certain reputation, after all, for being none too friendly to anyone born this side of the spine of the world, Cairhienin least of all. Simple truth was, Aiel and Cairhienin hated each other about as hard as it was possible to hate. Neither side had really put their enmity aside. The best that could be said was that it was on a loose leash. Yet up to now, he had been convinced they would hold it in. For Rand's sake, if no other reason. A mood hung in the camp, though, a tension that had wound everyone tight. Rand was free now, and temporary alliances were just that, after all. Temporary. Aiel hefted their spears when they looked at the Carianan, and the Carianan grimly fingered their swords. So did the Mayenners. They had no quarrel with the Aiel, had never fought them except for the Aiel War when everybody had. But if it came to a fight, there was little doubt which side they would be on. The Two Rivers men, too, probably. The dark mood had settled deepest in the Ashaman and the Wise Ones, though. The black-coated men paid no more heed to the maidens and the Siswayaman than to Carianan or Mayenners or Two Rivers men. But they studied the Wise Ones with faces almost as dark as those directed at the Aes Sedai. Very likely they made small distinction between one woman who could wield the power and another. Any could be an enemy and dangerous. 13 together were deadly dangerous, and there were better than 90 Wise Ones in the camp or nearby. Fewer than half the number of Ashaman, but still enough to do damage if they chose. Women who could channel, yet they seemed to follow Rand. They seemed to follow Rand, yet they were women who could channel. The Wise Ones looked at the Ashaman only a trifle less coldly than they did the Aes Sedai. The Ashaman were men who could channel, but they followed Rand. They followed Rand, but Rand was a special case. According to Gaul, his channeling was not mentioned in the prophecies about their Kara-Karn, but the Aiel seemed to pretend that inconvenient fact did not exist. The Ashaman were not in those prophecies at all, though. It must be like discovering you had a pride of rabid lions fighting on your side. How long would they remain loyal? Maybe it would be better to put them down now. His head fell back against the wagon wheel, eyes closed, and his chest heaved in silent, mirthless laughter. Think of the good things on High Chazeline. Burn me, he thought wryly. I should have gone with Rand. No, it was best to know, and better soon than late. But what in the light was he to do? If the Aiel and the Carianan and Mayenners turned on one another, or worse, the Ashaman and the Wise Ones, a barrel full of snakes, and the only way to find out which were vipers was to stick your hand in. Light, I wish I was home with Fail and a forge to work and nobody calling me Bloody Lord. Your horse, Lord Perrin. You didn't say whether you wanted stepper or stair, so I saddled. At Perrin's golden-eyed glare, Kenly Merrin shied back into the dun stallion he was leading. Perrin made a soothing gesture. Not Kenley's fault. What could not be mended had to be endured. Easy, lad. You did right. Stepper will do just fine. You chose well. He hated speaking to Kenley that way. Short and stocky, Kenley was barely old enough to marry or leave home, and certainly not old enough for the patchy beard he was trying to cultivate in imitation of Perrin. Yet he had fought Trollocs at Emmons Field and done well yesterday. But he grinned broadly at praise from Lord Perrin Bloody Golden Eyes. Rising, Perrin took his axe from where he had propped it under the wagon, out of sight and for a little while out of mind, and thrust the haft through the loop on his belt. A heavy half-moon blade balanced by a thick curving spike, a thing made for no other purpose than killing. The axe haft felt too familiar to his hands for comfort. Did he even remember what a good forge hammer felt like? There were other things besides Lord Perrin that it might be too late to change. A friend had once told him to keep the axe until he began to like using it. The thought made him shiver in spite of the heat. He swung into Stepper's saddle, shadowed by Aram with the gray, and sat facing south into the wagon circle. At least half again as tall as even the tallest of the Aiel, Loyal was just stepping carefully over crossed wagon tongues. With the size of him, he did look as though he might break one of the heavy wooden shafts with a heedless step. As usual, the Ogier had a book in his hand, a thick finger marking his place, and the capacious pockets of his long coat bulged with more. He had spent the morning in a tiny clump of trees he called restful and shady, but whatever the shade among those trees, the heat was affecting him too. He looked tired, and his coat was undone, his shirt unlaced, and his boots rolled down below his knees. Or maybe it was more than the heat. Just inside the wagons, Loyal paused, peering at the Aes Sedai and the Ashaman, and his tufted ears quivered uneasily. Eyes big as teacups rolled toward the Wise Ones, and his ears vibrated again. Ogier were sensitive to the mood of a place. When he saw Perrin, Loyal came striding across the camp. Sitting his saddle, Perrin was 2 or 3 hands shorter than Loyal standing.
"Perrin,"
Loyal whispered.
"this is all wrong. It isn't right. And it is dangerous besides."
For an Ogier, it was a whisper. He sounded like a bumblebee the size of a mastiff. Some of the Aes Sedai turned their heads. "Could you speak a little louder?" Perrin said, almost under his breath. "I think somebody in Andor didn't hear. In the west of Andor." Loyal looked startled, then grimaced, long eyebrows brushing his cheeks.
"I do know how to whisper, you know."
This time it was unlikely anyone could hear clearly more than 3 paces away or so.
"What are we going to do, Perrin? It is wrong holding Aes Sedai against their will. Wrong, and wrong-headed, too. I have said that before, and I will again. And that isn't even the worst. The feel here. One spark, and this place will erupt like a wagon-load of fireworks. Does Rand know about this?"
"I don't know," Perrin said to both questions, and after a moment the Ogier nodded reluctantly.
"Someone has to know, Perrin. Someone has to do something."
Loyal looked north, over the wagons behind Perrin, and Perrin knew there was no putting it off longer. Unwillingly he turned stepper. He would rather have worried over Aes Sedai and Ashaman and Wise Ones till his hair fell out. But what had to be done had to be done. Think of the good on High Chazaleen. Chapter 2. The Butcher's Yard. At first Perrin did not look downslope toward where he would ride, where he should have gone with Rand this morning. Instead, he sat his saddle at the edge of the wagons and sent his eyes anywhere else, though the view everywhere made him want to sick up. It was like being hit in the belly with a hammer. Hammerstroke. 19 fresh graves atop a squat hill to the east. 19 Two Rivers men who would never see home again. A blacksmith seldom had to see people die because of his decisions. At least the Two Rivers men had obeyed his orders. There would have been more graves otherwise. Hammerstroke. Rectangles of newly turned earth blanketed the next slope over from that as well. Near to 100 Mayenners and more Carianin, who had come to Dumai's wells to die. Never mind causes or reasons. They had followed Perrin Aybara. Hammerstroke. The ridge face to the west seemed solid graves, maybe 1,000 or more. 1,000 Aiel, buried standing upright to face each sunrise. 1,000. Some were maidens. The men tied his stomach into knots. The women made him want to sit down and cry. He tried telling himself that they had all chosen to be here, that they had had to be here. Both things were true, but he had given the orders, and that made the responsibility for those graves his. Not Rand's, not the Aes Sedai's. His. The living Aiel had only stopped singing over their dead a short while ago, haunting songs, sung in parts that lingered in the mind. Life is a dream that knows no shade. Life is a dream of pain and woe. A dream from which we pray to wake, a dream from which we wake and go. Who would sleep when the new dawn waits? Who would sleep when the sweet winds blow? A dream must end when the new day comes. This dream from which we wake and go. They appeared to find comfort in those songs. He wished he could too, but as far as he could see, the Aiel truly did not seem to care whether they lived or died, and that was mad. Any sane man wanted to live. Any sane man would run as far as he could from a battle, run as hard as he could. Stepper tossed his head, nostrils flaring at the smells from below, and Perrin patted the Dun's neck. Aram was grinning as he looked at what Perrin tried to block out. Loyal's face had so little expression it might have been carved from wood. His lips moved slightly, and Perrin thought he heard,
"Light, let me never see the like again."
Drawing a deep breath, he made his eyes follow theirs to Dumai's wells. In some ways, it was not as bad as the Graves. He had known some of those people since he was a child. But it all crashed down on him at once anyway, like the scent in his nose made solid and smashing him between the eyes. The memories he wanted to forget came rushing back. Dumai's wells had been a killing ground, a dying ground, but now it was worse. Less than a mile away, the charred remains of wagons stood around a small copse of trees, nearly hiding the low stone copings of the wells. And surrounding that, a seething sea of black, vultures and ravens and crows in tens of thousands, swirling up in waves and settling down again, concealing the broken earth. For which Perrin was more than grateful. The Ashaman's methods had been brutal, destroying flesh and ground with equal impartiality. Too many Shaido had died to bury in less than days, even had anyone cared to bury them. So the vultures gorged, and the ravens, and the crows. The dead wolves were down there too. He had wanted to bury them, but that was not the wolves' way. 3 Aes Sedai corpses had been found, their channeling unable to save them from spears and arrows in the madness of battle, and 6 dead warders too. They were buried in the clearing near the wells. The birds were not alone with the dead. Far from it. Black-feathered waves rose around Lord Dobraine Tabrowen, and over 200 of his mounted Carianan armsmen, and Lieutenant Javier Nirella, with all that remained of his Mayenners aside from the guards and the warders. Khan, with 2 white diamonds on blue, picked out the Carianan officers, all but Dobraine himself, and the Mayenners' red armor and red streamered lances made a brave show amid the carnage. But Dobraine was not the only one who held a cloth to his nose. Here and there a man leaned from the saddle, trying to empty a stomach already emptied earlier. Mazrim Taim, almost as tall as Rand, was afoot in his black coat with the blue and gold dragons climbing the sleeves, and maybe 100 more of the Ashaman. Some of them heaved up their bellies too. There were maidens by the score, more Siswayaman than Carianan and Mayenners and Ashaman combined, and several dozen wise ones to boot. All supposedly in case the Shaido returned, or perhaps in case some of the dead were only shamming, though Perrin thought anyone who pretended to being a corpse here would soon go insane. All centered around Rand. Perrin should have been down there with the 2 Rivers men. Rand had asked for them, spoken about trusting men from home, but Perrin had made no promises. He'll have to settle for me and Late, he thought. That was no place for her, or anyone. But she stayed closer to Rand since the rescue than even Taim did. Somehow Rand had managed to free both himself and her well before Perrin broke through, or even the Ashaman, and Perrin suspected she saw Rand's presence as the only real safety. Sometimes, as he rode across that charnel ground, Rand patted Min's arm or bent his head as if speaking to her, but not with his main attention. Dark clouds of birds billowed around them, the smaller darting away to feed elsewhere, the vultures giving ground reluctantly, some refusing to take wing, extending featherless necks and squawking defiantly as they waddled back. Now and then Rand stopped, bending over a corpse. Sometimes fire darted from his hands to strike down vultures that did not give way. Every time Nandera, who led the maidens, or Suilin, her second, argued with him. Sometimes wise ones did too, from the way they tugged at the body's coat as if demonstrating something. And Rand would nod and move on. Not without backward glances, though, and only until another body caught his attention. "What is he doing?" demanded a haughty voice at Perrin's knee. By scent he knew her before he looked down. Statuesque and elegant in a green silk riding dress and thin linen dust cloak, Karuna Nachaman was sister to King Paitar of Arafel, and a powerful noble in her own right, and becoming Aes Sedai had done nothing to dampen her manner. Trapped in what he was watching, he had not heard her approach. "Why is he doubting that? He should not be." Not all the Aes Sedai in the camp were prisoners, though those who were not had been keeping out of sight since yesterday, talking among themselves, Perrin suspected, and trying to figure out what had happened at the last. Maybe trying to figure out some way around it. Now they were out in force. Vera Harkin, another Green, stood at Karuna's shoulder, a farm wife by looks despite her ageless face and fine woolen dress, but every scrap as proud as Karuna in her own way. This farm wife would tell a king to scrape his boots before coming into her house and be sharp about it. She and Karuna together led the sisters who had come to Demise Wells with Perrin, or perhaps passed leadership back and forth between them. It was not exactly clear, which was hardly unusual with Aes Sedai. The other 7 stood in a covey not far away, or maybe in a pride, lionesses not quail by their air of being in charge. Their warders were arrayed behind them, and if the sisters were all outward serenity, the warders made no bones of their feelings. They were disparate men, some in those color-shifting cloaks that seemed to make parts of them disappear, but whether short or tall, thick or thin, just standing there they looked like violence on a frayed leash. Perrin knew 2 of those women well, Varen Mathwin and Alana Mosvani. Short and stout, and almost motherly at times in a distracted way, when she was not studying you like a bird studying a worm, Varen was brown Arja. Alana, slim and darkly pretty, though a little haggard around the eyes of late for some reason, was green. Altogether, 5 of the 9 were green. Once, some time ago, Varen had told him not to trust Alana too far, and he more than took her at her word. Nor did he trust any of the others, including Varen. Neither did Rand, for all they had fought on his side yesterday, and despite what had happened at the end, which Perrin still was not sure he believed, even though he had seen it. A good dozen Ashaman lounged by a wagon about 20 paces from the sisters. A cocky fellow named Charles Gedwin had charge of them this morning, a hard-faced man who swaggered standing still. All wore a pin in the shape of a silver sword on their tall coat collars, and 4 or 5 besides Gedwin had a dragon in gold and red enamel fastened on the other side. Perrin supposed that had to do with rank in some way. He had seen both on some of the other Ashaman. Not precisely guards, they managed to be wherever Karuna and the others were, just taking their ease and keeping a sharp eye open. Not that the Aes Sedai took any notice, not that you could see. Even so, the sisters smelled wary and puzzled and infuriated. Part of that had to be because of the Ashaman. "Well?" Karuna's dark eyes flashed impatience. He doubted that many people kept her waiting. "I don't know," he lied, patting Stepper's neck again. "Rand doesn't tell me everything." He understood a little, he thought he did, but he had no intention of telling anyone. That was Rand's to reveal, if he chose. Every body that Rand looked at belonged to a maiden. Perrin was convinced of it. A Shido maiden without a doubt, but he was not sure how much difference that made to Rand. Last night he had walked away from the wagons to be by himself, and as the sound of men laughing, because they were alive, faded behind him, he found Rand. The dragon reborn who made the world tremble, sitting on the ground, alone in the dark, his arms wrapped around himself, rocking back and forth. To Perrin's eyes, the moon was nearly as good as the sun, but right then he wished for pitch blackness. Rand's face was drawn and twisted, the face of a man who wanted to scream, or maybe weep, and was fighting it down with every scrap of his fiber. Whatever trick the Aes Sedai knew to keep the heat from touching them, Rand and the Ashaman knew too, but he was not using it now. The night's heat would have done for a more than warm summer day, and sweat slid down Rand's cheeks as much as Perrin's. He did not look around, though Perrin's boots rustled loudly in the dead grass. Yet he spoke hoarsely, still rocking. 151, Perrin. 151 maidens died today.
for me. I promised them, you see. Don't argue with me. Shut up. Go away.
Despite his sweat, Rand shivered.
Not you, Perrin. Not you. I have to keep my promises, you see. Have to, no matter how it hurts. But I have to keep my promise to myself, too. No matter how it hurts.
Perrin tried not to think about the fate of men who could channel. The lucky ones died before they went mad. The unlucky died after. Whether Rand was lucky or unlucky, everything rested on him. Everything.
Rand, I don't know what to say, but...
Rand seemed not to hear. Back and forth he rocked, back and forth.
Isan, of the Jara Sept of the Charin-Aiel. She died for me today. Chuanda of the Spine Ridge Miagoma. She died for me today. Ajarin of the Shilan Darain.
There had been nothing for it but to settle on his heels and listen to Rand recite all 151 names in a voice like pain stretched to breaking. Listen and hope Rand was holding on to sanity. Whether or not Rand was still completely sane, though, if a maiden who came to fight for him had been missed down there somehow, Perrin was sure that not only would she be buried decently with the others on the ridge, there would be 152 names in that list. And that was none of Karuna's business. Not that, or Perrin's doubts. Rand had to stay sane, or sane enough anyway. And that was that. Light sent it so. And the light burned me for thinking it so coldly, Perrin thought. From the corner of his eye, he saw her full mouth tighten momentarily. She liked not knowing everything about as well as being made to wait. She would have been beautiful in a grand sort of manner, except that hers was a face used to getting what it wanted. Not petulant, just absolutely certain that whatever she wanted was right and proper and must be. With so many crows and ravens in one place, there are certainly hundreds, perhaps thousands, ready to report what they've seen to a Myrddraal. She made no effort to mask her irritation. She sounded as though he had brought every bird there himself. In the Borderlands, we kill them on sight. You have men, and they have bows. It was true. A raven or crow was all too likely to be a spy for the Shadow, but disgust welled up in him. Disgust and weariness. To what point? With that many birds, the Two Rivers men and the Aiel could shoot every arrow they had, and spies would still report. Most times there was no way to tell whether the bird you killed was the spy or the one that flew away. Hasn't there been enough killing? There will be more soon enough. Light woman, even the Ashaman are sated. Eyebrows rose among the onlooking clutch of sisters. No one spoke to Aes Sedai that way, not a king or a queen. Bera gave him a look that said she was considering hauling him out of the saddle and boxing his ears. Still peering toward the shambles below, Karuna smoothed her skirts, her face coldly determined. Loyal's ears trembled. He had a deep but uneasy respect for Aes Sedai. Close to twice as tall as most of the sisters, sometimes he behaved as though one might step on him without noticing if he got in her way. Perrin gave Karuna no chance to speak. Give an Aes Sedai a finger, and she took your whole arm, unless she decided to take more. You've been staying clear of me, but I have a few things to say to you. You disobeyed orders yesterday. If you want to call it changing the plan, he pushed on when she opened her mouth, then call it that. If you think that makes it better. She and the other 8 had been told to stay with the Wise Ones, well back from the actual fighting, guarded by the Two Rivers men and the Mayenners. Instead, they had plunged right into the thick of it, wading in where men were trying to cut one another into dog meat with swords and spears. You took Javi and Narella with you, and half the Mayenners died for it. You don't go your own way with no regard anymore. I won't see men die because you suddenly think you see a better way, and the Dark One take what everyone else thinks. Do you understand me? Are you finished, farm boy? Karuna's voice was dangerously calm. The face she turned up to him might have been carved from some dark ice, and she reeked of affront. Standing on the ground, she somehow made it seem that she was looking down at him. Not an Aes Sedai trick, that. He had seen Fail do it. He suspected most women knew how. "I will tell you something, though the meanest intelligence should be able to reason it out. By the Three Oaths, no sister may use the One Power as a weapon except against shadow spawn, or in defense of her life, or that of her warders, or another sister. We could have stood where you would have had us, and watched until Tarmangayden without ever being able to do anything effective. Not until we were in danger ourselves. I do not like having to explain my actions, farm boy. Do not make me do it again. Do you understand?" Loyal's ears wilted, and he stared straight ahead so hard that it was plain he wished he were anywhere but here, even with his mother, who wanted to marry him off. Aram's mouth hung open, and he always tried to pretend Aes Sedai did not impress him at all. Jondon and Todd climbed down from their wagon wheel just a touch too casually. Jondon managed to stroll away, but Todd ran, looking back over his shoulder. Her explanation sounded reasonable. It was probably the truth. No, by another of the Three Oaths, it was the truth. There were loopholes, though, like not speaking the whole truth, or talking around it. The sisters might well have put themselves in danger so they could use the power as a weapon, but Perrin would eat his boots if they had not also been thinking they could reach Rand before anybody else. What would have happened then was anyone's guess, but he was certain their plans had not included anything like what actually happened.
"He's coming,"
Loyal said suddenly.
"Look, Rand is coming."
Dropping to a whisper, he added,
"Be careful, Perrin."
For an Ogier, it truly was a whisper. Aram and Karuna probably heard quite clearly, and maybe Bera, but certainly no one besides.
"They did not swear anything to you."
His voice went back to its normal boom.
"Do you think he might talk to me about what went on inside the camp? For my book?"
He was writing a book about the Dragon Reborn, or at least taking notes for one.
"I really didn't see much once the fighting began."
He had been at Perrin's side in the thick of it, wielding an axe with a haft nearly as long as he was tall. It was hard to take note of much else when you were trying to stay alive. If you listened to Loyal, you would think he was always somewhere else when things became dangerous.
"Do you think he might, Karuna Sedai?"
Karuna and Bera exchanged looks, then without a word glided across the ground to Varen and the others. Peering after him, Loyal heaved a sigh, a wind through caverns.
"You really should have a care, Perrin," he breathed. "You're always so hasty with your tongue."
He sounded like a bumblebee the size of a cat instead of a mastiff. Perrin thought he might learn to whisper yet, if they spent enough time around Aes Sedai. He motioned the Ogier to be quiet, though, so he could listen. The sisters began talking right away, but not a sound reached Perrin's ears. Clearly they had erected a barrier with the One Power. Clear to the Ashaman as well. They went from lounging to up on their toes in a heartbeat, every line of them focused on the sisters. Nothing said they had taken hold of saidin, the male half of the true source, but Perrin would have wagered Stepper they had. By Gedwin's angry sneer, he was ready to use it, too. Whatever obstruction the Aes Sedai had raised, they must have dropped it. They folded their hands, turning to look down the slope in silence. Glances passed among the Ashaman, and finally Gedwin waved them back to apparent indolence. He looked disappointed. Growling irritably, Perrin turned back to look beyond the wagons. Rand was strolling up the slope with Min on his arm, patting her hand and talking with her. Once he threw back his head and laughed, and she ducked hers to do the same, brushing back dark ringlets that hung to her shoulders. You might have thought him a countryman out with his girl, except that he had belted on his sword, and sometimes he ran his hand down the long hilt. And except for Taim right at his other shoulder, and the wise ones following almost as close behind, and the rings of maidens and Siswayaman, Karienin and Mayenners that completed the procession. What a relief that he would not have to ride down into that shambles after all. but he needed to warn Rand about all the tangled enmities he had seen this morning. What would he do if Rand did not listen? Rand had changed since leaving the Two Rivers, most of all since being kidnapped by Coiron and that lot. No. He had to be sane. When Rand and Min entered the wagon circle, most of the procession remained outside, though they hardly came alone, but with quite an assembly in its own right. Taim shadowed Rand, of course, dark and slightly hook-nosed, and what Perrin supposed most women would consider good-looking. A number of the maidens had certainly given him second looks, and third. They were forward about that sort of thing. As Taim stepped inside, he glanced to Gedwin, who shook his head just a hair. A grimace flashed across Taim's face, gone as soon as it appeared. Nandera and Sualin were right at Rand's heels, equally, of course, and Perrin wondered they did not bring 20 more maidens. They hardly seemed to let Rand bathe without maidens guarding the tub, that Perrin could see. He did not understand why Rand put up with it. Each had her shufa draped around her shoulders, bearing short hair cut with a tail at the back. Nandera was a sinewy woman, hair more gray than yellow, but her tough features managed to be handsome, if not beautiful. Sualin, wiry, scarred, leathery, and white-haired, made Nandera look pretty and almost soft. They glanced at the Ashaman, too, without exactly seeming to, then scanned both groups of Aes Sedai just as circumspectly. Nandera's fingers flashed maiden hand talk. Not for the first time, Perrin wished he could understand it, but a maiden would give up the spear to marry a toad before teaching their hand talk to a man. A maiden Perrin had not noticed, sitting on her heels against a wagon a few paces from Gedwin, answered the same way, and so did another, who until that moment had been playing at cat's cradle with a spear sister near the prisoners. Amis brought the wise ones in, and took them aside to confer with Sorlia and a few of the others who had stayed inside the wagons. Despite a face too young for her waist-long white hair, Amis was an important woman, second among the wise ones to Sorlia. They used no one-power tricks to shield their talk, but 7 or 8 maidens immediately encircled them and began singing softly to themselves. Some sat, some stood, some squatted on their heels, each by herself, and all happenstance. If you were a fool. It seemed to Perrin that he sighed a great deal since he became mixed up with Aes Sedai and wise ones. Maidens, too. Women in general just seemed to give him fits of late. Dobrain and Avienne, leading their horses and minus their soldiers, brought up the rear. Avienne had finally seen a battle. Perrin wondered whether he would be so eager to see the next. About the same age as Perrin, he did not look as young today as the day before yesterday. Dobrain, with the front of his long, mostly gray hair shaved in the style of Carianan soldiers, definitely was not young. And yesterday, definitely, had not been his first battle, yet the truth was he looked older too. And worried. So did Avienne. Their eyes sought out Perrin. Another time, he would have waited to see what they wanted to talk about, but now he slipped from his saddle, tossed Stepper's reins to Aram, and went to Rand. Others were there ahead of him. Only Sualin and Nandera held their silence. Karuna and Bera had moved the moment Rand stepped inside the wagons, and as Perrin approached, Karuna was saying grandly to Rand, "You refused healing yesterday, but anyone can see you are still in pain, even if Alana was not ready to leap out of her—" She cut off as Bera touched her arm, but she picked up again, almost without pause. "Perhaps you are ready to be healed now?" That had the sound of, "Perhaps you have come to your fool senses." "The matter of the Aes Sedai must be settled without any more delay, Karakan," Amis said formally, right atop Karuna. "They should be given into our care, Rand al'Thor," Sorlia added at the same time that Taim spoke. "The Aes Sedai problem does need to be settled, my Lord Dragon. My Ashaman know how to handle them. They can be held at the Black Tower easily." Dark, slightly tilted eyes flickered toward Karuna and Bera, and Perrin realized with a shock that Taim meant all the Aes Sedai, not just those who were prisoners now. For that matter, though Amis and Soralea frowned at Taim, the looks they directed at the two Aes Sedai meant the same. Karuna smiled at Taim, at the Wise Ones, a thin smile to fit her lips. It was maybe a fraction harder when directed at the man in the black coat, but she seemed not to realize his intent yet. It was enough that he was who he was, what he was. "Under the circumstances," she said coolly, "I am certain that Koirin Sedai and the others will give me their parole. You have no more need to worry—" The others spoke all at once. "These women have no honor," Amis said contemptuously, and this time it was clear she included all of them. "How could their parole mean anything? They are Dathang," Soralea said in a grim voice, as though pronouncing sentence. And Bera frowned at her. Perrin thought there was something in the old tongue. Again, the word seemed almost something he should recognize, but he did not know why it should make the Aes Sedai scowl, or why Sulin should suddenly nod agreement with the Wise One, who went on like a boulder rumbling downhill. "They deserved no better than any other—"
"My Lord Dragon,"
Taim said, as if belaboring the obvious,
"surely you want the Aes Sedai, all of them, in the charge of those you trust. Those you know can deal with them, and who better—" "Enough!"
Rand shouted. They fell silent as one, but their reactions were very different. Taim's features went blank, though he smelled of fury. Amis and Soralea exchanged glances and adjusted their shawls in near unison. Their scents were identical, too, and matched their faces in pure determination. They wanted what they wanted, and intended to have it, Karakan or no. Looks passed between Karuna and Bera as well, speaking such volumes that Perrin wished he could read them the way his nose read scent. His eyes saw two serene Aes Sedai in command of themselves, and anything else they wished to be in command of. His nose smelled two women who were anxious and more than a little afraid. Of Taim, he was sure. They still seemed to think they could deal with Rand one way or another, and with the Wise Ones. But Taim and the Ashaman put the fear of the light into them. Min tugged at Rand's shirt sleeve. She had been studying everybody at once, and the Centaur was almost as worried as the sisters. He patted her hand while glaring hard at everyone else, including Perrin when he opened his mouth. Everybody in the camp was watching, from the Two Rivers men to the Aes Sedai prisoners, though only a few Aiel stood close enough to hear anything. People might watch Rand, but they tended to stay clear of him, too, if they could. "The Wise Ones will take charge of the prisoners," Rand said at last, and Soralea suddenly smelled so satisfied that Perrin knuckled his nose vigorously. Taim shook his head in exasperation, but Rand rounded on him before he could speak. He tucked a thumb behind the buckle of his sword belt, a dragon etched and gilded, and his knuckles were white from gripping it. His other hand worked on the dark boar hide of his sword hilt. "The Ashaman are supposed to train and recruit, not stand guard, especially on Aes Sedai." Perrin's hackles stirred as he realized what aroma wafted from Rand when he looked at Taim. Hatred touched with fear. Light, he had to be sane. Taim gave a short, reluctant nod. "As you command, my Lord Dragon." Min glanced uneasily at the black-coated man and moved closer to Rand. Karuna smelled of relief, but with one last glance at Bera, she drew herself up in stubborn certainty. "These Aiel women are quite worthy. Some might have done well had they come to the tower, but you cannot simply hand Aes Sedai over to them. It is unthinkable. Bera Sedai and I will—" Rand raised a hand, and her words stopped in their tracks. Maybe it was his stare, like blue-gray stone. Or maybe it was what showed clearly through his torn sleeve, one of the red and gold dragons that wound around his forearms. The dragon glittered in the sunlight. "Did you swear fealty to me?" Karuna's eyes popped as though something had struck her in the pit of her stomach. After a moment, she nodded, however unwillingly. She looked as disbelieving now as she had the day before, when she knelt down there by the wells at battle's end and swore beneath the light and by her hope of salvation and rebirth to obey the Dragon Reborn and serve him until the last battle had come and gone. Perrin understood her shock. Even without the 3 oaths, had she denied it, he would have doubted his own memories. 9 Aes Sedai, on their knees, faces aghast at the words coming out of their mouths, reeking of disbelief. Right now, Bera's mouth was puckered up as though she had bitten a bad plum. An Aielman joined the small group, a tall man about the same height as Rand, with a weathered face and touches of gray in his dark red hair, who nodded to Perrin and touched Amisa's hand lightly. She might have pressed his hand for a moment in return. Ruark was her husband, but that was about as much affection as Aiel displayed in front of others. He was also clan chief of the Tardar Aiel. He and Gaul were the only 2 men who did not wear the Siswayamon headband. And since last night, he and 1,000 spears had been out scouting in force. A blind man in another country could have sensed the temper around Rand, and Ruark was no fool.
Is this the right moment, Rand al'Thor?
When Rand motioned him to speak, he went on.
The Shaido dogs are still fleeing east as fast as they can. I saw men with green coats on horses to the north, but they avoided us, and you said to let them go unless they gave trouble. I think they are hunting any Aes Sedai who escaped. There were several women with them.
Cold blue eyes glanced at the 2 Aes Sedai, Anvil Flat and Anvil Hard. Once, Ruark had walked lightly around Aes Sedai. Any Aiel had. But that had ended yesterday, if not before. Good news. I'd give almost anything to have Galena, but still, good news. Rand touched the hilt of his sword again, eased the blade in its dark scabbard. The action seemed unconscious. Galena, a Red, had been in charge of the sisters who held him prisoner. And if he was calm about her today, yesterday he had been in a fury that she had gotten away. Even now his calm was icy, the sort that could hide smoldering rage, and his scent made Perrin's skin crawl. They are going to pay. Every one of them. There was nothing to say whether Rand meant the Shaido or the Aes Sedai who had escaped, or both. Bera moved her head uneasily, and he turned his attention back to her and Karuna. You swore fealty, and I trust that. He held up his hand, thumb and forefinger nearly touching to show how far. Aes Sedai always know better than anybody else, or so they think. So I trust you to do what I say, but you won't so much as take a bath without my permission, or a wise one's. This time it was Bera who looked as though she had been struck. Her light brown eyes swiveled to Amis and Soralia with astonished indignation, and Karuna quivered with the effort of not doing the same. The 2 wise ones merely shifted their shawls, but once again their aromas were identical. Contentment rolled off them in waves, a very grim contentment. Perrin thought it a good thing the Aes Sedai did not have his nose, or they would have been ready to go to war right then and there. Or maybe run, and dignity be hanged. That was what he would have done. Ruark stood there idly examining the point of one of his short spears. This was Wise One's business, and he always said he did not care what the Wise Ones did, so long as they kept their fingers out of Clan Chief's business. But Taim, he made a show of not caring, folding his arms and looking around the camp with a bored expression. Yet his scent was strange, complex. Perrin would have said the man was amused, definitely in a better humor than before. The oath we took, Bera said at last, planting her hands on her ample hips, is sufficient to hold anyone but a dark friend. The twist she gave to oath was almost as bleak as the one she gave dark friend. No, they did not like what they had sworn to. Do you dare to accuse us? If I thought that, Rand snapped, you would be on your way to the Black Tower with Taim. You swore to obey. Well, obey! For a long moment, Bera hesitated, then in an instant was as regal from head to toe as any Aes Sedai could be, which was saying something. An Aes Sedai can make a queen on her throne look a slattern. She curtsied slightly, stiffly inclining her head a fraction. Karuna, on the other hand, made a visible effort to take hold of herself, the calm she assumed hard and brittle as her voice. Must we then request permission of these worthy Aiel women to ask whether you are willing to be healed yet? I know Galena treated you harshly. I know you are welts from shoulders to knees. Accept healing, please. Even please sounded part of an order. Min stirred at Rand's side. You should be grateful for it as I was, sheepherder. You don't like hurting. Somebody has to do it, or else... She grinned mischievously, very nearly the Min Perrin remembered from before she was kidnapped. Or else you won't be able to sit a saddle. Young men and fools, Nandera said suddenly to no one in particular, sometimes bear pain they do not have to as a badge of their pride. And their foolishness. The Karakarn, Sulan added dryly, also to the air, is not a fool, I think. Rand smiled back at Min fondly, and gave Nandera and Sulan wry looks, but when he raised his eyes to Karuna again, they were stone once more. Very well. As she started forward, he added, but not from you. Her face grew so stiff it appeared ready to crack. Taim's mouth quirked in a wry, almost smile, and he stepped toward Rand, but without taking his eyes from Karuna, Rand flung out a hand behind him. From her. Come here, Alana. Perrin gave a start. Rand had pointed straight to Alana with never so much as a glance. That prickled something in the back of his head, but he could not make out what. It seemed to catch Taim as well. The man's face became a bland mask, yet dark eyes flickered between Rand and Alana, and the only name Perrin could put to the scent that writhed in his nose was puzzled. Alana gave a start, too. For whatever reason, she had been on edge ever since joining Perrin on his way here, her serenity at best a thin veneer. Now she smoothed her skirts, shot a defiant stare at Karuna and Bera, of all people, and glided around in front of Rand. The other two sisters watched her, like teachers intending to make sure a pupil performed well, and still not convinced she would. Which made no sense. One of them might be the leader, yet Alana was Aes Sedai, the same as they. It all deepened Perrin's suspicion. Mixing with Aes Sedai was too much like wading the streams in the waterwood near to the mire. However peaceful the surface, currents beneath could snatch you off your feet. More undercurrents seemed to appear here every moment, and not all from the sisters. Shockingly, Rand cupped Alana's chin, turning her face up. There was a hiss of indrawn breath from Bera, and for once Perrin agreed. Rand would not have been so forward with a girl at a dance back home, and Alana was not a girl at a dance. Just as surprising, her reaction was to blush and smell of uncertainty. Aes Sedai did not blush in Perrin's experience, and they were never uncertain. Heal me, Rand said, a command, not a request. The red in Alana's face deepened, and anger touched her scent. Her hands trembled as she reached up to take his head between them. Unconsciously, Perrin rubbed the palm of his hand, the one Ashido's spear had laid open yesterday. Karuna had healed several gashes in him, and he had had healing before, too. It felt like being plunged headfirst into a freezing pond. It left you gasping and shaking and weak-kneed. Hungry, too, usually. The only sign Rand gave that anything had been done, though, was a slight shiver. How do you stand the pain? Alana whispered at him. It's done, then, he said, removing her hands, and turned from her without a word of thanks. Seeming on the point of speaking, he paused, half turning to look back toward Demise Wells. They have all been found, Rand al'Thor, Amis said gently. He nodded, then again, more briskly. It's time to be gone. Soralia, will you name wise ones to take over the prisoners from the Ashaman? And also as companions for Karuna and my other liege women. For an instant he grinned. I wouldn't want them to err through ignorance. It shall be done as you say, Karakarn. Adjusting her shawl firmly, the leather-faced wise one addressed the three sisters. Join your friends until I can find someone to hold your hands. It was not unexpected that Bera would frown indignantly or Karuna become frost personified. Alana gazed at the ground, resigned, almost sullen. Soralia was having none of it. Clapping her hands sharply, she made brisk shooing motions. Well, move! Move! Reluctantly, the Aes Sedai let themselves be herded, making it seem they simply were going where they wished. Joining Soralia, Amis whispered something that Perrin did not quite catch. The three Aes Sedai apparently did, though. They stopped dead. Three very startled faces looking back at the wise ones. Soralia just clapped her hands again, louder than before, and shooed even more briskly. Scratching his beard, Perrin met Ruark's eyes. The clan chief smiled faintly and shrugged. Wise one's business. That was all very well for him. Aiel were fatalistic as wolves. Perrin glanced at Gedwyn. The fellow was watching Soralia lecture the Aes Sedai. No, it was the sisters he watched. A fox staring at hens in a coop just out of his reach. The wise ones have to be better than the Ashaman, Perrin thought. They have to be. If Rand noticed the byplay, he ignored it. Taim, you take the Ashaman back to the Black Tower as soon as the wise ones have charge of the prisoners. As soon as. Remember to keep an eye out for any man who learns too fast. And remember what I said about recruiting. I can hardly forget, my Lord Dragon, the black-hooded man replied dryly. I will handle that trip personally. But if I may bring it up again, you need a proper honor guard. We have been over that, Rand said curtly. I have better uses for the Ashaman. If I need an honor guard, those I am keeping will do. Perrin, will you... My Lord Dragon, Taim broke in. You need more than a few Ashaman around you. Rand's head turned toward Taim. His face matched any Aes Sedai for giving nothing away, but his scent made Perrin's ears try to lie back. Razor-sharp rage abruptly vanished in curiosity and caution. The one thin and probing, the other fog-like. Then, slashing murderous fury consumed both. Rand shook his head just slightly, and his smell became stony determination. Nobody's scent changed that fast. Nobody's. Taim had only his eyes to go by, of course, and all they could tell him was that Rand had shaken his head, if just barely. Think. You have chosen 4 dedicated and 4 soldiers. You should have Ashaman. Perrin did not understand that. He thought they were all Ashaman. You think I can't teach them as well as you? Rand's voice was soft, the whisper of a blade sliding in its sheath. I think the Lord Dragon is too busy for teaching, Taim replied smoothly, yet the anger smell rose again. Too important. Take men who need the least of it. I can choose the furthest along. 1, Rand cut in, and I will choose. Taim smiled, spreading his hands in acquiescence, but the scent of frustration nearly overwhelmed anger. Again Rand pointed without looking. Him. This time he seemed surprised to find he was pointing directly at a man in his middle years, sitting atop an upturned cask on the other side of the wagon circle, paying no attention to the gathering around Rand. Instead, elbow on his knee and chin propped on his hand, he was frowning at the Aes Sedai prisoners. The sword and dragon glittered on the high collar of his black coat. What is his name, Taim? Dashiva, Taim said slowly, studying Rand. He smelled even more surprised than Rand did, and irritated too. Korlan Dashiva, from a farm in the Black Hills. He will do, Rand said, but he did not sound sure himself.
Dashiva is gaining his strength rapidly, but his head is in the clouds often as not. Even when it isn't, he is not always entirely there. Maybe he's just a daydreamer, and maybe the taint on Saidin is touching his brain already. Better for you to choose Torvald, or Rochaid, or... Taim's opposition seemed to sweep away Rand's uncertainty. I said Dashiva will do. Tell him he's to come with me, then turn the prisoners over to the Wise Ones, and go. I don't intend to stand here all day arguing. Perrin, ready everyone to move. Find me when they are. Without another word, he strode off, Min clinging to his arm, and Nandera and Sulin like shadows. Taim's dark eyes glittered, then he was stalking away himself, shouting for Gedwin and Rochaid, Torvald and Kisman. Black-coated men came running. Perrin grimaced. With everything he had to tell Rand, he had not opened his mouth once. At that, maybe it would come better away from the Aes Sedai and the Wise Ones, and Taim. Really, there was not much for him to do. He was supposed to be in charge, since he had brought the rescue, but Ruark knew what needed doing better than he ever would, and a word to Dobrain and Havian was sufficient for the Karianen and Mayanners. They still wanted to say something, though they held back until they were alone and Perrin asked what it was.
Then Havian burst out. Lord Perrin, it's the Dragon Reborn. All that searching through the corpses...
It seemed a little... excessive, Dobrain interrupted smoothly. We worry for him, as you can understand. A great deal depends on him. He might look a soldier, and he was, but he was a Karianen lord, too, and steeped in the game of houses, with all its careful talk, like any other Karianen. Perrin was not steeped in the game of houses. He's still sane, he said bluntly. Dobrain simply nodded, as if to say of course, shrugged to say he had never intended to question, but Havian went bright red. Watching them go to their men, Perrin shook his head. He hoped he was not lying. Gathering the Two Rivers men, he told them to saddle their horses and ignored all the bowing, most of which looked spur of the moment. Even Fail said that sometimes Two Rivers people carried bowing too far. She said they were still working out how to behave with a lord. He thought about shouting, "I am not a lord," at them, but he had done that before, and it never worked. When all the others rushed for their animals, Denel Luan and Ban Alcine remained behind. Cousins, both were beanpoles, and they looked much alike, except that Danel affected mustaches like down-turned horns in the Tarabonner style, while Ban wore narrow lines of dark hair in the fashion of Arad Doman, beneath a nose like a pickaxe. Refugees had brought a lot of new things into the Two Rivers. "Those Ashaman coming with us?" Danel asked. When Perrin shook his head, he exhaled so hard in relief that his thick mustaches stirred. "What about the Aes Sedai?" Ban said anxiously. "They'll go free now, won't they? I mean, Rand is free. The Lord Dragon, that is. They can't stay prisoners, not Aes Sedai." "You two just have everybody ready to ride," Perrin said. "Leave worrying about Aes Sedai to Rand." The pair even winced alike. Two fingers rose to scratch worriedly at mustaches, and Perrin jerked his hand away from his chin. A man looked as if he had fleas when he did that. The camp was a bustle in no time. Everyone had been expecting to move soon, yet everyone had things left undone. The captive Aes Sedai's servants and wagon drivers hurriedly loaded the last items into the wagons and began hitching teams with a jingle of harness. Karianen and Mayanners seemed to be everywhere, checking saddles and bridles. Unclothed Gaishain went running every which way, though there did not seem to be much for the Aiel to ready. Flashes of light outside the wagons announced the departure of Taim and the Ashaman. That made Perrin feel better. Of the 9 who remained, another besides Dashiva was in his middle years, a stocky fellow with a farmer's face, and one with a limp and a fringe of white hair might easily have been a grandfather. The rest were younger, some little more than boys, yet they watched all the hubbub with the self-possession of men who had seen as much a dozen times. They did keep to themselves, though, and together, except for Dashiva, who stood a few paces apart, staring at nothing. Remembering Taim's caution about the fellow,
Perrin hoped he was daydreaming. He found Rand seated on a wooden crate with his elbows on his knees. Suilin and Nandera squatted easily to either side of Rand, both studiously avoiding looking at the sword at his hip. Holding their spears and bullhide bucklers casually, here in the midst of people loyal to Rand, they kept a watch on anything that moved near him. Min sat on the ground at his feet with her legs tucked under, smiling up at him. "I hope you know what you're doing, Rand," Perrin said, shifting the axe haft so he could drop to his heels. No one was close enough to hear except for Rand and Min and the two maidens. If Suilin or Nandera went running to the Wise Ones, so be it. Without more preamble, he launched into what he had seen so far this morning. What he had smelled, too, though he did not say that. Rand was not among the few who knew about him and wolves. He made it all seem what he had seen and heard. The Ashaman and the Wise Ones, the Ashaman and the Aes Sedai, the Wise Ones and the Aes Sedai, the whole tangle of tinder that might burst into flame any moment. He did not spare the Two Rivers men. They're worried, Rand, and if they are sweating, you can be sure some Carrienan is thinking about doing something. Or a Tyran. Maybe just helping the prisoners escape. Maybe something worse. Light I could see Danilin Ban and 50 more besides helping them get away, if they knew how. "You think something else would be that much worse?" Rand said quietly, and Perrin's skin prickled. He met Rand's gaze directly. 1,000 times, he said in just as quiet a voice. "I won't be part of murder. If you will be, I'll stand in your way." A silence stretched, unblinking blue-gray eyes meeting unblinking golden. Frowning at each of them in turn, Min made an exasperated sound in her throat. "You two woolheads! Rand, you know you'll never give an order like that, or let anyone else give it either. Perrin, you know he won't. Now the pair of you stop acting like two strange roosters in a pen." Suilin chuckled, but Perrin wanted to ask Min how certain she was, although that was not a question he could voice here. Rand scrubbed his fingers through his hair, then shook his head, for all the world like a man disagreeing with somebody who was not there. The sort of voice that madmen heard. "It's never easy, is it?" Rand said after a time, looking sad. "The bitter truth is I can't say which would be worse. I don't have any good choices. They saw to that themselves." His face was despondent, but rage boiled in his scent. "Alive or dead, they're a millstone on my back, and either way they could break it." Perrin followed his gaze to the Aes Sedai prisoners. They were on their feet now, and all together, though even so they managed to put a little distance between the three who had been stilled and the rest. The Wise Ones around them were being curt with their orders, by the gestures they made and the tight faces in the sisters. Maybe the Wise Ones were better than Rand keeping them too. If only he could be sure. "Did you see anything, Min?" Rand said. Perrin gave a start and directed a warning glance at Suilin and Nandera, but Min laughed softly. Leaning against Rand's knee, she really did look the Min he knew, for the first time since finding her at the wells. "Perrin, they know about me. The Wise Ones, the Maidens, maybe all of them. And they don't care." She had a talent she kept hidden, much as he did the wolves. Sometimes she saw images and auras around people. Sometimes she knew what they meant. "You can't know what it's like, Perrin. I was 12 when it started, and I didn't know to make a secret of it. Everybody thought I was just making things up. Until I said a man on the next street was going to marry a woman I saw with him, only he was already married. When he ran off with her, his wife brought a mob to my aunt's house claiming I was responsible, that I'd used the one power on her husband, or given the two of them some kind of potion." Min shook her head. She wasn't too clear. She just had to blame somebody. There was talk of me being a dark friend, too. There had been some white cloaks in town earlier, trying to stir people up. Anyway, Aunt Rana convinced me to say I had just overheard them talking, and Aunt Mirren promised to spank me for spreading tales, and Aunt Jan said she'd dose me. They didn't, of course. They knew the truth. But if they hadn't been so matter-of-fact about it, about me just being a child, I could have been hurt or even killed. Most people don't like somebody knowing things about their future. Most people don't really want to know it themselves, not unless it's good anyway. Even my aunts didn't. But to the Aiel, I am sort of a wise one by courtesy. Some can do things others cannot, Nandera said, as if that was enough explanation. Min laughed again and reached out to touch the maiden's knee. Thank you. Settling her feet beneath her, she looked up at Rand. Now that she was laughing again, she seemed radiant. That held even after she became serious. Serious and not very pleased. As for your question, nothing of any use. Taim has blood in his past and blood in his future, but you could guess that. He's a dangerous man. They seem to be gathering images like Aes Sedai. A sidelong look through lowered eyelashes at Dashiva and the other Ashaman said who she meant. Most people had few images around them, but Min said Aes Sedai and warders always did. The problem is, what I can see is all blurry. I think it's because they're holding the power. That often seems true with Aes Sedai, and it's worse when they're actually channeling. Karuna and that lot have all sorts of things around them, but they stay so close together that it all, well, jumbles together most of the time. It's even muddier with the prisoners. Never mind the prisoners, Rand told her. That's what they'll stay. But Rand, I keep feeling there is something important. If I could only pick it out. You need to know. If you don't know everything, you must go on with what you do know, Rand quoted wryly. It seems I never do know everything. Hardly enough most of the time. But there's no choice but to go on, is there? That was not at all a question. Loyal strode up, bubbling with energy despite his obvious weariness.
Rand, they say they're ready to go, but you promised to talk to me while it's fresh.
Abruptly, his ears twitched with embarrassment, and that booming voice became plaintive.
I am sorry. I know it can't be enjoyable, but I must know. For the book. For the ages.
Laughing, Rand got to his feet and tugged at the Ogier's open coat. For the ages? Do writers all talk like that? Don't worry, Loyal. It will still be fresh when I tell you. I won't forget. A grim, sour scent flashed from him despite the smile and was gone. But back in Cairhien, after we all have a bath and sleep in a bed. Rand motioned for Dashiva to come closer. The man was not skinny, yet he moved in a hesitant, creeping way, hands folded at his waist, that made him seem so. My Lord Draken, he said, tilting his head. Can you make a gateway, Dashiva? Of course. Dashiva began dry-washing his hands, flicking at his lips with the tip of his tongue, and Perrin wondered whether the man was always this jittery, or just when speaking to the Dragon Reborn. That is to say, the Mahale teaches traveling as soon as a student shows himself strong enough. The Mahale? Rand said, blinking. The Lord Mazrim Taim's title, my Lord Dragon. It means leader, in the old tongue. The fellow's smile managed to be nervous and patronizing at the same time. I read a great deal on the farm. Every book the peddlers brought by. The Mahale, Rand muttered disapprovingly. Well, be that as it may, make me a gateway to near Cairhien, Dashiva. It's time to see what the world has been up to while I was away, and what I have to do about it. He laughed then, in a rueful way, but the sound of it made Perrin's skin prickle. Chapter 3. Hill of the Golden Dawn. On a wide, low hilltop some miles north and east of the city of Cairhien, well away from any road or human habitation, a thin vertical slash of pure light appeared, taller than a man on a horse. The ground sloped away in every direction, undulating gently. Nothing more than occasional brush obscured the view for more than a mile, all the way to the surrounding forest. Brown grass fell as the light seemed to rotate, widening into a square opening in midair. A number of the dead stems were slit lengthwise, sliced finer than any razor could have, by a hole in the air. The instant the gateway was fully open, veiled Aiel poured out, men and maidens spreading in every direction to encircle the hill. Almost hidden in the torrent, 4 sharp-eyed Ashaman took up positions around the gateway itself, peering toward the encircling woodland. Nothing stirred except with the wind, dust, tall grass, and branches in the distance. Yet each Ashaman studied the vista with the fervor of a starving hawk searching for a rabbit. A rabbit watching for a hawk might have been his intent, but never with that air of menace. There was really no break in the flow. One moment it was a flood of Aiel, the next mounted Carianan armsmen galloping out 2 by 2, the crimson banner of light going up at their head as soon as it cleared the gateway. Without a pause, Dobrain drew his men aside and began forming them up a little down the slope, helmeted and gauntleted in precise ranks, lances raised to the same angle. Seasoned campaigners, they were ready to wheel and charge in any direction at his gesture. On the heels of the last Carianan, Perrin rode Stepper through, the dun passing in one stride from the hill below Demise Wells to the hill in Carian, and ducked in spite of himself. The upper edge of the thing stood well above his head, but he had seen the damage a gateway could do, and had no wish to test whether they were safer standing still. Loyal and Daram followed close behind. The Ogier afoot with his long-hafted axe on his shoulder bent his knees. And then the 2 Rivers men, crouching on their saddles well beyond the gateway. Rad al-Dai carried the Red Wolf head banner, Perrin's, because everyone said it was, and Tel Luin the Red Eagle. Perrin tried not to look at those, especially the Red Eagle. The 2 Rivers men wanted things both ways. He was a lord, so he had to have banners. He was a lord, but when he told them to get rid of those bloody banners, they never vanished for long. The Red Wolf had named him something he was not, and did not want to be, while the Red Eagle... More than 2,000 years after Manetheren died in the Trolloc Wars, close to 1,000 after Andor swallowed part of what once had been Manetheren, that banner was still as good as an act of rebellion for an Anderman. Legends still walked in some men's minds. Of course, it had been a few generations since 2 Rivers folk had had any notion that they were Andermen, but Queen's minds did not change so easily. He had met the new Queen of Andor, what seemed a long time ago, in the Stone of Tyr. She had not been queen then, and was not yet really until she was crowned in Caemlyn. But Elaine seemed a pleasant young woman, and pretty, though he was not partial to fair-haired women. A bit taken with herself, of course, as daughter heir. Taken with Rand, too, if snuggling in corners meant anything. Rand meant to give her not only the Lion Throne of Andor, but the Sun Throne of Cairhien. Surely she would be grateful enough to let the flying of a flag pass when it did not really mean anything. Watching the 2 Rivers men deploy behind those banners, Perrin shook his head. It was a worry for another day, in any case. There was nothing like armsman's precision in the 2 Rivers men, most boys like Todd, farmers' sons and shepherds, yet they knew what to do. Every 5th man took the reins of 4 more horses, while the other riders hurriedly dismounted, longbows already strung and in hand. Those on the ground straggled together in rough lines, looking around with more interest than anything else, but they checked their quivers with practiced gestures and handled their bows with familiarity. The great 2 Rivers bows, even when strung, nearly as tall as the men who drew them. With those bows, not a man of them but could shoot farther than anyone outside the 2 Rivers would believe, and hit what he aimed at. Perrin hoped there would be none of that today. Sometimes he dreamed of a world where there never was. And Rand? Do you believe my enemies have been asleep while I was away? Rand had said suddenly as they stood waiting for Dashiva to open the gateway. He had on a coat rooted out of the wagons, well-cut green wool, but hardly what he usually wore now. Short of taking the coat off a warder's back or a cotton sore from an Aiuman, it was the only garment in the camp to fit him. Truth, you would have thought he insisted on silk and fine embroidery, the way he had had those wagons searched top to bottom yesterday and this morning. The wagons stretched out in line, teams hitched, canvas covers and iron hoops taken down. Karuna and the rest of the Sworn Sisters sat packed into the head wagon and not happy. They had ceased their protests as soon as they saw that protesting did no good, but Perrin could still hear coldly angry mutters. At least they rode. Their warders surrounded the wagon afoot, silent and stony, while the Aes Sedai prisoners stood in a rigid, sullen cluster ringed by every wise one who was not with Rand, which was to say all but Sorilea and Amis. The prisoners' warders glowered in another clump 100 paces off, cold death waiting despite their injuries as Hiswayamon guards. Except for Karuna's big black, its reins held by Rand, and a mouse-colored mare with fine ankles for Min, the Aes Sedai's and warders' horses not assigned to Asha'man, or used to fill out wagon teams, that had caused a commotion worse than making their owners walk, were all tied to long lead lines fastened to the wagon's tailgates. "Do you believe it, Flynn? Grady?" One of the Asha'man waiting to go through first, the stocky fellow with a farmer's face, looked at Rand uncertainly, then at the leathery old man with the limp. Each wore a silver sword pin on his collar, but not the dragon. "Only a fool thinks his enemies stand still when he isn't looking, my Lord Dragon," the old man said in a gruff voice. He sounded like a soldier. "What about you, Dashiva?" Dashiva gave a start, surprised to be addressed. "I grew up on a farm." He tugged his sword belt straight, which it did not need. Supposedly they trained with the swords as much as with the power, but Dashiva did not seem to know one end from the other. "I don't know much about having enemies." Despite his awkwardness, there was a kind of insolence to him. But then the whole lot seemed weaned on arrogance. "If you stay near me," Rand said softly, "you will." His smile made Perrin shiver. He smiled while he gave orders to go through the gateway, as though they would be attacked on the other side. There were enemies everywhere, he told them. Always remember that. There were enemies everywhere, and you never knew who. The exodus continued unabated. Wagons rumbled from Dumai's Wells to Cairhien, the sisters in the first like statues of ice being lurched about. Their warders trotted alongside, hands gripping sword hilts and eyes never resting on one spot. Clearly they thought their Aes Sedai needed protection, as much from those already on the hill as from anyone who might appear. The wise ones marched through, herding their charges. A number used sticks to prod the Aes Sedai along, though the sisters made a good job pretending there were neither wise ones nor prods. The Shaido Gaishain came, trotting in a column 4 wide under the gaze of a single maiden. She pointed to a place out of the way before darting to join the other Farder Izmai, and the Gaishain knelt there in lines, naked as jaybirds and proud as eagles. The remaining warders followed under their guard, radiating a massed fury that Perrin could smell over everything else. Then Ruark with the rest of the Hiswayamon and maidens, and 4 more Asha'man, each leading a second horse for one of the first 4, and Narella and his winged guards with their red-streamered lances. The Mayenners were puffed up over being the rear guard, laughing and shouting boasts to the Cairhienin of what they would have done had the Shaido returned. Though in fact they were not last. Last of all came Rand on Karuna's gelding and Min on her mare. Sorilea and Amis strode along to one side of the tall black horse, Nandera and half a dozen maidens to the other, and Dashiva led a placid-looking bay mare at their heels. The gateway winked out, and Dashiva blinked at where it had been, smiling faintly, then scrambled clumsily into the mare's saddle. He seemed to be talking to himself, but it was probably because his sword tangled in his legs, and he nearly fell. Surely he was not mad already. An army covered the hill, all arrayed for an attack that plainly was not coming. A small army, only a few thousand, though it would have seemed fair-sized before the Aiel brought their numbers across the dragon wall. Guiding his horse slowly toward Perrin, Rand scanned the countryside. The 2 wise ones followed closely, talking softly and watching him. Nandera and the maidens followed, watching everything else. Had Rand been a wolf, Perrin would have said he was testing the air. He carried the dragon scepter across his high saddle bow, a 2-foot length of spear decorated with a green and white tassel and carved with dragons, and now and then weighed it lightly in his hand as if to remind himself of it. When Rand reined in, he studied Perrin as intently as he had the surrounding country. "I trust you," he said finally, nodding. Min stirred in her saddle, and he added, "And you, Min, of course. And you too, Loyal." The Ogier shifted uncertainly, with a hesitant glance for Perrin. Rand looked around the hillside, at the Aiel, and the Ashaman, and all the rest. "So few I can trust," he whispered tiredly. His scent was jumbled enough for 2 men, anger and fear, determination and despair. And woven through it all, weariness. "Be sane," Perrin wanted to tell him. "Hold on." A wash of guilt held his tongue, though. Because it was the Dragon Reborn he wanted to say it to, not his friend since childhood. He wanted his friend to stay sane. The Dragon Reborn had to stay sane. "My Lord Dragon!" one of the Ashaman called abruptly. He looked little more than a boy, with dark eyes as big as any girl's, and neither sword nor dragon on his collar, but pride in his bearing. "Narishma," Perrin had heard him called. "To the southwest!" A figure had appeared, running out from the trees a mile or more away. A woman with skirts hiked to her thighs. To Perrin's eyes, she was clearly Aiel. A wise one, he thought, though there was no real way to tell at sight. He was just certain. The sight of her brought back all his edginess. Somebody out here, just where they happened to come out of the gateway, could not be good news. The Shido had been troubling Cairhien again when he set off after Rand. But to the Aiel, a wise one was a wise one, whatever her clan. They visited like neighbors over tea while their clans killed one another. 2 Aiel trying to kill each other would step back to let a wise one pass between. Maybe yesterday had changed that, and maybe not. He exhaled wearily. At best, she could not be good news. Nearly everyone on the hill seemed to feel the same. Ripples of motion ran everywhere, spears hefted, arrows knocked. Cairhienin and Mayenners shifted in their saddles, and Aram drew his sword, eyes shining with anticipation. Loial leaned on his tall axe and fingered the edge regretfully. The head was shaped like that of a huge wood axe, but engraved with leaves and scrolls, and inlaid with gold. The inlay was a trifle scuffed from the axe's late use. If he had to use it again, he would, but with as much reluctance as Perrin used his, and for many of the same reasons. Rand simply sat his horse and watched, face unreadable. Min edged her mare close enough to stroke his shoulder, like someone trying to soothe a mastiff with its hackles up. The wise ones also gave no sign of disturbance, but neither did they stay still. Sorilea gestured, and a dozen of the women guarding the Aes Sedai broke off to join her and Amis, well away from Rand and out of even Perrin's hearing. Few had any gray in their hair, and Sorilea's was the only lined face, but then there was hardly a gray hair to be seen on any of the wise ones here. The fact was, not many Aiel lived to have much gray hair. These women had position, though, or influence, however wise ones decided such things. Perrin had seen Sorilea and Amis confer with the same lot before, though confer was not quite the word. Sorilea spoke, with an occasional word from Amis, and the others listened. Adara raised a protest, but Sorilea smothered it, apparently without breaking stride, then pointed out 2 of their number, Satarin and Kosain. Immediately, they gathered their skirts over their arms and sped off toward the newcomer, legs flashing. Perrin patted Stepper's neck. No more killing. Not yet. The 3 wise ones met nearly half a mile from the hill and stopped. They spoke, just for a moment, and then all came on at a run, back to the hill, and straight to Sorilea. The newcomer, a youngish, long-nosed woman with a mass of incredibly red hair, spoke hurriedly. Sorilea's face grew stonier by the word. Finally, the red-haired woman finished, or rather Sorilea cut her short with a few words, and the lot turned to face Rand. None made a move toward him, though. They waited, hands folded at their waists and shawls looped over their arms, inscrutable as any Aes Sedai. "The Kara Karn," Rand muttered dryly under his breath. Swinging a leg over, he slid from his saddle, then helped Min to the ground. Perrin climbed down too, and led Stepper after them to the wise ones. Loial trailed along, and Aram followed on his horse, not dismounting until Perrin motioned him to. Aiel did not ride, not unless it was absolutely necessary anyway, and they considered it rude for anyone to face them from horseback. Ruark joined them, and Gaul, who wore a scowl for some reason. It went without saying that Nandera and Suilin and the maidens came too.
The red-haired newcomer began as soon as Rand drew near. Baron Megana set watches every way you might possibly come back to the Tree-Killer City, Karakan. But in truth, no one thought this would be...
Faragan, Sorlia said, sharply enough to draw blood. The red-haired woman's teeth clicked as she snapped her mouth shut, and she stared fixedly at Rand with brilliant blue eyes, avoiding Soralia's glare. Finally, Soralia took a breath and turned her attention to Rand. "There is trouble in the tents," she said in a flat voice. "Rumors began among the tree killers that you have gone to the White Tower with the Aes Sedai who came. Gone to bend knee to the Amarlin seat. None who know the truth dared speak, or the result would have been worse." "And what is the result?" Rand asked quietly. He exuded tension, and Min began stroking his shoulder again. "Many believe you have abandoned the Aiel," Amis told him just as quietly. "The bleakness has returned. Every day 1,000 or more throw down their spears and vanish, unable to face our future or our past. Some may be going to the Shaido." For a moment, disgust tinged her voice. "There have been whispers that the true Karakarn would not give himself to the Aes Sedai. Indirian says if you have gone to the White Tower, it cannot be willingly. He is ready to take the Kodara north, to Tarvalon, and dance the spears with any Aes Sedai he finds. Or any Wetlander. He says you must have been betrayed. Timolen mutters that if the tales are true, you have betrayed us, and he will take the Miagoma back to the Threefold Land. After he sees you dead. Mandalane and Janwin hold their counsel, but they listen to Indirian and Timolen both." Ruark grimaced, sucking air between his teeth. For an Aiel, this was as much as tearing his hair in despair. "It's not good news," Perrin protested, "but you make it sound a death sentence. Once Rand shows himself, the rumors are done." Rand scrubbed a hand through his hair. If that was so, Soralia wouldn't look like she had swallowed a lizard. For that matter, Nandera and Suilin looked as though their lizards were still alive on the way down. "What haven't you told me yet, Soralia?" The leather-faced woman gave him a thin, approving smile. "You see beyond what is said. Good." Her tone stayed flat as worked stone, though. "You return with Aes Sedai. Some will believe that means you did bend knee. Whatever you say or do, they will believe you wear an Aes Sedai halter. And that is before it is known you are a prisoner. Secrets find crevices a flea could not slip through, and a secret known by so many has wings." Perrin eyed Dobrain and Norella, watching with their men, and swallowed queasily. How many of those who followed Rand did so because he had the weight of the Aiel massed behind him? Not all, certainly, but for every man who had chosen because Rand was the Dragon Reborn, 5 or even 10 had come because the light shone brightest on the strongest ranks. If the Aiel broke away, or splintered... He did not want to think about that possibility. Defending the two rivers had stretched his abilities as far as they would go, maybe farther. Ta'Veren or not, he had no illusions he was one of those men who ended up in the histories. That was for Rand. Village-sized problems were his limit. Yet he could not help himself. His mind churned. What to do if the worst came? Lists ran up in his head. Who would remain loyal, and who might try to slip away? The first list was sufficiently short, and the second sufficiently long to dry his throat. Too many people still schemed for advantage, as if they had never heard of the prophecies of the dragon or the last battle. He suspected some still would the day after Tarmangaden began. The worst of it was, most would not be dark friends, just people looking out for their own interests first. Loyal's ears hung limp. He saw it too. No sooner did Soralia finish speaking to Rand than her eyes whipped to one side in a glare to bore holes in iron. "You were told to remain in the wagon." Vera and Karuna came to an abrupt halt, and Alana nearly stumbled into them.
You were told not to touch the One Power without permission, but you listened to what was said here. You will learn that I mean what I say." Despite Sorlea's auguring stare, the three held their ground. Vera and Karuna with icy dignity, Alana with smoldering defiance. Loyal's huge eyes rolled toward them, then toward the Wise One. If his ears had been limp before, now they wilted completely, and his long eyebrows dropped to his cheeks. Poring uneasily over his mental lists, Perrin wondered absently how far the Aes Sedai intended to push. Eavesdropping with the power? They might find a reaction from the Wise Ones worse than Sorlea's bark. From Rand, too. Not this time, however. Rand seemed unaware of them. He looked right through Sorlea. Or maybe he listened to something nobody else could hear again. "What of the Wetlanders?" he said finally. "Colliver has been crowned queen, hasn't she?" It was not really a question. Sorlea nodded, thumb tapping the hilt of her belt knife, but her attention never left the Aes Sedai. Who was chosen king or queen among the Wetlanders was of small concern to Aiel, especially among the tree-killing Karienen. An icicle stabbed into Perrin's chest. That Colliver of House Saigon wanted the Sun Throne was no secret. She had schemed for it from the day Goldrian Rioton was assassinated, before Rand had even declared himself the Dragon Reborn, and kept scheming after it became public knowledge that Rand meant the throne for Elaine. Few knew she was a cold-blooded murderer, however, and Fail was in the city. At least she was not alone. Bane and Chiad would be close to her. They were maidens and her friends, maybe almost what the Aiel called near sisters. They would not let her be harmed. The icicle would not go away, though. Colliver hated Rand, and by extension, anyone close to Rand, such as perhaps the wife of a man who was Rand's friend. No, Bane and Chiad would keep her safe. "This is a delicate situation." Moving closer to Rand, remarkably, Karuna ignored Sorlea. For such a scrawny woman, the Wise One had eyes like hammers. "Whatever you do can have serious repercussions. What has Colliver said about me?" Rand asked Sorlea in a too casual tone. "Has she harmed Berelain?" Berelain, the first of Mayenne, was who Rand had left in charge of Cairhien. Why did he not ask about Fail? "Berelain Sir Peandrag is well," Sorlea murmured, without stopping her study of the Aes Sedai. Outwardly, Karuna stayed calm despite being interrupted and ignored, but the gaze she fixed on Rand could have frozen a forge fire solid with the bellows pumping. For the rest, Sorlea gestured to Foragan. The red-haired woman gave a start and cleared her throat. Plainly, she had not expected to be allowed a word. She put dignity back on like a hastily donned garment. "Colliver Saigon says you have gone to Caemlyn, Caracarn, or maybe to Tyr. But wherever you have gone, all must remember that you are the Dragon Reborn and must be obeyed." Foragan sniffed. The Dragon Reborn was no part of Aiel prophecies, only the Caracarn. "She says you will return and confirm her on the throne. She speaks often to the chiefs, encouraging them to move the spears south. In obedience to you, she says. She does not see the Wise Ones, and hears only the wind when we speak." This time her sniff was a fair approximation of Sorlea's. No one told the clan chiefs what to do, but angering the Wise Ones was a bad way to start convincing the chiefs of anything. It made sense to Perrin, though, to the part of him that could think of anything besides Fail. Colliver probably had never paid enough attention to the savages to realize the Wise Ones did more than dispense herbs. But she would want every last Aiel out of Cairhien. The question was, given the circumstances, had any of the chiefs listened to her? But the question Rand asked was not the obvious. "What else has happened in the city? Anything you've heard, Foragan? Maybe something that might only seem important to a Wetlander." She tossed her red mane contemptuously. "Wetlanders are like sandflies, Caracarn. Who can know what they find important? Strange things sometimes happen in the city, so I have heard, as they do among the tents. People sometimes see things that cannot be. Only for a time what cannot be is. Men, women, children have died. Perrin's skin prickled. He knew she meant what Rand called bubbles of evil, rising from the Dark One's prison like froth in a fetid swamp, drifting along the pattern till they burst. Perrin had been caught in one once. He never wanted to see another. "If you mean what the Wetlanders do," she went on, "who has time to watch sandflies, unless they bite? That minds me of one thing. I do not understand it, but perhaps you do. These sandflies will bite sooner or later." "What sandflies? Wetlanders? What are you talking about?" Ferregan was not as good as Soralia at that level look, yet no wise one that Perrin had seen appreciated others' impatience. Not even the Chief of Chiefs. Thrusting her chin up, she gathered her shawl and answered. 3 days ago, the tree killers, Caroline Damadred and Toram Raitan, approached the city. They issued a proclamation that Kolaver Saigon is a usurper, but they sit in their camp south of the city and do nothing except send a few people into the city now and then. Away from their camp, 100 of them will run from one Algaid Siswai, or even a Gashain. The man called Darlin Cisnera and other Tyrans arrived by ship below the city yesterday and joined them. They have been feasting and drinking ever since, as if celebrating something. Tree killer soldiers gather in the city at Kolver Saigon's command, yet they watch our tents more than they do the other Wetlanders or the city itself. They watch and do nothing. Perhaps you know the why of all this, Karakarn, but I do not, nor does Bear or Megana, or anyone else in the tents. Lady Caroline and Lord Toram led the Karienen who refused to accept that Rand and the Aiel had conquered Karien, just as High Lord Darlin led their counterparts in Tyr. Neither revolt amounted to much. Caroline and Toram had been sitting in the foothills of the spine of the world for months, making threats and claims, and Darlin the same down in Haddon Merk. But not any longer, it seemed. Perrin found himself running a thumb lightly along the edge of his axe. The Aiel were in danger of slipping away, and Rand's enemies were coming together in one place. All it needed now was for the Forsaken to appear, and Savannah with her Shido. That would put the cream on the honey cake. Yet none of it was any more important than whether somebody saw a nightmare walking. Aiel had to be safe. She just had to be. "Better watching than fighting," Rand murmured thoughtfully, listening to something unseen again. Perrin agreed with Rand wholeheartedly. Just about anything was better than fighting. But Aiel did not see it that way, not when it came to enemies. From Ruark to Soralia, Ferregan to Nandera and Sulin, they stared as though Rand had said sand was better to drink than water. Ferregan drew herself up practically on tiptoe. She was not particularly tall for an Aiel woman, not quite to Rand's shoulder, but she appeared to be trying to put herself nose to nose. "There are few more than 10,000 in that Wetlander camp," she said reprovingly, "and fewer in the city. They can be dealt with easily. Even Indirian remembers that you command no Wetlander killed, except in self-defense. But they will make trouble left to themselves. It does not help that there are Aes Sedai in the city. Who can know what they—" "Aes Sedai." The words came out cold, Rand's knuckles white on the dragon scepter. "How many?" At the smell of him, the skin between Perrin's shoulders crawled. Suddenly he could feel the Aes Sedai prisoners watching, and Bera and Karuna and the rest. Soralia lost all interest in Karuna. Her hands planted themselves on her hips, and her mouth narrowed. "Why did you not tell me this?" "You gave me no chance, Soralia," Ferregan protested a touch breathily, shoulders hunching. Blue eyes swung to Rand, and her voice firmed. "There may be as many as 10 or more, Karakarn. We avoid them, of course, especially since—" Back to Soralia and breathiness. "You did not want to hear about the Wetlanders, Soralia. Only our own tents. You said so." To Rand, her back straightening. Most of them stay beneath the roof of Arlen Dulain, Karakarn, and seldom leave it. To Soralia, hunching. Soralia, you know I would have told you everything. You cut me short. As she realized how many were watching, and how many beginning to smile, among the wise ones anyway, Ferregin's eyes grew wild and her cheeks reddened. Her head swung between Rand and Soralia, and her mouth worked, but no sound came out. Some of the wise ones began laughing behind their hands. Idara did not bother with a hand. Ruark threw back his head and roared. Perrin certainly did not feel like laughing. And Aiel could find something funny in having a sword stuck through him. Aes Sedai on top of everything else. Light. He cut straight through to what was important. Ferregin, my wife, Aiel. Is she well? She gave him a half-distracted stare, then visibly pulled together the tatters of her poise. I think Fail Ebara is well, Saikare, she said with cool composure. Or almost. She tried to sneak glances at Soralia from the corner of her eye. Soralia was not amused, or anything close to it. Arms folded, she gave Ferregan a perusal that made the one she had given Karuna seem mild. Amis put a hand on Soralia's arm. She is not at fault, the younger woman murmured, too softly to reach any ears but the leathery wise ones and Perrin's. Soralia hesitated, then nodded. The flaying glare faded to her usual cantankerness. Amis was the only one Perrin had seen able to do that, the only one Soralia did not trample down when she got in her way. Well, she did not trample Ruark, but with him it was more a boulder ignoring a thunderstorm. Amis could make it stop raining. Perrin wanted more of Ferregan. She thought Fail was well? But before he could open his mouth, Karuna bulled in with her usual tact. Now listen to me carefully, she told Rand, gesturing emphatically under his nose. I called the situation delicate. It is not. The situation is complex beyond your imagining. So fragile a breath could shatter it. Vera and I will accompany you to the city. Yes, Alana, and you as well. She waved away the slender Aes Sedai impatiently. Perrin thought she was trying that looming trick. She did seem to be peering down her nose at Rand. Though tall as she was, he stood head and shoulders taller. You must let yourself be guided by us. One wrong move, one wrong word, and you may deliver to Cairhien the same disaster you gave Taraban and Ara-Doman. Worse, you can do incalculable damage to matters about which you know almost nothing. Perrin winced. The whole speech could not have been better designed to inflame Rand. But Rand simply listened till she was done, then turned to Soralia. Take the Aes Sedai to the tents. All of them, for now. Make sure everyone knows they're Aes Sedai. Let it be seen that they hop when you say toad. Since you hop when the Karakarn says it, that should convince everybody I'm not wearing an Aes Sedai leash. Karuna's face grew bright red. She smelled of outrage and indignation so strongly that Perrin's nose itched. Bera tried to calm her, without much success, while shooting you ignorant young lout looks at Rand, and Alana bit her lip in an effort not to smile. Going by the odors drifting from Soralia and the others, Alana had no reason to be pleased. Soralia gave Rand a slash of smile. Perhaps, Karakarn, she said dryly. Perrin doubted that she hopped for anyone. Perhaps it will. She did not sound convinced. With another shake of his head, Rand stalked off with Min, shadowed by the maidens and issuing orders as to who was to go with him, and who with the wise ones. Ruark began ordering the Siswayaman. Alana followed Rand with her eyes. Perrin wished he knew what was going on there. Soralia and the others watched Rand too, and they smelled anything but gentle. Ferregan was standing alone, he realized. Now was his chance. But when he tried to catch her up, Soralia and Amis and the rest of the council surrounded her, neatly shouldering him away. They moved some distance before they began showering her with questions, the sharp looks directed at Karuna and the two other sisters, leaving no doubt they would tolerate no further eavesdropping. Karuna appeared to be considering it, glowering till it seemed a wonder her dark hair was not standing on end. Bera was speaking to her firmly, and without trying, Perrin heard sensible and patient, cautious and foolish. Which applied to whom was not evident. There will be fighting when we reach the city. Aram sounded eager.
Of course not,
Loyal said stoutly. His ears twitched, and he peered uncomfortably at his axe.
There won't be, will there, Perrin?
Perrin shook his head. He did not know. If only the other wise ones would leave Ferragan alone just for a few moments. What did they have to talk about that was so important? Women, Gaul muttered, are stranger than drunken wetlanders. What? Perrin said absently. What would happen should he simply push through the circle of wise ones? As if she had read his mind, Idara gave him a pointed frown. So did some of the others. Sometimes it did seem women could read men's minds. Well... I said women are strange, Perrin Ibarra. Chiad told me she would not lay a bridal wreath at my feet. She actually told me. The Aielman sounded scandalized. She said she would take me for a lover, her and Bane, but no more. Another time that would have shocked Perrin, though he had heard it before. Aiel were incredibly free about such things. As if I am not good enough for a husband, Gaul snorted angrily. I do not like Bane, but I would marry her to make Chiad happy. If Chiad will not make a bridal wreath, she should stop trying to entice me. If I cannot catch her interest well enough for her to marry me, she should let me go. Perrin frowned at him. The green-eyed Aielman was taller than Rand, nearly a head taller than he. What are you talking about? Chiad, of course. Have you not been listening? She avoids me, but every time I see her, she pauses long enough to make sure I have seen her. I do not know how you wetlanders do it, but with us, that is one of the ways a woman uses. When you least expect her, she is in your eyes, then gone. I did not even know she was with the maidens until this morning. You mean she's here? Perrin whispered. That icicle was back now a blade, hollowing him out. And Bane? Here too? Gaul shrugged. One is seldom far from the other, but it is Chiad's interest I want, not Bane's. Burn your bloody interest, Perrin shouted. The wise ones turned to look at him. In fact, people all over the hillside did. Karuna and Bera were staring, faces entirely too thoughtful. With an effort, he managed to lower his voice. He could do nothing about the intensity, though. They were supposed to be protecting her. She's in the city, in the royal palace with Kolaver. With Kolaver. And they were supposed to be protecting her. Scratching his head, Gaul looked at Loyal. Is this wetlander humor? Faile Barra is out of short skirts. I know she's not a child. Perrin drew a deep breath. It was very hard keeping a level tone with his belly full of acid. Loyal, will you explain to Gaul, that our women don't run around with spears? That Kolaver wouldn't offer to fight Faile. She'd just order somebody to cut her throat, or throw her off a wall, or... The images were too much. He was going to empty his stomach in a moment. Loyal patted him awkwardly on the shoulder.
Perrin, I know you're worried. I know how I'd feel if I thought anything happened to Aerith.
The tufts on his ears quivered. He was a fine one to talk. He would run as hard as he could to avoid his mother and the young Ogier woman she had chosen for him.
Well... Perrin, Faile is waiting for you safe and sound. I know it. And you know she can care for herself. Why, she could care for herself and you and me and Gaul as well.
His booming voice sounded forced, and it quickly faded to grave seriousness.
Perrin, you know you can't always be there to protect Faile, however much you want to. You are ta'veren. The pattern spun you out for a purpose, and it will use you for that purpose.
Burn the pattern, Perrin growled. It can all burn, if it keeps her safe. Loyal's ears went rigid with shock, and even Gaul looked taken aback. What does that make me? Perrin thought. He had been scornful of those who scribbled and scrabbled for their own ends, ignoring the last battle and the Dark One's shadow creeping over the world. How was he different from them? Rand reined the black in beside him. "Are you coming?" "I'm coming," Perrin said bleakly. He had no answer for his own questions, but he knew one thing. To him, Fail was the world. Chapter 4. Into Cairhien. Perrin would have set a harder pace than Rand did, though he knew the horses could not have stood it long. Half the time they rode at a trot, the other half ran alongside their animals. Rand seemed unaware of anyone else, except that he always had a hand for Min if she stumbled. For the rest, he was lost in some other world, blinking in surprise when he noticed Perrin or Loyal. Truth to tell, nobody was any better. Dobrain's men and Javian's stared straight ahead, chewing their own worries over what they would find. The Two Rivers men had soaked in Perrin's dark mood. They liked Fail. Truth be told, some worshipped her. And if she had been hurt in any way... Even Aram's eagerness grew bleak once he realized that Fail might be in danger. Every man focused on the leagues before them, toward the city ahead. Except for the Ashaman, anyway. Close behind Rand, like a cluster of ravens, they studied the country the column crossed, still wary of an ambush. Dashiva slumped in his saddle like a sack and muttered darkly to himself when he had to run. He glared as if he hoped there was an ambush. Small chance of that. Suolin and a dozen Fardarais Mai trotted ahead of the column in Perrin's sight, with as many more farther ahead, probing the way, and an equal number on the flanks. Some had thrust their short spears into the harnesses that held their bow cases on their backs, so the spearheads bobbed above their heads. The short horn bows were out, arrows nocked. They kept equally sharp watch for anything that might threaten the Kar-Karn, and on Rand himself, as though they suspected he might vanish again. If any trap waited, any danger approached, they would find it. Chiad was one of the maidens with Suolin, a tall woman with dark reddish hair and gray eyes. Perrin stared at her back, willing her to drop behind the others and speak to him. Now and then she spared him a glance, but she avoided him, as if he had 3 diseases, all catching. Bane was not with the column. Most of the maidens followed much the same route with Ruark and the Algaid Siswai, but moving more slowly because of the wagons and prisoners. Fail's black mare trotted behind Stepper, her reins tied to his saddle. The Two Rivers men had brought Swallow from Caemlyn when they joined him before Dumai's Wells. Every time he looked at the mare prancing along behind him, his wife's face swelled in his thoughts, her bold nose and generous mouth, flashing dark eyes tilted above high cheekbones. She loved the animal, maybe almost as much as she did him. A woman as proud as she was beautiful, as fiery as she was proud. Davram Bashir's daughter would not hide or even hold her tongue, not for the likes of Kolaver. 4 times they stopped to rest the mounts, and he ground his teeth at the delay. Taking good care of horses was second nature to him. He checked Stepper absently, gave the stallion a little water by rote. Swallow he was more careful with. If Swallow reached Cairhien safely, a notion had planted itself in his mind. If he brought her mare to Cairhien, Fail would be all right. It was ludicrous, a boy's fancy, a small boy's foolish fancy, and it would not go away. At each of those stops, Min tried to reassure him. With a bantering grin, she said he looked like death on a winter morning, just waiting for somebody to shovel his grave full. She told him if he approached his wife with a face like that, Fail would slam the door on him. But she had to admit that none of her viewings promised that Fail was unharmed. "Light, Perrin," she said at last in exasperated tones, snugging her gray riding gloves. "If anyone tries to harm the woman, she'll make him wait out in the hall till she has time for him." He very nearly growled at her. It was not that the two disliked each other exactly. Loyal reminded Perrin that hunters for the Horn could take care of themselves, that Fail had survived Trollocs unscathed.
"She is well, Perrin,"
he boomed heartily, trotting beside Stepper with his long axe across his shoulders.
"I know she is."
But he said the same 20 times, and each time he sounded a little less hearty. The Ogier's final attempt at heartening went further than Loyal intended.
I am sure Fail can look after herself, Perrin. She is not like Aerith. I can hardly wait for Aerith to make me her husband so I can tend her. I think I'd die if she changed her mind.
At the end of that, his mouth remained open, and his huge eyes popped. Ears fluttering, he stumbled over his own boots and nearly fell.
I never meant to say that,
he said hoarsely, striding along beside Perrin's horse once more. His ears still trembled.
I am not sure I want to... I'm too young to get...
Swallowing hard, he gave Perrin an accusing look and spared one for Rand up ahead, too.
It is hardly safe to open your mouth with two ta'veren about. Anything at all might come out.
Nothing that might not have come off his tongue anyway, as he well knew. Though it might have happened 1 time in 1,000, or 1,000 times 1,000, without ta'veren there. Loyal knew that also, and the fact of it seemed to frighten him as much as anything Perrin had ever seen. Some considerable time passed before the Ogier's ears stopped shaking. Fail filled Perrin's mind, but he was not blind, not completely. What he at first saw without seeing, as they rode south and west, began to seep in at the edges. The weather had been hot when he headed north from Cairhien less than 2 weeks ago, yet it seemed the Dark One's touch had gained a harder hold, grinding the land more desperately than before. Brittle grass crackled beneath the horses' hooves, shriveled brown creepers spiderwebbed rocks on the hillsides, and naked branches, not merely leafless but dead, cracked when the arid wind gusted. Evergreen pine and leatherleaf stood brown and yellow, often as not. Farms had begun appearing after a few miles, plain structures of dark stone laid out in squares, the first in isolated clearings in the forest, then coming more thickly as the woodland thinned to trees hardly deserving the name. A cart road straggled there, running over the shoulders and crests of hills, accommodating stone-walled fields more than the terrain. Most of those early farms looked deserted. Here a ladder-back chair lying on its side in front of a farmhouse, there a rag doll by the roadside. Slat-ribbed cattle and lethargic sheep dotted pastures where frequently ravens squabbled over carcasses. Hardly a pasture but had a carcass or two. Streams ran in trickles down channels of dried mud. Cropland that should have been blanketed with snow looked ready to crumble to dust, where it was not dust already, blowing away. A tall plume of dust marked the passage of the column until the narrow dirt way joined the broad stone-paved road that led from Jengai Pass. Here there were people, though few, and those often lethargic, dull-eyed. With the sinking sun almost halfway down to the horizon now, the air was an oven. The occasional ox cart or horse-drawn wagon hurried off the road, down narrow tracks or even into fields out of the way. The drivers and the handful of farm folk in the open stood blank-faced as they watched the 3 banners pass. Close to 1,000 armed men was reason enough to stare. 1,000 armed men heading somewhere in a hurry with a purpose. Reason enough to stare and be thankful when they passed out of sight. At last, when the sun had less than twice its own height yet to fall, the road topped to rise, and there 2 or 3 miles before them lay Cairhien. Rand drew rein, and the maidens, all together now, dropped to their heels where they were. They kept those sharp eyes out, though. Nothing could be seen moving on the nearly treeless hills around the city. A great mass of gray stone sinking toward the river Algueña on the west, square-walled, square-towered, and stark. Ships of all sizes lay anchored in the river, and some tied to the docks of the far bank, where the granaries were. A few vessels moved under sail or long sweeps. They gave an impression of peace and prosperity. With not a cloud in the sky, the light was sharp, and the huge banners flying from the city's towers stood plain enough to Perrin when the wind unfurled them. The scarlet banner of light and the white dragon banner with its serpentine creature scaled scarlet and gold. The wavy-rayed rising sun of Cairhien, gold on blue. And a fourth, given equal prominence with the rest. A silver diamond on a field checked yellow and red. Lowering a small looking-glass from his eye, a scowling dough-brain stuffed it into a worked leather tube tied to his saddle. I hoped the savages had it wrong somehow. But if House Saigon flies with the rising sun, Kolover has the throne. She will be distributing gifts in the city every day. Coin, food, finery. It is traditional for the coronation festival. A ruler is never more popular than for the week after taking the throne. He eyed Rand sideways. The strain of speaking straight out hollowed his face. The commoners could riot if they dislike what you do. The streets could run with blood. Havian's gray gelding danced his rider's impatience, and the man himself kept looking from Rand to the city and back. It was not his city. He had made it clear earlier that he cared little what ran in the streets, so long as his own ruler was safe. For long moments, Rand studied the city, or seemed to anyway. Whatever he saw, his face was bleak. Men studied him, worriedly, maybe pityingly. "I will try to see they don't," he said at last. "Flynn, remain here with the soldiers. Min—" She broke in on him sharply. "No! I am going where you go, Rand al'Thor. You need me, and you know it." The last sounded more plea than demand, but when a woman planted her fists on her hips that way and fixed her eyes to you, she was not begging.
I am going too,
Loyal added, leaning on his long-hafted axe.
You always manage to do things when I'm somewhere else.
His voice took on a plaintive edge.
It won't do, Rand. It will not do for the book. How can I write about things if I am not there?
Still looking at Min, Rand half raised a hand toward her, then let it fall. She met his gaze levelly. "This is madness." Holding his reins stiffly, Dashiva booted the plump mare closer to Rand's back. Reluctance twisted his features. Perhaps even Ashaman worried at being too near Rand. "All it needs is one man with a bow or a knife, and you don't see him in time. Send one of the Ashaman to do what needs doing, or more, if you think it's necessary. A gateway to the palace. And it can be done before anyone knows what has happened." "And sit here past dark," Rand cut in, reining his gelding around to face Dashiva. "Until they know this place well enough to open one? That way brings bloodshed for sure. They've seen us from the walls, unless they're blind. Sooner or later they will send somebody to find out who we are and how many." The rest of the column remained hidden behind the rise, and the banners were down there too. But men sitting their horses on a ridge with maidens for company would indeed attract curiosity. "I will do this my way." His voice rose in anger, and he smelled of cold fury. "Nobody dies unless it can't be avoided, Dashiva. I've had a bellyful of death. Do you understand me? Nobody." "As my Lord Dragon commands." The fellow inclined his head, but he sounded sour, and he smelled... Perrin rubbed his nose. The smell skittered, dodging wildly through fear and hate and anger and a dozen more emotions, almost too quickly to make out. He no longer doubted the man was mad, however good a face the fellow put on. Perrin no longer really cared, either. This close. Digging his heels into Stepper's flanks, he started for the city and Fail, not waiting for the rest, barely noticing Aram close behind. He did not have to see Aram to know he would be there. All he could think of was Fail. If he got Swallow safely into the city... He made himself keep Stepper at no more than a quick walk. A galloping rider drew eyes, and questions, and delays. At that pace, the others caught up with Aram and him fast enough, those who were coming. Min had gotten her way, it seemed, and so had Loyal. The maidens fanned out ahead, giving Perrin sympathetic looks as they trotted by. Shiad studied the ground until she was beyond him. "I still don't like this plan," Havian muttered on one side of Rand. "Forgive me, my Lord Dragon, but I do not." Dobrain, on Rand's other side, grunted. "We have been over that, Mayenna. If we did as you want, they would close the gates on us before we covered a mile." Havian growled something under his breath and danced his horse a few paces. He had wanted every man to follow Rand into the city. Perrin glanced over his shoulder, past the Ashaman. Damer Flynn, recognizable by his coat, and a few of the Two Rivers men were visible on the ridge, standing and holding their horses. Perrin sighed. He would not have minded having the Two Rivers men along, but Rand was probably right, and Dobrain had backed him up. A few men could enter, where a small army could not. If the gates were shut, the Aiel would have to besiege the city, if they still would, and then the killing began anew. Rand had stuffed the dragon scepter into one of the gelding's saddlebags, so just the carved butt stuck out, and that plain coat looked like nothing the Dragon Reborn would wear. For the Ashaman, nobody in the city had any idea what a black coat meant. A few men were easier to kill than a small army, too, even if most of them could channel. Perrin had seen an Ashaman take a Shaido spear through his belly, and the man had died no harder than any other. Jashiva grumbled under his breath. Perrin caught hero and fool in equally disparaging tones. Without Fail, he might have agreed. Once Rand peered toward the Aiel encampment sprawled over the hills 2 or 3 miles east of the city, and Perrin held his breath. But whatever thoughts Rand had, he kept on the road. Nothing mattered more than Fail. Nothing, whether or not Rand saw it so. A good half-mile short of the gates, they rode into another camp, one that made Perrin frown. It was big enough for a city itself, a thick band of ramshackle brush huts and rickety tents made from scraps, on burned-over ground, clinging to the high gray walls as far as he could see. This had been called Foregate once, warren of twisting streets and alleys, before the Shaido burned it. Some of the people stared in silence as the strange party passed, at an Ogier and Aiel maidens, but most scuttled about their business with wary, sullen faces and a care to notice nothing that was not right in front of them. The bright colors and often tattered cast-off finery worn by Foregaters mingled with the somber garb more usual for Cairhienin, the plain, dark clothes of villagers and farmers. The Foregaters had been in the city when Perrin left, along with thousands of refugees from deeper inside the country. Most of those faces bore bruises, and worse, cuts and slashes, often unbandaged. Kolover must have put them out. They would not have left the shelter of the walls on their own. Foregaters and refugees alike feared the return of the Shaido, the way a man who had been seared to the bone feared hot iron. The road ran straight through the camp to the Jangai gates, 3 tall square arches flanked by towers. Helmeted men lounged up on the battlements, peering down through the gaps in the stone teeth. Some stared off toward the men on the hilltop, and here and there an officer with a Khan held a looking-glass to his eye. Rand's small party drew inquiring glances. Men a horseback and Aiel maidens, not common companions. Crossbows showed atop the serrated wall, but no one raised a weapon. The iron-bound gates stood open. Perrin held his breath. He wanted very much to gallop for the Sun Palace and Fail. Just inside the gates sat a squat stone guardhouse, where strangers to the city were supposed to register before entering. A square-faced Cairhienin officer watched them pass with a disgruntled frown, eyeing the maidens uneasily. He just stood there watching. "As I told you," Dobrain said once they were by the guardhouse, "Kolover gave free access to the city for Coronation Festival. Not even someone under order of arrest can be denied or detained. It is tradition." He sounded relieved, though. Min sighed audibly, and Loyal let out a breath that could have been heard 2 streets over. Perrin's chest was still too tight for sighing. Swallow was inside Cairhien. Now, if he could only get her to the royal palace. Up close, Cairhien carried out what it had promised from afar. The highest of the hills lay inside the walls, but terraced and faced with stone, till they no longer seemed hills at all. Broad, crowded streets met at right angles. In this city, even the alleys made a grid. The streets rose and fell reluctantly with the hills, often simply cutting through. From shops to palaces, the buildings were all stark squares and severe rectangles. Even the great buttressed towers, each wrapped in scaffolding on a hilltop, the once fabled topless towers of Cairhien, still being rebuilt after burning in the Aiel War. The city seemed harder than stone, a bruising place, and shadows stretching across everything heightened the effect. Loyal's tufted ears twitched almost without stopping. A worried frown creased his forehead, and his dangling eyebrows brushed his cheek. There were few signs of Coronation Festival or High Chazaline. Perrin had no notion what the festival might entail, but in the Two Rivers, the Day of Reflection was a time of merriment and forgetting the bleakness of winter. Here, a near hush hung in the air, despite the number of people. Anywhere else, Perrin might have thought it the unnatural heat dragging people's spirits down, but except for four gators, Cairhienin were a sober, austere lot. On the surface, at least. What lay underneath, he would as soon not think about. The hawkers and cart peddlers, he remembered, were gone from the streets, the musicians and tumblers and puppet shows. Those people would be in the ragtag camp outside the walls. A few closed, dark-painted sedan chairs threaded through the quiet throngs, some with house banners a little larger than Khan standing stiffly above. They moved as slowly as the ox carts, with goad-wielding drivers walking alongside, axles squealing in the stillness. Outlanders stood out, no matter how little color they wore, because few except Outlanders rode. The almost inevitably shorter natives looked like pale-faced crows in their dark garb. Aiel stood out too, of course. Whether one alone or 10 together, they walked in clearings through the crowds. Eyes darted away and space just opened up around them wherever they went. Aiel faces turned toward the party as it made its slow way through the crowds. Even if not all recognized Rand in his green coat, they knew who a tall wetlander escorted by maidens must be. Those faces sent a chill down Perrin's spine. Considering. They made him thankful Rand had left all the Aes Sedai behind. Aside from the Aiel, the Dragon Reborn moved through a river of unconcern that parted for the maidens and closed in again behind the Ashaman. The royal palace of Cairhien, the Sun Palace, the Palace of the Rising Sun in Splendor. Cairhienin were great ones for names, each more extravagant than the last. Stood atop the highest hill in the city, a dark mass of square stone with stepped towers looming over everything. The street, the Way of the Crown, became a long, broad ramp rising toward the palace, and Perrin drew a deep breath as they started up. Faile was up there. She had to be, and safe. Whatever else, she had to be safe. He touched the knot holding Swallow's reins to a ring on his pommel, stroked the axe at his waist. The horses' shod hooves rang loudly on the paving stones. The maidens made no sound at all. The guards on the great open bronze gates watched their slow approach and exchanged glances. They were colorful for Cairhienin soldiers, 10 men with the rising sun in gold on their dark breastplates and scarves in House Saigon's colors tied below the heads of their halberds. Perrin could have written out their thoughts. 13 men on horseback, but in no hurry, and only 2 wearing armor, 1 in Mayenna red. Any trouble would come from Caroline Damodred or Toram Rioton, and Mayenners had no place in that. And there was a woman and an Ogier. Surely they intended no trouble. Still, 3 dozen or so maidens trotting ahead of the horses hardly looked as though they were coming for tea. For an instant, all hung balanced. Then a maiden veiled herself. The guards jerked as if goosed, and one slanted his halberd and darted for the gates. 2 steps he took, and stopped, rigid as a statue. Every guard stood stiff. Nothing moved but their heads. Good, Rand murmured. Now tie off the flows and leave them for later. Perrin shrugged uncomfortably. The Ashaman had spread out behind, taking up most of the width of the ramp. They must be using the one power. Very likely, the 8 of them could tear the whole palace apart. Maybe Rand could have by himself. But if those towers began spewing crossbow bolts, they would die with everyone else, caught in the open on this ramp that no longer seemed so wide. Nobody sped up. Any eyes at the tall, narrow windows of the palace, on the colonnaded walks high above, must see nothing out of the ordinary. Suilin flashed maiden hand talk, and the one who had veiled lowered the black cloth hurriedly, face flushing. A slow walk up the stone ramp. Some of the guards' helmeted heads shook wildly, eyes rolling. One seemed to have fainted, slumping upright with his chin on his chest. Their mouths strained, open, but no sound came out. Perrin tried not to think about what had gagged them. A slow walk through the open bronze gates into the main courtyard. There were no soldiers here. The stone balconies around the courtyard stood empty. Liveried servants rushed out with downcast eyes to take the horses' reins and hold stirrups. Stripes of red and yellow and silver ran down the sleeves of otherwise dark coats and dresses, and each had the rising sun small in the left breast. That was more color than Perrin had seen on a Cairhienin servant before. They could not see the guards outside, and likely would have done little different if they had. In Cairhien, servants played their own version of Deus de Mar, the game of houses, but they pretended to ignore the doings of those above them. Taking too much notice of what happened among your betters, or at least being seen to take notice, might mean being caught up in it. In Cairhien, maybe in most lands, ordinary folk could be crushed unnoticed where the mighty walked. A blocky woman led Stepper and Swallow away without really looking at him. Swallow was inside the Sun Palace, and it made no difference. He still did not know whether Fail was alive or dead. A fool boy's fool fancy. Shifting his axe at his hip, he followed Rand up the broad gray stairs at the far end of the courtyard and nodded when Aram reached over his shoulder again to ease his sword. Liveried men swung open the great doors at the head of the stairs, bronze like the outer gates, and marked large with the rising sun of Cairhien. Once, the entry hall would have stunned Perrin with its grandeur. Thick square columns of dark marble held a square-vaulted ceiling 10 paces above floor tiles that alternated dark blue and deep gold. Gilded rising suns marched around the cornices, and friezes carved in the walls showed Cairhienin triumphs in battle. The hall was empty, save for a handful of young men clustered beneath one of the friezes who fell silent when Perrin and the rest entered. Not all men, he realized. All wore swords, but 4 of the 7 were women, in coats and snug breeches much like Min's, their hair cut short as the men's. Not that that was particularly short. Men and women alike had it gathered in a kind of tail that reached their shoulders, tied with a dark ribbon. One of the women wore green a little paler than normal for Cairhienin, and another bright blue. All the rest were in dark colors, with a few bright stripes across their chests. They studied Rand's party, with an especial view for himself, Perrin realized. His yellow eyes took people aback, although he hardly noticed it anymore unless somebody jumped or made a commotion. Studied in silence until the last of the Ashaman was in, and the doors swung shut. The boom of the closing covered a moment of fierce whispering. Then they came swaggering closer, the women strutting even more arrogantly than the men, which took some doing. Even the way they knelt was arrogant. The green-clad woman glanced at the one in blue, who had her head down, and said, "My Lord Dragon, I am Camille Nolason. Salanda Darangil leads our society." She blinked at a fierce look from the woman in blue. Despite the glare, Salanda smelled afraid to her bones, if Perrin was making out who was who properly. Clearing her throat, Camille went on. We did not expect you to return so soon." "Yes," Rand said softly. "I doubt anyone thought I would return so soon. None of you has any reason to be afraid of me. None at all. If you believe anything, believe that." Surprisingly, he looked right at Salanda when he said that. Her head whipped up, and as she stared at him, the fear smell faded. Not completely, but down to a tatter. How had Rand known it was there? "Where is Colaver?" Rand asked. Camille opened her mouth, but it was Salanda who answered. "In the Grand Hall of the Sun." Her voice grew stronger as she spoke, the scent of her fear growing weaker. Oddly, a slight tinge of jealousy touched it once, just for an instant, when she glanced at Min. Sometimes his sense of smell was more confusing than enlightening.
"It is the third sunset convocation," she went on. "We are not important enough to attend. Besides, I think we of the societies make her uneasy."
"The third," Dobrain muttered. "The 9th sunset after her coronation already. She wasted no time. At least they will all be together. No one of any rank or pretension will miss it, Karienen or Tyren." Drawing herself up on her knees, Salanda managed to make it seem she was meeting Rand eye to eye.
"We are ready to dance the blades for you, my Lord Dragon."
Sulan shook her head, wincing, and another maiden groaned audibly. Several looked and smelled ready to do some violence then and there. The Aiel could not decide what to make of these young wetlanders. The problem in Aiel eyes were that they were trying to be Aiel, in a way, to follow Jiatou, their version of it anyway. These 7 were not the lot. Hundreds of the idiots at least could be found all over the city, organized into societies in imitation of the Aiel. Half the Aiel Perrin had heard mention them wanted to help. The other half wanted to strangle them. For himself, he did not care whether they mangled Jiatou to mincemeat. "Where is my wife?" he demanded. "Where is Fail?" The young fools exchanged guarded looks. Guarded?
"She is in the Grand Hall of the Sun," Salanda said slowly. She is one of Queen of Coliver's lady attendants." "Put your eyes back in your head, Perrin," Min whispered. "She must have a good reason. You know she must."
Shrugging inside his coat, Perrin tried to gather himself. One of Coliver's attendants? Whatever her reason, it must be good. That much he was sure of. But what could it be? Salanda and the others were passing those guarded looks about again. One of the men, a young fellow with a pointed nose, whispered fierce and low, "We swore not to tell anyone. Not anyone. On water oath." Before Perrin could demand to be told, Rand spoke. "Salanda, lead the way to the Grand Hall. There will be no blades. I am here to see justice done to all who deserve it." Something in his voice made Perrin's hackles rise. A hardness grim as a hammer's face. Fail did have a good reason. She had to. Chapter 5. A Broken Crown. Wide and tall as the corridors were, they felt close, and dim despite tall gilded stand lamps with mirrors on every branch, lit wherever daylight could not penetrate. Tapestries hung few and far between on the walls, scenes of hunt or battle with people and animals, arranged more precisely than ever nature had. Scattered niches held bowls and vases, and now and then a small statue, in gold or silver or alabaster, but even the statues seemed to emphasize that they were stone or metal, as if the sculptors had tried to banish curves. The city's hush was magnified here. The sound of their boots on the floor tiles echoed, a hollow foreboding march, and Perrin did not think it was so to his ears alone. Loyal's quivered at every other step, and he peered down crossing corridors, as though wondering what might leap out. Min held herself stiffly and took ginger steps, grimacing ruefully when she glanced at Rand. She seemed to make an effort not to walk closer to him, and not particularly pleased with herself over it. The young Karienen started off swaggering like peacocks, but that arrogance faded as the drumming of their heels reverberated. Even the maidens felt it. Sulan was the only one whose hand did not sometimes rise toward the veil hanging down her chest. There were servants everywhere, of course, pale, narrow-faced men and women in dark coats and dresses with the rising sun on the left breast, and sleeves striped in Coliver's colors. Some gaped in recognition as Rand passed by. A handful dropped to their knees, heads bowed. Most went on about their tasks after a small pause for deep bow or curtsy. It was just as in the courtyard. Show proper respect to your betters, whoever they are. Obey them and otherwise ignore what they do, and perhaps you will not be entangled in it. It was a way of thinking that set Perrin's teeth on edge. Nobody should have to live that way. Two fellows in Colaver's livery, standing before the gilt-covered doors to the Grand Hall of the Sun, frowned at the sight of the maidens, and maybe at the young Karienen. Older folk usually looked askance at the younglings carrying on every bit as much as the Aiel did. More than one parent had tried to put an end to it, had ordered sons or daughters to give over, instructed armsmen and servants to chase off others' like-minded sons and daughters like common vagrants or street ruffians. Perrin would not have been surprised if these doormen slanted their gilded staffs to stop Solanda and her friends from entering through the open doorways, nobility or not, and perhaps even the maidens. Few Karienen still dared call Aiel savages, not where they could be heard, but most thought it. The pair gathered themselves, drew deep breaths, and saw Rand over the maidens' heads. Their eyes nearly popped out of their faces. Each man glanced sideways at the other, and then they were on their knees. One stared fixedly at the floor, the other squeezed his eyes shut, and Perrin heard him praying under his breath. "So I am loved," Rand said softly. He hardly sounded himself. Min touched his arm, her face pained. Rand patted her hand without looking at her, and for some reason that seemed to pain her even more. The Grand Hall of the Sun was immense, with an angle-vaulted ceiling a full 50 paces high at its peak, and great golden lamps hung on gilded chains thick enough to move the gates of a fortress. It was immense, and it was full, people crowding among massive square columns of blue-black veined marble that stood in 2 rows to either side of the center aisle. The folk at the rear noticed the newcomers first. In long coats and short, some in bright colors or embroidered, some travel-worn, they stared curiously, intently. The few women in the back of the hall wore riding dresses and had faces as hard as the men, gazes as direct. Hunters for the horn, Perrin thought. Dobrain had said that every noble who could be there would, and most hunters were nobly born, or claimed to be. Whether or not they recognized Rand, they sensed something, hands feeling for swords and daggers that were not there this evening. More hunters than not sought adventure and a place in the histories along with the Horn of Valir. Even if they did not know the Dragon Reborn, they knew danger when they saw it. The others in the Grand Hall were less attuned to danger, or rather, more to intrigues and plots than to open hazard. Perrin was a third of the way down the long center aisle, close on Rand's heels, before gasps ran through the chamber like a wind. Pale Karienen lords with colorful slashes across the chests of their dark silk coats, some with the front of their heads shaved and powdered, Karienen ladies with stripes on their dark high-necked gowns and lace falls covering their hands, their hair in intricate towers that often added a good foot of height. Tyran high lords and lords of the land, with oiled beards trimmed to points, in velvet hats and coats of red and blue and every color, with puffy, satin-striped sleeves. Tyran ladies in even more colorful gowns, with wide lace ruffs and close caps studded with pearls and moonstones, fire drops and rubies. They knew Perrin, and they knew Dobrain, and even Havian and Min, but most importantly, they knew Rand. A ripple of knowing that kept pace up the hall with him. Eyes widening, jaws dropping, they went so stiff Perrin almost thought the Ashaman had bound them like the guards outside the palace. The chamber was a sea of sweet perfumes, and beneath that, undercurrents of salty sweat. But through it oozed fear, a quivering sort of smell. His attention was all on the far end of the hall, though, on the deep blue marble dais where the sun throne stood, shining like its namesake with gilt, the wavy-rayed rising sun huge atop the high back. Colaver rose slowly, peering down the aisle over Rand's head. Her nearly black dress bore not a single stripe of nobility, but the great mass of curls rising above her head had to have been dressed around the crown she wore, the rising sun in gold and yellow diamonds. 7 young women flanked the sun throne in dark bodiced gowns with lace snugged under their chins and skirts striped vertically in Colaver's yellow and red and silver. It seemed that Karienen fashion was different for the queen and for the queen's attendants. A flicker of motion behind the throne picked out an eighth woman, hidden, but Perrin cared about neither Colliver nor anyone else except the woman to her ultimate right. Faile. Her slightly tilted eyes fastened on him, dark liquid moons, yet not a line altered of her coolly decorous expression. If anything, her face grew tighter. His nose strained for the scent of her, but the perfume was too strong, and the fear. She had a reason for being there on the dais, a good reason. She did. Rand touched Sulan's sleeve. "Wait here," he said. Scowling, the scar on her leathery face standing out as white as her hair, she scanned his face, then nodded with obvious reluctance. Her free hand gestured anyway, and another gasp ran through the chamber as the maidens veiled. It was almost laughable. The 8 men in black coats trying to watch everywhere at once could probably kill them all before the first maiden drove home a spear, but no one knew who or what they were. No one looked at them twice, a handful of men with their swords sheathed, only at the maidens. And Rand. Hadn't they noticed that not a one of those men sweated a drop more than Rand? Perrin felt as if he were bathing in his. Stepping past them, can. A shocked murmur rose and fell raggedly. Fear became stronger than the perfumes in Perrin's nose. Colliver gave a start. "Why would I—" Drawing a deep breath, she gathered dignity. A more than handsome woman in her middle years, without a touch of gray in her dark hair, she bore a regal presence that had nothing to do with the crown. She had been born to command, to reign, so she thought. And her eyes, weighing and measuring, betrayed a hard intelligence. "My Lord Dragon," she said, making a curtsy so deep it nearly mocked itself, "I welcome you back. Carian welcomes you back." The way she said it, she seemed to be repeating herself. Slowly, Rand climbed the steps of the dais. Min half made to follow him, then folded her arms. Perrin did follow, to be near Faile, but only part way. It was her gaze that stopped him, a gaze that probed every bit as much as Colliver's. At him, as much as at Rand. Perrin wished he could smell her, not to try discovering why or what, just for the smell of her. The wash of perfumes and fright was too great. Why did she not speak? Why did she not come to him, or smile? Just a smile. Colliver stiffened a splinter's worth, but only that. Her head came no more than level with Rand's chest, though her towered hair rose almost as tall as he. His eyes slid from her face, and along the women lined up on either side of the throne. He might have paused on Faile. Perrin could not be sure. Rand rested his hand on one heavy arm of the Sun Throne. "You know I mean this for Elaine Trakand." His voice was emotionless. "My Lord Dragon," Colliver replied smoothly, "Carian had been too long without a ruler. A Carianan ruler. You yourself said you have no interest in the Sun Throne for yourself. Elaine Trakand would have had some claim," a small quick gesture dismissed such a claim, "if she were alive. Rumor says she is dead, like her mother." A dangerous thing to say. A good many rumors said Rand had killed both mother and daughter. The woman was no coward. "Elaine is alive." The words were still flat as a planed board, but Rand's eyes burned. Perrin could not pick out his smell any more than Faile's, but he did not need his nose to know rage bottled right in front of him. "She will have the crowns of Andor and of Carian." "My Lord Dragon, what is done cannot be undone. If anything has offended you—" For all her dignity, all her courage, Colliver made a visible effort not to flinch as Rand reached out and took hold of the sun crown. There was a loud crack of metal snapping, and the crown flexed, hardly disarraying her tower of curls as it pulled away, slowly straightening. A few of the brilliant yellow stones popped from their settings and fell. He held up the stretched arc of metal, and slowly it bent back on itself until the ends met, and maybe the Ashaman could see what happened, could understand, but to Perrin, one moment the crown was broken, the next it was whole again. No one among the nobles made a sound, not even a shuffling of boots. Perrin thought they might be afraid too. To his nose, stark terror was stronger than any other scent now. It did not quiver, it spasmed wildly. "Whatever can be done," Rand said softly, "can be undone." Coliver's face drained of blood. The few wisps of hair that had escaped her coiffure made her seem wild, at bay. Swallowing, she opened her mouth twice before any words came out. "My Lord Dragon." It was a breathy whisper, but as she went on, her voice became stronger, and edged with desperation. She seemed to forget anyone else was present. "I have kept the laws you made, maintained your policies, even those that go against the ancient laws of Cairhien, against all custom." She probably meant the laws that had let a noble kill a farmer or craftsman and walk away. "My Lord Dragon, the Sun Throne is yours to give. I know that. I was wrong to take it without your leave. But I have the right to it, by birth and blood. If I must have it from your hand, then give it to me by your hand. I have the right." Rand only looked at her. He said nothing. He seemed to be listening, but not to her. Perrin cleared his throat. Why was Rand dragging this out? It was done, or nearly. Let whatever else had to be done be done. Then he could take Fail away, where they could talk. "Did you have the right to murder Lord Marengil and High Lord Mylan?" Perrin demanded. There was no doubt in his mind that she had had it done. They had been her biggest rivals for the throne. Or she, and they, thought they were anyway. Why was Rand just standing there? He knew all of this. "Where is Berelain?" Before the name was off his tongue, he wanted to call it back. Fail only glanced at him, her face still a cool mask of propriety, but that glance could have set water aflame. A jealous wife is like a hornet's nest in your mattress, the saying went. No matter how you twitched, you got stung. "You dare accuse me of so vile a crime?" Coliver demanded. "There is no proof. There can be no proof. Not when I am innocent." Abruptly, she seemed to become aware of where she was, of the nobles crowded shoulder to shoulder among the columns, watching and listening. Whatever else could be said of her, she did have courage. Standing straight, she did her best to stare Rand in the eye without tilting her head too far back. "My Lord Dragon, 9 days ago at sunrise I was crowned Queen of Cairhien according to the laws and usages of Cairhien. I will keep my oath of fealty to you, but I am Queen of Cairhien." Rand only stared at her, silent. And troubled, Perrin would have said. "My Lord Dragon, I am Queen, unless you would rip all our laws away." Still silence from Rand, and an unblinking stare. Why doesn't he end it, Perrin wondered. "These charges against me are false. They are mad." Only that silent stare for answer. Coliver moved her head uneasily. "Anura, advise me. Come, Anura, advise me." Perrin thought she spoke to one of the women with Fail, but the woman who stepped from behind the throne did not wear the striped skirts of an attendant. A broad face with a wide mouth and a beak of a nose regarded Rand from beneath dozens of long, thin, dark braids. An ageless face. To Perrin's surprise, Javian made a sound in his throat and began grinning. His own hackles were standing straight. "I cannot do this, Coliver," the Aes Sedai said in a Tarabonner accent, shifting her gray-fringed shawl. "I fear I have allowed you to misperceive my relationship to you." Drawing a deep breath, she added, There is no need for this, Master Althor. Her voice became slightly unsteady for a moment. "Or, my Lord Dragon, if you prefer. I assure you I harbor no ill intentions toward you. If I did, I would have struck before you knew I was here." "You might well have died if you had." Rand's voice was icy steel. His face made it seem soft. "I'm not who has shielded you, Aes Sedai. Who are you? Why are you here? Answer me! I don't have much patience with your kind. Unless you want to be hauled out to the Aiel camp, I wager the wise ones can make you speak freely." This Anura was not slow-witted. Her eyes darted to Aram, then to the aisle where the Ashaman stood. And she knew. They had to be who he meant in their black coats, grim faces dry when every other but hers and Rand's glistened. Young Jahar was watching her like a hawk watching a rabbit. Incongruously, Loyal stood in the midst of them with his axe propped against his shoulder. One big hand managed to hold an ink bottle and an open book, pressed awkwardly against his chest, while the other scribbled as fast as he could dip a pen fatter than Perrin's thumb. He was taking notes. Here. The nobles heard Rand as well as Anura did. They had been watching the veiled maidens uneasily. Now they crowded back from the Ashaman, pressing together like fish in a barrel. Here and there someone sagged in a faint, held up by the throng. Shivering, Anura adjusted her shawl and regained all the vaunted Aes Sedai composure. "I am Anura Larison, my Lord Dragon, of the Grey Alja." Nothing about her said that she was shielded and in the presence of men who could channel. She seemed to answer as a favor. "I am the advisor to Berelain, first of Mayenne." So that was why Javian was grinning like a madman. He had recognized the woman. Perrin did not feel like grinning at all. "This has been kept secret, you understand," she went on, "because of the attitude of Tyr, both toward Mayenne and toward Aes Sedai. But I think me the time for secrets, it is past, yes?" Anura turned to Colliver, and her mouth firmed. "I let you think what you would think. But Aes Sedai do not become advisors simply because someone tells them they are. Most especially when they already advise someone else." "If Berelain confirms your story," Rand said, "I will parole you to her custody." Looking at the crown, he seemed to realize for the first time that the spray of gold and gems was still in his hand. Very gently he set it on the silk-covered seat of the Sun Throne. "I don't think every Aes Sedai is my enemy. Not entirely. But I won't be schemed against, and I won't be manipulated. Not anymore. It's your choice, Anura. But if you make the wrong one, you will go to the wise ones. If you live long enough. I won't hobble the Ashaman, and a mistake could cost you." "The Ashaman," Anura said calmly. "I quite understand." But she touched her lips with her tongue. "My Lord Dragon, Colliver plotted to break her oath of fealty." Perrin had wished so hard for Fail to speak that he jumped when she did, stepping out of the line of attendants. Choosing her words carefully, she confronted the would-be queen like a stooping eagle. Light, but she was beautiful. "Colliver swore to obey you in all things and uphold your laws, but she has made plans to rid Cairhien of the Aiel, to send them south and return all to as it was before you came. She also said that if you ever returned, you would not dare change anything she had done. The woman she told these things, Mare, was one of her attendants. Mare vanished soon after telling me. I have no proof, but I believe she is dead. I believe Colliver regretted revealing too much of her mind, too soon." Dobrain strode up the steps to the dais, his helmet under his arm. His face might have been cold iron. "Colliver Saigon," he announced in a formal voice that carried to every corner of the Grand Hall. "By my immortal soul under the light, I, Dobrain, High Seat of House Taborwin, do arraign and censure you of treason, the penalty for which is death." Rand's head went back, eyes closed. His mouth moved slightly, but Perrin knew that only he and Rand heard what was said.
No, I cannot. I will not.
Perrin understood the delay now. Rand was searching for a way out. Perrin wished he could see one. She drew up every inch of it. Perrin almost admired her. Except for Mylan and Marangil and this mare, and the light alone knew how many others.
I demand justice, my Lord Dragon.
Her voice was calm, stately, royal.
There is no proof of any of this filth. A claim that someone who is no longer in Cairhien says I spoke words I never did? I demand the Lord Dragon's justice. By your own laws, there must be proof.
How do you know she is no longer in Cairhien? Dobrain demanded. Where is she?
I assume she is gone.
She addressed her answer to Rand.
Mare left my service, and I replaced her with Rila there.
She gestured toward the third attendant on the left.
I have no idea where she is. Bring her forward if she is in the city, and let her make these ridiculous charges to my face. I will fling her lies in her face.
Fail looked murder at her. Perrin hoped she would not produce one of those knives she kept hidden about her. She had a habit of doing that when she became angry enough. Anura cleared her throat. She had been studying Rand much too closely for Perrin's comfort. She reminded him of Varen suddenly, that look of a bird examining a worm.
May I speak, Master... my Lord Dragon?
At his curt nod, she went on, adjusting her shawl.
Of young Mare, I know nothing except that one morning she was here, and before nightfall she was nowhere to be found, and none knew where she had gone. But Lord Marangil and High Lord Mylan, they are a different matter. The first of Mayenne, she brought with her two most excellent thief-catchers, men experienced in ferreting out crimes. They have brought before me two of the men who waylaid the High Lord Mylan in the streets, though both insist they only held his arms while others did the stabbing. Also, they brought me the servant who put poison in the spiced wine Lord Marangil liked to drink at bedtime. She also protests her true innocence. Her invalid mother would have died, and she herself had Lord Marangil not. So she says, and in her case, I believe she speaks truly. Her solace at confession was not false, I think. Both the men and the woman agree in this. The orders for their actions came from the mouth of Lady Colliver herself.
Word by word, the defiance leached out of Colliver. She still stood, yet it seemed to wonder. She appeared as limp as a damp rag.
They promised,
she mumbled to Rand.
They promised you would never return.
Too late, she clamped both her hands over her mouth. Her eyes bulged. Perrin wished he could not hear the words coming from her throat. No one should make sounds like that.
Treason and murder,
Dobrain sounded satisfied. Those whimpered screams did not touch him.
The penalty is the same, my Lord Dragon. Death. Except by your new law, it is hanging for murder.
For some reason, Rand looked at Min. She returned his gaze with profound sadness. Not for Colliver, for Rand. Perrin wondered whether a viewing was involved.
I demand the headsman,
Colliver managed in a strangled voice. Her face sagged. She had become old on the spot, and her eyes were mirrors of stark terror. But with nothing left, she fought on for the scraps.
It is my right. I will not be hanged like some...
And breathed. Dobrain, did she own a small farm?
She owned many farms, my Lord Dragon,
the Cairhien replied slowly. Clearly, he understood no more than Perrin did.
Most are large,
but the lands near the Dragon Wall have always been divided into small holdings, Less than 50 hides. All of the tenants abandoned them during the Aiel War. Rand nodded. Time to change that. Too much land has lain fallow too long. I want to move people back there to farm again. Dobrain, you will find out which farm of those Colaver owned near the Dragon Wall is the smallest. Colaver, I exile you to that farm. Dobrain will see you're provided with what is needed to make a farm work, and with someone to teach you how to till the soil. And with guards to see that you never go farther from it than you can walk in a day so long as you live. See to it, Dobrain. In a week, I want her on her way. A bewildered Dobrain hesitated before nodding. Perrin could catch murmurs from the assembly behind him now. This was unheard of. None understood why she was not to die. And the rest? Estates had been confiscated before, but never all. Never nobility itself. Nobles had been exiled, even for life, but never to a farm. Colaver's response was immediate. Eyes rolling up in her head, she collapsed, crumpling backward toward the steps. Perrin darted to catch her, but someone was ahead of him. Before he had taken a full step, her fall simply stopped. She slumped in midair, slanting over the steps to the dais, head dangling. Slowly, her unconscious form rose, swung around, and settled gently in front of the Sun Throne. Rand. Perrin was sure the Ashaman would have let her fall. Anura tisked. She did not appear surprised or perturbed, except that her thumbs rubbed her forefingers nervously. I suspect she would have preferred the headsman. I will see to her if you have your man, your, Ashaman. She's not your concern, Rand said roughly. She is alive, and she is alive. He drew a long, ragged breath. Min was there before he let it out. She only stood near him, yet she looked as if she wanted to do something more. Slowly his face firmed. Anura, you will take me to Berlane. Release her, Jahar. She'll be no trouble. Not with one of her and 9 of us. I want to find out what has been going on while I was away, Anura, and what Berlane means bringing you here behind my back. No, don't speak. I'll hear it from her. Perrin, I know you want some time with Fail. Rand's gaze swept slowly around the hall, over all the nobles waiting silently. Under his stare, none dared move a muscle. The scent of fear far outweighed any other, convulsing sharply. Except for the hunters, everyone there had given him the same oath as had Colaver. Perhaps just being in this gathering was treason too? Perrin did not know. This audience is at an end, Rand said. I will forget every face that departs now. Those at the front, the highest ranking, the most powerful, began their progress toward the doors without too much haste, avoiding the maidens and the Ashaman standing in the aisle, while the rest waited their turn. Every mind must have been turning over what Rand had said, though. What precisely did he mean by now? Before the crowd closed up again. She said nothing for a time, and neither did he. Not what he wanted to say. Not with Aram there, staring at them like some worshipful hound. And Dobrain, frowning down at the unconscious woman put in his charge. No one else remained on the dais. Havian had gone with Rand to find Berlane, and as soon as Rand went, the other attendants had darted away toward the doors without a second glance at Perrin or Fail. Or Colaver. Without the first glance, for that matter. They just lifted their striped skirts and ran. Grunts and curses drifted from the pack, not all in men's voices. Even with Rand gone, those people wanted to be elsewhere, and now. Perhaps they thought Perrin stayed to watch and report, though had any glanced back, they would have seen his eyes were not on them. Climbing the rest of the way, he took Fail's hand and breathed in the scent of her. This close, the lingering perfumes did not matter. Anything else could wait. She produced a red lace fan from somewhere, and before spreading it to cool herself, touched first her cheek, then his. There was a whole language of fans in her native Saldaea. She had taught him a little. He wished he knew what the cheek-touching meant. It must be something good. On the other hand, her scent carried a spiky shading he knew too well. He should have sent her to the block, Dobrain muttered, and Perrin shrugged uncomfortably. From the man's tone, it was not clear whether he meant that that was what the law called for, or that it would have been more merciful. Dobrain did not understand. Rand could have sprouted wings first. Fail's fan slowed to barely moving, and she eyed Dobrain sideways over the crimson lace. Her death might be best for everyone. That is the prescribed penalty. What will you do, Lord Dobrain? Sidelong or not, it still managed to be very direct, a very meaningful gaze. Perrin frowned. Not a word for him, but questions for Dobrain. And there was that undertone of jealousy in her aroma, making him sigh. The Carianan gave her a level look in a return, while thrusting his gauntlets behind his sword belt. What I was commanded to do. I keep my oaths, Lady Fail. The fan snapped open and shut, faster than thought. He actually sent Aes Sedai to the Aiel? As prisoners? Disbelief tinged her voice. Some, Lady Fail. Dobrain hesitated. Some swore fealty on their knees. This I saw with my own eyes. They went to the Aiel too, but I do not think they can be called prisoners. I saw it too, my lady, Aram put in from his place on the steps, and a wide smile split his face when she glanced at him. Red lace described a fluttering hitch. What she did with the fan seemed almost unconscious. You both saw. The relief in her voice and in her scent was so strong that Perrin stared. What did you think, Fail? Would Rand lie, especially when everyone would know in a day? Instead of answering immediately, she frowned down at Colliver. Is she still under? Not that it matters, I suppose. She knows more than I would say here. Everything we worked so hard to keep hidden. She let that slip to Mare, too. She knows too much. Dobrain thumbed one of Colliver's eyes open none too gently. As if hit with a mace. A pity she did not break her neck on the steps. But she will go to her exile and learn to live as a farmer. A brief, jaggedy, vexed smell wafted from Fail. Abruptly it hit Perrin what his wife had been proposing so obliquely, what Dobrain had rejected just as indirectly. Every hair in his body tried to stand. From the start he had known that he had married a very dangerous woman, just not how dangerous. Aram was peering at Colliver, his lips pursed in dark thought. The man would do anything for Fail. I don't think Rand would like it if anything prevented her reaching that farm, Perrin said firmly, eyeing Aram and Fail in turn. I wouldn't like it either. He felt rather proud of himself. That was talking around the point as well as any of them. Aram bowed his head briefly. He understood, but Fail tried to look innocent above her gently fluttering fan, with no notion what he was talking about. Suddenly he realized not all the fear scent came from the people still milling at the door. A thin, quivering thread of it wafted from her. Fear under control, yet it was there. What's the matter, Fail? Light you'd think Coirin and that lot had won instead of... Her face did not change, but the thread grew thicker. Is that why you didn't say anything at first? He asked softly. Were you afraid we had come back as puppets, and them pulling the strings? She eyed the rapidly diminishing crowd across the grand hall. The nearest of them was a long way, and all making a good deal of noise, but she lowered her voice even so. Aes Sedai can do that sort of thing, I've heard. My husband, no one knows more than I that even Aes Sedai would find hard times trying to make you dance for a puppet. Much harder than a man who's just the dragon reborn. But when you walked in here, I was more afraid than at any time since you left." Amusement trickled through in the first of that, like tiny bubbles in his nose, and warm fondness and love, the smell of her clear and pure and strong. But all of those faded by the end, leaving that thin trembling thread.
"Light, Fail. It's true." I have studied my history, and I was taught to read between the lines. Mashera Donavel bore 7 children for a man she loathed, whatever the stories say. And Isabai Tobanyi delivered the brothers she loved to their enemies and the throne of Ara-Daman with them. And Jestjin Redhill? She shivered again, not so slightly. "It's all right," he murmured, wrapping her in his arms. He had studied several books of history himself, but he had never seen those names. The daughter of a lord received a different education from a blacksmith's apprentice. "It really is true." Dobrain averted his eyes, and so did Aram, though with a pleased grin. She resisted at first, but not very hard. He could never be sure when she would avoid a public embrace, and when welcome it. Only that if she did not want one, she made it clear in no uncertain terms, with or without words. This time she snuggled her face into his chest and hugged him back, squeezing harder. "If any Aes Sedai ever harms you," she whispered, "I will kill her." He believed her. "You belong to me, Perrin Tabashir Ebara. To me." He believed that, too. As her hug grew fiercer, so did the thorny scent of jealousy. He almost chuckled. It seemed the right to put a knife in him was reserved to her. He would have chuckled, except that filament of fear remained. That and what she had said about Mare. He could not smell himself, but he knew what was there. Fear. Old fear and new fear for the next time. The last of the nobles forced their way from the Grand Hall without anyone being trampled. Sending Aram off to tell Danil to bring the 2 Rivers men into the city, and wondering how he was going to feed them, Perrin offered Fail his arm and led her out, leaving Dobrain with Kolover, who was finally showing signs of awakening. He had no wish to be around when she woke, and Fail, with her hand on his wrist, seemed not to either. They walked quickly, eager to reach their rooms, if not necessarily for the same reasons. The nobles apparently had not stopped their flight once they were out of the Grand Hall. The corridors were empty except for servants who kept their eyes down and moved at a silent rush. But before they had gone very far, Perrin caught the sound of footsteps and realized they were being followed. It seemed unlikely that Kolover had any open supporters still, but if there were any, they might think to strike at Rand through his friend, walking alone with his wife while the Dragon Reborn was elsewhere. Only when Perrin spun about, hand to his axe, he stared instead of drawing the weapon. It was Salanda and her friends from the entry hall, with 8 or 9 new faces. They gave a start when he turned, and exchanged abashed glances. Some were Tyrans, including a woman who stood taller than all but one of the Carianan men. She wore a man's coat and tight breeches, just like Salanda and the rest of the women, with a sword on her hip. He had not heard that this nonsense had spread to the Tyrans. "Why are you following us?" he demanded. "If you try to make me any of your woolhead trouble, I vow I'll kick the lot of you from here to Beltane." He had had problems before with these idiots, or some just like them anyway. All they thought about was their honor and fighting duels, and taking one another Gaishain. That last really set the Aiel's teeth on edge. "Attend my husband and obey," Fail put in sharply. "He is not a man to be trifled with." Gawking stares vanished, and they backed away, bowing, competing over flourishes. They were still at it when they vanished around a turn. "Bloody young buffoons," Perrin muttered, offering Fail his wrist again. "My husband is wise in his years," she murmured. Her tone was utterly serious. Her smell was something else again. Perrin managed not to snort. True, a few of them might be a year or 2 older than he, but they were all like children with their playing at Aiel. Now, with Fail in a good mood,
seemed as good a time as any to begin what they had to talk about, what he had to talk about. Fail, how did you come to be one of Colaver's attendants? The servants, Perrin. She spoke softly. Nobody 2 steps away could have heard a word. She knew all about his hearing and the wolves. That was nothing a man could keep from his wife. Her fan touched her ear, admonishing caution in speech. Too many people forget servants are there, but servants listen too. In Carrion, they listen far too much. None of the liveried people he saw were doing any listening. The few who did not duck down side corridors when they saw him and Fail went by at a near run, gazes on the floor, and gathered in on themselves. Any sort of news spread quickly in Carrion. Events in the Grand Hall would have flown. The word was in the streets by now, probably on its way out of the city already. Without any doubt, there were eyes and ears in Carrion for the Aes Sedai and the White Cloaks, and likely more thrones than not. In that hushed voice, she went on despite her caution to him. Colaver could not be fast enough to take me in, once she learned who I am. My father's name impressed her as much as my cousin's. She finished with a little nod, as if she had answered everything. It was a good answer. Almost. Her father was Davram, high seat of House Bashir, lord of Bashir, Tyre, and Sedona, guardian of the Blight border, defender of the Heartland, and marshal general to Queen Tenobia of Saldaea. Fail's cousin was Tenobia herself. More than reason for Colaver to leap at Fail for one of her attendants. But he had had time to mull things over now, and he prided himself that he was becoming used to her ways. Married life taught a man about women, or about one woman anyway. The answer she had not given confirmed something. Fail had no concept of danger, not where she herself was concerned. He could not speak of it there in the corridor, of course. Whisper how he would, she did not have his ears, and doubtless she would insist every servant within 50 paces was listening. Holding his patience, he walked on with her until they reached the rooms that had been set aside for them, what seemed an age ago now. The lamps had been lit, making shimmers on the dark polished walls, each tall wooden panel carved in concentric rectangles. In the square stone fireplace, the hearth was swept bare and laid with a few pitiful branches of leatherleaf. They were almost green. Fail went straight to a small table where 2 golden pitchers stood beaded with moisture on a tray. They have left us blueberry tea, my husband, and wine punch. The wine is from Theron, I think. They cool the punch in the cisterns beneath the palace. Which would you prefer? Theron unbuckled his belt and tossed belt and axe on a chair. He had planned out what he had to say very carefully on the way here. She could be a prickly woman. Fail, I missed you more than I can say, and worried about you, but... Worried about me, she snapped, spinning to face him. She stood straight and tall, eyes fierce as those of her falcon namesake, and her fan made a coring motion toward his middle. No part of the language of fans. She made the same gesture with a knife sometimes. When almost the first words from your mouth were to ask after that woman... His jaw dropped. How could he have forgotten the smell filling his nostrils? He nearly put a hand up to see whether his nose was bleeding. Fail. I wanted her thief-catchers. No. He was not stupid enough to repeat that name. She said she had proof of the poison before I left. You heard her. I just wanted the proof, Fail. It did no good. That spiky stench softened not a whit, and the thin, sour smell of hurt joined it. What under the light had he said to hurt her? Her proof! What I gathered went for nothing, but her proof put Colaver's head on the block, or should have. That was his opening, but she was not about to let him push a word in edgewise. She advanced on him, looking daggers, her fan darting like one. All he could do was back away. Do you know what story that woman put about? Fail almost hissed. A black viper could not have dripped so much venom. "Do you? She said the reason you were not here was that you were at a manor not far from the city, where she could visit you. I told the story I prepared, that you were hunting, and the Light knows you spent enough days hunting, but everyone believed I was putting a good face on you and her. Together. Colliver delighted in it. I could believe she only took that Mayenner strumpet as an attendant to throw the two of us together. Fail, Berylane, come lace my gown. Fail, Berylane, come hold the mirror for the hairdresser. Fail, Berylane, come wash my back. So she could amuse herself, waiting for us to claw one another's eyes out. That is what I've had to put up with. For you hairy-eared... His back thumped against the wall, and something snapped inside him. He had been frightened spitless for her, terrified, ready to face down Rand or the Dark One himself. And he had done nothing, had never encouraged Berylane, had done everything in his wits to chase the woman away. For which his thanks was this. Gently he took her by the shoulders and lifted her until those big tilted eyes were level with his. "You listen to me," he said calmly. He tried to make his voice calm, at least. It came out more of a growl in his throat. "How dare you speak to me like that? How dare you? I worried myself near to death for fear you'd been hurt. I love you, and nobody else but you. I want no other woman but you. Do you hear me? Do you?" Crushing her to his chest, he held her, wanting to never let her go. Light, he had been so afraid. He shook even now for what might have been. "If anything happened to you, I'd die, Fail. I would lie down on your grave and die. Do you think I don't know how Colliver found out who you are? You made sure she found out." Spying, she had told him once, was a wife's work. "Light woman, you could have ended like Mare. Colliver knows you're my wife. My wife. Perrin Aybara. Rand al'Thor's friend. Did it ever occur to you she might be suspicious? She could have... Light, Fail, she could have..." Abruptly, he realized what he was doing. She was making sounds against his chest, but no words he could recognize. He wondered that he did not hear her ribs creaking. Berating himself for an oath, he let her go, arms springing apart, but before he could apologize, her fingers clutched his beard. "So you love me," she said softly, very softly, very warmly. She was smiling, too. A woman likes to hear that said the right way. She had dropped the fan, and her free hand drew fingernails down his cheek, not far from hard enough to draw blood. But her throaty laugh held heat, and the smoldering in her eyes was as far from anger as possible. "A good thing you didn't say you never looked at another woman, or I would think you had gone blind." He was too stunned for words, too stunned even to gape. Rand understood women, Matt understood women, but Perrin knew he never would. She was always as much kingfisher as falcon, changing direction faster than he could think. Yet this... That thorny scent was gone completely, and in its place was another smell of her he knew well. A smell that was her, pure and strong and clean. Add that to her eyes, and any moment she was going to say something about farm girls at harvest. They were notorious, apparently, Saldaean farm girls. "As for you lying down on my grave," she went on, "if you do, my soul will haunt yours, I promise you. You will mourn me a decent time, and then you'll find yourself another wife. Someone I'd approve of, I hope." With a soft laugh, she stroked his beard. "You really aren't fit to take care of yourself, you know. I want your promise." Best not to crack his teeth on that. Say he would not, and this wonderful mood might be swallowed in a firestorm. Quicksilver was not in it, really. Say he would... By the smell of her, every word was the Light's pure truth, but he would believe that when horses roosted in trees. He cleared his throat. I need to bathe. I haven't seen soap in I don't know how long. I must smell like an old barn. Leaning against his chest, she drew a deep breath. You smell wonderful. Like you. Her hands moved on his shoulders. I feel as... The door banged open. Perrin! Berylane isn't... I'm sorry. Forgive me. Rand stood shifting his feet, not at all like the Dragon Reborn. There were maidens in the hallway outside. Min put her head around the doorframe, took one look, grinned at Perrin, and ducked back out of sight. Fail stepped away so smoothly, so stately, that one would never have guessed what she had been saying a moment before, or what she had been about to say. There were spots of color in her cheeks, though, bright and hot. So kind of you, my Lord Dragon, she said coolly, to drop in so unexpectedly. I apologize for not hearing your knock. Maybe those blushes were as much anger as embarrassment. It was Rand's turn to blush and scrub a hand through his hair. Berylane isn't in the palace. She's spending the night on that sea-folk ship anchored in the river, of all things. Anura didn't tell me till I was nearly to Berylane's apartments. Perrin tried very hard not to wince. Why did he have to keep saying the woman's name? You wanted to talk to me about something else, Rand? He hoped he had not put too much emphasis in that, yet he hoped Rand caught it. He did not look at Fail, but he tested the air gingerly. No jealousy, not yet. A good deal of anger, however. For a moment, Rand stared at him, looked through him, listening to something else. Perrin folded his arms to stop from shuddering. I need to know, Rand said finally. Are you still unwilling to command the army against Ilion? I have to know now. I'm no general, Perrin said raggedly. There would be battles in Ilion. Images flashed in his head. Men all around him, and the axe in his hands spinning, hewing his way through. Always more men, however many he cut down, in endless ranks. And in his heart, a seed growing. He could not face that again. He would not. Besides, I thought I was supposed to stay close to you. That was what Min had said, from one of her viewings. Twice Perrin had to be there, or Rand would go down to disaster. Once had been Dumai's Wells, maybe, but there was still another to come. We must all take risks. Rand's voice was very quiet and very hard. Min peered around the doorframe again, looking as if she wanted to come to him, but she glanced at Fail and stayed outside. Rand, the Aes Sedai... A smart man would let this lie, probably. He had never claimed to be particularly smart, though. The wise ones are ready to skin them alive, or near enough. You can't let them be harmed, Rand. In the corridor, Sulan turned to study him through the doorway. The man he thought he knew laughed, a wheezing sound. We all have to take risks, he repeated. I won't let them be hurt, Rand. Cold blue eyes met his gaze. You won't let it? I won't, Perrin told him levelly. He did not flinch from that stare either. They are prisoners and no threat. They're women. They are Aes Sedai. Rand's voice was so like Aram's back at Dumai's Wells that it nearly took Perrin's breath away. Rand, I do what I have to do, Perrin. For a moment he was the old Rand, not liking what was happening. For a moment he looked tired to death. A moment only. Then he was the new Rand again, hard enough to mark steel. I won't harm any Aes Sedai who doesn't deserve it, Perrin. I can't promise more. Since you don't want the army, I can use you elsewhere. Just as well, really. I wish I could let you rest longer than a day or two, but I can't. There's no time. No time, and we must do what we must. Forgive me for interrupting you. He sketched a bow, one hand on the hilt of his sword. Fail, Perrin tried to catch his arm, but he was out of the room, the door closing behind him, before Perrin could move. Rand was not really Rand anymore, it seemed. A day or two? Where in the light did Rand mean him to go, if not to the army gathering down on the plains of Moredo? "My husband," Fail breathed. "You have the courage of 3 men, and the sense of a child on leading strings. Why is it that as a man's courage goes up, his sense goes down?" Perrin grunted indignantly. He refrained from mentioning women who set themselves to spy on people who had committed murders and almost certainly knew they were spying. Women always talked about how logical they were compared to men, but for himself, he had seen precious little of it. "Well, perhaps I don't really want the answer, even if you know it." Stretching with her arms over her head, she gave a throaty laugh. "Besides, I don't mean to let him spoil the mood. I still feel as forward as a farm girl at—" "Why are you laughing? Stop laughing at me, Perrin Tabashiri Bara. Stop it, I say, you uncouth oaf. If you don't—" The only way to put an end to it was to kiss her. In her arms, he forgot Rand and Aes Sedai and battles. Where Fail was home. Chapter 7. Pitfalls and Tripwires. Rand felt the dragon scepter in his hand, felt every line of the carved dragons against his heron-branded palm, as clearly as if he were running his fingers over them. Yet it seemed someone else's hand. If a blade cut it off, he would feel the pain and keep going. It would be another's pain. He floated in the void, surrounded by emptiness beyond knowing, and saidin filled him, trying to grind him to dust beneath steel-shattering cold and heat where stone would flash to flame, carrying the Dark One's taint on its flow, forcing corruption into his bones. Into his soul, he feared sometimes. It did not make him feel so sick to his stomach as it once had. He feared that even more. And larded through that torrent of fire, ice, and filth, life. That was the best word. saidin tried to destroy him. saidin filled him to overflowing with vitality. It threatened to bury him, and it enticed him. The war for survival, the struggle to avoid being consumed, magnified the joy of pure life, so sweet even with the foulness. What would it be like clean? Beyond imagining. He wanted to draw more, draw all there was. There lay the deadly seduction. One slip and the ability to channel would be seared out of him forever. One slip and his mind was gone, if he was not simply destroyed on the spot, and maybe everything around him too. It was not madness, focusing on the fight for existence. It was like high-walking blindfolded over a pit full of sharpened stakes, basking in so pure a sense of life that thinking of giving it up was like thinking of a world forever in shades of gray. Not madness. His thoughts whirled through his dance with saidin, slid across the void. Anura, peering at him with that Aes Sedai gaze. What was Berelain playing at? She had never mentioned an Aes Sedai advisor, and those other Aes Sedai in Cairhien. Where had they come from, and why? The rebels outside the city. What had emboldened them to move? What did they intend now? How could he stop them or use them? He was becoming good at using people. Sometimes he made himself sick. Sevanna and the Shaido. Rhuarc already had scouts on the way to Kinslayer's dagger, but at best they could only find out where and when. The wise ones who could find out why would not. There were a lot of whys connected to Sevanna. Elayne and Aviendha. No, he would not think of them. No thoughts of them. None. Perrin and Fail. A fierce woman, falcon by name and nature. Had she really attached herself to Kolivert just to gather evidence? She would try to protect Perrin if the Dragon Reborn fell. Protect him from the Dragon Reborn, should she decide it necessary. Her loyalties were to Perrin, but she would decide for herself how to meet them. Fail was no woman to do meekly as her husband told her, if such a woman existed. Golden eyes, staring challenge and defiance. Why was Perrin so vehement about the Aes Sedai? He had been a long time with Karuna and her companions on the road to Dumai's Wells. Could Aes Sedai really do with him what everybody feared? Aes Sedai. He shook his head without being aware. Never again. Never. To trust was to be betrayed. Trust was pain. He tried to push that thought away. It came a little too close to raving. Nobody could live without giving trust somewhere. Not just to Aes Sedai. Mat, Perrin. If he could not trust them... Min? Never a thought of not trusting Min. He wished she were with him instead of snugged in her bed. All those days of prisoner, days of worry, more for him than herself if he knew her. Days of being questioned by Galena and ill-treated when her answers failed to please. Unconsciously he ground his teeth. All of that, and the strain of being healed on top of it, had caught up with her at last. She had stayed by his side until her legs gave way, and he had to carry her to her bedchamber, with her sleepily protesting all the way that he needed her with him. No Min here. No comforting presence to make him laugh, make him forget the Dragon Reborn. Only the war with Saidin, and the whirlwind of his thoughts, and... They must be done away with. You must do it. Don't you remember the last time? That place by the wells was a pittance. Cities burned whole out of the earth were nothing. We destroyed the world. Do you hear me? They have to be killed. Wiped from the face. Not his, that voice shouting inside his skull. Not Rand al'Thor. Luz Therin Telamon, more than 3,000 years dead, and talking in Rand al'Thor's head. The power often drew him out of his hiding place in the shadows of Rand's mind. Sometimes Rand wondered how that could be. He was Luz Therin reborn, the Dragon reborn, no denying that. But everybody was someone reborn, 100 someones, 1,000, more. That was how the pattern worked. Everyone died and was reborn again and again as the wheel turned, forever without end. But nobody else talked with who they used to be. Nobody else had voices in their heads, except madmen. What about me? Rand thought. One hand tightened on the dragon scepter, the other on his sword hilt. What about you? How are we different from them? There was only silence. Often enough, Luz Therin did not answer. Maybe it had been better when he never had. Are you real? The voice said at last, wonderingly. That denial of Rand's existence was as usual as refusing to answer. Am I? I spoke to someone. I think I did. Inside a box. A chest. Wheezing laughter, soft. Am I dead or mad or both? No matter. I am surely damned. I am damned, and this is the pit of doom. I am damned. Wild, that laughing now. And this is the pit of... Rand muted the voice to an insect's buzz, something he had learned while cramped into that chest. Alone, in the dark. Just him and the pain and the thirst and the voice of a long-dead madman. The voice had been a comfort sometimes, his only companion, his friend. Something flashed in his mind. Not images, just flickers of color and motion. For some reason, they made him think of Mat and Perrin. The flashes had begun inside the chest, them and 1,000 more hallucinations. In the chest, where Galena and Arian and Katarine and the rest stuffed him every day after he was beaten. He shook his head. No. He was not in the chest anymore. His fingers ached, clenched around scepter and hilt. Only memories remained, and memories had no force. He was not. "If we must make this journey before you eat, let us make it. The evening meal is long finished for everyone else." Rand blinked, and Sulin stepped back from his stare. Sulin, who would stand eye to eye with a leopard. He smoothed his face, tried to. It felt a mask, somebody else's face. "Are you well?" she asked. "I was thinking." He made his hands unknot, shrugged inside his coat. A better-fitting coat than the one he had worn from Dumai's Wells, dark blue and plain. Even after a bath, he did not feel clean, not with Sayadine in him. "Sometimes I think too much." Nearly 20 more maidens clustered at one end of the windowless, dark-paneled room. 8 gilded stand lamps against the walls, mirrored to increase the light, provided illumination. He was glad of that. He did not like dark places anymore. 3 of the Ashaman were there, too. The Aiel women to one side of the chamber, and the Ashaman to the other. Jonan Adley and Altaran, despite his name, stood with his arms folded, working eyebrows like black caterpillars in deep thought. Perhaps 4 years older than Rand, he was intent on earning the silver sword of the dedicated. Eben Hopwill carried more flesh on his bones and fewer blotches on his face than when Rand had first seen him, though his nose and ears still seemed the biggest part of him. He fingered the sword pin on his collar as if surprised to find it there. Fedwin Moore would have worn the sword as well, had he not been in a green coat suitable for a well-to-do merchant or a minor noble, with a little silver embroidery on cuffs and lapels. Of an age with Eben, but stockier, and with almost no blotches, he did not look happy that his black coat was stuffed into the leather scrip by his feet. They were the ones Lews Therin had been raving about, them and all the rest of the Ashaman. Ashaman, Aes Sedai. Anyone who could channel set him off, often as not. "Think too much, Rand al'Thor?" Enila gripped a short spear in one hand and her buckler and 3 more spears in the other, yet she sounded as if she were shaking a finger at him. The Ashaman frowned at her. "Your trouble is you do not think at all." Some of the other maidens laughed softly, but she was not making a joke. Shorter than any other maiden there, by at least a hand, she had hair as fiery as her temper and an odd view of her relationship to him. Her flaxen-haired friend Somara, who stood head and shoulders taller, nodded agreement. She held the same peculiar view. He ignored the comment, but could not stop a sigh. Somara and Enila were the worst, yet none of the maidens could decide whether he was the Kara Karn, to be obeyed, or the only child of a maiden ever known to the maidens, to be cared for as a brother, bullied as a son for a few. Even Jelani there, not many years from playing with dolls, seemed to think he was her younger brother, while Corana, graying and nearly as leather-faced as Sulin, treated him like an older. At least they only did that around themselves, not often where other Aiel could hear. When it counted, he would be the Kara Karn. And he owed it to them. They died for him. He owed them whatever they wanted. "I don't intend to spend all night here while you lot play Kiss the Daisies," he said. Sulin gave him one of those looks. In dresses or in Cotton-Sore, women tossed those looks about like farmers scattering seed. But the Ashaman abandoned staring at the maidens and slung the straps of their scrips over their shoulders. Push them hard, he had told Taim. Make them weapons, and Taim had delivered. A good weapon moved as the man who held it directed. If only he could be sure it would not turn in his hand. He had 3 destinations tonight, but one of those the maidens could not be allowed to know. No one but himself. Which of the other 2 came first, he had decided earlier, yet he hesitated. The journey would be known soon enough, yet there were reasons to keep it secret as he could. When the gateway opened there in the middle of the room, a sweetish smell, familiar to any farmer, drifted through. Horse dung. Wrinkling her nose as she veiled, Sulin led half the maidens through at a trot. After a glance to him, the Ashaman followed, drawing deeply on the true source as they went, as much as they could hold. Because of that, he could feel their strength as they passed him. Without that, it took some effort to tell a man could channel. Longer still, unless he cooperated. None were near as strong as he. Not yet, anyway. There was no saying how strong a man would be until he stopped growing stronger. Fedwin stood highest of the three, but he had what Taim called a bar. Fedwin did not really believe he could affect anything at a distance with the power. The result was that at 50 paces, his ability began to fade, and at 100, he could not weave even a thread of Saidin. Men gained strength faster than women, it seemed, and a good thing. These three were all strong enough to make a gateway of useful size, if just barely in Jonan's case. Every Ashaman was that he had kept. "Kill them before it is too late, before they go mad," Lews Therin whispered. "Kill them. Hunt down Samael and Dimandred and all the Forsaken. I have to kill them all before it is too late." A moment of struggle as he attempted to wrest the power away from Rand and failed. He seemed to try that more often of late, or to seize Saidin on his own. The second was a bigger danger than the first. Rand doubted that Lews Therin could take the true source away once Rand held it. He was not certain he could take it from Lews Therin either, if the other reached it first. "What about me?" Rand thought again. It was nearly a snarl, and no less vicious for falling short. Wrapped in the power as he was, anger spiderwebbed across the outside of the void, a fiery lace. "I can channel too. Madness awaits for me, but it already has you. You killed yourself, Kinslayer, after you murdered your wife and your children, and the light alone knows how many others. I won't kill where I don't have to. Do you hear me, Kinslayer?" Silence answered. He drew a deep, uneven breath. That web of fire flickered, lightning in the distance. He had never spoken to the man. It was the man, not just a voice, a man entire with memories. Never spoken to him like that before. Perhaps it might drive Lews Therin away for good. Half the man's mad rantings were tears over his dead wife. Did he want to drive Lews Therin away? His only friend in that chest? He had promised Sulin to count to 100 before following, but he did it by fives, then stepped more than 150 leagues to Caemlyn. Night had closed down on the royal palace of Andor, moon shadows cloaking delicate spires and golden domes, but a gentle breeze did nothing to break the heat. The moon hung above, still almost full, giving some light. Veiled maidens scurried around the wagons lined up behind the largest of the palace stables. The odor of the stable muck the wagons hauled away every day had long since soaked into the wood. The Ashaman had hands to their faces, Eben actually pinching his nose shut. "The Karakan counts quickly," Sulin muttered, but she lowered her veil. There would be no surprises here. No one would stay near those wagons who did not have to. Rand let the gateway close as soon as the remaining maidens came through, right behind him, and as it winked out of existence, Lews Therin whispered, "She's gone. Almost gone." There was relief in his voice. The bond of Warder and Aes Sedai had not existed in the Age of Legends. Alana was not really gone, no more than she had been any time since bonding Rand against his will, but her presence had lessened, and it was the lessening that made Rand truly aware. You could become used to anything, begin taking it for granted. Near to her, he walked around with her emotions nestled in the back of his head, her physical condition as well, if he thought about it. And he knew exactly where she was as well as he knew his own hand's place. But just as with his hand, unless he thought about it, it just was. Only distance had any effect, but he could still feel that she was somewhere east of him. He wanted to be aware of her. Should Lews Therin fall silent and all the memories of the chest somehow be wiped from his head, he would still have the bond to remind him, never trust Aes Sedai. Abruptly, he realized that Jonan and Eben still held Saidin too. "Release," he said sharply. That was the command Taim used, and he felt the power vanish from them. Good weapons. So far. Kill kill them before it's too late, Lews Therin murmured. Rand released the source deliberately and reluctantly. He always hated letting go of the life, the enhanced senses, of the struggle. Inside, though, he was tense, a jumper ready to leap, ready to seize it once more. He always was, now. I have to kill them, Lews Therin whispered. Shoving the voice back, Rand sent one of the maidens, Neralia, a square-faced woman, into the palace and began pacing alongside the wagons, thoughts spinning again, faster than before. He should not have come here. He should have sent Fedwin with a letter. Spinning. Elaine, Avienda, Perrin, Fail, Anura, Verlaine, Matt. This is nonsense. Even wetlanders would call it nonsense. He tried not to wince. She was strong, and using every ounce of it. You have run away from us too often, Rand al'Thor. You have no care for yourself. She considered him a brother of an age with herself, but irresponsible at times. Farderais Mai carries your honor, and you have no care. Fedwin glowered while his own wrists were tied, though the maiden binding him hardly put out much effort. Watching, Jonan and Eben frowned deeply. They disliked this plan as much as Sulan did, and understood it as little. The Dragon Reborn did not have to explain himself, and the Kara-Karn seldom did. No one said anything, though. A weapon did not complain. When Sulan stepped around in front of Rand, she took one look at his face, and her breath caught. They did this to you, she said softly, and reached for her heavy-bladed belt knife. A foot or more of steel, it was almost a short sword, though none but a fool would say that to an Aiel. Pull up the hood, Rand told her roughly. The whole point of this is that no one recognize me before I reach Baal and Bashir. She hesitated, peering into his eyes. I said, pull it up, he growled. Sulan could kill most men with her bare hands, but her fingers were gentle, settling the hood around his face. With a laugh, Jelani snatched the hood down over his eyes. Now you can be sure no one will know you, Rand al'Thor. You must trust us to guide your feet. Several maidens laughed. Stiffening, he barely stopped short of seizing Saidin. Barely. Lews Therin snarled and gibbered. Rand forced himself to breathe normally. It was not total darkness. He could see moonlight below the edge of the hood. Even so, he stumbled when Sulan and Delilah took his arms and led him forward. I thought you were old enough to walk better than that, Delilah murmured in mock surprise. Sulan's hand moved. It took him a moment to realize she was stroking his arm. All he could see was what lay just before him, the moonlit flagstones of the stable yard, then stone steps, floors of marble by lamplight, sometimes with a long runner of carpet. He strained his eyes at the movement of shadows, felt for the telltale presence of Saidin, or worse, the prickling that announced a woman holding Saidar. Blind like this, he might not know he was under attack until too late. He could hear the whisper of a few servants' feet as they hurried on nighttime chores, but no one challenged 5 maidens, apparently escorting 2 hooded prisoners. With Baal and Bashir living in the palace and policing Caemlyn with their men, doubtless stranger sights had been seen in these corridors. It was like walking a maze. But then he had been in one maze or another since leaving Emond's Field, even when he had thought that he walked a clear path. Would I know a clear path if I saw one, he wondered. Or have I been at this so long I'd think it was a trap? There are no clear paths, only pitfalls and tripwires and darkness. Lews Therin's snarl sounded sweaty, desperate. The way Rand felt. When Sulan finally led them into a room and shut the door, Rand tossed his head violently to throw back the hood, and stared. Baal and Davram he had expected, but not Davram's wife, Dira, nor Melaine, nor Dorinda.
I see you, Kara-Karn.
Baal, the tallest man Rand had ever seen, sat cross-legged on the green and white floor tiles in his cotton sore, an air about him even at ease that said he was ready to move in a heartbeat. The clan chief of the Goshin Aiel was not young, no clan chief was, and there was gray in his dark reddish hair, but anyone who thought him soft with age was in for a sad surprise.
May you always find water and shade. I stand with the Karakarn, and my spears stand with me.
Water and shade may all be very well, Davram Bashir said, hooking a leg over the gilded arm of his chair. But myself, I would settle for chilled wine. Little taller than Anila, he had his short blue coat undone, and sweat glistened on his dark face. Despite his apparent indolence, he looked even harder than Bale, with his fierce tilted eyes and his eagle's beak of a nose above thick gray-streaked mustaches. I offer congratulations on your escape and your victory. But why do you come disguised as a prisoner? I prefer to know whether he is bringing Aes Sedai down on us, Dira put in. A large woman, gowned in gold-worked green silk. Fail's mother stood as tall as any maiden there, except Samara. Long black hair slashed with white at the temples, her nose only a little less bold than her husband's. Truth, she could give him lessons in looking fierce, and she was very like her daughter in one respect. Her loyalty was to her husband, not Rand. You've taken Aes Sedai prisoner? Are we now to expect the entire White Tower to descend upon our heads? If they do, Melaine said sharply, adjusting her shawl, they will be dealt with as they deserve. Sun-haired, green-eyed, and beautiful, no more than a handful of years older than Rand by her face, she was a wise one and married to Bale. Whatever had caused the wise ones to change their view of Aes Sedai, Melaine, Amis, and Bear had changed the most. What I wish to know, the third woman said, is what you will do about Kolaver Saigan. While Dira and Melaine had presence, great presence, Dorinda outshone both, though it was difficult to see how exactly. The roof mistress of Smoke Springs Hold was a solid, motherly woman, much nearer handsome than pretty, with creases at the corners of her blue eyes and as much white in her pale red hair as Bale had gray. Yet of the three women, any eye with a brain behind it would have said she held sway. Melaine says that Bear considers Kolaver Saigan of little importance, Dorinda went on. But wise ones can be as blind as any man when it comes to seeing the battle ahead and missing the scorpion underfoot. A smile from Melaine robbed the words of their sting. Melaine's answering smile certainly said she took none. A roof mistress's work is finding those scorpions before anyone is stung. She also was Bale's wife, a fact that still disconcerted Rand, for all it had been her choice and Melaine's. Perhaps partly because it had been theirs. Among Aiel, a man had little say if his wife chose a sister wife. It was not a common arrangement, even among them. Kolaver has taken up farming, Rand growled. They blinked at him, wondering whether that was a joke. The Sun Throne is empty again, and waiting for Elaine. He considered weaving a ward against listeners, but a ward could be detected by anyone searching, man or woman, and its presence would announce that something interesting was being said. While everything said here would be known from the Dragon Wall to the sea soon enough. Fedwin was already rubbing his wrists, while Jelani sheathed her knife. No one looked at them twice. All eyes were on Rand. Frowning at Neralea, he waggled his bound hands until Suilin sliced the cords. I didn't realize this was to be a family gathering. Neralea looked a trifle abashed, maybe, but no one else did. After you marry, Davram murmured with a smile, you will learn you must choose very carefully what to keep from your wife. Dira glanced down at him, pursing her lips.
Wives are a great comfort, Bale laughed, if a man does not tell them too much.
Smiling, Dorinda ran her fingers into his hair and gripped for a moment as though she meant to tug his head off. Bale grunted, but not for Dorinda's fingers alone. Melaine wiped her small belt knife on her heavy skirt and sheathed it. The two women grinned at one another over his head while he rubbed at his shoulder, where a small spot of blood stained his cotton sore. Dira nodded thoughtfully. It seemed she had just gotten an idea. What woman could I hate enough to marry her to the Dragon Reborn? Rand said coldly. That caused a silence solid enough to touch. He tried to take rein on his anger. He should have expected this. Melaine was not just a wise one. She was a dream-walker, as were Amis and Bear. Among other things, they could talk to one another in their dreams, and to others. A useful skill, though they had only used it for him once. It was Wise One's business. No wonder at all that Melaine was abreast of everything that had happened. No wonder that she told Dorinda everything. Wise One's business or no, the two women were best friends and sisters rolled into one. Once Melaine let Bale know of the kidnapping, of course he had told Bashir. Expecting Bashir to keep that from his wife was like expecting him to keep it secret that their house was on fire. Inch by inch, he drew the anger in, forced it down. "Has Elaine arrived?" He tried to make his voice casual, and missed. No matter. There were reasons everyone knew for him to be anxious. Andor might not be as unquiet as Cairhien, but Elaine on the throne was the fastest way to settle both lands. Maybe the only way. "Not yet," Bashir shrugged. "But tales have come north of Aes Sedai with an army somewhere in Murendi, or maybe Altara. That could be young Mat and his Band of the Red Hand, with the daughter heir and the sisters who fled the tower when Swan Sanche was deposed." Rand rubbed his wrists where the cords had chafed. All that captive rigmarole had been on the chance Elaine was here already. Elaine and Avienda. So he could come and go without them learning of it till he was gone. Maybe he would have found a way to peek at them. Maybe... He was a fool, and no maybe about that. "Do you mean those sisters to swear oath to you, too?" Dira's tone was icy as her face. She did not like him. As she saw it, her husband had set off down a road that likely would end with his head on a pike over a gate in Tar Valon, and Rand had put his feet on that road. "The White Tower will not hold still for your coercing Aes Sedai." Rand made her a small bow, and burn her if she took it for mocking. Dira Nir Galin Tabashir never gave him a title, never even used his name. She could as well have been talking to a footman, and not a very intelligent or trustworthy one. "Should they choose to swear, I'll accept their oaths. I doubt many are exactly eager to return to Tar Valon. If they choose otherwise, they can go their own way so long as they don't put themselves against me."
"The White Tower has put itself against you,"
Bale said, leaning forward with his fists on his knees. His blue eyes made Dira's voice seem warm.
"An enemy who comes once will come again, unless they are stopped. My spears will follow wherever the Karakhan leads."
Melaine nodded, of course. She very likely wanted every last Aes Sedai shielded and kneeling under guard, if not bound hand and foot. But Dorinda nodded as well, and Suilin, and Bashir knuckled his mustaches thoughtfully. Rand did not know whether to laugh or weep. "Don't you think I've enough on my plate without a war against the White Tower?" Elaida grabbed my throat and was slapped down. The ground erupting in fire and torn flesh. Ravens and vultures gorging. How many dead? Slapped down. If she has sense enough to stop there, I will too. So long as they did not ask him to trust. The chest. He was shaking his head, half aware of Lews Therin suddenly moaning about the dark and the thirst. He could ignore, he had to ignore, but not forget, or trust. Leaving Bale and Bashir arguing over whether Elaida did have sense enough to stop, now that she had begun, he moved to a map-covered table against the wall beneath the tapestry of some battle where the white line of Andor stood prominent. Apparently Bale and Bashir used this room for their planning. A little rooting around found the map he needed. A large roll displaying all of Andor from the Mountains of Mist to the River Erenin, and parts of the lands to the south as well, Yillidan and Altara and Murendi. "The women held captive in the Tree Killers' lands are allowed to cause no trouble, so why should any others?" Melaine said, apparently in answer to something he had not heard. She sounded angry. "We will do what we must, Dira Tabashir," Dorinda said calmly.
She was seldom anything but. Hold to your courage, and we will arrive where we must go. When you leap from a cliff, Dira replied, it is too late for anything but holding to your courage, and hoping there's a hay wain at the bottom to land in. Her husband chuckled as though she was making a joke. She did not sound it. Spreading the map out and weighting the corners with ink jars and sand bottles, Rand measured off distances with his fingers. Matt was not moving very fast if rumor placed him in Altara or Murundi. He took pride in how fast the band could march. Maybe the Aes Sedai were slowing him, with servants and wagons. Maybe there were more sisters than he had thought. Rand realized his hands were clenched into fists and made them straighten. He needed Elaine to take the throne here and in Cairhien. That was why he needed her. Just that. Aviendha. He did not need her, not at all, and she had made it clear she had no need for him. She was safe away from him. He could keep them both safe by keeping them as far from him as possible. Light, if he could only look at them. He needed Matt, though, with Perrin being stubborn. He was not sure how Matt had suddenly become expert on everything to do with battle, but even Bashir respected Matt's opinions. About war, anyway. They treated him as Datsang, Sulin growled, and some of the other maidens growled wordlessly in echo. We know, Melaine said grimly. They have no honor. Will he truly hold back after what you describe? Dira demanded in disbelieving tones. The map did not extend far enough south to show Ilion. No map on the table showed any part of that country, but Rand's hand drifted down across Murundi, and he could imagine the Dwalon Hills, not far inside Ilion's borders, with a line of hill forts no invading army could afford to ignore. And some 250 miles to the east, across the plains of Moredo, an army such as had not been seen since the nations gathered before Tar Valon in the Aiel War, maybe not since Arthur Hawkwing's day. Tyron, Cairhien, Aiel, all poised to smash into Ilion. If Perrin would not lead, then Matt must. Only there was not enough time. There was never enough time. Burn my eyes, Davram muttered. You never mentioned that, Melaine. Lady Caroline and Lord Toram camped right outside the city, and High Lord Darlin as well. They didn't come together by chance. Not right at this time, they did not. That's a pit of vipers to have on your doorstep, wherever you are. Let the Algaid Siswai dance, Bale replied. Dead vipers bite no one. Samael had always been at his best defending. That was Lews Therin's memory, from the War of the Shadow. With two men inside one skull, maybe it was to be expected that memories would drift between them. Had Lews Therin suddenly found himself recalling herding sheep, or cutting firewood, or feeding the chickens? Rand could hear him faintly, raging to kill, to destroy. Thoughts of the Forsaken almost always drove Lews Therin over the brink.
Dira to Bashir speaks truly, Bale said. We must stay on the path we have begun until our enemies are destroyed, or we are.
That is not how I meant it, Dira said dryly. But you are right. We have no choice now, until our enemies are destroyed, or we are. Death, destruction, and madness floated in Rand's head as he studied the map. Samael would be at those forts soon after the army struck. Samael with the strength of a Forsaken and the knowledge of the Age of Legends. Lord Brend, he called himself, one of the Council of Nine, and Lord Brend they called him who refused to admit the Forsaken were loose. But Rand knew him. With Lews Therin's memory, he knew Samael's face, knew him to the bone. What does Dylan Taravin intend with Nean Aron and Elenia Sarand? Dorinda asked. I do confess I do not understand this shutting people away. What she does there is hardly important, Davram said. It is her meetings with those Aes Sedai that concern me. Dylan Taravin is a fool, Melaine muttered. She believes the rumors about the Caracal kneeling to the Amaryllis seat. She will not brush her hair unless those Aes Sedai give her permission. You mistake her, Dira said firmly. Dylin is strong enough to rule Andor. She proved that at Arengil. Of course she listens to the Aes Sedai. Only a fool ignores Aes Sedai. But to listen is not to obey. The wagons that had been brought from Dumai's Wells would have to be searched again. The fat little man Angriel had to be there somewhere. None of the sisters who escaped could have had a clue what it was. Unless perhaps one had stuck a souvenir of the Dragon Reborn in her pouch. No. It had to be in the wagon somewhere. With that, he was more than a match for any of the Forsaken. Without it, death, destruction, and madness. Suddenly, what he had been hearing rushed forward. "What was that?" he demanded, turning from the ivory-inlaid table. Surprised faces turned toward him. Jonan straightened from where he had been slouching against the doorframe. The maidens, squatting easily on their heels, suddenly appeared alert. They had been talking idly among themselves. Even they were wary around him now. Fingering one of her ivory necklaces, Melaine shared a decided look between Bael and Davram, then spoke before anyone else. "There are 9 Aes Sedai at an inn called the Silver Swan, and what Davram Bashir calls the New City." She said the word inn in an odd way, and city as well. She had only known them from books before coming across the Dragon Wall. "He and Bael say we must leave them alone until they do something against you. I think you have learned about waiting for Aes Sedai, Randolthor." "My fault," Bashir sighed, "if fault there is. Though what Melaine expects to do, I can't say. 8 sisters stopped at the Silver Swan almost a month ago, just after you left. Now and then a few more come or go, but there are never more than 10 at one time. They keep to themselves, cause no trouble, and ask no questions that Bael or I can learn. A few Red Sisters have come into the city as well. Twice. Those at the Silver Swan all have warders, but these never do. I'm sure they are Reds. 2 or 3 appear, ask after men heading for the Black Tower, and after a day or so they leave. Without learning much, I'd say. That Black Tower is as good as a fortress for holding in secrets. None of them has made trouble, and I would rather not trouble them until I know it is necessary." "I didn't mean that," Rand said slowly. He sat down in a chair opposite Bashir, gripping the carved arms till his knuckles hurt. Aes Sedai gathering here, Aes Sedai gathering in Cairhien. Happenstance? Lews Therin rumbled like thunder on the horizon about death and betrayal. He would have to warn Taim. Not about the Aes Sedai at the Silver Swan. Taim certainly knew already. Why had he not mentioned it? About staying away from them, keeping the Ashaman away. If Dumai's Wells was to be an end, there could be no new beginnings here. Too many things seemed to be spinning out of control. The harder he tried to gather them all in, the more there were, and the faster they spun. Sooner or later, everything was going to fall and shatter. The thought dried his throat. Tom Merrilin had taught him to juggle a little, but he had never been very good. Now he had to be very good indeed. He wished he had something to wet his throat. He did not realize he had spoken that last aloud until Jelani straightened from her crouch and strutted across the room to where a tall silver pitcher stood on a small table. Filling a hammered silver goblet, she brought it back to Rand with a smile, her mouth opening as she proffered it. He expected something rude, but a change came over her face. All she said was, "Caracarn," then went back to her place with the other maidens, so dignified it seemed she was imitating Dorinda, or maybe Dira. Samara gestured in hand talk, and suddenly every maiden was red-faced and biting her lips to keep from laughing. Every maiden but Jelani, who was just red-faced. The wine punch tasted of plums. Rand could remember fat, sweet plums from the orchard across the river when he was young, climbing the trees to pick them himself. Tilting his head back, he drained the goblet. There were plum trees in the 2 rivers, but no orchards of them, and certainly not across any river. "Keep your bloody memories to yourself," he snarled at Lews Therin. The man in his head laughed at something, giggling quietly to himself. Bashir frowned at the maidens, then glanced at Bael and his wives,
all impassive as stone, and shook his head. He got on well with Bale, but Aiel in general mystified him. "Since no one is bringing me any drink," he said, rising, and went to pour his own. He took a long swallow that wet his heavy mustaches. "Now that's cooling. Time's way of enrolling men seems to sweep up every fellow who'd like to follow the Dragon Reborn. He has delivered a goodly army to me, men who lack whatever it is your Ashaman need. They all talk wide-eyed about walking through holes in the air, but none has been anywhere near the Black Tower. I'm trying out a few thoughts young Matt had." Rand waved that away with the empty goblet. "Tell me about Dylan." Dylan of House Taravin would be next in line for the throne should anything happen to Elaine. But he had told her he was having Elaine brought to Caemlyn. If she thinks she can take the Lion Throne, I can find a farm for her, too. "Take the throne?" Dira said incredulously, and her husband laughed out loud.
"I have no understanding of Wetlander ways," Bale said, "but I do not think that is what she has done."
"Far from it." Davram carried the pitcher over to pour more punch for Rand. "Some lesser lords and ladies who thought to curry favor proclaimed for her at Arengil for midday, and by sunset Dylan, Elevar, and Luan had arrested them both. They announced Dylan as regent the next morning, in Elaine's name, until Elaine returns. Most of the houses of Andor have declared support for Dylan. I think some would like to have her take the throne herself, but Arengil keeps even the most powerful careful of their tongues." Closing one eye, Bashir pointed at Rand. "You, they do not mention at all. Whether that is good or bad, it will take a wiser head than mine to say." Dira offered a cool smile, looking down that nose of hers. "Those lick-spittles you allowed to make free of the palace have all fled the city, it seems. Fled Andor, some of them, according to rumor. You should know they were all behind either Elenia or Neon." Rand carefully set his full goblet on the floor beside his chair. He had only let Lur and Aramilla and the rest remain in order to try pushing Dylan and those who supported her into cooperation with him. They would never have left Andor to the likes of Lord Lur. With time and Elaine's return, it might yet work. But everything was whirling faster and faster, whirling away from his fingers. There were a few things he could control, though. "Fedwin there is an Ashaman," he said. "He can bring messages to me in Cairhien if there's need." That with a glare from Elaine, who returned the blandest sort of look. Dira studied Fedwin as she might a dead rat some overeager dog had dropped on her rug. Davram and Bale were more considering. Fedwin tried to stand straighter under their gaze. "Don't let anyone know who he is," Rand went on. "No one. That's why he isn't wearing black. I am taking 2 more to Lord Samaradrid and High Lord Wyraman tonight. They'll have need when they face Samael in the Dwarlan Hills. I will be busy chewing on Cairhien for a while yet, it seems. And maybe Andor, too."
"Does this mean you will send the spears forward at last?" Bale said. "You give the orders tonight?"
Rand nodded, and Bashir gave a great hoot of laughter. "Now that calls for a good wine. Or it would if it wasn't hot enough to make a man's blood thick as porridge." Laughter slid into a grimace. "Burn me, but I wish I could be there. Still, I suppose holding Caemlyn for the Dragon Reborn is no small thing." "You always want to be where the swords are bared, my husband." Dira sounded quite fond.
"The 5th,
Bale said.
"You will allow the 5th in Ilion, when Samael has fallen?"
Aiel custom allowed taking the 5th part of all that was in a place, taken by force of arms. Rand had forbidden it here in Caemlyn. He would not give Elaine a city looted even that much. "They will have the 5th, Rand said. But it was not of Samael or Ilion that he thought. "Bring Elaine quickly, Matt." It ran wild in his head, across Luz Theron's cackling.
Bring her quickly, before Andor and Kyrian both erupt in my face.
Chapter 8. The Figurehead. We must stop here tomorrow. Egwene shifted carefully on her folding chair. It had a tendency to fold on its own sometimes. Lord Bryn says the army is running short of food. Our camp is certainly short of everything. 2 stubby tallow candles burned on the wooden table in front of her. That folded too, for easy packing, but it was sturdier than the chair. The candles in the tent that served as her study were supplemented by an oil lantern hanging from the center pole, up near the peak. The dim yellow light flickered, making faint shadows dance on patched canvas walls that were a far cry from the grandeur of the Amerlin's study in the White Tower, but that did not upset her. Truth be known, she herself was some considerable distance short of the grandeur normally associated with the Amerlin seat. She knew very well that the 7-striped stole on her shoulders was the only reason any stranger would believe her Amerlin, if they did not think it an extremely foolish joke. Odd things had happened in the White Tower's history. Siuan had told her secret details of some of them, yet surely nothing so odd as her. 4 or 5 days would be better, Shiriam mused, studying the sheaf of papers in her lap. Slightly plump, with high cheekbones and tilted green eyes, in her dark green riding dress she managed to look elegant and commanding, despite her perch on one of the 2 precarious stools in front of the table. Exchange her narrow blue stole of the Keeper of the Chronicles for the Amerlin's, and anyone would think she wore it by right. Sometimes she certainly seemed to believe the striped stole rested on her own shoulders. Or perhaps longer. It would not hurt to build our stores up once more. Siuan, atop the other rickety stool, shook her head slightly, but Egwene did not need the hint. One day. She might be just 18 and well short of a true Amerlin's grandeur, but she was no fool. Too many of the sisters seized on any excuse for a halt. Too many of the sitters as well. And if they stopped too long, it might be impossible to start them moving again. Shiriam opened her mouth. 1, daughter, Egwene said firmly. Whatever Shiriam thought, the fact was that Shiriam Bayanar was the keeper and Egwene Alvear the Amerlin. If only Shiriam could be brought to realize that. And the hall of the tower, they were worse. She wanted to snarl or snap or maybe throw something, but after close to a month and a half, she already had a lifetime's practice in keeping her face and voice smooth, at far walk a step without sisters staring at her, the once Amerlin's seat, deposed and cut off from Saidar, then healed and restored to at least some ability, when everyone knew that was impossible. Many welcomed her back warmly as a sister once more, for herself and for the miracle that held out hope against what every Aes Sedai feared beyond death. But just as many or more offered lukewarm toleration or condescension or both, blaming her for their present situation. Shiriam was one of those who thought Siuan should instruct the new young Amerlin in protocol and the like, which everyone believed she hated, and keep her mouth closed unless she was called upon. She was less than she had been, no longer Amerlin, and no longer anywhere near so strong in the power. It was not cruelty as Aes Sedai saw it. The past was past. What was now was and must be accepted. Anything else only brought greater pain. By and large, Aes Sedai admitted change slowly, but once they did, for most it was as if things had always been that way. One day, Mother, as you say, Shiriam sighed at last, bowing her head slightly. Less in submission, Egwene was sure, than to hide a grimace over her stubbornness. She would accept the grimace if the acquiescence came with it. For the time being, she had to. Siuan bowed her head, too, to hide a smile. Any sister might be appointed to any post, but the social pecking order was quite rigid, and Siuan stood a long way further down than she had. That was one reason. The papers on Shiriam's lap were duplicated on Siuan's, and on the table in front of Egwene. Reports on everything from the number of candles and sacks of beans remaining in the camp to the state of the horses, and the same for Lord Bryn's army. The army's camp encircled the Aes Sedai's, with a ring perhaps 20 steps wide between, but in many ways they might as well have been a mile apart. Surprisingly, Lord Bryn insisted on that as much as the sisters. The Aes Sedai did not want soldiers wandering among their tents, a lot of unwashed, illiterate ruffians with light fingers often as not, and it seemed the soldiers did not want Aes Sedai wandering among them either, though, perhaps wisely, they held their reasons close. They marched toward Tar Valon to pull down a usurper to the Amyrlin seat and raise Egwene in her place, yet few men were truly comfortable around Aes Sedai, few enough women either. As keeper, Shiriam would have been all too happy to take these minor matters out of Egwene's hands. She had said as much, explaining how minor they were, how the Amyrlin seat should not be burdened with day-to-day trifles. Siuan, on the other hand, said a good Amyrlin paid attention to just those, not trying to duplicate the work of dozens of sisters and clerks, yet checking on something different every day. That way she had a good idea of what was happening and what needed doing before someone came running to her with a crisis already breaking into shards. A feel for how the wind was blowing, Siuan called it. Making sure these reports reached her had required weeks, and Egwene was sure that once she let them pass to Shiriam's control, she would never again learn anything until it was long dealt with, if then. A silence stretched as they began reading the next paper in each stack. They were not alone. Chaisa, seated on cushions to one side of the tent, spoke. "Too little light is bad for the eyes," she murmured almost to herself, holding up one of Egwene's silk stockings that she was darning. "You'll never catch me ruining my eyes over words in this little light." Just short of stout, with a twinkle in her eyes and a merry smile, Egwene's maid was always trying to slip advice to the Amyrlin, as though talking about herself. She could have been in Egwene's service 20 years, instead of less than 2 months, and 3 times as old as Egwene instead of barely twice. Tonight, Egwene suspected that she talked to fill silences. There was a tension in the camp since Loghain had escaped. A man who could channel, shielded and under close guard, yet he had slipped away like fog. Everyone walked on edge, wondering how, wondering where he was, what he intended to do now. Egwene wished harder than most that she could be sure she knew where Loghain Ablar was. Giving her papers a firm snap of her wrists, Shiriam frowned at Chaisa. She did not understand why Egwene let her maid be present at these meetings, much less let her chatter away freely. It probably never occurred to her that Chaisa's presence and her unexpected chatter frequently unsettled her just enough to help Egwene sidestep advice she did not want to take, and postpone decisions she did not want to make, at least not the way Shiriam wanted them made. Certainly the notion had never occurred to Chaisa. She smiled apologetically and returned to her darning, occasionally murmuring to herself. "If we continue, Mother," Shiriam said coolly, "we may finish before dawn." Staring at the next page, Egwene rubbed her temples. Chaisa might be right about the light. She had another headache coming on. Then again it might be the page, detailing what money was left. The stories she had read never mentioned how much coin was required to keep an army. Pinned to the sheet were notes from 2 of the sitters, Romanda and Lelaine, suggesting the soldiers be paid less frequently. Paid less, in fact. More than suggesting, really, just as Romanda and Lelaine were more than simply 2 sitters in the hall. Other sitters followed where they led, if not all by any means, while the only sitter Egwene could count on was Delana, and her not far. It was rare that Lelaine and Romanda agreed on anything, and they could hardly have chosen a worse. Some of the soldiers had sworn oaths, yet most were there for their pay, and maybe the hope of loot. "The soldiers are to be paid as before," Egwene muttered, crumpling the 2 notes. She was not going to let her army melt away, any more than she would allow looting. "As you command, Mother." Shiriam's eyes sparkled with pleasure. The difficulties must be clear to her. Anyone who thought her less than very intelligent was in deep trouble, but she did have a blind spot. If Romanda or Lelaine said the sun was coming up, Shiriam most likely would claim it was going down. She had had almost as much sway with the hall as they did now, perhaps more, until they put a halt to it between them. The opposite was true as well. Those two would speak against anything Sheriam wanted before they stopped to think, which had its uses, all in all. Egwene's fingers tapped on the tabletop, but she made them stop. The money had to be found, somewhere, somehow, but she did not have to let Sheriam see her worry. "That new woman will work out," Chesa murmured over her sewing. "Tyrans always carry their noses high, of course, but Selene does know what's required of a lady's maid. Mary and I will settle her down soon enough." Sheriam rolled her eyes irritably. Egwene smiled to herself. Egwene Alvear with 3 maids waiting on her, as unbelievable as the stole itself. But the smile lasted only a heartbeat. Maids had to be paid, too. A tiny sum, balanced against 30,000 soldiers, and the Amerlin could hardly do her own laundry or mend her own shifts. But she could have managed splendidly with Chesa alone, and would have, had she any choice in it. Less than a week earlier, Romanda had decided that the Amerlin needed another servant and found Mary among the refugees who huddled in every village until they were chased away. And not to be outdone, Lelaine produced Selene from the same source. The 2 women were crowded into Chesa's small tent before Egwene knew either existed. The principle of the thing was wrong. 3 maids when there was not enough silver to pay the army halfway to Tar Valon. Servants chosen for her without any say. And then there was the fact that she had yet another, if one who received not a copper. Everyone believed Marigan was the Amerlin's maidservant anyway. Beneath the edge of the table she felt her belt pouch, felt the bracelet inside. She should wear it more. It was a duty. Keeping her hands low, she dug the bracelet out and slipped it around her wrist. A band of silver made so the catch was invisible once closed. Made with the one power, the bracelet snapped shut beneath the table, and she very nearly snatched it off again. Emotion flooded into a corner of her mind. Emotion and awareness. A little pocket, as if she were imagining it. Not imagination, though, all too real. Half of an idam, the bracelet created a link between her and the woman who wore the other half, a silver necklace the wearer could not remove herself. They were a circle of 2 without embracing Saidar, Egwene always leading by virtue of the bracelet. Marigan was asleep now, her feet sore from walking all day and days past, but even sleeping, fear oozed through most strongly. Only hate ever came near fear in the stream that flowed through the idam. Egwene's reluctance came from the constant gnawing of the other woman's terror, from having worn the necklace end of the idam once, and from knowing the woman on the far end. She hated sharing any part of her. Only 3 women in the camp knew that Moghedien was a prisoner, hidden in the midst of Aes Sedai. If it came out, Moghedien would be tried, stilled, and executed in short order. If it came out, Egwene might not be far behind her, and Swan and Lyanna as well. They were the other 2 who knew. At best, she would have the stole stripped away. For hiding one of the Forsaken from justice, she thought grimly. I'll be lucky if they just stick me back with the accepted. Unconsciously, she thumbed the golden great serpent ring on the first finger of her right hand. Then again, however just such a punishment might be, it was unlikely. She'd been taught that the wisest of the sisters was chosen Amerlin's seat, yet she had learned better. The choosing of an Amerlin was as hotly contested as electing a mayor in the 2 rivers, and maybe more. No one bothered to stand against her father in Emmons Field, but she had heard about elections in Devon Ride and Taran Ferry. Swan had only been raised Amerlin because the 3 before her each had died after just a few years on the Amerlin seat. The Hall had wanted someone young. Speaking of age to a sister was at least as rude as slapping her face, yet she had begun to get some idea how long Aes Sedai lived. Rarely was anyone chosen sitter before she had worn the shawls 70 or 80 years at least, and Amerlin's generally longer, often much longer. So when the Hall deadlocked between 4 sisters raised Aes Sedai less than 50 years before, and Siain Haramon of the White suggested a woman who had worn the shawl only 10 years, it might have been as much exhaustion as Swan's qualifications in administration that brought the sitters to stand for her. And Egwene Alvear, who in many eyes should still have been a novice? A figurehead, easily directed. A child who had grown up in the same village with Rand al'Thor. That last definitely had its part in the decision. They would not take back the stole, but she would find the little authority she had managed to accumulate gone. Romanda, Lelaine, and Shiriam might actually come to blows over which would march her about by the scruff of her neck. "That looks much like a bracelet I saw Elaine wearing." The papers on Shiriam's lap crackled as she leaned forward for a better look. "And Nynaeve. They shared it, as I recall." Egwene gave a start. She had been careless. "It's the same. A remembrance gift when they left." Twisting the silver circlet around her wrist, she felt a stab of guilt that was all her own. The bracelet appeared segmented, but so cunningly you could not see how exactly. She had hardly thought of Nynaeve and Elaine since their departure for Ebu Dar. Perhaps she should call them back. Their search was not going well, it seemed, though they denied it. Still, if they could find what they were after... Shiriam was frowning. Whether or not at the bracelet, Egwene could not say. She could not allow Shiriam to start thinking too much on that bracelet, though. If she ever noticed that the necklace Marigan wore was a match, there might be painfully awkward questions. Rising, Egwene smoothed her skirt as she moved around the table. Siuan had acquired several pieces of information today. One could be put to good use now. She was not the only one with secrets. Shiriam looked surprised when she stopped too close for the other woman to stand. "Daughter, I've learned that a few days after Siuan and Lyanna arrived in Salidar, 10 sisters left, 2 from each Aja there except the blue. Where did they go, and why?" Shiriam's eyes narrowed a fraction, but she wore serenity as comfortably as her dress. "Mother, I can hardly recall every—" "No dancing around, Shiriam." Egwene moved a little closer, until their knees almost touched. "No lies by omission. The truth." A frown creased Shiriam's smooth forehead. "Mother, even if I knew, you cannot trouble yourself with every little—" "The truth, Shiriam. The whole truth. Must I ask before the entire hall why I cannot have the truth from my keeper? I will have it, daughter, one way or another. I will have it." Shiriam's head swiveled as though she was looking for a way to escape. Her eyes fell on Chesa hunched over her sewing, and she all but gasped with relief. "Mother, tomorrow, when we are alone, I am sure I can explain everything to your satisfaction. I must speak with a few of the sisters first." So they could work up what Shiriam was to tell her tomorrow. "Chesa," Egwene said, "wait outside, please." For all that she seemed focused on her work to the exclusion of everything else, Chesa bounded to her feet in a flash and very nearly ran from the tent. When Aes Sedai were at odds, anyone with half a brain went elsewhere. "Now, daughter," Egwene said, "the truth. All that you know. This is as private as you will be," she added when Shiriam glanced at Siuan. For a moment Shiriam adjusted her skirts, plucking at them really, avoiding Egwene's eyes, no doubt still working out evasions. But the 3 oaths trapped her. She could not speak an untrue word, and whatever she thought of Egwene's true position, slipping behind her back was a long way from denying her authority to her face. Even Romanda maintained the proper courtesies, if only by a hair at times. Drawing a deep breath, Shiriam folded her hands in her lap and spoke to Egwene's chest, matter of fact. "When we learned the Red Aja was responsible for setting Loghain up as a false dragon, we felt something had to be done. We certainly meant the small coterie of sisters she had gathered around her. Carlinia and Beonin and the rest held as much real sway as most sitters, if not actually in the hall. Elida was sending out demands for every sister to return to the tower, so we chose 10 sisters to do just that, by the fastest means they could manage. They all should be there long since, quietly making sure that every sister in the tower understands the truth of what the Reds did with Loghain. Not—" she hesitated, then finished in a rush. "Not even the hall knows of them." Egwene stepped away, rubbing her temples again, quietly making sure, in the hope that Elida would be deposed. Not exactly a bad scheme, really. It might even work eventually. It might take years, too. But then for most sisters, the longer they could go without truly doing anything, the better. With enough time, they could convince the world that the White Tower had never really broken. It had been broken before, even if only a handful knew it. Maybe with enough time, they could find a way to adjust everything so it had not, really. Why keep it from the hall, Shiriam? Surely you don't think any of them would betray your plan to Elida? Half the sisters eyed the other half askance for fear of Elida's sympathizers, partly for fear of that. Mother, a sister who decided that what we do was a mistake would hardly let herself be chosen a sitter. Any such would have taken herself away long since. Shiriam had not relaxed, but her voice took on the patient, instructing tone she seemed to think had the greatest effect on Egwene. Usually, though, she was more adroit at changing the subject. These suspicions are the worst problem we face for the time being. No one really trusts anyone. If we could only see how to... The Black Ajah. Swan cut in quietly. That's what chills your blood like a silver pike up your skirts. Who can say for sure who is black? And who can say what a black sister might do? Shiriam darted another hard look at Swan, but after a moment the force went out of her. Or rather, one sort of tension replaced another. She glanced at Egwene, then nodded reluctantly. By the sour twist to her mouth, she would have made another evasion had it not been plain Egwene would not stand for it. Most sisters in the camp believed now, but after more than 3,000 years denying the Black Ajah's existence, it was a queasy belief. Almost no one would open her mouth on that topic, no matter what they believed. The question, Mother, Swan went on, is what happens when the Hall does find out. She seemed to be thinking aloud again. I can't see any sitter accepting the excuse that she couldn't be told because she might be on Elida's side. And as for the possibility she might be Black Ajah, yes, I think they will be quite upset. Shiriam's face paled slightly. It was a wonder she did not go dead white. Upset did not begin to cover it. Yes, Shiriam would face much more than upset if this came out. Now was the time to drive home her advantage, but another question occurred to Egwene. If Shiriam and her friends had sent... what were they? Not spies. Ferrets, maybe, sent into the walls after rats. If Shiriam had sent ferrets into the White Tower, could... A sudden stab of pain through that pocket of sensations in the back of her head sent everything else flying. Had she felt it directly, it would have been numbing. As it was, her eyes bulged in shock. A man who could channel was touching the necklace around Moghedien's neck. This was one link no man could be brought into. Pain, and something unheard of from Moghedien. Hope. And then it was all gone. The awareness, the emotions. The necklace was off. I need some fresh air, she managed. Shiriam started to rise, and Swan, but she waved them back down. No, I want to be alone, she said hastily. Swan, find out everything Shiriam knows about the ferrets. Light, I meant the 10 sisters. They both stared at her, but thank the light neither followed as she snatched the lantern from its hook and hurried out. It would not do for the Amerlin to be seen running, yet she came close, hoisting her divided skirts as well as she could with her free hand, and very nearly trotting. A cloudless sky made the moonlight bright, dappling the tents and wagons with shadows. Most people in the camp were asleep, but low fires still burned here and there. A handful of warders were about, a few servants, too many eyes to see if she ran. The last thing she wanted was someone offering help. She realized she was panting, but from alarm, not exertion. Thrusting her head and the lantern into Marigan's tiny tent, she found it empty. The blankets that made up the pallet on the ground lay in a sprawl, tossed aside by someone in a hurry. And what if she had still been here, she wondered, with the necklace off, and maybe whoever freed her. Shivering, she withdrew slowly. Moghedien had good reason to dislike her very personally, and the only sister who could match one of the Forsaken alone when she could channel at all was in Ebou Dar. Moghedien could have killed Egwene without anyone noticing. Even had a sister felt her channel, there would be nothing remarkable in that. Worse, Moghedien might not have killed her, and no one would have known anything until they found the pair of them gone. Mother, Chesa fussed behind her. You should not be out in the night air. Night air is bad air. If you wanted Marigan, I could have fetched her. Egwene very nearly jumped. She had not been aware of Chesa following her. She studied the people at the nearest fires. They had gathered for companionship, not warmth in this unholy heat, and they were not close, but maybe someone had seen who went into Marigan's tent. She certainly had few visitors, and no men among them. A man might well have been remarked. "I think she has run away, Chesa." "Why, that wicked woman!" Chesa exclaimed. "I always said she had a mean air and a sneaking eye, slinking away like a thief after you took her in. She'd be starving by a road if not for you. No gratitude at all." She followed all the way back to the tent where Egwene slept, nattering on about wickedness in general, the thanklessness of Marigan in particular, and how that sort should be handled, which seemed to jump between switching them till they settled down and tossing them out before they could run away. Tucked around cautions that Egwene check her jewelry to be sure it was all still there. Egwene barely heard. Her mind spun. It could not have been Loghain, could it? He could not have known about Moghedien, much less come back to rescue her. Could he? Those men Rand was gathering, those Ashaman. Rumor in every village carried whispers of Ashaman and the Black Tower. Most of the sisters tried to pretend they were unaffected by dozens of men who could channel gathering in one spot. The worst of the tales had to be inflated, rumor always exaggerated. But Egwene's toes wanted to curl under with fright whenever she thought of them. An Ashaman could have. But why? How would he have known any more than Loghain? She was trying to avoid the only reasonable conclusion. Something far worse than Loghain had come back, or even Ashaman. One of the Forsaken had freed Moghedien. Ravine was dead by Rand's hand, according to Nynaeve, and he had killed Ishamael as well, or so it seemed. And Aginor and Balthamel. Moiraine had killed Balal. That left only Asmodean, Demandred, and Samael among the men. Samael was in Ilion. No one knew where the others were, or any of the women who survived. Moiraine had done for Lanfear, too, or they had done for each other, but all the other women were still alive, so far as anyone knew. Forget the women. It had been a man. Which? Plans had been laid long since in case one of the Forsaken struck at the camp. No one sister here could equal any of the Forsaken by herself, but linked in circles was another matter, and any Forsaken who stepped into their camp would find circles forming on every side of him. Or her, once they realized who she was. The Forsaken showed no signs of agelessness, for some reason. Maybe it was some effect of being connected to the Dark One. This was dithering. She had to start thinking clearly. "Chesa, look like you need your head rubbed for the ache again, is what you... Yes, Mother? Find Swan and Lyanna. Tell them to come to me, but don't let anyone hear you." Grinning, Chesa dropped a curtsy and scampered out. She could hardly avoid knowing the currents that swirled around Egwene, yet she found all the plotting and scheming fun. Not that she knew more than surface, and little enough of that. Egwene did not doubt her loyalty, but Chase's opinion of what was exciting might change if she learned the depth of those swirls. Channeling the oil lamps inside the tent alight, Egwene blew out the lantern and set it carefully in a corner. Maybe she had to think clearly, but she still felt as if she was stumbling in the dark. Chapter 9. A Pair of Silverpike. Egwene was sitting in her chair, one of the few real chairs in the camp, with a little plain carving like a farmer's best armchair, roomy and comfortable enough that she felt only a touch of guilt about taking up valuable wagon space for it. She was sitting there trying to pull her thoughts together when Swan swept aside the entry flaps and ducked into the tent. Swan was not happy. "Why in the light did you run off?" Her voice had not changed with her face, and she chided with the best even when she did it in respectful tones. Barely respectful. Her blue eyes remained the same, too. They could have done for a saddle-maker's awls. "Shiriam brushed me aside like a fly." That surprisingly delicate mouth twisted bitterly. "She was gone almost as soon as you were. Don't you realize she handed herself to you? She certainly does. Her and Anaya and Morvrin and the lot of them. You can be sure they'll spend tonight trying to bail water and patch holes. They could manage it. I don't see how, but they might." Almost as the last word left her mouth, Lyanna entered. A tall, willowy woman, her coppery face was as youthful as Swan's, and for the same reason. She also was more than old enough to be Egwene's mother, in truth. Lyanna took one look at Siuan and threw up her hands as much as the roof of the tent would allow. "Mother, this is a foolish risk." Her dark eyes went from dreamy to flashing, but her voice had a languorous quality even when she was irritated. Once it had been brisk. "If anyone sees Siuan and me together this way—" "I don't care if the whole camp learns your squabbling is a fraud," Egwene broke in sharply, weaving a small barrier against eavesdropping around the three of them. It could be worked through with time, but not without detection, so long as she held the weave instead of tying it off. She did care, and perhaps she should not have called them both, but her first half-coherent thought had been to summon the two sisters she could count on. No one in the camp so much as suspected. Everyone knew the former Amyrlin and her former keeper detested one another every bit as much as Siuan detested being tutor to her successor. Should any sister uncover the truth, they might well find themselves doing penance for a long time to come, and not an easy one. Aes Sedai appreciated being made fools of even less than other people. Kings had been made to pay for that. But in the meanwhile, their supposed animosity resulted in a certain leverage with the other sisters, including sitters. If they both said the same thing, it must be so. Another incidental effect of being stilled was very useful, one no one else knew about. The three oaths no longer held them. They could lie like wool merchants now. Schemes and deceptions on every side. The camp was like some fetid swamp where strange growths sprouted unseen in mists. Maybe anywhere Aes Sedai gathered was like that. After 3,000 years of plotting, however necessary, it was hardly surprising that scheming had become second nature to most sisters, and only a breath away for the rest. The truly horrible thing was that she found herself beginning to enjoy all the machinations. Not for their own sake, but as puzzles, though no twisted bits of iron could intrigue her a quarter so much. What that said about her she did not want to know. Well, she was Aes Sedai, whatever anyone thought, and she had to take the bad of it with the good. "Moghedien has escaped," she went on without pause. "A man removed the Idam from her, a man who can channel. I think one of them took the necklace away. It wasn't in her tent, that I saw. There might be some way to find it using the bracelet, but if there is, I don't know it." That took the starch right out of them. Lyanna's legs gave way, and she dropped like a sack onto the stool Chesa sometimes used. Siuan sat down on the cot slowly, back very straight, hands very still on her knees. Incongruously, Egwene noticed that her dress had tiny blue flowers embroidered in a wide Tyran maze around the bottom, a band that made the divided skirts seem one when she was still. Another band curved becomingly across the bodice. Concern for her clothes, that they be pretty instead of just suitable, was certainly a small change, looking at it one way. She never took it to extremes. Yet in another it was as drastic as her face, and a puzzle. Siuan resented the changes and resisted them, except for this one. Lyanna, on the other hand, in true Aes Sedai fashion, embraced what had changed. A young woman again. Egwene had overheard a Yellow exclaiming in wonder that both were prime childbearing age by everything she could find. She might never have been keeper, never have had any other face. The very image of practicality and efficiency became the ideal of an indolent and alluring Domani woman. Even her riding dress was cut in the style of her native land, and no matter that its silk, so thin it barely seemed opaque, was as impractical as the pale green color for traveling dusty roads. Told that having been stilled had broken all ties and associations, Lyanna had chosen the green Aja over a return to the blue. Changing Ajas was not done, but then no one had been stilled and then healed before either. Siuan had gone right back into the blue, grumbling over the idiotic need to entreat and appeal for acceptance, as the formal phrase went. "Oh, light," Lyanna breathed, as she thumped onto the stool with considerably less than her usual grace. "We should have turned her over for trial the first day. Nothing we've learned from her is worth letting her loose on the world again. Nothing." It was a measure of her shock. She did not normally go about stating the obvious. Her brain had not grown indolent, whatever her outward demeanor. Languid and seductive Domani women might be on the outside, but they were still known as the sharpest traders anywhere. "Blood and bloody... We should have had her watched," Swan growled through her teeth. Egwene's eyebrows rose. Swan must be as shaken as Lyanna. By who, Swan? Phaelane? Theodrin? They don't even know you two are of my party. A party? 5 women. And Phaelane and Theodrin were hardly eager adherents, especially Phaelane. Nynaeve and Elaine could be counted too, of course, and Birgitta certainly, even if she was not Aes Sedai, but they were a long way off. Stealth and cunning were still her major strengths, plus the fact that no one expected them of her. How should I have explained to anyone why they were supposed to watch my serving woman? For that matter, what good would it have done? It had to be one of the Forsaken. Do you really think Phaelane and Theodrin together could have stopped him? I'm not sure I could have, even linked with Romanda and Lelaine. They were the next 2 strongest women in the camp, as strong in the power as Swan used to be. Swan visibly forced a scowl from her face, but even so she snorted. She often said that if she could no longer be Amyrlin, then she would teach Egwene how to be the best Amyrlin ever, yet the transition from lion on a hill to mouse underfoot was difficult. Egwene allowed her no little latitude because of that. I want the 2 of you to ask about among those near the tent Moghedien was sleeping in. Someone must have seen the man. He had to come afoot. Anybody opening a gateway inside a space that little risked cutting her in 2, however small he wove it. Swan snorted, louder than the first time. Why bother, she growled. Do you mean to go chasing after like some fool hero in a Glee Man's fool story and bring her back? Maybe tie up all the Forsaken at one go? Win the last battle while you're at it? Even if we get a description head to toe, nobody knows one Forsaken from another. Nobody here, anyway. It's the most bloody useless barrel of fish guts I ever... Swan, Egwene said sharply, sitting up straighter. Latitude was one thing, but there were limits. She did not put up with this even from Romanda. Color bloomed slowly in Swan's cheeks. Struggling to master herself, she kneaded her skirts and avoided Egwene's eyes. Forgive me, Mother, she said finally. She almost sounded as if she meant it. It's been a difficult day for her, Mother, Lyanna put in with an impish smile. She was very good at those, though she generally used them to set some man's heart racing. Not promiscuously, of course. She possessed discrimination and discretion in ample supply. But then most are. If she could only learn not to throw things at Gareth Bryn every time she gets angry. Enough, Egwene snapped. Lyanna was only trying to take a little of the pressure from Swan, but she was in no mood for it. I want to know anything I can learn about whoever freed Moghedien, even if it's just whether he was short or tall. Any scrap that makes him less a shadow creeping in the dark, if that's not more than I have a right to ask. Lyanna sat quite still, staring at the flowers in the carpet in front of her toes. The redness spread to cover nearly Swan's whole face. With her fair skin, it made her look like a sunset. I humbly beg your pardon, Mother. This time she did sound penitent. Her difficulty meeting Egwene's gaze was obvious. Sometimes it's hard to... No excuses. I humbly beg pardon. Egwene fingered her stole, letting the moment set itself as she looked at Swan without blinking. That was something Swan herself had taught her, but after a bit she shifted uneasily on the cot. When you knew you were in the wrong, silence pricked, and the pricks drove home that you were wrong. Silence was a very useful tool in a number of situations. Since I can't recall what I should forgive, she said at last, quietly, there seems to be no need. But, Swan, don't let it happen again. Thank you, Mother. A hint of wry laughter curled the corners of Swan's mouth. If I may say so, I seem to have taught you very well. But, if I may suggest? She waited for Egwene's impatient nod. One of us should carry your order to Phaelane or Theodrin to ask the questions, very sulky at being made a messenger. They'll occasion a deal less comment than Lyanna or I. Everyone knows you are their patron. Egwene agreed immediately. She still was not thinking clearly, or she would have seen that for herself. The headachy feeling was back again. Chesa claimed it came from too little sleep, but sleeping was difficult when your head felt taut as a drumhead. It would take a larger head than hers not to feel tight, stuffed with as many worries as she had. Well, at least now she could pass on the secrets that had kept Moghedien hidden, how to weave disguises with the power and how to mask your ability from other women who could channel. Revealing those had been too risky when they might have led to unmasking Moghedien. A bit more acclaim, she thought wryly. There had been great petting and exclaiming when she announced the once-lost secret of traveling, which at least had been her own, and more praise since for every one of the secrets she had wrenched out of Moghedien, like pulling a back tooth each time. None of the acclaim made an ounce of difference in her position, though. You could pat a talented child on the head without forgetting she was a child. Lyanna departed with a curtsy and a dry comment that she was not sorry somebody else would have less than a full night's rest for once. Siuan waited. No one could be allowed to see her and Lyanna leaving together. For a time, Egwene merely studied the other woman. Neither spoke. Siuan seemed lost in thought. Finally, she gave a start and stood, straightening her dress, plainly preparing to go. "Siuan," Egwene began slowly, and found herself uncertain how to continue. Siuan thought she understood. "You were not only right, Mother," she said, looking Egwene straight in the eye. "You were lenient. Too lenient, though I say it who shouldn't. You are the Amyrlin seat, and no one may be insolent or impertinent to you. If you'd given me a penance that made even Ramonda feel sorry for me, it would have been no more than I deserved." "I will remember that next time," Egwene said, and Siuan bowed her head as if in acceptance. Maybe it was. Unless the changes in her ran deeper than seemed possible, there almost certainly would be a next time, and more after that. "But what I want to ask about is Lord Bryn." All expression vanished from Siuan's face. "Are you sure you wouldn't like me to intervene?" "Why would I want that, Mother?" Siuan's voice was blander than cold water soup. "The only duties I have are teaching you the etiquette of your office and handing Sheriam reports from my eyes and ears." She still retained some of her former network, though it was doubtful any knew who their reports went to now. Gareth Bryn hardly requires enough of my time to interfere with that. She almost always referred to him that way, and even when she used his title she put a bite into it. "Siuan, a burned barn and a few cows couldn't cost that much. Not compared with paying and feeding all those soldiers, certainly. But she had offered before, and the stiff reply was the same. "I thank you, Mother, but no. I won't have him saying I break my word and I swore to work the debt off." Abruptly, Siuan's stiffness dissolved in laughter, rare when she spoke about Lord Bryn. Scowls were much more common. "If you need to worry about somebody, worry about him, not me. I need no help handling Gareth Bryn." And that was the strange part. Weak she might be in the One Power now, but not so weak that Siuan had to keep on as his servant, spending hours up to her elbows in hot soapy water with his shirts and small clothes. Perhaps she did so in order to have someone at hand on whom she could loose the temper she was otherwise forced to keep in a sack. Whatever the reason, it occasioned no little talk, and confirmed her oddness in many eyes. She was Aes Sedai, after all, if rather far down. His methods of dealing with her temper, once she threw plates and boots anyway, outraged her and provoked threats of dire consequences. Yet though she could have wrapped him up unable to stir a finger, Siuan never touched saidar around him, not to do his chores, and not even when it meant being turned over his knee. That fact she had kept hidden from most so far, but some things slipped out when she was in a rage, or when Lyanna was in a humor. There seemed to be no explanation. Siuan was not weak-spirited or a fool. She was neither meek nor afraid. She was not... "You might as well be on your way, Siuan." Clearly some secrets were not going to be revealed tonight. "It's late, and I know you want your bed." "Yes, Mother. And thank you," she added, though Egwene could not have said for what. After Siuan left, Egwene rubbed her temples once more. She wanted to pace. The tent would not do it. It might be the largest in the camp, occupied by just one person, but that meant less than 2 spans by 2, and it was crowded with cot and chair and stool, washstand and stand mirror, and no fewer than 3 chests full of clothes. Chesa had seen to those last, and Sheriam and Ramonda and Lelaine and a dozen more sitters. They kept seeing to them. A few more gifts of silk shifts or stockings, one more dress grand enough to receive a king, and there would be need for a fourth chest. Maybe Shiriam and the sitters hoped all the fine dresses would blind her to anything else, but Chesa just thought the Amerlin seat had to be clothed suitably for her station. Servants, it seemed, believed in following the correct rituals as much as the hall ever did. Shortly, Selene would be there. It was her turn to undress Egwene for bed, another ritual. Only between her head and her restless feet, she was not ready for bed yet. Leaving the lamps burning, she hurried out before Selene could arrive. Walking would clear her head, and maybe tire her enough that she could sleep soundly. Putting herself to sleep would be no problem. The Wise One Dreamwalkers had taught herself that skill early on. Yet finding any rest in it was another matter, especially when her mind boiled with a list of worries that began with Ramonda and Lelaine and Shiriam, then ran through Rand, Elida, Moghedien, the weather, and on out of sight. She avoided the area near Moghedien's tent. If she asked questions herself, too much importance would be given to a servant running away. Discretion had become part of her. The game she played allowed few slips, and being careless where you knew it did not matter could lead to be careless where it did. Worse, you could discover you had been wrong about where it mattered. The weak must be bold cautiously. That was Swan again. She truly did her best to teach, and she knew this particular game very well. There were no more people out and about in the moon-shadowed camp than there had been before. Handfuls slouched wearily around low fires, exhausted by their evening labors after a hard day's journey. Those who saw her rose tiredly to make their courtesies as she passed, murmuring, "The light shine on you, mother," or something like, occasionally asking her blessing, which she gave with a simple, "The light bless you, my child." Men and women old enough to be her grandparents sat back down, beaming from that. Yet she wondered what they actually believed about her, what they knew. All the Aes Sedai presented an unbroken front to the outside world, including their own servants. But Swan said that if you believed a servant knew twice what he should, you only knew half the truth. Still, those bows and curtsies and murmurs followed her from one clump of people to the next, comforting her with the possibility that there were some at least who did not see her as a child the hall brought out when they needed her. As she passed an open area surrounded by ropes tied to posts driven into the ground, a gateway's silver slash of light flashed vivid in the darkness as it rotated open. It was not really light, though. It cast no shadows. She paused to watch beside a corner post. No one at the nearby fires even looked up. They were used to this by now. A dozen or more sisters, twice as many servants, and a number of warders bustled out, returning with messages and wicker cages of pigeons from the Dovecotes in Salidar, a good 500 miles west and south as the goose flew. They began scattering before the gateway closed, carrying their burdens to sitters, to their ajas, a few back to their own tents. Most nights Swan would have been with them. She seldom trusted anyone else to fetch messages destined for her, even if most were in codes or ciphers. Sometimes the world seemed to hold more networks of eyes and ears than it did Aes Sedai, though most were severely truncated by circumstance. The majority of agents for the various ajas seemed to be lying low until the difficulties in the White Tower subsided, and a good many of the individual sisters' eyes and ears had no idea where the woman they served was at present. Several of the warders saw Egwene and made careful bows, with a respect proper to the stole. Sisters might eye her askance, but the hall had raised her Amerlin, and the Gaidin needed no more. A number of the servants offered bows or curtsies, too. Not one of the Aes Sedai hurrying away from the gateway so much as glanced in her direction. Perhaps they did not notice her. Perhaps. In a way, that anybody could still hear from any of their eyes and ears at all was one of Moghedien's gifts. The sisters with the strength to make gateways had all been in Salidar long enough to know it well. Those who could weave a gateway of useful size were able to travel almost anywhere from there and land right on the spot. Trying to travel to Salidar, however, would have meant spending half of each night learning the new roped-off patch of ground, more for some, every time they made camp. What Egwene had pried from Moghedien was a way to journey from a place you did not know well to one you did. Slower than traveling, Skimming was not one of the lost talents. No one had ever heard of it, so even the name was credited to Egwene. Anyone who could travel could skim, so every night sisters skimmed to Salidar, checking the dovecotes for birds that had returned to where they had been hatched, then traveled back. The sight should have pleased her. The rebel Aes Sedai had gained talents the White Tower thought lost forever, as well as learned new ones, and those abilities would help cost Elaida the Amyrlin seat before all was done. Yet instead of pleasure, Egwene felt sourness. Being snubbed had nothing to do with it, or not much anyway. As she walked on, the fires grew farther between, then faded behind. All around her lay the dark shapes of wagons, most with canvas tops stretched over iron hoops, and tents glowing palely in the moonlight. Beyond, the army's campfires climbed the surrounding hills all around, the stars brought to ground. The silence from Caemlyn tied her middle into knots, whatever anyone else thought. The very day they left Salidar, a message had arrived, though Shiriam had not bothered to show it to her until a few days ago, and then with repeated warnings on the need to keep the contents secret. The Hall knew, but no one else must. More of the 10,000 secrets that infested the camp. Egwene was sure she'd never would have seen it if she had not kept going on about Rand. She could recall every carefully chosen word, written in a tiny hand on paper so thin it was a wonder the pen had not torn through. "We are well settled at the inn of which we spoke, and we have met with the wool merchant. He is a very remarkable young man, everything that Nynaeve told us. Still, he was courteous. I think he is somewhat afraid of us, which is to the good. It will go well. You may have heard rumors about men here, including a fellow from Saldaea. The rumors are all too true, I fear, but we have seen none of them and will avoid them if we can. If you pursue 2 hares, both will escape you. Verin and Alana are here, with a number of young women from the same region as the wool merchant. I will try to send them on to you for training. Alana has formed an attachment to the wool merchant, which may prove useful, though it is troubling, too. All will go well, I am sure. Marana." Shiriam emphasized the good news as she saw it. Marana, an experienced negotiator, had reached Caemlyn and been well received by Rand, the wool merchant. Wonderful news to Shiriam. And Verin and Alana would be bringing 2 Rivers girls to become novices. Shiriam was sure they must be coming down the same road they themselves were headed up. She seemed to think Egwene would be all aglow at the expectation of seeing faces from home. Marana would handle everything. Marana knew what she was doing. "That's a bucket of horse sweat," Egwene muttered at the night. A gap-toothed fellow carrying a large wooden bucket gave a start and gaped at her, so amazed he forgot to bow. Rand? Courteous? She had seen his first meeting with Coiron Saildane, Elaida's emissary. Overbearing summed it up nicely. Why should he be different with Marana? And Marana thought he was afraid, thought that was good. Rand was seldom afraid even when he should be, and if he was now, Marana should remember that fear could make the mildest man dangerous, remember that Rand was dangerous just being who he was. And what was this attachment Alana had formed? Egwene did not entirely trust Alana. The woman did extremely odd things at times, maybe impetuously and maybe with some deeper motive. Egwene would not put it past her to find a way into Rand's bed. It would be clay in the hands of a woman like her. Elaine would break Alana's neck if that was so, but that was the least of it. Worst of all, no more of the pigeons Marana had taken with her had appeared in the Salidar dovecotes. Marana should have had some word to send, if only that she and the rest of the embassy had gone to Cairhien. Lately, the wise ones did little more than acknowledge Rand was alive, yet it seemed he was there, sitting on his hands as far as she could make out, which should have been a warning beacon. Shiriam saw it differently. Who could say why any man did what he did? Probably not even the man himself most of the time, and when it came to one who could channel. Silence proved all was well. Marana surely would have reported any real difficulty. She must be on her way to Cairhien, if not there already, and there was no need to report further until she could send word of success. For that matter, Rand in Cairhien was success of a sort. One of Marana's goals, if not the most important, had been to ease him out of Caemlyn so that Elaine could return there safely and take the Lion Throne, and the dangers of Cairhien had dissipated. Incredible as it seemed, The Wise Ones said Coirin and her embassy had left the city on their way back to Tar Valon. Or maybe not so incredible. It all made a sort of sense, given Rand, given the way Aes Sedai did things. Even so, to Egwene, it all felt wrong. "I have to go to him," she muttered. 1 hour and she could straighten everything out. Underneath, he was still Rand. That's all there is to it. I have to go to him. That isn't possible, and you know it. If Egwene had not had herself on a tight rein, she would have jumped a foot. As it was, her heart pounded even after she made out Lyanna by the light of the moon. "I thought you were," she said, before she could stop herself, and only just managed not to say Moghedien's name. The taller woman fell in beside her, keeping a careful watch for other sisters as they walked. Lyanna did not have Swan's excuse for spending time with her. Not that being seen together once should cause any harm, but should not isn't always will not, Egwene reminded herself. Slipping the stole from her shoulders, she folded it to carry in one hand. At a glance from a distance, Lyanna might well be taken for an accepted, despite her dress. Many accepted lacked enough of the banded white dresses to wear one all the time. From a distance, Egwene might be taken for one, too. Not the most pacifying thought. "Theodrin and Fairlane are asking around near Marigan's tent, Mother. They weren't especially pleased. I did a fine sulk over carrying messages, if I do say so. Theodrin had to stop Fairlane dressing me down for it." Lyanna's laughter was quiet and breathy. Situations that grated Swan's teeth usually amused her. She was cosseted by most of the other sisters for how well she had adjusted. "Good, good," Egwene said absently. "Marana misstepped somehow, Lyanna, or he wouldn't be staying in Cairhien and she wouldn't be keeping quiet." Off in the distance a dog bayed at the moon, then others, until they were abruptly silenced by shouts that perhaps luckily she could not quite understand. A number of the soldiers had dogs tagging along. There were none in the Aes Sedai camp. Any number of cats, but no dogs. "Marana does know what she's doing, Mother." It sounded very like a sigh. Lyanna and Swan both agreed with Shiriam. Everyone did, except her. "When you give someone a task, you have to trust it to them." Egwene sniffed and folded her arms. "Lyanna, that man could strike sparks from a damp cloth if it wore the shawl. I don't know Marana, but I've never seen an Aes Sedai who qualified as a damp cloth." "I've met one or two," Lyanna chuckled. This time her sigh was plain. "But not Marana, true. Does he really believe he has friends inside the tower? Alviarin? That might make him difficult for Marana, I suppose. But I can hardly see Alviarin doing anything to risk her place. She was always ambitious enough for 3. He says he has a letter from her." She could still see Rand gloating over receiving letters from Elida and Alviarin both, back before she herself left Cairhien. Maybe her ambitions make her think she can replace Elida with him on her side. That's if she really wrote it, if it exists. He thinks he's clever, Lyanna. Maybe he is, but he doesn't believe he needs anyone. Rand would go on thinking he could handle anything by himself right up until one of those anythings crushed him. "I know him inside and out, Lyanna. Being around the Wise Ones seems to have infected him, or maybe he infected them. Whatever the sitters think, whatever any of you think, an Aes Sedai's shawl doesn't impress him any more than it does the Wise Ones. Sooner or later he'll exasperate a sister until she does something about it, or one of them will push him the wrong way, not realizing how strong he is and what his temper is now. After that, there might be no going back. I'm the only one who can deal with him safely. The only one. He can hardly be as irritating as those Aiel women," Lyanna murmured wryly. Even she found it difficult to be amused by her experiences with the Wise Ones. But it hardly matters. The Amerlin seat being valued with the White Tower itself. A pair of women appeared between the tents ahead, moving slowly as they talked. Distance and shadow obscured their faces, yet it was clear they were Aes Sedai from the way they carried themselves, an assurance that nothing hiding in any darkness could harm them. No accepted on the brink of the shawl could manage quite that degree of confidence. A queen with an army at her back might not. They were coming toward her and Lyanna. Lyanna quickly turned in to the deeper dimness between 2 wagons. Scowling with frustration, Egwene nearly pulled her out again and marched on. Let it all come into the open. She would stand before the hall and tell them it was time they realized the Amerlin's stole was more than a pretty scarf. She would... Following Lyanna, she motioned the other woman to walk on. What she would not do was throw everything on the midden heap in a fit of pique. Only one Tower law specifically limited the power of the Amerlin seat. A fistful of irritating customs and a barrel full of inconvenient realities, but only one law, yet it could not have been a worse for her purposes. The Amerlin seat being valued with the White Tower itself as the very heart of the White Tower, she must not be endangered without dire necessity. Therefore, unless the White Tower be at war by declaration of the Hall of the Tower, the Amerlin seat shall seek the lesser consensus of the Hall of the Tower before deliberately placing herself in the way of any danger, and she shall abide by the consensus that stands. What rash incident by an Amerlin had inspired that, Egwene did not know, but it had been law for something over 2,000 years. To most Aes Sedai, any law that old attained an aura of holiness. Changing it was unthinkable. Romonda had quoted that bloody law as though lecturing a half-wit. If the daughter heir of Andor could not be allowed within 100 miles of the Dragon Reborn, how much more they must preserve the Amerlin seat. Lelaine sounded almost regretful, most likely because she was agreeing with Romonda. That had nearly curdled both their tongues. Without them, both of them, the lesser consensus lay as far out of reach as the greater. Light, even that declaration of war only required the lesser consensus. So if she could not obtain permission... Lyanna cleared her throat. You can hardly do much if you go in secret, Mother, and the Hall will find out, soon or late. I think you would find it difficult to have an hour to yourself after that. Not that they dare put a guard on you precisely, but there are ways. I can quote examples from certain sources. She never mentioned the hidden records directly unless they were behind a ward. Am I so transparent? Egwene asked after a moment. There were only wagons around them here, and beneath the wagons the dark mounds of sleeping wagon drivers and horse handlers and all the rest needed to keep so many vehicles moving. It was remarkable just how many conveyances over 300 Aes Sedai required, when few would condescend to ride even a mile in wagon or cart. But there were tents and furnishings and foodstuffs, and 1,000 things needed to keep the sisters and those who served them. The loudest sounds here were snores, a chorus of frogs. No, Mother, Lyanna laughed softly. I just thought what I would do. But it's well known I've lost all my dignity and sense. The Amerlin seat can hardly take me for a model. I think you must let young Master Althor go as he will, for a time anyway, while you pluck the goose that's in front of you. His way may lead us all to the pit of doom, Egwene muttered, but it was not an argument. There had to be a way to pluck that goose and still keep Rand from making dangerous mistakes, but she could not see it now. Not frogs. Those snores sounded like 100 saws cutting logs full of knots. This is as bad a spot for a soothing walk as I've ever visited. I think I might as well go to bed. Lyanna tilted her head. In that case, Mother, if you will forgive me, there's a man in Lord Bryn's camp. After all, who ever heard of a green without even one warder? From the sudden quickening in her voice, you might have thought she was off to meet a lover. Considering what Egwene had heard about greens, perhaps there was not that much difference. Back among the tents, the last of the fires had been doused with dirt. No one took risks with fire when the countryside was tinder dry. A few tendrils of smoke rose lazily in the moonlight where the job had not been well done. A man murmured drowsily in his sleep inside a tent, and here and there a cough drifted out or a rasping snore, but otherwise the camp lay silent and still. Which was why Egwene was surprised when someone stepped from the shadows in front of her, especially someone wearing the simple white dress of a novice. Mother, I need to speak to you. Nicola? Egwene had made a point of fixing name to face for every novice, no easy chore given how sisters hunted all along the army's path for girls and young women who could learn. Active search was still not well thought of. Custom was to wait for the girl to ask, best of all to wait for her to come to the tower. But 10 times as many novices studied in the camp now as the White Tower had held in years. Nicola was one to be remembered, though, and besides, Egwene had often noticed the young woman staring at her. Tiana won't be pleased if she finds you up this late. Tiana Nozella was the mistress of novices, known equally for a comforting shoulder when a novice needed to cry, and an unyielding stance when it came to rules. The other woman shifted as if to hurry away, then straightened her back. Sweat glistened on her cheeks. The darkness was cooler than the light had been, but not what anyone would call cool, and the simple trick of ignoring heat or cold came only with the shawl. "I know I'm supposed to ask to see Tiana Sedai and then ask her to see you, Mother, but she'd never let a novice approach the Amerlin seat." "About what, child?" Egwene asked. The woman was older by 6 or 7 years at least, but that was the proper address for a novice. Fidgeting with her skirt, Nicola stepped closer. Large eyes met Egwene's perhaps more directly than a novice's should have. "Mother, I want to go as far as I can." Her hands plucked at her dress, but her voice was cool and self-possessed, fit for an Aes Sedai. "I won't say they are holding me back, but I am sure I can become stronger than they say. I just know I can. You were never held back, Mother. No one has ever gained so much of her strength as fast as you. All I ask is the same chance." Movement in the shadow behind Nicola turned into another sweaty-faced woman, this one in short coat and wide trousers, carrying a bow. Her hair hung to her waist in a braid tied with 6 ribbons, and she wore short boots with raised heels. Nicola Treehill and Arena Nermasiv seemed an odd pair to be friends. Like many of the older novices, women with nearly 10 years on Egwene were tested now, though many sisters still grumbled that they were 10 years too old to accept novice discipline. Like many of those older women, Nicola was ferocious in her desire to learn, by all reports, and she had a potential bettered only by Nynaeve, Elaine, and Egwene herself among living Aes Sedai. In fact, Nicola apparently was making great strides, often great enough that her teachers had to slow her down. Some said she had begun picking up weaves as if she already knew them. Not only that, but she already demonstrated 2 talents, although the ability to see ta'veren was minor, while the major talent, foretelling, emerged so that no one understood what she had foretold. She herself did not remember a word she said. All in all, Nicola was already marked by the sisters as someone to watch despite her late start. The begrudging agreement to test women older than 17 or 18 probably could be laid at Nicola's feet. Arena, on the other hand, was a hunter for the horn who swaggered as much as a man and sat around talking of adventures, those she had had and those she would, when she was not practicing with her bow. Very likely she had picked that weapon up from Birgitte, along with her manner of dress. She certainly seemed to have no interest in anything beside the bow, except flirting occasionally in a rather forward manner, though not lately. Perhaps long days on the road left her too tired for it, if not for archery. Why she was still traveling with them, Egwene could not understand. It was hardly likely that Arena believed the Horn of Valir would turn up along their march, and impossible that she even suspected it was hidden away inside the White Tower. Very few people knew that. Egwene was not certain even Elaida did. Arena seemed a posturing fool, but Egwene felt a certain sympathy for Nicola. She understood the woman's discontent, understood wanting to know it all now. She had been that way too. Maybe she still was. "Nicola," she said gently, "we all have limits. I'll never match Nynaeve Sedai, for example, whatever I do." "But if I could only have the chance, Mother." Nicola actually wrung her hands in pleading, and there was a touch of it in her voice, yet her eyes still met Egwene's levelly. "The chance you had." "What I did, because I had no choice, because I didn't know better, is called forcing, Nicola, and it is dangerous." She had not heard that term until Swan apologized for doing it to her. That was one time Swan truly had seemed repentant. "You know, if you try to channel more of saidar than you're ready to handle, you risk burning yourself out before you ever come close to your full strength. Best you learn to be patient. The sisters won't let you be anything else until you are ready anyway." "We came to Salidar on the same riverboat as Nynaeve and Elaine," Arena said suddenly. Her gaze was more than direct. It was challenging. "And Birgitte." For some reason, she said the name bitterly. Nicola made shushing motions. There's no need to bring that up. Oddly, she did not sound as if she meant it. Hoping she was keeping her face half so smooth as Nicola's, Egwene tried to quell a sudden uneasiness. Marigan had come to Salidar on that boat, too. An owl hooted, and she shivered. Some people thought hearing an owl in moonlight meant bad news was coming. She was not superstitious, but no need to bring up what? The other 2 women exchanged looks, and Arena nodded. "It was on the walk from the river to the village." For all her supposed reluctance, Nicola peered straight into Egwene's eyes. "Arena and I heard Tom Merrilin and Jewelin Sandar talking. The Gleeman and the Thief-Taker? Jewelin said if there were Aes Sedai in the village, we weren't sure yet, and they learned Nynaeve and Elaine had been pretending to be Aes Sedai, then we were all jumping into a school of Silverpike, which I take it isn't very safe." "The Gleeman saw us and hushed him," Arena put in, fingering the quiver at her waist. "But we heard." Her voice was hard as her stare. "I know they're both Aes Sedai now, Mother, but wouldn't they still be in trouble if anyone found out? The sisters, I mean? Anyone who pretends to be a sister is in trouble if they find out, even years later." Nicola's face did not change, but her gaze suddenly seemed to be trying to fix Egwene's. She leaned a little forward, intent. "Anybody at all? Isn't that so?" Emboldened by Egwene's silence, Arena grinned, an unpleasant grin in the night. "I hear Nynaeve and Elaine were sent out of the tower on some task by the Sanche woman back when she was Amerlin. I hear you were sent off by her too at the same time. Got into all sorts of trouble when you came back." Sly insinuation slithered into her voice. "Do you remember them playing at Aes Sedai?" They stood there looking at her, Arena leaning insolently on her bow, Nicola so expectant the air should have crackled. "Swan Sanche is Aes Sedai," Egwene said coldly, "and so are Nynaeve Almira and Elaine Trakand. You will show them proper respect. To you they are Swan Sedai, Nynaeve Sedai, and Elaine Sedai." The pair blinked in surprise. Inside her stomach quivered, with outrage. After everything she had been through tonight, she was confronted with blackmail from these... She could not think of a word bad enough. Elaine could have. Elaine listened to stablemen and wagon drivers and every sort, memorizing the words she should have refused to hear. Unfolding the striped stole, Egwene draped it carefully across her shoulders. "I don't think you understand, Mother," Nicola said hastily. Not fearfully, however, just attempting to force her point. "I merely worried that if anyone found out that you had..." Egwene gave her no chance to go further. "Oh, I understand, child." The fool woman was a child, however old she was. Any number of the older novices gave trouble, usually in the form of insolence toward accepted set to teach them, but even the silliest had sense enough to avoid impertinence to the sisters. It fanned her anger to white heat that the woman had the gall to try this on with her. They were both taller than she, if not by much, but she planted her fists on her hips and drew herself up, and they shrank away as though she loomed. "Do you have any notion how serious it is to bring charges against a sister, especially for a novice? Charges based on a conversation you claim to have heard between men now 1,000 miles away? Tiana would skin you alive and put you to scrubbing pots the rest of your natural life." Nicola kept trying to push a word in. Apologies, they sounded like this time, and more protests that Egwene did not understand. Frantic attempts to change everything. But Egwene ignored her and rounded on Arena. The hunter took another step back, wetting her lips and looking remarkably uncertain. "You needn't think you would walk away clear, either. Even a hunter could be hauled to Tiana for a thing like this. If you're lucky enough not to be flogged at a wagon tongue, the way they do soldiers caught stealing. Either way, you'll be tossed out by the road with your welts for company." Drawing a deep breath, Egwene folded her hands at her waist. Clutched together, they would not tremble. All but cowering, the pair looked suitably chastened. She hoped those downcast eyes and slumped shoulders and shifting feet were not feigned. By rights, she should send them to Tiana right now. She had no idea what the penalty might be for trying to blackmail the Amerlin seat, but it seemed likely that being turned out of the camp would be the least of it. In Nicola's case, the turning out would have to wait until her teachers were satisfied she knew enough of channeling not to hurt herself or others by accident. Nicola Treehill would never be Aes Sedai, though, once that charge was laid against her. All that potential would go for nothing. Except, any woman caught pretending to be Aes Sedai was set down so hard she would still be whimpering years later, and an accepted caught might very well consider the other woman fortunate. But surely Nynaeve and Elaine were safe, now they really were sisters. Herself as well. Only, it might take no more than a whisper of this to erase any chance of making the Hall acknowledge her truly the Amerlin seat. As well jaunt off to Rand, and then tell the Hall to their faces. She dared not allow these two to see her doubt, or even suspect. "I will forget this," she said sharply. "But if I hear so much as a whisper of it again from anyone—" She drew a ragged breath. If she heard shouts of it, there might be little she could do. But by the way they jumped, they read a threat that pricked deep. "Get to your beds before I change my mind." In an instant they became a flurry of curtsies, of "Yes, mother," and "No, mother," and "As you command, mother." They scurried away, looking back over their shoulders at her, every step faster than the last, until they were running. She had to walk on sedately, but she wanted to run too. Chapter 10. Unseen Eyes. Selene was waiting when Egwene got back to her tent, a rail-thin woman with dark Tyran coloring and a nearly impervious self-assurance. Chaser was right. She did carry her long nose raised, as though recoiling from a bad smell. Yet, if her manner with the other maids was arrogant, she was in reality quite different around her patroness. As Egwene entered, Selene folded herself into a curtsy so deep her head nearly brushed the carpet, skirts spread as wide as they would go in the cramped quarters. Before Egwene had taken her second step inside, the woman leaped up, fussing over her buttons, and fussing over her, too. Selene had very little sense. "Oh, Mother, you went out with your head uncovered again." As if she had ever worn any of those beaded caps the woman favored, or the embroidered velvet things Mary favored, or Chase's plumed hats. "Why, you're shivering. You should never go walking out of doors without a shawl and parasol, Mother." How was a parasol supposed to stop shivering? With sweat trickling down her own cheeks, however fast she dabbed with her handkerchief, Selene never thought to ask why she shivered, which was perhaps just as well. "And you went alone in the night? It just isn't proper, Mother. Besides, there are all those soldiers, rough men, with no decent respect for any woman, even Aes Sedai. Mother, you simply mustn't." Egwene let the foolish words wash over her in the same way she let the woman undress her, paying less than half a mind. Ordering her to be quiet would only produce so many hurt looks and abused sighs that it made little difference. Except for the brainless chatter, Selene performed her duties diligently, if with so many flourishes they became a dance of grand gestures and obsequious curtsies. It seemed impossible that anyone could be as silly as Selene, always concerned with appearances, always worrying over what people would think. To her, people were Aes Sedai and the nobility, and their upper servants. By her book, no one else mattered. Perhaps no one else thought by her book. It probably was impossible. Egwene was not about to forget who had found Selene in the first place, any more than she did who had found Mary. True, Chaser was a gift from Shiriam, but Chaser had shown her loyalties to Egwene more than once. Egwene wanted to tell herself the tremors that the other woman took for shivers were quivers of rage, yet she knew a worm of fear writhed in her belly. She had come too far, had too much to do yet, to allow Nicola and Arena to put a spoke through her wheels. As her head popped through the top of a clean shift, she caught a bit of the skinny woman's prattle and stared. "Did you say use milk?" "Oh, yes, Mother. Your skin is so soft, and nothing will keep it that way like bathing in ewe's milk." Maybe she really was an idiot. Hustling a protesting Selene out, Egwene brushed her own hair, turned down her own cot, placed the now useless Idam bracelet in the small carved ivory box where she kept her few pieces of jewelry, then extinguished the lamps. "All by myself," she thought sarcastically in the darkness. "Selene and Mary will have conniptions." Before retiring, however, she padded to the entrance and opened a small gap in the door flaps. Outside was moonlit stillness and silence, broken by a night heron's cry that suddenly cut off in a shriek. There were hunters abroad in the darkness. After a moment, something moved in the shadows beside a tent across the way. It looked like a woman. Perhaps idiocy did not disqualify Selene any more than dour-faced gloom eliminated Mary. It could be either one, or someone else entirely. Even Nicola or Arena, however unlikely. She let the tent flap fall shut with a smile. Whoever the watcher was would not see where she went tonight. The way the wise ones had taught her to put herself to sleep was simple. Eyes closed, feeling each part of the body relax in turn, breathing in time with her heartbeat, mind unfocused and drifting, all but one tiny corner, drifting. Sleep swept over her in moments, but it was the sleep of a dream-walker. Formless, she floated deep within an ocean of stars, infinite points of light glimmering in an infinite sea of darkness, fireflies beyond counting flickering in an endless night. Those were dreams, the dreams of everyone sleeping anywhere in the world, maybe of everyone in all possible worlds, and this was the gap between reality and Tel'aran'rhiod, the space separating the waking world from the world of dreams. Wherever she looked, 10,000 fireflies vanished as people woke, and 10,000 new were born to replace them. A vast, ever-changing array of sparkling beauty. She did not waste time in admiration, though. This place held dangers, some deadly. She was sure she knew how to avoid those, but one peril in this place aimed straight at her if she lingered too long, and being caught in it would be embarrassing to say the least. Keeping a wary eye out, well, it would have been a wary eye had she had eyes here, she moved. She had no sense of motion. It seemed she stood still, and that glittering ocean swirled around her until one light settled before her. Every twinkling star looked exactly like every other, yet she knew this was Nynaeve's dream. How she knew was another matter. Not even the wise ones understood that recognition. She had considered trying to find Nicola's dreams and Arena's. Once she unearthed them, she knew exactly how to sink the fear of the light into their bones, and she did not give a fig that every bit of it was prescribed. Practicality sent her here instead, not fear of the forbidden. She had done what was not done before, and she was certain she would again should it become necessary. Do what you must, then pay the price for it, was what she had been taught by the same women who had marked off those forbidden areas. It was refusal to admit the debt, refusal to pay, that often turned necessity to evil. But even if that pair were asleep, locating someone's dreams the first time was arduous at best, without guarantees. Days of efforts, nights of it rather, were more likely to deliver nothing. This was at least sure. Slowly she moved closer through everlasting darkness, though once again it seemed that she stayed still and the pinpoint of light grew to a glowing pearl, an iridescent apple, a full moon, until it filled her vision entirely with brightness, all the world. She did not touch it, though, not yet. A space finer than a hair remained between. Ever so gently she reached across that gap. With what, lacking a body, was as much a mystery as how she knew one dream from another. Her will, the wise ones said, but she still did not understand how that could be. As though laying a finger to a soap bubble, she kept her touch very delicate indeed. The shining wall shimmered like spun glass, pulsed like a heart, delicate and alive. A little firmer touch and she would be able to see inside, see what Nynaeve was dreaming. A bit firmer still and she could actually step inside and be a part of the dream. That carried hazards, especially with anyone of a strong mind, but either looking in or stepping in could be mortifying. For example, if the dreamer happened to be dreaming of a man she was particularly interested in. Apologies alone took half the night when you did that. Or with a hooking sort of motion, like rolling a fragile bead across a tabletop, she could snatch Nynaeve out into a dream of her own making, a part of Tel'aran'rhiod itself, where she was in complete control. She was sure that would work. Of course, that was one of the forbidden things, and she did not think Nynaeve would appreciate it. Nynaeve, this is Egwene. Under no circumstances are you to return until you find the bowl, not until I can settle a problem with Arena and Nicola. They know you were pretending. I will explain more when I see you next in the little tower. Be careful, Moghedien has escaped. The dream winked out. The soap bubble pricked. Despite the message, she would have giggled had she possessed a throat. A disembodied voice in your dream could have a startling effect, especially if you were afraid the speaker might be peeking. Nynaeve was not one to forget, even when it was an accident. That light-spangled sea whirled about her once more until she settled on another sparkling pinpoint, Elayne. The two women very likely slept no more than a dozen paces apart in Ebou Dar, but distance had no meaning here, or perhaps it had a different meaning. This time, when she delivered her message, the dream pulsed and changed. It still appeared exactly the same as every other, but even so, to her it was transformed. Had the words drawn Elayne into another dream? They would remain, however, and she would remember on waking. With Nicola and Arena's bowstrings dampened a little more, it was time to turn her attention to Rand. Unfortunately, finding his dreams would be as useless as finding an Aes Sedai's. He shielded his somewhat as they did theirs, although apparently a man's shield differed from a woman's. An Aes Sedai's shield was a crystal carapace, a seamless sphere woven of spirit, but however transparent it appeared, it might as well have been steel. She could not recall how many fruitless hours she had frittered away trying to peer through his. Where a sister's shielded dream seemed brighter close up, his were dimmer. It was like staring into muddy water. Sometimes you had the impression that something had moved deep in those gray-brown swirls, but you could never tell what. Again the endless array of lights spun and settled, and she approached a third woman's dream, gingerly. So much lay between her and Amis that it seemed akin to approaching her mother's dreams. In truth, she had to admit, she wanted to emulate Amis in many ways. She desired Amis's respect every bit as greatly as she did the Hall's. Maybe, if she had to choose, she would choose Amis's. Certainly there was no sitter she esteemed as highly as she did Amis. Pushing away a sudden diffidence, she tried to make her voice softer, to no avail. "Amis, this is Egwene. I must speak with you." "We will come," a voice murmured to her, Amis's voice. Startled, Egwene backed away. She felt like laughing at herself. Perhaps it was just as well to be reminded that the wise ones had long years more experience at this. There were times she was afraid she might have been spoiled by not having to work harder for her abilities with the one power. Then again, as if to make up for it, sometimes everything else seemed like trying to climb a cliff in a rainstorm. Abruptly, she caught movement at the very edge of her field of vision. One of those points of light slid through the sea of stars, drifting toward her of its own volition, growing larger. Only one dream would do that. One dreamer. In a panic, she fled, wishing she had a throat to scream or curse or just shout, especially at the tiny corner of her that wanted to stay where she was and wait. Not even the stars moved this time. They simply disappeared, and she was leaning against a thick redstone column, panting as though she had sprinted a mile, heart beating fit to burst. After a moment, she looked down at herself and began to laugh a trifle unsteadily, trying to catch her breath. She had on a full-skirted gown of shimmering green silk, worked in thread of gold in wide, ornate bands across the bodice and along the hem. That bodice also showed considerably more bosom than she ever would waking, and a broad cinched belt of woven gold made her waist seem smaller than it really was. Then again, maybe it was smaller. Here in Tel'aran'rhiod Rhiod you could be however you wanted, whatever you wanted, even when the wanting was unconscious if you were not careful. Gawain Trakand had unfortunate effects on her, very unfortunate. That tiny part of her still wished she had waited to be overtaken by his dream, overtaken and absorbed by it. If a dream walker loved somebody to distraction, or hated them beyond reason, most especially if the emotion was returned, she could be pulled into that person's dream. She drew the dream, or it drew her, as a lodestone drew iron filings. She certainly did not hate Gawain, but she could not afford to be trapped in his dream, not tonight. Trapped until he wakened, being as he saw her, which was a good deal more beautiful than she truly was. Oddly, he appeared less beautiful than he was in life. There was no question of a strong mind or concentration when love or hate that strong was involved. Once you were in that dream, there you remained until the other person stopped dreaming about you. Remembering what he dreamed of doing with her, what they had done in his dreams, she felt a fiery blush suffusing her face. "A good thing none of the sitters can see me now," she muttered. "They'd never take me for anything but a girl then." Grown women did not flutter and moon over a man this way. She was certain of that. Not women with any sense, anyway. What he dreamed of would come, but at a time of her choosing. Obtaining her mother's permission might be difficult, yet surely she would not withhold it, even if she had never laid eyes on Gawain. Marin Al'Vir trusted her daughter's judgment. Now it was time for her youngest daughter to show a little of that judgment and put these fancies away until a better time. Looking around, she almost wished she could go on letting Gawain fill her thoughts. More massive columns ran in every direction, supporting a soaring vaulted ceiling and a great dome. None of the gilded lamps hanging from golden chains overhead was lit, yet there was light of a sort, light that was just there, without source, neither bright nor dim. The heart of the stone, inside the great fortress called the Stone of Tyr, or rather its image in Tel Eiran-Riyod, an image as real as the original in many ways. This was where she had met the wise ones before, their choice. A strange one for Aiel, it seemed to her. She would have expected Rhuidean, now that it was open, or somewhere else in the Aiel waste, or simply wherever the wise ones happened to be. Every place except Ogier Stedding had its reflection in the world of dreams. Even the Stedding did really, but they could not be entered, just as Rhuidean had once been closed. The Aes Sedai camp was out of the question, of course. A number of the sisters now had access to ter'angreal that allowed them to enter the world of dreams, and since none really knew what they were doing, they often began their ventures by appearing in the camp of Tel Eiran-Riyod as though setting out on a normal journey. Like Angreal and Sa'angreal, by Tower law, ter'angreal were the property of the White Tower, no matter who happened to possess them for the present. Very seldom did the Tower insist, at least when possession lay somewhere like the so-called Great Holding in this very Stone of Tyr. Eventually they would come to the Aes Sedai, and the White Tower had always been good at waiting when it needed to. But those actually in Aes Sedai hands were in the gift of the hall of individual sitters. The loan, really. They were almost never given. Elaine had learned to duplicate Dream ter'angreal, and she and Nynaeve had taken 2 with them, but the rest were in the hall's possession now, along with the other sorts Elaine had made, which meant that Shiriam and her little circle could use them whenever they wished, and most assuredly Lelaine and Romanda, though it was likely those 2 sent others instead of entering Tel Eiran-Riyod themselves. Until quite recently, no Aes Sedai had walked the Dream in centuries, and they still had considerable difficulties, most of which stemmed from a belief that they could learn by themselves. Even so, the last thing Egwene wanted was any of their followers spying on this meeting tonight. As though the thought of spies had made her more sensitive, she became aware of being watched by unseen eyes. That sensation was always present in Tel Eiran-Riyod, and not even the wise ones knew why. But although hidden eyes always seemed to be there, actual watchers might be present as well. It was not Romanda or Lelaine on her mind now. Trailing her hand against the column, she walked all the way around it slowly, studying the redstone forest as it ran away in deepening shadows. The light surrounding her was not real. Anybody in one of those shadows would see the same light around them while shadows hid her. People did appear, men and women, flickering images that rarely lasted more than a few heartbeats. She had no interest in those who touched the world of dreams in their sleep. Anyone might do that by happenstance, but luckily for them, only for moments, seldom long enough to face any of the dangers. The Black Ajah possessed Dream ter'angreal too, stolen from the tower. Worse, Moghedien knew Tel Eiran-Riyod as well as any dreamwalker. Perhaps better. She could control this place and anyone in it as easily as turning her hand. For a moment, Egwene wished she had spied on Moghedien's dreams while the woman was prisoner, just once, just enough to be able to distinguish them. But even identifying her dreams would not reveal where she was now. And there had been the possibility of being drawn in against her will. She certainly despised Moghedien enough, and the Forsaken most assuredly hated her without bounds. What happened in there was not real, not even as real as in Tel Eiran-Riyod, but you remembered it as if it was. A night in Moghedien's power would have been a nightmare she likely would have relived every time she went to sleep for the rest of her life. Maybe awake, too. Another circuit. What was that? A dark, regally beautiful woman in pearl-covered cap and lace-ruffed gown strode from the shadows and vanished. A Tyran woman dreaming, a high lady, or dreaming herself as one. She might be plain and dumpy, a farm wife or a merchant, awake. Better to have spied on Loghain than Moghedien. She still would not know where he was, but she might have some idea of his plans. Of course, being pulled into his dream might not have been much more pleasant than being drawn into Moghedien's. He hated all Aes Sedai. Arranging his escape had been one of those necessary things. She just hoped the price would not be too high. Forget Loghain. Moghedien was the danger. Moghedien who might come after her, even here, especially here, Moghedien, who... Suddenly she became aware of how heavily she was moving, and made a vexed sound in her throat, very nearly a groan. The beautiful gown had become a full set of plate and mail armor like that of Gareth Bryn's heavy cavalry. An open-faced helmet rested on her head, with a crest in the shape of the flame of Tar Valon by the feel. It was very irritating. She was beyond this sort of lack of control. Firmly she changed the armor to what she had worn meeting the Wise Ones before. It was just a matter of thought. Full skirt of dark wool and loose white algoda blouse, just as she had worn while studying with them, complete with a fringed shawl so green it was nearly black, and a folded headscarf to hold her hair back. She did not duplicate their jewelry, of course, all the multitudes of necklaces and bracelets. They would laugh at her for that. A woman built her collection over the years, not in the blink of a dream. "Loghain is on his way to the Black Tower," she said aloud. She certainly hoped he was. At least there would be some check on him then, or so she hoped. And if he was caught and gentled again, Rand could not blame any sister following her. "And Moghedien has no way of knowing where I am." That she tried to make sound a certainty. "Why should you fear the Shadow-Souled?" asked a voice behind her, and Egwene tried to climb into the air. This being Tel'aran'rhiod and she a dream-walker, she was more than her own height above the floor-stones before she came to herself. "Oh yes," she thought, floating. "I'm far beyond all those beginner's mistakes." If this went on, next she would be jumping when Chesa gave her good morning. Hoping she was not blushing too badly, she let herself settle slowly. Perhaps she could retain a little dignity. Perhaps. Yet Bear's aged face had more creases than usual, from a grin that seemed nearly to touch her ears. Unlike the other two women with her, she could not channel, but that had nothing to do with dream-walking. She was as skilled as either, more in some areas. Amis was smiling too, if not so broadly, but sun-haired Mylane threw back her head and roared. "I have never seen anyone," Mylane just managed to get out, "like a rabbit." She gave a little hop and lifted a full pace into the air. "I recently caused Moghedien some hurt." Egwene was quite proud of her poise. She liked Mylane. The woman was much less thorny since she was with child, with twins actually. But at the moment Egwene could have strangled her cheerfully. "Some friends and I damaged her pride, if not much more. I think she would like the opportunity to repay me." On impulse, she changed her clothes once more to the sort of riding dress she wore every day now, in lustrous green silk. The great serpent encircled her finger with gold. She could not tell them everything, but these women were friends too, and they deserved to know what she could tell. "Wounds to the pride are remembered long after wounds to the flesh." Bear's voice was thin and high, yet strong, a reed of iron. "Tell us about it," Mylane said, with an eager smile. "How did you shame her?" Bear's was just as enthusiastic. "In a cruel land you either learn to laugh at cruelty or spend your life weeping. In the threefold land the Aiel had learned to laugh long since. Besides, shaming an enemy was considered an art." Amis studied Egwene's new clothes for a moment, then said, "That can come later, I think. We are to talk, you said." She gestured to where the Wise Ones liked to talk, out beneath the vast dome at the heart of the chamber. Why they chose that spot was another mystery Egwene could not puzzle out. The three women settled themselves cross-legged, spreading their skirts neatly, only a few paces from what seemed to be a sword made of gleaming crystal, rising hilt first from where it had been driven into the floor stones. They paid it no mind whatsoever. It was no part of their prophecies, any more than they did the people who flashed into existence around the great chamber, but here was always where they came. Fabled Kalandor would indeed function as a sword despite its appearance, but in truth it was a male sa'angreal, one of the most powerful ever made in the Age of Legends. She felt a little shiver, thinking of male sa'angreal. It had been different when there was only Rand, and the Forsaken, of course. But now there were these Ashaman. With Kalandor, a man could draw enough of the one power to level a city in a heartbeat and devastate everything for miles. She walked wide around it, holding her skirts aside reflexively. From the heart of the stone, Rand had drawn Kalendor in fulfillment of the prophecies, then returned it for his own reasons. Returned it and snared it round with traps woven in Sidene. They would have their reflection too, one that might trigger as decisively as the original should the wrong weaves be tried nearby. Some things in Tel Iranriod were all too real. Trying not to think of the sword that is not a sword, Egwene placed herself before the three wise ones. Fastening their shawls around their waists, they unlaced their blouses. That was how Aiel women sat with friends in their tents beneath a hot sun. She did not sit, and if that made her seem a supplicant or on trial, so be it. In a way, in her heart, she was. "I've not told you why I was summoned away from you, and you have not asked. You will tell us when you are ready," Amis said complacently. She looked of an age with Mylene, despite hair white as bears tumbling to her waist. Her hair had begun turning when she was little older than Egwene, but she was the leader among the three, not Bear. For the first time, Egwene wondered just how old she was. Not a question you asked a wise one, any more than an Aes Sedai. "When I left you, I was one of the accepted. You know about the division in the White Tower." Bear shook her head and grimaced. She knew, but she did not understand. None of them did. To Aiel it was as unreal as clan or warrior society dividing against itself. Perhaps it was also affirmation in their eyes that Aes Sedai were less than they should be. Egwene went on, surprised that her voice was collected, steady. "The sisters who oppose Elaida have raised me as their Amerlin. When Elaida is pulled down, I will sit on the Amerlin seat in the White Tower." She added the striped stole to her clothes and waited. Once she had lied to them, a serious transgression under Ji-Ito, and she was not sure how they would react to learning this truth she had hidden. If only they believed, at least. They merely looked at her. "There is a thing children do," Mylene said carefully after a time. Her pregnancy did not show yet, but already she had the inner radiance, making her even more beautiful than usual, and an inward unshakable calm. "Children all want to push spears, and they all want to be the clan chief, but eventually they realize that the clan chief seldom dances the spears himself, so they make a figure and set it on a rise." Off to one side, the floor suddenly mounded up, no longer stone tiles, but a ridge of sun-baked brown rock. Atop it stood a shape vaguely like a man, made of twisted twigs and bits of cloth. "This is the clan chief who commands them to dance the spears from the hill where he can see the battle. But the children run where they will, and their clan chief is only a figure of sticks and rags." A wind whipped the cloth strips, emphasizing the hollowness of the shape, and then ridge and figure were gone. Egwene drew a deep breath. Of course. She had atoned for her lie, according to Ji-Ito, by her own choice, and that meant it was as if the lie had never been spoken. She should have known better. But they had struck to the heart of her situation, as though they had been weeks in the Aes Sedai camp. Bear studied the floor, not wanting to witness her shame. Amis sat with chin in hand, sharp blue gaze trying to dig to her heart. "Some see me so." Another deep breath, and she pushed the truth out. "All but a handful do. Now. By the time we finish our battle, they will know I am their chief, and they will run as I say." "Return to us," Bear said. "You have too much honor for these women. Sorillia already has a dozen young men picked out for you to view in the sweat tents. She has a great desire to see you make a bridal wreath." "I hope she will be there when I wed, Bear." To Gawain she hoped. That she would bond him she knew from interpreting her dreams, but only hope and the certainty of love said they would wed. "I hope all of you will, but I've made my choice." Bear would have argued further, and Mylene too, but Amis raised a hand and they fell silent, if not pleased. There is much Ji in her decision. She will bend her enemies to her will, not run from them. I wish you well in your dance, Egwene Al'Vir. She had been a maiden of the spear, and often thought as one still. Sit, sit. Her honor is her own, Bear said, frowning at Amis. But I have another question. Her eyes were an almost watery blue, yet when they turned on Egwene, they were sharp as ever Amice's had been. "Will you bring these Aes Sedai to kneel to the Karakarn?" Startled, Egwene nearly fell the last foot to the floorstones, rather than sitting. There was no hesitation in her answer, though. "I can't do that, Bear, and would not if I could. Our loyalty is to the Tower, to the Aes Sedai as a whole, above even the lands we were born in." That was true, or was supposed to be, though she wondered how the claim squared in their minds with her and the others' rebellion. Aes Sedai don't even swear fealty to the Amyrlin, and certainly not to any man. That would be like one of you kneeling to a clan chief. She made an illustration the way Melaine had, by concentrating on its reality. Tel'aran'rhiod Rhiod was infinitely malleable if you knew how. Beyond Kalandor, 3 wise ones dropped to their knees before a clan chief. The man strongly resembled Ruark, the women the 3 in front of her. She only held it for an instant, but Bear glanced at it and sniffed loudly. The notion was preposterous. "Do not compare those women to us." Melaine's green eyes sparkled with something very like their old sharpness. Her tone was honed like a razor. Egwene held her tongue. The wise ones seemed to despise Aes Sedai, all except her, or perhaps better to say they were contemptuous. She thought they might actually resent the prophecies that linked them to Aes Sedai. Before she had been summoned by the Hall to be raised Amyrlin, Shiriam and her circle of friends had met here regularly with these 3, but that had ended as much because the wise ones refused to hide their contempt as because Egwene finally had been called. In Tel'aran'rhiod Rhiod, a confrontation with someone more familiar with the place could be mortifying in the extreme. Even with Egwene, there was a distance now, and certain matters they would not discuss, such as whatever they knew of Rand's plans. Before, she had been one with them, a student in dream-walking. After, she was Aes Sedai, even before they learned what she had just told them. "Egwene al'Vir will do as she must," Amice said. Melaine gave her a long look and rearranged her shawl ostentatiously, shifted several long necklaces in a clatter of ivory and gold, but said nothing. Amice seemed even more the leader than she had been. The only wise one Egwene had ever seen make other wise ones defer to her so easily was Sorilea. Bear had imagined tea before her as it might be in the tents, a golden teapot worked with lions from one country, a silver tray edged in rope-work from another, tiny green cups of delicate sea-folk porcelain. The tea tasted real, of course, felt real going down. Despite a hint of some sweet berry or herb she did not recognize, it was too bitter for Egwene's tongue. She imagined a little honey in it and took another sip. Too sweet. A touch less honey. Now it tasted right. That was something you could not do with the power. Egwene doubted that anyone had the skill to weave threads of saidar fine enough to remove honey from tea. For a moment she sat peering into her teacup, thinking about honey and tea and fine threads of saidar, but that was not what held her silent. The wise ones wanted to guide Rand no less than Elida or Romanda or Lelaine, or very likely any other Aes Sedai. Of course, they only wanted to direct the Karakarn in a way that was best for the Aiel, yet those sisters wanted to direct the Dragon Reborn toward what was best for the world, as they saw it. She did not spare herself. Helping Rand, keeping him from putting himself at odds with Aes Sedai beyond recovery, those meant guiding him too. Only I'm right, she reminded herself. Whatever I do is as much for his own good as for anybody else's. None of the others ever think about what's right for him. But it was best to remember that these women were more than simply her friends and followers of the Karakarn. No one was ever simply anything, she was learning. "I do not think you wished only to tell us you are now a woman chief among the Wetlanders," Amice said over her teacup. "What troubles your mind, Egwene al'Vir?" "What troubles me is what always does." She smiled to lighten the mood. "Sometimes I think Rand is going to give me gray hairs before my time." Without men, no woman would have gray hairs. Normally that would have been a joke on Melaine's tongue, and Bear would have made another over the vast knowledge of men Melaine had gained in just a few months of marriage, but not this time. All three women simply watched Egwene and waited. So, they wished to be serious. Well, Rand was serious business. She just wished she could be sure they saw it anything at all the way she did. Balancing her cup on her fingertips, she told them everything. About Rand, anyway, and her fears since learning of the silence from Caemlyn. I don't know what he's done, or what she has. Everybody tells me how experienced Marana is, but she's had none with the likes of him. When it comes to Aes Sedai, if you hid this cup in a meadow, he'd still manage to step on it inside 3 paces. I know I could do better than Marana, but you could return, Bear suggested again, and Egwene shook her head firmly. I can do more where I am, as Amyrlin, and there are rules even for the Amyrlin seat. Her mouth twisted for an instant. She did not like admitting that, especially not to these women. I can't even visit him without the Hall's permission. I'm Aes Sedai now, and I have to obey our laws. That came out more fiercely than she intended. It was a stupid law, but she had not yet found a way around it. Besides, they wore so little expression, she was sure they were snickering incredulously inside. Not even a clan chief had the right to say when or where a wise one could go. The 3 women across from her exchanged long looks. Then Amys set her teacup down and said, Marana Ambre and other Aes Sedai followed the Karakarn to the Tree Killer's city. You need have no fear he will put his foot wrong with her, or any of your sisters with her. We will see that there is no difficulty between him and any Aes Sedai. That hardly sounds like Rand, Egwene said doubtfully. So Shiriam had been right about Marana, but why was she still silent? Bear cackled with laughter. Most parents have more trouble with their children than lies between the Karakarn and the women who came with Marana Ambre. So long as he isn't the child, Egwene chuckled, relieved that someone was amused at something. The way these women felt about Aes Sedai, they would have been spitting nails if they thought any sister was gaining influence with him. On the other hand, Marana had to gain some, or she might as well leave now. But Marana should have sent a report. I don't understand why she hasn't. You're certain there isn't any... She could not think of how to finish. There was no way that Rand could have stopped Marana from sending off a pigeon. Perhaps she sent a man on a horse, Amys grimaced faintly. As much as any Aiel she found riding repugnant. Your own legs were good enough. She brought none of the birds that wetlanders use. That was foolish of her, Egwene muttered. Foolish did not come close. Marana's dreams would be shielded, so there was no point trying to talk to her there, even if they could be found. Light, but it was vexing. She leaned forward intently. Amys, promise me you won't try to stop him from talking with her, or make her so angry she does something foolish. They were quite capable of that. More than capable. They had putting an Aes Sedai's back up perfected to a talent. She's just supposed to convince him that we mean him no harm. I'm sure Elida has some nasty surprise hidden behind her skirts, but we don't. She would see to that if anyone had different notions. Somehow she would. Promise me? They passed unreadable looks back and forth. They could not like the idea of letting a sister near Rand, certainly not unhindered. Doubtless one of them would contrive to be present whenever Marana was, but she could live with that so long as they did not hinder too much. I promise, Egwene Al'Vir, Amys said finally, in a voice flat as worked stone. Probably she was offended that Egwene had required a pledge, but Egwene felt as though a weight had lifted. 2 weights. Rand and Marana were not at each other's throats, and Marana would have a chance to do what she'd been sent to do. I knew I'd have the unvarnished truth from you, Amys. I can't tell you how glad I am to hear it. If anything were wrong between Rand and Marana, thank you. Startled, she blinked. For an instant, Amys wore cut-in sore. She made some sort of small gesture, too. Maiden hand talk, perhaps. Neither Bear nor Melaine, sipping their tea, gave any sign that they had noticed. Amys must have been wishing she were somewhere else, away from the tangle Rand had made of everybody's life. It would be embarrassing, Shaming for a Wise One dream-walker to lose control of herself in Tel Ayran-Riad even for an instant. To the Aiel, shame hurt far worse than pain, but it had to be witnessed to be shame. If it was not seen, or those who saw refused to admit it, then it might as well never have happened. A strange people, but she certainly did not want to shame Amis. Composing her face, she went on as if nothing had happened. "I must ask a favor. An important favor. Don't tell Rand or anybody about me. About this, I mean to say." She lifted an end of her stole. Their faces made an Aes Sedai's best calm look maniacal. Stone was not in it. "I don't mean lie," she added hastily. Under Ji'ito, asking someone to lie was little better than telling one yourself. "Just don't bring it up. He's already sent somebody to rescue me. And won't he be furious when he finds out I shuffled Matt off to Ebu Dar with Nynaeve and Elaine," she thought. She'd had to do it, though. "I don't need rescuing, and I don't want it, but he thinks he knows better than everybody. I'm afraid he might come hunting for me himself." Which frightened her more? That he might appear in the camp alone, raging, with 300 or so Aes Sedai around him, or that he might come with some of the Ashaman. Either way, a disaster. "That would be unfortunate," Mylane murmured, though she was seldom one for understatement, and Bear muttered, "The Karakarn is headstrong, as bad as any man I have ever known, and a few women, for that matter." "We will hold your confidence close, Egwene Alvier," Amis said gravely. Egwene blinked at the quick agreement, but perhaps it was not so surprising. To them the Karakarn was only another chief, just more so, and Wise Ones had certainly been known to keep things from a chief they thought he should not know. After that there was not much to say, though they talked a while longer over more cups of tea. She longed for a lesson in walking the dream, but could not ask with Amis there. Amis would go, and she wanted her company more than learning. The closest the Wise Ones came to telling her anything Rand was actually doing was when Mylane grumbled that he should finish the Shaido and Savannah now, and both Bear and Amis frowned at her so she turned bright red. After all, Savannah was a Wise One, as Egwene knew quite bitterly. Not even the Karakarn would be allowed to interfere with even a Shaido Wise One, and she could not give them details of her own circumstances. That they had leaped right to the most shaming part did nothing to lessen the shame she would feel talking about it. It was very hard not to drop back into behaving, even thinking as the Aiel did, when she was around them. For that matter, she thought it might have shamed her had she never met an Aiel, and the only sort of advice they had about dealing with Aes Sedai lately was of a nature that Elaida herself would not try to follow. An Aes Sedai riot, unlikely as it sounded, might result. Worse, they already thought badly enough of Aes Sedai without her adding wood to the fire. Someday she wanted to forge a link between the Wise Ones and the White Tower, but that would never happen unless she managed to dampen that fire down. Another thing she had no idea how to do as yet. "I must go," she said at last, standing. Her body lay asleep in her tent, but there was never quite enough rest in sleep while you were in Tel Ayran-Riad. The others rose with her. "I hope you will all be very careful. Moghedien hates me, and she would certainly try to hurt anyone who's my friend. She knows a great deal about the world of dreams, at least as much as Lanfear did." That was as close as she could come to warning them without saying right out that Moghedien might know more than they. Aiel pride could be prickly. They took her meaning, though, and without offense. "If the Shadow Souled meant to threaten us," Mylane said, "I think they would have by now. Perhaps they believe we are no threat to them. We have glimpsed those who must be dreamwalkers, including men." Bear shook her head incredulously. No matter what she knew about the Forsaken, she considered male dreamwalkers about as common as legs on snakes. "They avoid us, all of them." "I think we are as strong as they," Amis added. In the one power, she and Mylane were no stronger than Theodrin and Phaelane, far from weak, indeed stronger than most Aes Sedai, but far from a Forsaken strength, too. Yet in the world of dreams, knowledge of Tel Ayran-Riad was often as powerful as saidar, more at times. Here, Bear was the equal of any sister. But we will take care. It is the enemy you underestimate who kills you." Egwene took Amice's hand and Melane's, and would have Bear's had there been a way. Instead, she included her with a smile. "I'll never be able to tell you what your friendship means to me, what you mean to me." Despite everything, that was simple truth. "The whole world seems to be changing every time I blink. You three are one of the few firm spots in it." "The world does change," Amice said sadly. "Even mountains are worn away by the wind, and no one can climb the same hill twice. I hope we will always be friends in your eyes, Egwene al'Vere. May you always find water and shade." And with that they were gone, back to their own bodies. For a time she stood frowning at Kalandor, but not seeing it, until suddenly she gave herself an exasperated shake. She had been thinking about that endless field of stars. If she waited there long, Gawain's dream would find her again, swallow her the way his arms would shortly thereafter. A pleasant way to spend the rest of the night, and a childish waste of time. Firmly she made herself step back to her sleeping body, but not to ordinary sleep. She never did that anymore. That one corner of her brain remained fully aware, cataloging her dreams, filing away those that foretold the future, or at any rate gave glimpses of the possible course it might take. At least she could tell that much now, though the only one she'd been able to interpret so far was the dream that told of Gawain becoming her warder. Aes Sedai called this dreaming, and the women who could do it dreamers, all long dead but her, yet it had no more to do with the one power than dream-walking did. Perhaps it was inevitable she should dream first of Gawain because she had been thinking of him. She stood in a vast, dim chamber where everything was indistinct. Everything except Gawain slowly coming toward her. A tall, beautiful man. Had she ever thought his half-brother Galad was more beautiful? With golden hair and eyes of the most wonderful deep blue. He had some distance to cover yet, but he could see her. His gaze was fixed on her like an archer's on the target. A faint sound of crunching and grating hung in the air. She looked down, and felt a scream building in her. On bare feet, Gawain walked across a floor of broken glass, shards breaking at every slow step. Even in that faint light she could see the trail of blood left by his slashed feet. She flung out a hand, tried to shout for him to stop, tried to run to him, but just that quickly she was elsewhere. In the way of dreams, she floated above a long, straight road across a grassy plain, looking down upon a man riding a black stallion. Gawain. Then she was standing in the road in front of him, and he reined in. Not because he saw her this time, but the road that had been straight now forked right where she stood, running over tall hills so no one could see what lay beyond. She knew, though. Down one fork was his violent death. Down the other, a long life and a death in bed. On one path he would marry her, on the other not. She knew what lay ahead, but not which way led to which. Suddenly he did see her, or seemed to, and smiled, and turned his horse along one of the forks. And she was in another dream, and another, and again. Not all had any bearing on the future. Dreams of kissing Gawain, of running in a cool spring meadow with her sisters the way they had as children, slid by along with nightmares, where Aes Sedai with switches chased her through endless corridors, where misshapen things lurched through shadows all around, where a grinning Nicola denounced her to the hall and Tom Merrilin came forward to give evidence. Those she discarded, the others she tucked away, to be prodded and poked later in the hope she might understand what they meant. She stood before an immense wall, clawing at it, trying to tear it down with her bare hands. It was not made of brick or stone, but countless thousands of discs, each half white and half black, the ancient symbol of the Aes Sedai, like the 7 seals that had once held the Dark One's prison shut. Some of those seals were broken now, though not even the one power could break Cuendillar, and the rest had weakened somehow, but the wall stood strong however she beat at it. She could not tear it down. Maybe it was the symbol that was important, Maybe it was the Aes Sedai she was trying to tear down, the White Tower. Maybe... Matt sat on a night-shrouded hilltop, watching a grand illuminator's display of fireworks, and suddenly his hand shot up, seized one of those bursting lights in the sky. Arrows of fire flashed from his clenched fist, and a sense of dread filled her. Men would die because of this. The world would change. But the world was changing. It always changed. Straps at waist and shoulder held her tightly to the block, and the headsman's axe descended, but she knew that somewhere someone was running, and if they ran fast enough, the axe would stop. If not... In that corner of her mind, she felt a chill. Loghain, laughing, stepped across something on the ground and mounted a black stone. When she looked down, she thought it was Rand's body he had stepped over, laid out on a funeral bier with his hands crossed at his breast. But when she touched his face, it broke apart like a paper puppet. A golden hawk stretched out its wing and touched her, and she and the hawk were tied together somehow. All she knew was that the hawk was female. A man lay dying in a narrow bed, and it was important he not die. Yet outside a funeral pyre was being built, and voices raised songs of joy and sadness. A dark young man held an object in his hand that shone so brightly she could not see what it was. On and on they came, and she sorted feverishly, desperately tried to understand. There was no rest in it, but it must be done. She would do what must be done. Chapter 11. An Oath. You asked to be wakened before the sun, Mother. Egwene's eyes popped open. She had set herself a time to wake only moments from now, and despite herself she started back against her pillow from the face above her. Stern, through a sheen of perspiration, it was not a pleasant sight first thing in the morning. Mary's manner was perfectly respectful, but a pinched nose, a permanently downturned mouth, and dark eyes sharp with censure said she had never seen anyone half as good as they should be or pretended to be, and her flat tone turned every meaning head to heels. "I hope you slept well, Mother," she said, while her expression managed a fair accusation of sloth. Her black hair, in tight coils over her ears, seemed to pull her face painfully. The unrelieved, drab, dark gray she always wore, however it made her sweat, only added to the gloom. It was a pity she had not managed a little real rest. Yawning, Egwene rose from her narrow cot and scrubbed her teeth with salt, washed her face and hands, while Mary laid out her clothes for the day, donned stockings and a clean shift, then suffered herself to be dressed. Suffered was the word. "I fear some of these knots will pull, Mother," the cheerless woman murmured, drawing the brush through Egwene's hair, and Egwene very nearly told her she had not deliberately tangled it in her sleep. "I understand we will rest here today, Mother." Bone idleness, seethed Mary's reflection in the stand mirror. "This shade of blue will set off your coloring nicely, Mother," Mary said as she did up Egwene's buttons, her face an accusation of vanity. Filled with relief that she would have Chesa tonight, Egwene donned the stole and fled almost before the woman finished. Not even a rim of the sun showed above the hills to the east. The land humped up all around in long ridges and irregular mounds, sometimes hundreds of feet high, that often looked as though monstrous fingers had squeezed them. Shadows like twilight bathed the camp lying in one of the broad valleys between, but it was well awake in the heat that never really lifted. Smells of breakfast cooking filled the air, and people bustled about, though there was none of the rush that would have meant a day's marching ahead. White-clad novices darted about at a near run. A wise novice always carried out her chores as quickly as she could. Warders never seemed hurried, of course, but even servants carrying the morning meal to Aes Sedai appeared to stroll this morning. Well, almost, in comparison to the novices. The whole camp was taking advantage of the halt. A clatter and curses as a jack-lever slipped announced wagon rights making repairs, and a distant tapping of hammers told of farriers reshoeing horses. A dozen candle makers had their molds lined up already, and the kettles heating to melt the carefully hoarded drippings and tag ends of every candle that had been burned. More big black kettles stood on fires to boil water for baths and laundry, and men and women were heaping clothes up nearby. Egwene gave little notice to any of the activity. The thing of it was, she was certain Mary did not do it a purpose. She could not help her face. Even so, she was as bad as it would be to have Romanda for a maid. The thought made her laugh out loud. Romanda as lady's maid would have her mistress towing the line in no time. No doubt as to who would run and fetch in that pair. A gray-haired cook paused in raking coals from atop an iron oven to give her a grin of shared amusement, for a moment anyway. Then he realized he was grinning at the Amerlin's seat, not just some young woman walking by, and the grin melted crookedly as he jerked a bow before bending back to his work. If she sent Mary off, Romanda would only find a new spy, and Mary would again be starving her way from village to village. Adjusting her dress, she really had gone before the woman was quite finished. Egwene's fingers found a small linen bag, the strings tucked behind her belt. She did not have to lift it all the way to her nose to smell rose petals and a blend of herbs with a cool scent. It made her sigh. A face like a headsman's, spying for Romanda without any doubt, and trying to perform her duties as well as she could. Why were these things never easy? Approaching the tent she used as a study, many called it the Amerlin's study, as if it were rooms in the tower, a solemn satisfaction replaced worry over Mary. Whenever they halted for a day, Shiriam would be there before her with fat sheaves of petitions. A laundress imploring clemency on a charge of theft when she'd been caught with the jewelry sewn into her dress, or a blacksmith begging a testimonial for his work, which he could not use unless he intended to leave, and likely not then. A harness maker asking the Amerlin's prayers for her to give birth to a daughter. One of Lord Bryn's soldiers requesting the Amerlin's personal blessing to his wedding a seamstress. There was always a slew from older novices, appealing visits to Tiana and even extra chores. Anyone had the right to petition the Amerlin, but those in service to the tower seldom did, and never novices. Egwene suspected that Shiriam worked to dig up petitioners, something to butter the cat's paws, to keep her out of Shiriam's hair while the keeper took care of what she considered important. This morning Egwene thought she might make Shiriam eat those petitions for her breakfast. When she entered the tent, though, Shiriam was not there, which perhaps should not have been a surprise given the night before. The tent was not empty, however. "The light illumine you this morning, Mother," Theodrin said, making a deep curtsy that set the brown fringe of her shawl swaying. She had all the fabled Domani grace, though her high-necked dress was really quite modest. Domani women were not known for modesty. "We did as you commanded, but no one saw anybody near Marigan's tent last night." "Some of the men remembered seeing Halima," Phaolane added sourly, with a much briefer bend of her knees. "But aside from that, they hardly recalled whether they went to sleep." Many women disapproved of Delana's secretary, but it was her next remark that made Phaolane's round face darker than usual. "We met Tiana while we were roaming about. She told us to go to bed and be quick about it." Unconsciously she stroked the blue fringe on her shawl. New Aes Sedai almost always wore their shawls more often than they needed to, so Swan said. Giving them a smile she hoped was welcoming, Egwene took her place behind the small table. Carefully, the chair tilted for a moment anyway, until she reached down and pulled the legs straight. An edge of folded parchment peeked out from beneath the stone inkwell. Her hands twitched toward it, but she made them be still. Too many sisters saw little need for courtesy. She would not be one of those. Besides, these two had a claim on her. "I am sorry for your difficulties, daughters." Made Aes Sedai by her decree on being raised Amerlin, they faced the same predicament as she, but lacking the added shield of the Amerlin's stole, a small shield that had proved. Most sisters behaved as though they were still only accepted. What went on inside the Ajahs was seldom known outside, but it was rumored that they truly had had to beg admittance, and that guardians had been named to oversee their behavior. No one had ever heard the like, but everyone took it for fact. She had done them no favor. Another thing that had been necessary, though. "I will speak to Tiana. It might do some good, for a day, or an hour." "Thank you, Mother," Theodrin said, "but there is no need to bother yourself." Still, she also touched her shawl, hands lingering. Tiana wanted to know why we were up so late, she added after a moment, but we didn't tell her. There was no need for secrecy, daughter. A pity they had not found a witness, though. Moghedien's rescuer would remain a shadow half-glimpsed, always the most frightening sort. She glanced at the tiny corner of parchment, itching to read it. Maybe Swan had discovered something. Thank you both. Theodrin recognized a dismissal and made her manners to go, but stopped when Phaolane remained where she was. I wish I had held the oath rod already, Phaolane told Egwene in tones of frustration, so you could know what I say is true. This isn't the time to bother the Amyrlin, Theodrin began, then folded her hands and turned her attention to Egwene. Patience blended with something else on her face. Clearly the stronger of the two in the power, she always took the lead, yet this time she was prepared to step back. In aid of what, Egwene wondered. It isn't the oath rod that makes a woman Aes Sedai, daughter, whatever some believed. Speak the truth to me and I will believe it. I don't like you. Phaolane's mop of dark curls swayed as she shook her head for emphasis. You must know that. You probably think I was mean when you were a novice, when you came back to the White Tower after running away, but I still believe you didn't get half the punishment you should have. Maybe my admitting it will help you know I speak the truth. It isn't as though we have no choice even now. Romanda offered to take us under her protection, and so did Lelaine. They said they'd see we were tested and raised properly as soon as we returned to the tower. Her face grew angrier, and Theodrin rolled her eyes and broke in. Mother, what Phaolane is fumbling all around without getting to the point is that we didn't attach ourselves to you because we had no choice, and we didn't do it in gratitude for the shawl. She pursed her lips, as if thinking that raising them Aes Sedai in the manner Egwene had was not really a gift to inspire much gratitude. Then why? Egwene asked, leaning back. The chair shifted, but held. Phaolane jumped in before Theodrin could more than open her mouth. Because you are the Amyrlin seat. She still sounded angry. We can see what happens. Some of the sisters think you're Shiriam's puppet, but most believe Romanda or Lelaine tells you where and when to step. It is not right. Her face was twisted in a scowl. I left the tower because what Elida did wasn't right. They raised you Amyrlin, so I am yours, if you will have me. If you can trust me without the oath rod, you must believe me. And you, Theodrin? Egwene said quickly, schooling her face. Knowing how the sisters felt was bad enough. Hearing it again was painful. I am yours too, Theodrin sighed, if you'll have me. She spread her hands disparagingly. We are not much, I know, but it looks as though we are all you have. I must admit I was hesitant, Mother. Phaolane is the one who kept insisting we do this. Frankly, she settled her shawl again unnecessarily, and her voice firmed. Frankly, I do not see how you can win out over Romanda and Lelaine, but we are trying to behave as Aes Sedai even though we aren't really, yet. We will not be that, Mother, whatever you say, until the other sisters see us as Aes Sedai, and that won't happen until we have been tested and have sworn the 3 oaths. Plucking the folded scrap of parchment out from under the inkwell, Egwene fingered it while she thought. Phaolane was the driving force behind this? That seemed as unlikely as a wolf befriending the shepherd. She suspected dislike was a mild word for what Phaolane felt for her, and the woman must know Egwene hardly saw her as a potential friend. If they had accepted either sitter's arrangement, mentioning the offer might be a good means of disarming her suspicions. Mother, Phaolane said, and stopped, looking surprised at herself. It was the first time she had addressed Egwene so. Drawing a deep breath, she went on. Mother, I know you must have a hard time believing us since we've never held the oath rod, but I wish you would stop bringing that up, Egwene said. It was well to be careful, but she could not afford to refuse every offer of help for fear of plots. Do you think everybody believes Aes Sedai because of the 3 oaths? People who know Aes Sedai know a sister can stand truth on its head and turn it inside out if she chooses to. Myself, I think the 3 oaths hurt as much as they help, maybe more. I will believe you until I learn you've lied to me, and I will trust you until you show you don't deserve it. The same way everybody else does with one another.
Come to think of it, the oaths did not really change that. You still had to take a sister on trust most of the time. The oaths just made people warier about it, wondering whether and how they were being manipulated. Another thing. You two are Aes Sedai. I don't want to hear any more about having to be tested or hold the oath rod or any of it. Bad enough you have to face that nonsense without parroting it yourselves. Have I made myself clear? The two women standing on the other side of the table murmured hastily that she had, then exchanged long looks. This time it was Féollainn who appeared indecisive. Finally, Theodrin glided around to kneel beside Egwene's chair and kiss her ring. Under the light and by my hope of salvation and rebirth, I, Theodrin Dabai, swear fealty to you, Egwene al'Vere, to faithfully serve and obey on pain of my life and honor. She looked at Egwene questioningly. It was all Egwene could do to nod.
This was no part of Aes Sedai ritual. This was how nobles swore to ruler. Even some rulers did not receive so strong an oath. Yet no sooner had Theodrin risen with a relieved smile than Féollainn took her place. Under the light and by my hope of salvation and rebirth, I, Féollainn Orunda. All that she could have wished for and more. From many other sisters, at least, who were not just as likely to be sent to fetch another's dust cloak if the wind rose. When Féollainn finished, she remained kneeling, but stiffly upright. Mother, there is the matter of my penance. For what I said to you about not liking you, I will set it myself if you wish, but it is your right. Her voice was as rigid as her posture, yet not at all fearful. She looked ready to stare down a lion, eager to, in fact. Biting her lip, Egwene nearly laughed aloud. Keeping her face smooth took effort. Maybe they would take it for a hiccup. However much they claimed they were not really Aes Sedai, Féollainn had just proved how much of one she was. Sometimes sisters set themselves penances in order to maintain the proper balance between pride and humility. That balance was much prized, supposedly, and the only reason given, usually. But certainly none sought to have one imposed. Penance set by another could be quite harsh, and the Amyrlin was supposed to be harder in this than the Ajahs. Either way, though, many sisters made a haughty display of submission to the greater will of the Aes Sedai, an arrogant showing of their lack of arrogance. The pride of humility, Siuan called it. She considered telling the woman to eat a handful of soap just to see her expression. Féollainn had a mean tongue. But instead, I don't hand out penance for telling the truth, daughter, or for not liking me. Dislike to your heart's content, so long as you keep your oath. Not that anyone except a dark friend would break that particular oath. Still, there were ways around almost anything, but weak sticks were better than none when you were fending off a bear. Féollainn's eyes widened, and Egwene sighed as she motioned the woman to rise. Had their positions been reversed, Féollainn would have put her nose firmly in the dust. I'm setting you 2 tasks to begin, daughters, she went on. They listened carefully, Féollainn not even blinking, Theodrin with a thoughtful finger to her lips, and this time when she dismissed them, they said, "As you command, mother," in unison as they curtsied. Egwene's good mood was fleeting, though. Mary arrived with her breakfast on a tray as Theodrin and Féollainn departed, and when Egwene thanked her for the rose-petal pomander, she said, "I had a few spare moments, mother." By her expression, that could have been an accusation that Egwene worked her too hard, or that she herself did not work hard enough. Not a pleasant spice for the stewed fruit. For that matter, the woman's face might sour the mint tea and turn the warm, crusty bun hard as a rock. Egwene sent her away before eating. The tea was weak, anyway. Tea was one of the things in short supply. The note that had been under the inkwell proved no better seasoning. "Nothing of interest in the dream," said Siuan's fine script. So Siuan had been in Tel'aran'rhiod last night, too. She did a good deal of spying there. It mattered little whether she had been hunting some sign of Moghedien, though that would have been insanely foolish, or something else. Nothing was nothing. Egwene grimaced, and not just for the nothing. Siuan in Tel'aran'rhiod last night meant a visit from Lyanna sometime today, complaining. Siuan most definitely no longer was allowed any of the dream ter'angreal, not since she had tried to teach some of the other sisters about the world of dreams. It was not so much that she knew little more than they,
or even that few sisters believed they actually needed a teacher to learn anything. But Swan possessed a tongue like a rasp and no patience. Usually she managed to hold her temper, but 2 outbursts of shouting and fist-shaking, and she had been fortunate just to find herself denied access to the ter'angreal. Lyanna was given one whenever she asked, though, and frequently Swan used it in secret. That was one of the few real bones of contention between them. Both would have been in Tel'aran'rhiod every night if they could. With a grimace, Egwene channeled the tiniest spark of fire to set a corner of the parchment alight, and held it until it burned nearly to her fingers. Nothing left to be found by anyone rooting through her belongings, and reported where it would rouse suspicions. Breakfast almost done, she was still alone, and that was not usual. Shiriam might well be avoiding her, but Swan should have been there. Popping a last bit of the bun into her mouth and washing it down with a final swallow of tea, she rose to go find her, only to have the object of her intended search stalk into the tent. Had Swan had a tail, she would have been lashing it. "Where have you been?" Egwene demanded, weaving a ward against listeners. "Eildeen pulled me out of my blankets first thing," Swan growled, dropping onto one of the stools. "She still thinks she'll pump the Amyrlin's eyes and ears out of me. No one gets that. No one." When Swan had first arrived in Salidar, a stilled woman on the run, a deposed Amyrlin the world thought dead, the sisters might well not have let her stay, except that she knew not only the Amyrlin seat's network of agents, but also that of the Blue Ajah, which she had run before being raised to the stole. That had given her a certain influence, just as Lyanna's agents inside Tar Valon had given her some. The arrival of Eildeen Stonebridge, who had taken her place with the blue eyes and ears, had changed matters for Swan. Eildeen had been outraged that reports from the handful of blue agents Swan had managed to reach had been handed to women outside the Ajah. That Eildeen's own position had been revealed. Only 2 or 3 sisters were supposed to know, even within the blue, infuriated her to near apoplexy. She not only snatched back control of the blue network, not only upbraided Swan in a voice that might have been heard a mile off, she very nearly went for Swan's throat. Eildeen was from an Andoran mining village in the Mountains of Mist, and it was said her crooked nose came from fighting with her fists when she was a girl. Eildeen's actions had started others thinking. Egwene returned to her unsteady chair and pushed her breakfast tray aside. "Eildeen won't take it away from you, Swan, and neither will anyone else." When Eildeen reclaimed the blue eyes and ears, others had begun thinking that the blue should not have the Amyrlins as well. No one suggested that it should be in Egwene's control. The Hall was to have it, so Ramonda said, and Lelaine. Each intended to be the one in charge, of course. The one those reports came to first, for being first to know had advantages. Eildeen thought those agents should be added to the blue network since Swan was blue. At least Shiriam was content simply to be handed all the reports Swan received, which she usually was. They can't make you give it up. Egwene filled her teacup again, setting it and the blue-glazed honey pot on the corner of the table nearest Swan, but the other woman only stared at them. The anger had gone out of her. She slumped on the stool. "You never really think about strength," she said, half to herself. "You're aware of it, whether you're stronger than somebody else, but you don't think about it. You just know that she defers to you or you to her. There was no one stronger than me before. No one since." Her eyes dropped to her hands, stirring uneasily on her lap. "Sometimes when Ramonda is hammering at me or Lelaine, it suddenly hits me like a gale. They're so far above me now, I should be holding my tongue until they give me permission to speak. Even Eildeen is, and she's no more than middling." She forced her head upright, mouth tight and voice bitter. "I suppose I'm adjusting to reality. That's ingrained in us too, driven deep before you ever test for the shawl, but I don't like it. I don't." Egwene picked up her pen from beside the inkwell and the sand jar, fiddling with it while she chose words. "Swan, you know how I feel about what needs to be changed. There's too much we do because Aes Sedai have always done it that way. But things are changing. No matter who believes it will all go back to how it was. I doubt anyone else was ever raised Amerlin without being Aes Sedai first. That should have elicited a comment on the White Tower's hidden records. Siuan often said there was nothing that had not occurred at least once in the Tower's history, though this did seem to be a first. But Siuan sat there disheartened, like a sack. Siuan, the Aes Sedai way isn't the only way, and not even always the best. I intend to make sure we follow the best way, and whoever can't learn to change, or won't, had better learn to live with it. Leaning across the table, she tried to make her expression encouraging. I never did figure out how wise ones determine precedence, but it isn't strength in the power. There are women who can channel who defer to women who can't. One, Cerelia, would never have made it to accepted, yet even the strongest jump when she says toad. Wilders, Siuan said dismissively, but it lacked force. Aes Sedai, then. I wasn't raised Amerlin because I am the strongest. The wisest women are chosen for the hall or to be ambassadors or advisors, the most skillful anyway, not those with the most strength. Best not to say skillful in what, though Siuan certainly possessed those particular skills too. The hall? The hall might send me for tea. They might have me sweep out when they've finished sitting. Sitting back, Egwene threw down the pen. She wanted to shake the woman. Siuan had kept going when she could not channel at all, and now her knees began to fold? Egwene was on the point of telling her about Theodrin and Phaelane. That should get some rise and approval, when she saw an olive-skinned woman ride past the open tent flaps, looking lost in thought beneath the wide gray hat she wore to keep off the sun. Siuan, it's Mirella. Letting the ward go, she rushed outside. Mirella, she called. Siuan needed a victory to wash the taste of being bullied out of her mouth, and this might be just the thing. Mirella was one of Shiriam's lot, and apparently with a secret all her own. Reining in her sorrel gelding, Mirella looked around and gave a start when she saw Egwene. By her expression, the Green Sister had not realized what part of the camp she was passing through. A thin dust cloak hung down the back of her pale gray riding dress. "Mother," she said hesitantly, "if you will forgive me, I will not forgive you," Egwene cut in, making her flinch. Any doubt vanished that Mirella had heard about last night from Shiriam. "I will talk with you. Now." Siuan had come outside, too, but instead of watching the sister climb uneasily from her saddle, she stared down the rows of tents toward a stocky, graying man with a battered breastplate strapped over his buff-colored coat, leading a tall bay in their direction. His presence was a surprise. Lord Bryn usually communicated with the hall by messenger, and his rare visits mostly finished before Egwene learned he had come. Siuan assumed such a look of Aes Sedai serenity, it nearly made you forget her youthful face. Glancing briefly at Siuan, Bryn made a leg, handling his sword with a spare grace. A weathered man, he was only moderately tall, but the way he carried himself made him seem taller. There was nothing flashy about him. The sweat on his broad face made him seem to be about a job of work. "Mother, may I speak with you? Alone?" Mirella turned as if to go, and Egwene snapped, "You stay right there, right where you are!" Mirella's mouth dropped open. Her surprise seemed as much for her own obedience as Egwene's decisive tone, and it faded into bitter resignation that she quickly hid behind a cool facade, one belied by the way she twiddled her reins. Bryn did not even blink, though Egwene was sure he at least had an inkling of her situation. She suspected that very little surprised him or unsettled him. Just the sight of him had made Siuan ready to fight back. For all, it was apparently she who started most of their arguments. Already her fists rested on her hips and her gaze was fixed on him, an auguring stare that should have made anyone uneasy, even had it not come from an Aes Sedai. Mirella offered more than helping Siuan, though, perhaps. "I intended to ask you to come this afternoon, Lord Bryn. I ask now." She had questions to put to him. "We can talk then, if you will forgive me." Instead of accepting her dismissal, he said, "Mother, one of my patrols found something just before dawn, something I think you should see for yourself. I can have an escort ready and—" "No need for that," she broke in quickly. "Mirella, you will come with us. Swan, would you ask someone to bring my horse, please? Without delay. Riding out with Mirella would be better than confronting her here, if Swan's patched-together clues really pointed at anything, and on a ride she could ask Bryn her questions, but neither fueled her haste. She had just spotted Lelaine striding toward her through the tent rows, Takima at her side. With one exception, all the women who had been sitters before Swan was deposed had drifted to either Lelaine or Romanda. Most of the newly chosen sitters went their own way, which was slightly better in Egwene's view. Just slightly. Even at a little distance, the set of Lelaine's shoulders was evident. She looked ready to walk through whatever got in her way. Swan saw her as well and darted off without pausing for so much as a curtsy, yet there was no time to make a clean escape, short of leaping onto Lord Bryn's horse. Lelaine planted herself in front of Egwene, but it was Bryn she fixed with eyes sharp as tacks, considering, calculating what he was doing there. She had larger fish to put on the fire, though. "I must speak with the Amyrlin," she said peremptorily, pointing toward Mirella. "You will wait. I will talk to you after." Bryn bowed, not too deeply, and led his horse where she pointed. Men who had any brains at all soon learned arguments did little good with Aes Sedai, and with sitters the tally was usually none. Before Lelaine could open her mouth, Romanda was suddenly there, radiating command so strongly that at first Egwene did not even notice Varalin with her, and the slender red-haired sitter for the Grey was inches taller than most men. The only surprise was that Romanda had not appeared sooner. She and Lelaine watched one another like hawks, neither allowing the other near Egwene alone. The glow of Saidar surrounded both women at the same instant, and each wove a ward around the five of them to stop eavesdropping. Their eyes clashed, challenging in faces utterly cool and collected, but neither let her ward drop. Egwene bit her tongue. In a public place, it was up to the strongest sister present to decide whether a conversation should be warded, and protocol said the Amyrlin made that decision wherever she was present. She had no desire for the not-quite apologies mentioning it would bring, though. If she pressed, they would accede, of course, while behaving as though soothing a petulant toddler. She bit her tongue and boiled inside. Where was Swan? That was not fair. Getting horses saddled required more than moments, but she wanted to grip her skirts to keep her hands away from her head. Romanda dropped the staring match first, though not in defeat. She rounded on Egwene so suddenly that Lelaine was left staring past her and looking foolish. "Dallana is making trouble again." Her high-pitched voice was almost sweet, but it held a sharpness that emphasized the lack of any title of respect. Romanda's hair was completely gray, gathered in a neat bun on the nape of her neck, but age had certainly not softened her. Takima, with her long black hair and aged ivory complexion, had been almost 9 years a brown sitter, as forceful in the hall as in the classroom, yet she stood a meek pace back, hands folded at her waist. Romanda led her faction as firmly as Cerelia. She was one to whom strength was indeed all important, and in truth Lelaine seemed not far behind. "She plans to lay a proposal before the hall," Lelaine put in sourly, refusing to look at Romanda at all now. Agreeing with the other woman certainly pleased her as little as speaking second. Aware that she had gained an edge, Romanda smiled, a faint curving of her lips. "About what?" Egwene asked, playing for time. She was certain she knew. It was very hard not to sigh. It was very hard not to rub her temples. "Why, the Black Ajah, of course, Mother," Varalin replied, lifting her head as if surprised at the question. Well, she might be. Dallana was rabid on the subject. She wants the Hall to condemn Elida openly as black. She stopped abruptly when Lelaine raised a hand. Lelaine allowed her followers more leeway than Romanda, or maybe she just did not have as tight a grip. "You must speak with her, Mother." Lelaine had a warm smile when she chose to use it. Swan said they had been friends once. Lelaine had accepted her back with some version of welcome, yet Egwene thought that smile a practiced tool. And say what? Her hands ached to soothe her head. These two each made sure the hall passed only what she wanted, certainly little that Egwene suggested, with the result that nothing much at all was passed, and they wanted her to intercede with a sitter? Dallana did support her proposals, true, when they suited her. Dallana was a weather vane, turning with the last breath of air to pass, and if she turned in Egwene's direction a great deal of late, it did not mean very much. The Black Ajah seemed her only fixed point. What was keeping Swan? "Tell her she must stop, Mother." Lelane's smile and tone made her seem to be counseling a daughter. "This foolishness, worse than foolishness, has everyone at daggers' points. Some of the sisters are even beginning to believe, Mother. It will not be long before the notion spreads to the servants and the soldiers." The look she directed toward Bryn was full of doubt. Bryn appeared to be attempting to chat with Mirella, who was staring at the warded group and running her reins uneasily through her gloved hands. "Believing what is plain is hardly foolish," Romanda barked. "Mother," in her mouth, that sounded entirely too much like girl. "The reason Dallana must be stopped is she does no good and considerable harm. Perhaps Elaida is black, though I have strong doubts, whatever second-hand gossip that trollop Halima brought. Elaida is wrong-headed to a fault, but I cannot believe her evil. Yet even if she is, trumpeting it will make outsiders suspicious of every Aes Sedai and drive the black into deeper hiding. There are methods to dig them out if we don't frighten them into flight." Lelane's sniff bordered on a snort. "Even were this nonsense true, no self-respecting sister would submit to your methods, Romanda. What you've suggested is close to being put to the question." Egwene blinked in confusion. Neither Swan nor Lyanna had brought her a whisper of this. Luckily, the sitters were not paying her enough mind to notice, as usual. Planting her fists on her hips, Romanda squared around on Lelaine. "Desperate days demand desperate actions. Some might ask why anyone would put her dignity ahead of exposing the Dark One's servants." "That sounds dangerously near an accusation," Lelaine said, eyes narrowing. Romanda was the one smiling now, a cold, flinty smile. "I will be the first to submit to my methods, Lelaine, if you are the second." Lelaine actually growled, taking half a step toward the other woman, and Romanda leaned toward her, chin thrust out. They looked ready to begin pulling hair and rolling in the dirt, and Aes Sedai dignity be hanged. Varalin and Takima glared at one another like two maidservants supporting their mistresses, a long-legged wading bird in a scowling match with a wren. The whole lot of them seemed to have forgotten Egwene entirely. Swan came running up in a broad straw hat, leading a fat dun mare with white-stockinged hind legs, and skidded to a halt when she saw the warded gathering. One of the grooms was with her, a lanky fellow in a long frayed vest and a patched shirt, holding the reins of a tall roan. The wards were invisible to him, but Saidar did not hide the faces. His eyes went very wide, and he began licking his lips. For that matter, passers-by walked wide around the tent and pretended to see nothing. Aes Sedai, warders, and servants alike. Bryn alone frowned and studied them as though wondering what was hidden from his ears. Mirella was retying her saddlebags, plainly on the point of leaving. "When you have decided what I should say," Egwene announced, "then I can decide what to do." They really had forgotten her. All four stared at her in amazement as she walked between Romanda and Lelaine and out through the doubled wards. There was nothing to feel as she brushed by the weave, of course. They had never been made to stop anything as solid as a human body. When she scrambled onto the roan, Mirella drew a deep breath and emulated her in resignation. The wards had vanished, though the glow still enveloped the two sitters, each more the image of frustration than the other as they stood watching. Hurriedly, Egwene donned the thin linen dust cloak that had been draped in front of her gelding saddle and the riding gloves that were tucked into a small pocket in the cloak. A wide-brimmed hat hung from the saddle's high pommel, deep blue to match her dress, with a spray of white plumes pinned slanting across the front that shouted of Chase's hand. Heat she could ignore, but the glare of the sun was another matter. Removing plumes and pin, she tucked them into the saddlebags, put the hat on her head, and tied the ribbons beneath her chin. "Shall we go, Mother?" Bryn asked. He was already mounted, the helmet that had been hanging from his saddle now obscuring his face behind steel bars. It looked quite natural on him, as though he had been born for armor. She nodded. There was no attempt to stop them. Lelaine would not stoop to shouting halt in public, of course, but Romanda... Egwene felt a sense of relief as they rode away, yet her head seemed to be splitting. What was she to do about Dallana? What could she do? The main road in this area, a wide stretch of dirt packed so hard nothing could raise dust from it, ran through the army's camp and along the gap between that and the Aes Sedai's. Bryn angled across it, through the rest of the army on the other side. Although the army camp held 30 times or more as many people as the Aes Sedai camp, there seemed to be few more tents than for the sisters and those who served them, all scattered out across the flats and up the hillsides. Most of the soldiers slept in the open, but then it was hard to remember the last time rain had fallen, and there certainly was not a cloud to be seen. Strangely, there were more women than in the sisters' camp, though they seemed fewer at first glance among so many men. Cooks tended kettles, and laundresses attacked great heaps of clothing, while some worked with the horses or wagons. A fair number appeared to be wives. At least they sat about knitting or darning dresses or shirts, or stirring small cookpots. Armorers had set up almost anywhere she looked, hammers making steel ring on their anvils, and fletchers adding arrows to bundles by their feet, and farriers checking horses. Wagons of every sort and size stood everywhere, hundreds, perhaps thousands. The army seemed to scoop up every one it found along its path. Most of the foragers were already out, but a few high-wheeled carts and lumbering wagons still trundled away in search of farms and villages. Here and there, soldiers raised a cheer as they rode by. "Lord Bryn," and "The Bull, the Bull." That was his sigil. Nothing about Aes Sedai or the Amyrlin seat. Egwene twisted around in her saddle to make sure Mirella was still close behind. She was, letting her horse follow on its own, a far-off, slightly sickly expression on her face. Swan had taken a position at the rear, shepherd to their lone sheep. Then again, she might just have been afraid to urge her mount ahead. The dun was positively a butterball, but Swan would probably treat a pony like a warhorse. Egwene felt a stab of irritation at her own animal. His name was Daishar, glory in the old tongue. She would much rather be riding Bella, a shaggy little mare not much slimmer than Swan's dun that she had ridden out of the 2 rivers. Sometimes she thought she must look a doll, perched atop a gelding that could be taken for a warhorse, but the Amyrlin had to have a proper mount, no shaggy cart horses. Even if this rule was of her own making, she felt as confined as a novice. Turning in the saddle, she said, "Do you expect any opposition ahead, Lord Bryn?" He glanced at her sideways. She had asked the same once before, leaving Salidar, and twice while crossing Altara. Not enough to rouse suspicions, she thought. Murundi is like Altara, Mother. Neighbor too busy scheming against neighbor or outright fighting him to band together for anything short of a war, and not to any great degree then. His tone was very dry. He had been Captain General of the Queen's Guards in Andor, with years of border skirmishes against the Murandians behind him. Andor will be another matter, I fear. I'm not looking forward to that. He turned another way, climbing a gentle slope to avoid 3 wagons rumbling over rocks in the same direction. Egwene tried not to grimace. Andor. Before, he had just said no. These were the tail end of the Cumbar Hills, somewhat south of Lugard, the capital of Murundi. Even if they were lucky, the border of Andor lay at least 10 days ahead. "And when we reach Tar Valon, Lord Bryn, how do you plan to take the city?" "No one has asked me that yet, Mother." She had only thought his voice was dry before. Now it was dry. "By the time we reach Tar Valon, the light willing, I'll have 2 or 3 times as many men as I do now." Egwene winced at the idea of paying so many soldiers. He did not seem to notice. "With that I will lay siege. The hardest part will be finding ships, and sinking them to block North Harbor and South Harbor. The harbors are as much the key as holding the bridge towns, Mother. Tar Valon is larger than Cairhien and Caemlyn together. Once food stops going in..." He shrugged. "Most of soldiering is waiting, when it isn't marching." "And if you don't have that many soldiers?" She had never thought of all those people going hungry, women and children. She had never really thought of anyone being involved except the Aes Sedai and the soldiers. How could she have been so foolish? She had seen the results of war in Cairhien. Bryn seemed to take it so lightly, but then he was a soldier. Privation and death must be every day to soldiers. What if you only have, say, what you do now? Siege? Apparently some of what they had been saying had finally broken into whatever Mirella was thinking. She booted the sorrel forward, making a number of men jump aside, some falling on their faces. A few opened their mouths angrily, then saw her ageless features and shut their jaws again, glowering. They might as well not have existed for all of her. Artur Hawkwing besieged Tar Valon for 20 years and failed. Abruptly, she realized ears were about and lowered her voice, but it was still acid. Do you expect us to wait 20 years? That acid washed over Gareth Bryn without leaving a stain. Would you prefer a direct assault right off, Mirella Sedai? He could have been asking whether she wanted her tea sweet or bitter. Several of Hawkwing's generals tried, and their men were slaughtered. No army has ever managed to breach Tar Valon's walls. That was not strictly true, Egwene knew. In the Trolloc Wars, an army of Dreadlord-led Trollocs had actually plundered and burned a part of the White Tower itself. At the end of the War of the Second Dragon, an army trying to rescue Gwyer Amalasan before he was gentled had reached the tower too. Mirella could not know, though, much less Bryn. Access to those secret histories hidden deep in the tower library was set out in a law that was itself secret, and revealing the existence of either records or law was treason. Swan said if you read between the lines, you found hints of things that had not been recorded even there. Aes Sedai were very good at hiding truth when they thought it necessary, even from themselves. With 100,000, or what I have now, Bryn continued, I will be the first, if I can block the harbors. Hawkwing's generals never managed that. The Aes Sedai always raised those iron chains in time to stop the ships getting into the harbor mouth, and sank them before they could be placed to hinder trade. Food and supplies got in. It will come to your assault eventually, but not until the city's weakened, if I have my way. His voice was still ordinary, a man discussing an outing. His head turned toward Mirella, and though his tone did not change, the intensity in his eyes was evident even behind his face guard. And you all agreed I would when it came to the army. I won't throw men away. Mirella opened her mouth, then closed it slowly. Plainly she wanted to say something, but did not know what. They had given their word, she and Shiriam and those who had been running things when he appeared in Salidar, however much giving it galled. However much the sitters tried to get round it. They had given no word. Bryn acted as though they had, though, and so far he had managed to get away with it. So far. Egwene felt ill. She had seen war. Images flashed in her head, men fighting, killing their way through the streets of Tar Valon, dying. Her eyes fell on a square-jawed fellow chewing his tongue while he sharpened a pikehead. Would he die in those streets? The grizzled, balding man running his fingers so carefully down each arrow before sliding the shaft into his quiver. And there, that lad swaggering in his high riding boots. He looked too young to shave. Light. So many were boys. How many would die? For her. For justice. For the right. For the world. But at the heart, for her. Swan raised her hand, but did not complete the gesture. Had she been close enough, she could not pat the Amerlin seat on the shoulder where everyone could see. Egwene straightened her back. Lord Bryn, she said in a tight voice, what is it you want me to see? She thought he half glanced at Mirella before answering. Better you see it for yourself, Mother. Egwene thought her head might break open. If Swan's clues led to anything at all, she might just skin Mirella. If they did not, she might skin Swan. And she might throw Gareth Bryn in for good measure. Chapter 12. A Morning of Victory. The crooked hills and ridges surrounding the camp showed every sign of the drought and unseasonable heat. The unholy heat, in truth. Even the dullest scullion scrubbing pots saw the Dark One's touch on the world. The true forest lay behind them to the west, but twisted oaks grew out of the rocky slopes, sour gums and pines of unfamiliar shape, and trees Egwene had no names for, brown and yellow and bare-branched. Not winter bare or brown. Starved, for moisture and coolness, dying if the weather did not change soon. Beyond the last of the soldiers, a river ran off south and west, the Rysandrella, 20 paces wide and flanked on either side by hard-baked mud studded with stones. Swirling around rocks that might have made crossing hazardous in other days, the water rose short of the horses' knees as they forded. Egwene felt her own problems dwindle in size. Despite her head, she offered a small prayer for Nynaeve and Elaine. Their search was as important as anything she did. More. The world would live if she failed, but they had to succeed. They traveled southward at an easy canter, slowing when the hillside slant of the land grew too great, or the horses had to climb any distance through trees and sparse scrub, but keeping to the lowland as much as possible and covering ground quickly. Bryn's big-nosed gelding, sure-footed and strong, hardly seemed to mind which way the ground tilted, or whether smooth or rough, yet Daishar kept pace easily. Sometimes Swan's plump animal labored, though she might just have been picking up her rider's anxiety. No amount of practice could make Swan anything but a terrible rider, nearly throwing her arms around the mare's neck climbing upslope, almost falling from the saddle going down, awkward as a duck afoot on the flats, and not far from wide-eyed as the horse. Mirella actually regained some of her humor watching Swan. Her own white-footed sorrel picked her way in delicate swoops like a swallow, and Mirella rode with an assurance and flair that made Bryn appear stolid and workmanlike. Before they had gone very far, riders appeared atop a high ridge to the west, perhaps 100 men in column, the rising sun glinting off breastplates and helmets and lance points. At their head streamed a long white pennant Egwene could not make out, but she knew it bore the Red Hand. She had not expected to see them so close to the Aes Sedai camp. "Dragon-sworn animals," Mirella muttered, watching the horsemen parallel their route. Her gloved hands tightened on her reins, with fury, not fear. "The band of the Red Hand puts out patrols," Bryn said placidly. With a glance at Egwene, he added, "Lord Talmanas seems concerned about you, Mother, last I spoke to him." He put no more emphasis on that than the other. "You've spoken with him?" Every vestige of Mirella's serenity vanished. The anger she had to hold in with Egwene she could safely unleash on him. She all but shook with it. "That is very close to treason, Lord Bryn. It might well be treason." Swan had been dividing her attention between her horse and the men on the ridge, and she did not look at Mirella, but she stiffened. No one had tied the band and treason together before. They rounded a bend in the hill valley. A farm clung to a hillside, or what had been a farm once. One wall of the small stone house had collapsed, and a few charred timbers stuck up beside the soot-coated chimney like grimy fingers. The roofless barn was a blackened hollow box of stone, and scattered ash marked where sheds might once have stood. All across Altara they had seen as bad and worse, entire villages sometimes, the dead lying in the streets, food for ravens and foxes and feral dogs that fled when people came close. Stories of anarchy and murder in Tarabon and Arad Doman suddenly had flesh and bones. Many men seized any excuse to turn bandit or settle old grudges. Egwene hoped fervently it was so. But the name on every survivor's lips was Dragon-sworn, and the sisters blamed Rand as surely as if he had carried the torches himself. They would use him still if they could, though, control him if they found a way. She was not the only Aes Sedai to believe in doing what she must, even when she had to hold her nose. Mirella's anger affected Bryn as little as rain affected a boulder. Egwene had a sudden image of storms whirling about his head and floodwaters swirling around his knees while he just kept striding ahead. "Mirella Sedai," he said with the calm she should have known. "When 10,000 men or more are shadowing my back trail, I want to know what their intentions are, especially this particular 10,000 or more." This was a dangerous topic. However happy Egwene was that they were past questions of Talmana's concern over her, she should have been grinding her teeth that he had mentioned her at all, but she was so startled she sat bolt upright in her saddle. 10,000? Are you sure? The band had had little more than half that when Mat brought it to Salidar, hunting her and Elaine. Bryn merely shrugged.
I gather recruits as I go, and so does he. Not as many, but some men have notions about serving Aes Sedai. More people than not would have been distinctly uneasy, saying that to three sisters. He said it with a wry smile. Besides, it seems the band has a certain reputation from the fighting in Cairhien. The tale is, Shen and Kalhar never loses, whatever the odds. That was what drove men to join, here as back in Altara, the thought that two armies must mean a battle. Trying to stand aside might end as hard as choosing the wrong side. At best, there would be no pickings for neutrals. I've had a few deserters to my ranks from Talmanis' newlings. Some seem to think the band's luck is tied up in Mat Cawthon and can't be there without him. Something close to a sneer twisted Mirella's lips. These fool Mirandians' fears are certainly useful, but I did not think you were a fool too. Talmanis follows us because he fears we might turn against his precious Lord Dragon. But if he truly intended to attack, don't you think he would have by now? These dragons sworn can be dealt with once more important matters are done. Communicating with him, however. Giving herself a shake, she managed to regain her serenity, on the surface at least. Her tone could still have scorched wood. You mark me, Lord Bryn. Egwene let Mirella's words pass her by. Bryn had looked at her when he mentioned Mat. The sisters thought they knew the situation with the band and Mat, and did not think on it much, but Bryn apparently did. Tilting her head so the brim of her hat obscured her face, she studied him from the corner of her eye. He was oath-bound to build the army and lead it until Elaida was brought down, but why had he sworn? Surely he could have found some lesser oath, and it surely would have been accepted by sisters who only thought to use all those soldiers as a full-day mask to frighten Elaida. Having him on their side was comforting. Even the other Aes Sedai seemed to feel that. Like her father, he was the sort of man who made you believe there was no cause for panic, whatever the situation. Having him oppose her, she realized suddenly, might be as bad as having the Hall against her, and never mind the army. The one approving comment Siuan had ever had of him was that he was formidable, even if she did try to change her remark immediately to mean something else. Any man Siuan Sanche thought formidable was one to be mindful of. They splashed across a tiny stream, a rivulet that barely wet the horses' hooves. A bedraggled crow, feeding on a fish that had stranded itself in water too shallow to swim, fluttered its tattered wings on the edge of flight, then settled back to its meal. Siuan was also studying Bryn. The mare made much easier going when she forgot to saw at the reins or dig her heels in at just the wrong moment. Egwene had asked her about Lord Bryn's motives, but Siuan's own tangled connection to the man left her little except acid when it came to him. She either hated Gareth Bryn to his boot soles or loved him, and imagining Siuan in love was like imagining that crow swimming. The ridgeline where the band's soldiers had been showed only cockeyed lines of dead conifers now. She had not noticed them going. Mat had a reputation as a soldier? Crows swimming did not come close. She had believed he commanded only because of Rand, and that had been hard enough to swallow. Believing because you think you know is dangerous, she reminded herself, eyeing Bryn. Should be flogged. Mirella's voice still burned. I warn you, if I hear that you've met with this Dragonsworn again... Rain washing over that boulder, as far as Bryn was concerned, or so it seemed. He rode easily, occasionally murmuring, "Yes, Mirella Sedai," or "No, Mirella Sedai," without any hint of distress, and without lessening the watch he kept on the countryside. No doubt he had seen the soldiers leave. However he mustered the patience, Egwene was sure fear was no part of it. She was in no mood to listen to that. "Be quiet, Mirella. No one is going to do anything to Lord Bryn."